Chapter 130. The Treatment of Amputation, Part 1. Esteemed Ancestor, it seems your lower limb has been severed for quite some time, hasn't it? Upon noticing the elder's missing leg, Hao Chen couldn't help but inquire. Although reluctant to broach a sorrowful subject, he regarded the loss of a limb as trivial, believing that rebirth would remedy the situation. Over 30 years? Yuan Yukun sighed, choosing not to dwell on the past. He understood that regrowth was beyond hope. May I have a look? Hao Chen asked with genuine concern. Of course. The elder replied nonchalantly. Hao Chen swiftly positioned himself before Yuan Yukun, lifting the elder's lower limb to examine it closely. After a brief assessment, he remarked, "Fortunately, it is merely the lower leg that has been severed. Regrowth is indeed a possibility." What? You mean there is hope for regrowth? Yuan Yukun could scarcely believe the words that escaped Hao Chen's lips. Indeed, there is hope for regrowth, provided we acquire both the regrowth pill and the bone rebirth pill. The possibility of reattaching the severed limb is not entirely out of reach, Hao Chen asserted earnestly. The regrowth pill. The elder inhaled deeply, lost in reflection. After a moment, he continued, over 30 years ago, I encountered a middle-aged man who had lost both legs in a duel. He was destined to live a life of disability. Yet, by fortune, he obtained a regrowth pill, allowing him to regenerate his limbs and resume his path of cultivation. Yes, the regrowth pill indeed has the potential to restore severed limbs, Hao Chen affirmed after hearing the elder's account. The regrowth pill is a rare treasure, the elder sighed wistfully. That man was fortunate. I too searched far and wide for the regrowth pill, but after more than 30 years, I have yet to find it, and have since given up hope. At this juncture, the elder appeared to recall something, his expression filled with longing. It is said that the regrowth pill is crafted by those of great power. How could such a divine elixir exist in this mundane world? It is far too precious, and though it may hold a price, it remains unattainable. Perhaps the grand cultivation families might possess it, but the elder's words trailed off, leaving the meaning clear. The regrowth pill is a miraculous concoction created by the most powerful of beings and beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. I may attempt to concoct the regrowth pill, but whether I will succeed remains uncertain, so do not harbor excessive expectations, Hao Chen conveyed to the elder. Turning to the still-dazed Yuan Wentian, he instructed, Uncle Yuan, please prepare a bed and some items for treating injuries. Return promptly to assist me. Yuan Wentian nodded vacantly at Hao Chen before hastening away from the humble abode. Esteemed Ancestor, here is the recovery pill I have crafted. Please consume it to restore your body to its optimal condition while I endeavor to concoct the regrowth pill, Hao Chen said, retrieving a recovery pill from his storage pouch and handing it to the elder. His words were few yet impactful, resonating deeply. In his quest to treat Feng Hua's injured leg, Hao Chen had perused numerous texts on injury treatment and alchemical secrets. In accordance with the recipe for the regrowth pill, the addition of rare materials would yield superior effects. He was aware that some of these rare materials were exceedingly difficult to procure. As indicated in the annotations of the recipe, the space within the jade pendant may contain valuable items, such as the 9-leaf orchid, blood mushroom, eternal essence, millennium elixir, heavenly spirit fruit, and celestial origin fruit. These precious herbs, medicines, and fruits are indeed treasures. Moreover, the materials required for crafting the rebirth pill, namely the fire phosphorus grass, the inner pill of the wood wolf, and the antler of the mysterious deer, have all been gathered. In light of the ancestral figure's profound concern for the well-being of the world, Hao Chen feels compelled to extend his assistance, particularly since this venerable ancestor is a disciple of the falling feather peak of the Yunhai sect. Especially noteworthy is the serendipitous acquisition of the herb of grass dew essence, a rare elixir capable of enhancing bodily vitality and facilitating the regeneration of muscular and vascular tissues. This elixir serves as the primary ingredient for the rebirth pill, and it has now been successfully cultivated within the confines of the jade pendant space. With all the necessary materials at hand, it appears the opportune moment has arrived to concoct the rebirth pill. Leaving the ancestor's abode, Hao Chen seeks a secluded spot to commence the preparation for refining the fire phosphorus rebirth pill. With experience in crafting various elixirs, including the restoration pill, recovery pill, healing ointment, and other medicinal concoctions, he possesses the celestial treasures, the advanced recipes for the bone-replenishing pill, and an ample supply of herbs. There is no cause for hesitation. He begins the preparation for the fire phosphorus rebirth pill. Hao Chen carefully extracts both the Wuyin alchemy furnace and the Qinghuan alchemy furnace from the space. placing them quietly before him. Just like other implements, alchemy furnaces are categorized into magical artifacts, spiritual instruments, treasured tools, celestial devices, and divine artifacts. Once refined, the alchemy furnace, infused with true essence, can be adjusted to suit the wielder's will, appearing diminutive on the outside, yet containing vastness within. Moreover, etchings of the gathering essence array upon the furnace minimize the loss of the alchemist's magical energy, reducing it by 20% compared to ordinary furnaces. Additionally, these two furnaces are equipped with automatic cleaning arrays, and the transparent, heat-resistant lid allows for unobstructed observation of the internal workings during the alchemical process. At this moment, Hao Chen sits alone in a tranquil spot not far from the thatched cottage, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit and focus his energy. Prior to formally crafting the elixir, it is imperative for the alchemist to restore their body to its optimal state. The process of refining elixirs demands undivided attention. Should the alchemist be distracted during critical moments, it could result in the waste of precious materials, or worse, a backlash of consciousness that could jeopardize their very life. Thus, alchemists typically have their designated locations for concocting potions. However, the refinement of advanced elixirs can evoke fluctuations in the natural order, necessitating an outdoor setting to mitigate the tribulations associated with high-level alchemy. As Hao Chen achieves a state of peak concentration, he suddenly opens his eyes. Gathering the flame of the elixir, he gradually infuses it into both furnaces, preheating the 1,000-year spirit milk and the herb of grass dew essence in the Wuyin alchemy furnace. These two celestial materials require neither refinement nor purification. The flames within the furnace swirl incessantly, and after a brief period, when the fire in the Qingyuan alchemy furnace reaches its zenith, Hao Chen employs his consciousness to envelop the antler of the mysterious deer for refinement. This bone-like material takes considerable time to process adequately. In an instant, he wraps the purified antler of the mysterious deer in his consciousness and temporarily places it in the Wuyin alchemy furnace for preheating, followed by the purification of bloodgrass and nine-leaf orchid. He then proceeds to refine each auxiliary material based on their respective qualities. Hao Chen resolved to first purify all the medicinal herbs before directly blending them with the rare treasures of heaven and earth. Although this method demanded significantly more of his mental energy, he was equipped with the soul-reviving elixir. Nevertheless, Hao Chen had grown accustomed to this method of alchemy, and contemplating a change was not an easy endeavor. Fortunately, he was aware that his mental acuity surpassed that of the average individual, so a bit of extra expenditure was inconsequential. With deftness, he cast each herb into the Qingyuan cauldron for refinement, and only the last herb remained to be purified. Hao Chen's consciousness meticulously guided the essence of the final herb into the Wuyin furnace, where he concentrated fully, adjusting the furnace's temperature to the optimal level for pill creation. He began to merge the purified essence with the meticulously prepared millennium's spiritual milk and the essence of the grass. Taking a deep breath, he organized his chaotic thoughts. Hao Chen initiated the fusion of the herbal potency, gradually amalgamating it until the liquid became thick and cohesive. At the moment it transformed into a medicinal mass, his mental blade commenced its division, evenly segmenting the mass before a sudden pulse of his consciousness caused 8 emerald droplets to collide and coalesce into the embryonic forms of pills, ultimately merging into perfectly rounded elixirs. The next phase was critical. Hao Chen simultaneously regulated the flame's intensity to dry the pills while smoothing their surfaces meticulously. However, he remained vigilant about the flames, aware that a moment's inattention could reduce his efforts to ashes. Most of his mental focus was directed towards managing the fire, while only a small portion enveloped the 8 pills, continuously refining their spherical surfaces. In no time, the 8 plump pills hovered serenely within the cauldron. He hastily extinguished the flames and lifted the cauldron's lid. As the 8 radiant pills soared from the furnace, a sudden tempest of dark, swirling clouds accompanied by thunder descended rapidly upon the alchemical site, causing Hao Chen's heart to race. The pill tribulation. In an instant, he erected a barrier of true essence and fortified his body with a diamond spirit talisman. As the lightning struck, Hao Chen gazed at the sky, incredulous, muttering, "What have I done to deserve this? Is it merely for concocting a few pills? Why must you oppose me?" Witnessing the painstakingly crafted pills on the verge of destruction filled his heart with despair. As the lightning pursued the 8 pills emerging from the cauldron, Hao Chen did not retreat from the descending bolts. Instead, he defiantly shouted to the heavens, "I shall confront you, foul sky." After the thunderous echoes faded, he managed to grasp only 3 regeneration pills, while the feeble lightning obliterated 5 of the pills. Disheveled and singed, Hao Chen's hair was scorched, and his once appealing visage was now unrecognizable, surrounded by the remnants of what had once been flourishing flora. The barrier and spiritual talismans could not withstand the onslaught of the thunderous tribulation, and the heavens sought to obliterate the miraculous elixirs. Fortunately, at the risk of his life, 3 precious pills were salvaged. Both Hao Chen and the elixirs, having undergone the baptism of the tribulation, reaped immense benefits on different levels. At this moment, Hao Chen felt an inexhaustible vitality coursing through his body, rendering him even more formidable. After a prolonged period without a breakthrough, he had ascended from the martial warrior realm to the initial stage of the martial master realm in one fell swoop. His cultivation in the realm of immortality had also reached the pinnacle of the 16th layer of Qi refining. His current strength rivaled that of late-stage foundation establishment warriors. The only difference lay in the fact that his true essence had not yet been refined into that of a foundation establishment practitioner, nor did he possess the ability to soar through the skies. However, should he combine the might of both martial and magical practices, the resultant power would undoubtedly be even more formidable. The elixirs, having been tempered by the tribulation, exhibited a newfound vitality, rolling restlessly in Hao Chen's hands. He held them carefully, appreciating their beauty for a moment before cautiously sealing 2 of the regeneration pills in jade vials and storing them in his spatial pouch. The successful concoction of these elixirs had long since dispelled the gloomy sentiments brought on by the tribulation. Now, a wave of uncontainable joy surged within Hao Chen's heart. After slightly regaining his composure, he gathered the 2 pill furnaces, along with the unused medicinal materials and other precious resources. Hao Chen emerged from his secluded spot, appearing fatigued yet triumphant. The process of refining elixirs is an arduous endeavor that demands both mental acuity and physical stamina. A moment's lapse could spell disaster. How did it go? Were you successful? Inquired Yuan Yukun, who had been vigilantly guarding from a distance, noticing Hao Chen's pale visage as he approached. At the moment the tribulation descended, Yuan Yukun had already returned to the summit of Day Mountain, silently ensuring Hao Chen's safety, as per his prior request. Witnessing the ominous clouds gathering had caused him considerable concern for Hao Chen. By fortunate chance, I successfully refined the regeneration pills, Hao Chen replied, bowing slightly to Yuan Yukun and displaying one of the jade vials with a smile. The 2 then returned to the humble abode of the elder, who was seated on his bed. You successfully concocted the regeneration pills? The elder asked, his gaze fixed incredulously on Hao Chen. Indeed. Look at this. Hao Chen extended his palm, and with a mental command, a verdant jade vial appeared within his grasp. What is this? The elder inquired, curiosity piqued. Elder, this is the regeneration pill I just crafted, Hao Chen declared proudly. The regeneration pill. The elder gasped once more, overwhelmed by the continuous cascade of surprises. It was astonishing that Hao Chen had not only succeeded, but had also produced the regeneration pill. Although the elder had never witnessed a regeneration pill before, he was acutely aware that such elixirs are invaluable treasures, often unattainable even with a sufficient quantity of spirit stones. Initially, the elder had assumed Hao Chen's youthful enthusiasm would lead him to failure, which is why he had refrained from outright rejecting Hao Chen's ambition to refine elixirs. However, he never anticipated that Hao Chen would truly achieve this feat and personally concoct the regeneration pills. Deeply moved, the elder slowly extended his hand, eagerly accepting the vivid green jade vial. Elder, shall we begin now? Hao Chen urged, excitement brimming in his voice. As Hao Chen gazed into the eager eyes of the ancestor, he understood the urgency that gripped him. Father, please consume the rebirth pill, Yuan Yukun urged, equally eager to witness the miraculous effects of the elixir. Patience. First, let us take another recovery purple pill to address any underlying ailments and restore the body to its prime condition, Hao Chen replied, handing the ancestor a recovery purple pill. Indeed. Very well. The ancestor nodded solemnly. After ingesting the recovery purple pill, Yuan Yukun quickly elevated his body to peak condition within mere moments. Hao Chen then retrieved a bed from his storage space, placing it centrally in the room, before gesturing for Yuan Yukun to assist in laying the ancestor upon it. The ancestor reclined after swallowing the rebirth pill, as Hao Chen and Yuan Yukun carefully attended to him, securing his body to the bed to prevent any movements that might hinder the treatment's efficacy. Once this was accomplished, the ancestor took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and swallowed the rebirth pill with a soft gulp. Once the pill entered his system, the energy contained within began to manifest its effects. Suddenly, Hao Chen drew his sword with his right hand, swiftly executing 2 precise cuts at the site of the ancestor's severed limbs. In an instant, he sheathed his sword, his hands dancing as he adeptly applied a healing ointment to the wounds, staunching the flow of blood. After completing these procedures, Hao Chen and Yuan Yukun fixed their gazes intently upon the ancestor's severed limbs. In just a fleeting moment, they observed the stumps extending at a measured pace. Witnessing this, Hao Chen felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. It must be said, the rebirth pill was indeed extraordinary. "Thank you," Yuan Yukun exclaimed in astonishment, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Hao Chen. At this moment, the ancestor felt his limbs reforming, tears streaming down his face. It is often said that a man does not shed tears lightly, but when emotions run deep, one need not hold back. Approximately an hour later, the sight of the ancestor's fully restored legs reappeared before the eyes of the three in the humble abode. Hao Chen and Yuan Yukun examined the condition of the ancestor's regenerated legs, feeling the muscles of his body and checking the newly formed limbs for any abnormalities, finding none, which eased their worries. At this juncture, Hao Chen beckoned Yuan Yukun to untie the binding ropes, gently assisting the ancestor to sit up. Yuan Yukun's face radiated joy as he tenderly caressed his newly formed limbs, sitting in a daze, lost for words. Hao Chen and Yuan Yukun cautiously helped the ancestor shift his legs to the edge of the bed, allowing them to dangle down. "Ancestor, now take this recovery pill." Hao Chen's voice interrupted the ancestor's reverie. Only then did the ancestor emerge from his endless thoughts. Upon consuming the recovery pill, the ancestor's vitality surged. The elixir worked to augment his physical form, restoring the functionality of his new limbs. Supported by the two, the ancestor took his first tentative steps. Before long, feeling invigorated, he boldly ventured forth, moving his feet like a child just learning to walk. After all, having not walked for over 30 years, he was still adapting to the sensation. Casually stretching his legs and kicking his feet, he burst into a hearty laugh. With a sense of wonder, he remarked, "Indeed, I have fully recovered. And I am no different from before." Hao Chen smiled faintly. The ancestral elder's legs had regrown, marking the accomplishment of his initial objective. Not only had he avenged the Jiang family, but he had also successfully aided the elder of the Yuan family in standing once more. The next goal was to seek out the third treasure map, to trace the whereabouts of his parents, to discover the treasures of the previous dynasty, and to confront the blood demon and the shadow guards. Hao Chen presented the secret letter and agreement he had obtained from Wang Xiu to the elder of the Yuan family and Yuan Yukun for their review. He then made a copy for the Yuan family to deliver to His Majesty of the Illusory Moon Dynasty, requesting additional personnel to be dispatched to Qingqian Mountain to contend for the Blood Shadow Divine Pearl, which is referred to as the Blood Demon Divine Pearl by the righteous. This was a matter of great significance involving the fate of the nation and the lives of countless individuals, and the royal family would not remain indifferent. Meanwhile, he would take the initiative to gather intelligence at Qingqian Mountain. "Child, in this quest to find the Blood Demon Divine Pearl, you will undoubtedly encounter the Blood Demon and the Shadow Guards again, as well as face endless battles and bloodshed. I am concerned about your cultivation and your martial arts. I possess a technique known as the Demon Slayer Hand, which I hope will assist you once you have mastered it." Hao Chen thought of how he had regenerated his severed limb, leading him to ponder what else he could offer to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Ancestor, thank you." Hao Chen solemnly accepted the secret manual handed to him by Yuan Yukun and bowed deeply in thanks. "This is a technique I acquired in my early years from a secret realm. I hope it will serve you well." The elder spoke of the origins of the Demon Slayer Hand technique. In truth, while Yuan Yukun had also attempted to cultivate this manual, he was not a cultivator and lacked the support of true essence, rendering him unable to practice the Demon Slayer Hand. Though he felt a twinge of reluctance, he was comforted by the fact that he had already made a copy. Hearing the name Demon Slayer Hand instilled in him a sense of its extraordinary nature, prompting the resolve to practice diligently. Without effort, how can one expect to gain? Hao Chen reflected with profound sentiment. Chapter 132. Seeking the truth. Southeast of Xia Town, approximately 10 miles away, in a hidden chamber of the Li family fortress. Observing the aftermath of the massacre at the Wang family, it appeared that the entire clan had been eradicated. The shadowy figure detailed the situation of the Wang family. "Damn, how could this happen?" Are they truly that formidable? Li Daoming, the fortress master of Li family, clenched his fist and struck the table with great force. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "All right, I understand. Continue the investigation." "Yes, I comprehend." The shadowy figure replied respectfully. "Very well, you may go," Li Daoming commanded with a wave of his hand. "Understood." The shadowy figure moved with an air of mystery, drawing no attention from others as he departed. At this moment, Li Daoming exited the hidden chamber and sat in the courtyard, gazing up at the thick, dark clouds above, lost in thought. Only the deep intensity in his eyes revealed the weight of his emotions. The annihilation of the Wang family had instilled in him a profound sense of dread, leading him to ponder, first the Jiang family, then the Wang family. Could this all be related to the treasure map? Who was behind this? Could it be the same group? The following day, upon hearing the shocking news of the annihilation of the Shishan Shadow Base, Li Daoming was taken aback. Would this herald the downfall of the Li family? He pondered deeply. After Hao Chen had cured the elder of the Yuan family of his affliction, he departed from their residence. However, he did not leave Xia town. Instead, he returned to his lodgings at the Pingan Inn. From the intelligence gathered, it appeared that the Wang family had destroyed the Jiang family in pursuit of a treasure map and a token. Why, then, had they not targeted the Li family? Was the Li family's foundation more formidable than that of the Jiang family? It seemed necessary to visit the Li family to ascertain the truth. Without the treasure map and token from the Li family, it would be arduous to locate the treasure vault. Moreover, without the token, access to the vault would remain unattainable. Hao Chen racked his brain, meticulously analyzing the current circumstances. A shadow stealthily infiltrated the Li family fortress. Under the cover of night, it evaded numerous guards and glided through the premises like a specter. This individual was indeed Hao Chen, venturing into the Li family fortress. He had acquired a detailed layout of the fortress from Yuan Yukun and was already well versed in its entirety. Navigating through the foyer, gardens, and the lush trees surrounding the area, Hao Chen discreetly arrived at the inner courtyard. Based on his assessment, the treasure map was likely in the possession of the elder of the Li family, who was also presumed to be in seclusion within the fortress. Not here. His first target location was a secluded courtyard. However, upon inspection, Hao Chen swiftly altered his aim. Not here either. Avoiding several guards, he quickly identified a second location, yet still found no trace. There remained 3 more points to investigate. Narrowing his eyes, Hao Chen concealed himself behind a large tree. Murmuring to himself, "This method of searching is not effective. I must explore further. If all else fails, I shall have to capture someone for questioning." In the ensuing half-hour, Hao Chen scoured the last 3 locations. Ultimately, the results left him profoundly disappointed. No discoveries whatsoever. Damn it. Taking a deep breath, he utilized the Forbidden Yuan technique to minimize his presence. It seemed the only recourse was to capture someone. With a swift motion akin to a wraith, he surged forth as if teleporting, returning to his original position in the blink of an eye. At that moment, he held in his grasp a guard from the Li family. With one hand covering the mouth and the other gripping the throat, he resembled one carrying a chick. To ensure caution, Hao Chen employed the soul-searching technique. From the memories extracted, he learned that the elder had fallen into a state of madness during his cultivation years ago, and the current master of the Li family fortress was Li Daoming. As for the elder's whereabouts and condition, no information was available. With no choice left, he discarded the guard in a concealed area. It appeared he would need to capture another individual, Hao Chen mused. Not far ahead, he came across a meticulously arranged scenic spot with a small bridge and flowing water. As Hao Chen stepped onto the bridge, he suddenly heard sounds ahead, indicating that someone else had also ascended the bridge. With nowhere to hide, he clung to the railing and dangled beneath it. Just as he concealed himself, a pair of individuals approached, one clad in guard attire and the other dressed as a maid. The 2 individuals reached the bridge and unexpectedly paused, seemingly caught in a moment of clandestine romance. "The moon is truly exquisite," murmured the maid, her head bowed shyly. "Indeed, with such splendid moonlight and a beautiful night, we must not squander this precious time," the guard replied, somewhat poetically. Below the bridge, Hao Chen lifted his gaze to the sky, silently cursing. Where did this moon come from? Damn it. While the dark night stands guard, it seems we have someone with a refined taste. This couple likely waited until their master had retired for the night to dare indulge in their affection. After some whispering and rustling, their pleasure seemed unquenched, accompanied by a series of amorous sighs. Hao Chen, hanging beneath the bridge, felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and strangle the couple, then toss them into the pond to feed the fish. The pitch-black night obscured everything from view. Had he chosen to employ his spiritual sense, at least he could have feasted his eyes on the spectacle. However, Hao Chen would never resort to such measures merely to witness a scene. As he observed the couple's passionate antics, a mix of frustration and anger bubbled within him. I must leave. If my ancestor wakes up and finds me missing, I will be doomed tomorrow. The maid, somewhat timid, hastily donned her clothing, expressing her desire to depart. Didn't the ancestor experience a mishap during cultivation? The guard inquired, puzzled by her urgency to leave. Yes, he fell into a trance during training last year and wasted all his progress, the maid sighed. It's fine. He will surely remain asleep for a while longer. Stay with me a little longer, the guard implored. No, I know my ancestor well. He often awakens in the middle of the night. It's better to be safe than sorry, the maid quickly explained. Very well, then let us return together. The guard conceded, seeing her determination. No, I will go first. You wait a moment before heading back. At this moment, the guard watched as the maid walked away. A sudden gust of wind swept past, and the guard, still savoring the earlier romantic interlude, felt an immediate sealing of his dantian, rendering him utterly defenseless. Observing the figure before him, clad in a black mask, he realized there was no way for this person to see his true identity. Even if they did, what could he possibly do to alert anyone? If you provide me with a satisfactory answer, I shall spare your life. What do you say? Hao Chen inquired coolly, his murderous intent locking onto the man. The instant he dared to twitch, he would not hesitate to strike. The masked individual, upon hearing Hao Chen's words, nodded vigorously, as if fearing that a delayed response would cost him his life. Excellent. I greatly appreciate your cooperation. Hao Chen smirked, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Do you know where the ancestor of the Li family is in seclusion? The guard nodded repeatedly, and Hao Chen finally released his grip on the man's mouth, prompting him to speak. He is in a hidden cave. The guard gasped, taking several deep breaths, his eyes wide with urgency. Very good. Hao Chen nodded, allowing the guard to exhale in relief. Hao Chen then commanded, lead me to that place. The guard's mouth fell agape at the request. Hao Chen chuckled softly. What? Are you unwilling? I am willing. I am willing. Under the chilling and menacing smile of Hao Chen, the man struggled to swallow hard and responded intermittently. What choice did he have? For the sake of his own life, could he dare to refuse? Excellent. You have performed admirably, Hao Chen said with a smile, patting the man's shoulder. Now, let us proceed. Following the directions provided by a guard of the Li family, the two soon arrived at the elder's residence. The entrance lay concealed within the artificial hill at the western wall of the backyard. Activating a certain mechanism would silently unveil the entrance. Hao Chen harbored no doubts or chose to trust the man for the moment. The man obediently agreed, but as Hao Chen approached the designated spot, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. He suddenly pressed the mechanism beside the pillar. In that instant, Hao Chen felt a surge of energy around him. Several intricate lines of formation materialized beneath his feet, and he was swiftly encircled by a confinement array. Who dares to cause trouble in the Li family fortress? As the array activated, countless figures converged from all directions, with the foremost being Li Daoming, the lord of the Li family fortress. Damn it, I've been deceived. Hao Chen realized the betrayal too late. Chapter 133. Unexpectedly trapped. Seeing the cloaked figure ensnared within the formation, Li Yifeng, the eldest son of the Li family, commanded, seize him. Yes. Numerous Li family guards readily complied. With the black-clad figure already entrapped within the formation, they believed capturing him would require little effort. As dozens surrounded the cloaked figure, Li Daoming and Li Yifeng stood back, observing the unfolding drama. How did the news of the elder's seclusion leak? Li Daoming narrowed his eyes, contemplating various possibilities. His thoughts even drifted to Yuan Yukun of the Yuan family. The Jiang and Li families were both affiliated with the Blood Shadow Divine Sect's Dark Guards, having once united to counter the Wang family's attempts to monopolize treasures. The Yuan family, being related by marriage to the Jiang family, later joined the alliance of the Jiang and Li families. Yuan Yukun frequently visited the Li family, thus possessing intimate knowledge of the Li family fortress. However, despite his musings, he could not arrive at any definitive conclusions, which left him feeling as though a fire smoldered within him, refusing to extinguish. Seize him. Upon Li Daoming's command, the surrounding guards launched an attack on the cloaked figure. In an instant, a powerful surge of energy erupted, shattering the confinement array and the black-clad figure flickered into view, accompanied by screams of agony. The Li family's attacking figures were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Everyone, charge together. Li Daoming's eyes widened in fury as he coldly commanded. If anyone can capture this man, I will reward them handsomely. But if you fail, you will face the family's punishment. Yes, Lord. At Li Daoming's fierce decree, the remaining guards, along with those who had just arrived, plunged into a fray to besiege the cloaked figure. They intended to employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers to subdue him. Father, Li Yifeng fixed his gaze on the black-clad figure, a flicker of recognition crossing his eyes. Do you not find this man's gaze somewhat familiar? The words of the eldest young master, Li Yifeng, caused Li Daoming to narrow his eyes once more as he scrutinized the man in black, questioning. Do you recognize him? Not exactly, but he seems somewhat familiar. Nevertheless, it matters not. Anyone daring to wreak havoc here shall not escape the Li family fortress. Once we capture him, we shall observe and discern further, replied the confident Li Yifeng. Li Daoming merely nodded in response, yet an icy aura emanated from him. Li Yifeng cast a glance at his father and, in his eyes, discerned a terrifying glimmer of coldness, prompting him to shiver involuntarily. Kill. The Li family launched a collective assault, their overwhelming momentum palpable, even causing the very air to tremble. However, the man in black merely scoffed, eschewing any weapon, and instead executed his movements with utmost finesse to evade their attacks. He showed no inclination to retreat, charging into the throng like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain or a dragon plunging into the sea. Soon, anguished cries echoed once more as the Li family's guards, who often flaunted their prowess nearby, now appeared utterly terrified, as if they had encountered a ghost. This man is astute, Li Daoming observed, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. Even if the man in black attempts to flee, he may not succeed. Fear within the hearts of men only serves to provide him a greater opportunity for escape. Li Daoming's analysis was indeed sound. However, Li Yifeng opened his mouth, yet refrained from voicing any dissenting opinions. The man in black was, of course, played by Hao Chen, who, though unarmed, ensured that each of his strikes was accompanied by the anguished cries of a Li family guard. Despite being engulfed by a sea of adversaries, Hao Chen was not significantly hindered in his agile maneuvers. Conversely, each time he struck, someone was bound to be injured or even perish on the spot. The stench of blood hung thick in the air, while Hao Chen appeared unervingly calm, his eyes glinting with an ominous resolve. Having been discovered, he was prepared to engage in a full-scale battle. Although the Li family members exhibited considerable skill, if Hao Chen wished to flee, even the fortress lord himself could not hope to impede him. The man in black executed his strikes amidst the crowd, the relentless wails of the fallen resounding. Li Daoming noted that within those cries lay the extinguished lives of Li family members, altering the expressions of both him and his son, Li Yifeng, to one of grave dismay. In a mere span of a few moments, over 20 individuals had met their tragic ends at Hao Chen's hands. Each demise gruesome enough to silence the remaining onlookers, robbing them of the courage to continue their assault. Li Daoming sensed that the opponent's stamina had waned considerably. Thus, he addressed the void, declaring, "His strength is nearly depleted. It is time for us to strike. Wang Qian, Lu Yuan, engage." Li Daoming commanded imperatively. Understood. With the utterance of Li Daoming's command, two figures surged forth with remarkable speed towards Hao Chen's position. Everyone retreat. Li Daoming's orders elicited a collective sigh of relief from the remaining members of the Li family, who retreated as if fleeing for their lives. As the scene unfolded, the two individuals, referred to by Li Daoming as Wang Qian and Lu Yuan, had already lunged towards Hao Chen. Without uttering a word, they brandished their swords and initiated a fierce encirclement around Hao Chen. Both were esteemed guest elders of the Li family, possessing formidable cultivation at the late stage of qi refinement. Their status within the Li family stronghold was only secondary to that of the stronghold's master. Having enjoyed a wealth of resources from the Li family, it was only natural for them to exert their strength in service of the clan. Two late-stage qi refinement cultivators. Excellent. Hao Chen's eyes narrowed, glinting with murderous intent. As he mused to himself, if I were to eliminate these two, Li Daoming would surely feel a pang of regret. While contemplating, he deftly evaded their attacks with apparent ease, showing no signs of struggle. Wang Qian and Lu Yuan, however, grew increasingly solemn at this sight. Seizing the moment of their hesitation, Hao Chen summoned the long-unused Fei Hong sword and boldly launched an assault against them. His speed surpassed that of moments before, and his strength surged with even greater ferocity. The sword, brimming with lethal intent, exuded a chilling aura, akin to a tempest, as it surged towards the two. Strike! Kill! The two exchanged glances and simultaneously engaged. In that instant, the three became embroiled in a fierce battle, the air resonating with terrifying explosions. Young Master Li Yifeng inhaled deeply. Though he said little, the discomfort etched on his face spoke volumes. "Let us observe for now," Li Daoming remarked, shaking his head with a grave tone. "If the situation demands, I shall intervene personally. This individual must not escape. He poses a future threat. Our Li family's plans must not be compromised. No one can hinder them." "Understood, father." Young Master Li Yifeng nodded gravely, refraining from further words as he continued to watch the unfolding conflict. As he observed the intense clash among the three, a sudden realization struck Li Daoming, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. Chapter 134. A relentless assault. The three figures danced like phantoms amidst their savage conflict. At this moment, Hao Chen remained acutely aware of his surroundings within the Li family stronghold. With powerful adversaries lurking, he understood that beyond vanquishing these two guest elders, it was imperative to conserve his energy. A swift resolution was crucial. With a resounding thud, the three combatants momentarily paused, retreating several paces to regain their footing. Recognizing the gravity of the encounter, Wang Qian and Lu Yuan exchanged knowing glances and nodded, once again preparing to launch their assault on Hao Chen. This time, they summoned every ounce of their inner energy, as if drawing forth the very essence of the surrounding qi, causing the air to tremble. Their coordination was impeccable, unleashing spells with the ferocity of a tempest, aimed squarely at Hao Chen. In that moment, the Li family courtyard seemed to plunge into darkness, exuding an aura of impending annihilation. Their attacks appeared to possess an innate ability to lock onto Hao Chen's figure, while the overwhelming force of energy surrounding them instilled a palpable pressure, causing Hao Chen's heart to skip a beat. Two terrifying sword auras rapidly condensed under the assault of the two guest elders from the Li family, resembling colossal swords as they forcefully slashed down towards Hao Chen's head. Humph! Hao Chen could not help but let out a cold snort upon witnessing this. "Falling feather sword. Concealed feather style," he exclaimed, as countless sword auras appeared before him, equal to, if not superior to, the fierce attacks of the Li family's guests. "Retreat, everyone." Feeling the overwhelming force of the attacks, Li Daoming urgently shouted. Before his voice could fade, he had no time to attend to others and could only helplessly pull his son, Li Yifeng, to retreat. Whoosh! Hearing the master's command, the family members, possessing formidable strength and quick reflexes, swiftly executed their movements and fled backwards. Boom! In that instant, numerous powerful sword energies erupted, striking down upon those from the Li family who were insufficiently strong or slightly slower. The cries of anguish echoed incessantly, while many others were annihilated by the sword energy without a trace. Cough! At this moment, Wang Qian and Lu Yuan appeared particularly disheveled. Besides their tattered clothes, several wounds could be seen on their bodies, continuously bleeding. "Who exactly are you?" Wang Qian asked Hao Chen, his eyes filled with gravity. "What? Did you not intend to kill me? Come." Hao Chen did not respond, instead beckoning with his finger, calmly stating, "That was merely an appetizer. Remember, it is I who will end your lives today." Hao Chen cast a sidelong glance at the crowd, a glint of murderous intent flashing across his face. Simultaneously, his previously subdued aura surged once again, causing the expressions of the two adversaries to change dramatically. "Not good. Lu Yuan, retreat quickly." Wang Qian reacted slightly faster, calling out to Lu Yuan before hastily retreating. Although Lu Yuan was a fraction slower, he too moved with remarkable speed. In hardly a breath's time, they had distanced themselves several yards from Hao Chen. Thinking of escaping? It's too late. Hao Chen unleashed two beams of chilling light, drawing upon the surrounding vital energies as they surged toward the direction the two were fleeing. The speed of the two icy rays was astonishing, covering the distance in the blink of an eye. A cry of despair rang out, and two figures fell into the dust, the Qinghun dagger and the demon soul blade. The two concealed weapons Hao Chen had unleashed had returned to his hands. How could this be? Li Daoming exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing this scene. Despite his shock, he seized the opportunity, launching a surprise attack with his sword as Hao Chen's concealed weapons returned. The blade swept towards Hao Chen's dantian at an uncanny angle. If this strike were to hit the dantian, Hao Chen would likely be rendered incapacitated on the spot. This seemingly simple ambush, executed by Li Daoming, a peak foundation establishment master, possessed unparalleled power. "Want to cripple me?" "In your dreams." As Hao Chen twisted his body, evading the sword in a split second, he unleashed the dragon transformation palm, striking directly at Li Daoming's head. At this moment, Li Daoming felt a gust of wind, imbued with the chilling aura of death, causing his expression to shift dramatically. As the two engaged, the exchange appeared deceptively mundane, yet both were acutely aware of the lurking peril. A momentary lapse in focus could lead to instant demise. It was evident that one of them must fall for the night's events to truly conclude. However, Hao Chen's intent was not to annihilate the Li family or slay the family head, Li Daoming. His intrusion into Li Fortress was solely to uncover the whereabouts of a treasure map. Regrettably, the Li family acted without discernment, resorting to lethal force. Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated through the air. The onlookers from the Li family gasped in shock. Amid their cries, Li Daoming was seen hurtling backward, tracing an arc through the air before finally stabilizing himself a distance away. In front of his subordinates, the fortress lord found himself in such a disheveled state, a humiliation that struck at his pride. "I will kill you." After regaining his composure, Li Daoming bellowed in a fit of rage, his sword transforming into a dragon-like apparition as he lunged at Hao Chen once more. "Do you truly believe such meager skills can bring about my end?" Hao Chen retorted, his eyes glinting with disdain as he unleashed a fiery fist imbued with the scorching essence of alchemical flames, surging forth to meet the dragon. The collision of the magical fist and the sword's dragon form erupted in a cataclysmic roar, sending shockwaves that caused the onlookers below to retreat in panic, fearing for their safety. As the dragon dissipated, the sword's brilliance dimmed significantly, and Li Daoming coughed forth a copious amount of blood. Hao Chen, too, felt the backlash of energy, a jolt that unsettled his insides. Yet, in contrast, he fared far better, bolstered by the energy from his jade pendant, which allowed for swift recovery. Li Daoming's grievous injuries sparked concern among those in Li Fortress. "Cough! Who are you?" he demanded, clutching his abdomen where blood seeped through. His gaze was icy, a testament to his resolve. "Who I am is of no consequence to you." With the jade pendant's energy revitalizing him, Hao Chen swiftly regained his strength. Upon hearing Li Daoming's inquiry, he coldly waved his hand and communicated telepathically, "You need only understand that if the treasure map is not surrendered, I shall not hesitate to erase the Li family from existence." What audacity! Li Daoming's fury intensified, his aura swelling to an even more terrifying magnitude. Hao Chen's brow furrowed at this display. He sensed a greater danger looming, contemplating, could it be that Li Daoming possesses some hidden card? "You insolent brat! I shall ensure your demise today." With a thunderous roar, Li Daoming radiated a blinding light, his cultivation surging as he unexpectedly broke through to the Yuan Dan realm. How could this be? Hao Chen was taken aback, yet he did not dwell on it. Such rapid enhancement, akin to frenzied mania, could not endure for long. "You little brat, die." At that moment, with a furious roar from Li Daoming, he instantaneously teleported before Hao Chen. His colossal fist, imbued with boundless might, hurtled towards Hao Chen's visage. The fierce gust of his punch was chilling, prompting Hao Chen to hastily raise his hand to block. A resounding thud echoed as an immense force surged through his arm. Hao Chen swiftly retreated, striving to dissipate the violent energy. This force was exceedingly ferocious, starkly contrasting with the previous display of prowess. He pondered, could it be that this power did not belong to Li Daoming himself? Boom! Li Daoming granted Hao Chen little time for contemplation, launching another punch. Blow after blow rained down upon him, as if Li Daoming treated Hao Chen like a mere punching bag, offering no respite whatsoever. Something was amiss. Hao Chen keenly sensed a shift in Li Daoming's aura. He seemed to be ensnared in a state of madness. The tranquility of his countenance was betrayed by the wildness in his eyes. What was happening? His current physical strength likely surpassed the Yuan Dan realm. Boom! As Hao Chen contemplated, the only response came in the form of Li Daoming's relentless fists. Boom, boom, bang, bang. Li Daoming dominated the engagement, leaving Hao Chen with no choice but to evade or mitigate the onslaught. Each aggressive strike elicited cheers from the onlookers, who envisioned the grim fate of Hao Chen being mercilessly beaten to death by the lord of the fortress. Never mind. Since I cannot comprehend this, I shall cease my thoughts. Hao Chen shook his head, his eyes suddenly wide with fury as he soared into the air. Demon exploding fist. Dragon Transformation Palm. With a commanding shout, his fists and palms surged towards the rapidly approaching Li Daoming. Die! I will make you die! Li Daoming howled like a madman, directly lunging at Hao Chen with his fists. Father! Witnessing this, the young master Li Yifeng exclaimed in alarm, uncertain of what to do. Boom! As their fists collided, it seemed as though Li Daoming had suddenly gained immense strength. In Hao Chen's astonished gaze, he shattered the barrier of Hao Chen's punch and continued his assault. How could this be? Hao Chen was indeed astounded. Li Daoming's explosive power was astonishingly formidable. If that is the case, let me show you this. Hao Chen inhaled deeply, evading Li Daoming's punch and swiftly retreating several feet away. Demon-slaying palm. With another swift declaration, he summoned the dark, demonic energy, condensing it in his right palm. Unleashing a potent offensive surge, an overwhelming aura rapidly enveloped the arena, casting a powerful oppression upon the spectators, causing many of insufficient strength to cough up blood on the spot. The unprecedented dark, demonic energy rendered Li Daoming exceedingly uncomfortable, eliciting a series of beast-like roars from his mouth. The unrelenting barrage of energy attacks showed no signs of abating. Rather, they intensified, as if they would not cease until the opponent was vanquished. Ah! Li Daoming cried out in anguish, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. His body riddled with wounds that bled profusely, leaving scarcely a part unscathed. The sight instilled terror in the hearts of all who beheld it. In this moment of despair, Li Daoming struggled yet found himself devoid of strength, collapsing like a lifeless dog, reduced to mere gasping breaths, almost indistinguishable from death itself. Hand over the treasure map, or perish. Hao Chen descended before Li Daoming, his eyes devoid of compassion, his mental transmission chillingly cold. Li Daoming, in a fit of desperation, spat forth another mouthful of blood, a grotesque smile twisting across his bloodied visage. You little brat, cough cough, if you dare to kill me, I assure you, all you shall find is a worthless piece of paper. Ha ha. Upon hearing Li Daoming's fierce words, Hao Chen's expression suddenly turned icy, his eyes narrowing as he declared, if you do not surrender the treasure map, I will ensure that your existence becomes a living hell. Stop. At this scene, the young master Li Yifeng shouted. He and the members of the Li family, witnessing the unfolding events from the initial chaotic battle to Hao Chen's overwhelming defeat of 2 esteemed guest elders, and now the shocking subjugation of the fortress lord, were left in utter astonishment. Their gazes toward Hao Chen were filled with dread, akin to that of staring at a demon. Yet, as members of the Li family, despite their terror, they dared not flee, for how could they sustain themselves here in the future? What is it you wish to say? Hao Chen cast a glance at the approaching young master Li Yifeng, transmitting softly. Do you wish to deny that the Li family possesses the treasure map? At this moment, Li Daoming once again communicated mentally, Brat, it would be wise for you to step aside, or I guarantee you shall never lay eyes on the treasure map. Is that so? In response, a cold glimmer flashed in Hao Chen's eyes as he stepped down upon the left leg of the fortress lord. Then, amidst the gasps of young master Li Yifeng and the onlookers, Hao Chen exerted force, and with a sickening crack, Li Daoming's left leg bone was shattered. A muffled groan of pain escaped Li Daoming, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Subsequently, Hao Chen raised his foot to crush Li Daoming's right leg. Father, how dare you? Li Yifeng shouted in fury upon witnessing the scene. Dare? You all seek to kill me. What do I have to lose? Hao Chen retorted with a cold laugh. You facing the overwhelming might of Hao Chen, young master Li Yifeng took a deep breath and solemnly declared, if you spare my father, I shall hand over the treasure map immediately. Yifeng, be quiet. However, before Hao Chen could respond, the fortress lord, gritting his teeth against the pain, coldly interjected. If you have the courage, then kill me. Father. Young master Li Yifeng's expression turned frantic at this declaration. Chapter 136, Coercive Demands, Part 2, Li Fortress Lord. Do you truly believe I lack the courage? Hao Chen narrowed his eyes, speaking calmly. Indeed, you dare? But should you do so, I assure you the treasure map shall vanish forever. Li Daoming projected through his mind, equally unyielding. Excellent. Truly worthy of the fortress lord. With a cold laugh, he said, very well, since you are so insistent, I cannot be blamed. While sparing your life may be possible. The moment his icy gaze swept across the multitude of Li family members encircling him, a chilling aura of lethal intent radiated from his eyes. Without any visible movement from him, a streak of sword light was instantly unleashed, followed by a blood-curdling scream. The guard who had previously deceived him into a trap was immediately severed in two, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, inciting panic and terror among the onlookers. At that moment, all present were paralyzed with shock. Li Daoming and his son Li Yifeng stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with fury. What? Are you angry? Seemingly unconcerned, he shrugged, transmitting softly. This is merely the first. If you do not hand over the treasure map, I assure you there will be a second, a third, and perhaps even all of them. Li Daoming was left speechless in his rage, while the young master Li Yifeng and those around him were equally infuriated. Once more, he struck, and with 2 more screams. 2 additional members of the Li family fell, utterly defenseless against his sword's edge. The remaining spectators fell silent, their faces etched with terror. What? Still unwilling to speak? He gazed into the furious eyes fixed upon him, a wicked smile curling at his lips as he exclaimed. Then, his eyes glinted with murderous intent once more. And 3 more streaks of sword light shot forth, taking another 3 lives in the blink of an eye. He remained indifferent to the fates of the Li family members. For he had discovered through the seized letters from the Wang family that the Li family stronghold was also one of the blood demon sect's hidden pawns, prompting his merciless rampage. That was 3. He disregarded the fearful, enraged stares and coolly stated, if Lord Li does not surrender the treasure map, then the next will be 4, followed by 5, 6, and so forth. I perceive there are over 100 of you surrounding me. I believe we can play this game several times, can't we? You demon. Li Daoming struggled in vain. His grievous injuries rendered him incapable of escape. Coupled with the debilitating aftereffects of his recent surge in power, he found himself utterly exhausted, devoid of any semblance of authority. I am a demon. Am I mad? Huh. Whom can I blame for this? He communicated telepathically. Had you not concealed the blood demon sect's treasure map for your master, would I have come here? Enough. Just hand it over. As his voice fell, 4 more anguished screams erupted, clearly marking the demise of 4 more Li family members, inciting a seething hatred within Li Daoming, who longed to rend him limb from limb. Very well. Still no words? He regarded them with heightened malice, and as he had previously declared, he struck again with fervor, claiming 5 more lives of the Li family in an instant. In this brief span of time, 15 members of the Li family had met their tragic end, not a single one able to mount any form of resistance. Now it was time for 6 to fall. After the massacre, Hao Chen's expression remained eerily calm as he spoke softly. Gentlemen, do not blame me. I did not wish to take your lives. After all, you are merely members of the Li family, not the true architects of this calamity. Alas, your lord has forsaken your fates, preferring to watch you perish rather than relinquish that which he possesses. Hence, should you seek vengeance after your demise, direct your ire towards him. Hao Chen's words resonated deeply, akin to the tolling of a solemn bell. The remaining members of the Li family exchanged uneasy glances, their countenances paling. Though they were oblivious to the object of Hao Chen's discourse, a collective desire to flee began to stir within them. Li Daoming remained silent, his gaze fixed on Hao Chen, seething with an almost primal rage. It appeared that their lord had genuinely abandoned them. Thus, I bear no guilt in this matter. As his voice trailed off, and the glint in Hao Chen's eyes narrowed, 6 radiant sword lights surged forth, striking terror into the hearts of the 6 targeted Li family members, leaving them no time to escape. Swish, 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 the sword lights circled the necks of the 6, and in an instant, 6 heads were severed, blood gushing forth from their severed necks, splattering the onlookers with warm crimson, further instilling fear in those who had not been marked. One by one, they recoiled in horror, completely paralyzed by the spectacle. For the 6th time, 6 lives extinguished. No. Please. I cannot bear this any longer. I must escape the Li stronghold. He is a demon. Run. In an instant, a cacophony of panic erupted among the crowd, as those fearing for their lives fled in terror, scarcely daring to linger. Loyalty is indeed significant, but a man's life is singular. How could they sacrifice themselves for the Li family? They were not worth such a fate. Within mere moments, the remaining 100 or so had fled, leaving only Hao Chen, Li Daoming, and his son Li Yifeng behind. The courtyard fell eerily silent, save for the strewn bodies and the stench of blood. Not even a fly dared to linger. Li Daoming and Li Yifeng beheld this scene, their expressions darkening as the weight of abandonment bore heavily upon them, a feeling almost unbearable. Damn it! Cursed the young master Li Yifeng bitterly. Those who had once flattered them were now nowhere to be found in their hour of need. Hao Chen shrugged and scoffed. Li Lord, how about this? You still have a few sons left, so I shall grant you 3 more chances. Refuse to speak once. and I shall continue my slaughter. What say you? You, demon. Li Daoming's eyes blazed red with fury, but his body was too weak to move, let alone resist. What? You disagree? Hao Chen's face was twisted with a sinister grin. No matter, your consent is unnecessary. Let us commence with your eldest son, shall we? 5 breaths time. Hao Chen paid no heed to Li Daoming's predatory gaze and calmly stated, in 5 breaths, if you do not surrender, do not blame me for what follows. He began to count, 5, 4, causing Li Daoming's expression to darken to an extreme, revealing his inner turmoil. Given Hao Chen's earlier display of brutality, it was clear he was not merely issuing idle threats. This young man was far more ruthless than many others. 3, 2, Hao Chen continued counting, while Li Daoming clenched his teeth, resolute in his silence. However, just as Hao Chen was about to reach 1, before Li Daoming could utter a word, the eldest son, Li Yifeng, suddenly interjected, no, we will hand it over. Indeed, fear had gripped the eldest son, Li Yifeng. Yifeng. Li Daoming's eyes widened in disbelief at his son's cowardice. Father, at this point, what good will it do to hold on? Our people have all fled. Enough. Li Daoming shot a glare at Li Yifeng and sighed in resignation. Young man, I can relinquish the treasure map, but will you spare my family? Of course, Hao Chen replied indifferently. I have already stated that I am here solely for the treasure map. As long as I see it, I shall not harm you. Very well, Li Daoming inhaled deeply. Conceding, the treasure map is indeed in my possession. Upon acquiring the Li family's treasure map and token, Hao Chen promised not to eliminate the Li family. Having learned from the intelligence gathered that they had not participated in any activities with the Wang family. However, they were covertly developing their own power. And regarding their ties with the Blood Shadow sect, Hao Chen surmised that since the treasure map remained in the hands of the Li family, the sect had yet to make contact with Li Daoming. Li Daoming was neither a direct participant nor a shadow guard. It was his father, Li Lianheng, and Jiang Xiaodian of the Jiang family, who were the true shadow guards. Jiang Xiaodian met an untimely death, and Li Lianheng had become incapacitated through misguided cultivation years ago. Thus, the remnants of the Blood Shadow sect that once lurked in Shihe town had been eradicated, with the Jiang and Wang families falling one after the other, leaving the Li family in a state of mere existence. With his own strength, Hao Chen had vanquished the Wang family, battled the Li family, targeted the secret base of the Shadow Guards in Xishan, and destroyed the Blood Shadow sect's blood pool, bringing benefit to the common folk. It could be said that Hao Chen was a man of great fortune. Chapter 137. The Qingqian mountain range. Hao Chen discovered a treasure map within the storage bag of Wang Xinxiao, the patriarch of the Wang family. Additionally, Yuan Yukun, the elder of the Yuan family, had gifted him another map, and later he forcefully acquired the Li family's version from their fortress. After piecing together and studying the 3 maps, Hao Chen mused, indeed, as the world has claimed, the treasure of the 14th prince of the previous dynasty lies hidden in the Qingqian mountains. Upon seizing Wang Xiyu's storage bag and uncovering its secrets, Hao Chen had already begun to spread rumors targeting the Wang and Li families, claiming that the treasure of the 14th prince was located in the Qingqian mountains, enticing both families to dispatch numerous skilled individuals to seek fortune there. This maneuver was designed to weaken their influence in Shihe town. The Wang and Li families complied obediently, dispatching large numbers of personnel, armed with replicated treasure maps, to the Qingqian mountains. Departing from Shihe town, Hao Chen journeyed day and night, heading straight for the northwestern direction of the Qingqian mountain range. Exhausted from flight, he descended to the ground to practice the Demon Annihilation Fist, the Demon Slayer Hand, the Dragon Transformation Palm, and the Silver Dragon Spear. Fatigued from running, he unsealed his spoils storage bag, relishing the joy it brought him in solitude. Worn from walking, he entered the space of his jade pendant to frolic with Linger and Xiao Chui for a spell, before lying down atop a mound of treasures he had gathered from the Wang family vault to take a brief slumber. Upon departing from Shihe town, Hao Chen refrained from returning the acquired wealth to the populace. He was no savior. Such ill-gotten gains were to be employed at critical junctures, though he had yet to devise a plan for these treasures. The boundless Qingqian mountain and the seemingly endless forest could merely be regarded as a medium-sized mountain range within the Tianyuan continent. Adjacent to Qingqian mountain lay another mountain range, the vast Dangsha Ridge. The Dangsha Mountains, located in the southern part of the illusory Moon Dynasty, span tens of millions of miles horizontally and millions vertically. A journey so arduous that an ordinary person might never reach its end. Conversely, Qingqian Mountain represented but a minuscule portion of the Dangshe Ridge. When Hao Chen arrived at the Qingqian Mountain region, it was already midday. Approaching winter, the noontime sun blazed fiercely, the air tinged with a palpable heat. At the foot of Qingqian Mountain, verdant forests densely surrounded him. Millennia-old trees, towering and wide enough for several people to embrace, were scattered about, while the terrain was draped in a multitude of shrubs and vines, devoid of paths. The cataclysmic battle between celestial beings and demons millennia ago had drastically altered the topography of the Qingqian mountain range, rendering it a remote area almost entirely cut off from the outside world. Through the mottled, overlapping leaves, rays of sunlight gently filtered down from the canopy, imparting a soothing warmth. As he ventured deeper into Qingqian Mountain, towering shrubs and ancient trees several feet high flanked him. Beneath a cliff within the mountain range, Hao Chen discovered an abandoned cave once inhabited by a demon beast. He arranged a 5-elements illusionary killing array, a concealment array, and a celestial trapping array at the cave's entrance, all while setting up mechanisms and traps for early warning further afield. After his confrontation with the Wang family, Hao Chen sensed his cultivation remained insufficient. He mused that enhancing his cultivation was the best means of self-preservation. Lacking strength rendered one merely a pawn destined for demise. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood, he thought, recognizing that cultivation was the true path. With a hint of self-deprecation, he seated himself cross-legged upon the ground, allowing a wave of vital energy to unfurl gradually. As he slowly opened his eyes, they held a profound and tranquil depth, akin to an ancient well, bottomless and extraordinarily serene, swirling with rich vital energy, flowing languidly and almost imperceptibly. Since entering the 16th level of Qi refinement, Hao Chen's cultivation had stagnated for an extended period. After sustaining injuries in his battle with Shao Jiuqing and consuming various restorative pills, such as the Recovery Purple Pill and the Vitality Pill, his true essence had been meticulously refined from beginning to end. This not only filled many gaps and deficiencies, but also solidified the fragile and chaotic aspects of his cultivation. Consequently, rather than advancing, his realm had slightly regressed. Following his battle with the Wang family, the long-suppressed cultivation surged forth, culminating in a breakthrough to the 16th level of Qi refinement. Subsequently, during his confrontation with the Li family, he propelled his 16th level cultivation to its zenith. It was only today that he had thoroughly consolidated his realm, once again approaching the threshold of a breakthrough. The foundational breakthrough was of paramount importance, serving as a critical juncture in his journey. Upon breaking through, the body undergoes the most profound transformation, elevating the entire being to an entirely new realm. Entering the foundational stage unlocks the inner depths of the body, revealing latent powers and treasures. Simultaneously, one's perception of the universe deepens, reaching a level of instinctual ability to soar into the heavens without conscious learning. Thus, in pursuit of transcending the foundational realm, Hao Chen, upon achieving the consummation of the Qi refinement stage, had previously restrained his own cultivation, deliberately preventing premature advancement to ensure a solid foundation. However, unexpectedly, during battle, he not only failed to contain the enhancement of his cultivation, but ascended to the 16th layer of Qi refinement. Upon consulting historical texts, he found no references to the realms corresponding to the 13th to 16th layers of Qi refinement, yet he undeniably bore the marks of 16 meridians within, without having broken through to the foundational realm. Possessing 16 meridians is indicative of the pinnacle of the later stage of foundation establishment, as it is only in this stage that 15 meridians manifest. Hao Chen, with only the cultivation of Qi refinement, astonishingly possessed one more meridian than those in the later stage of foundation establishment, highlighting the peculiar nature of his cultivation. Seated in a temporary cave dwelling, he engaged in deep contemplation, meticulously reviewing every nuance of the Qi refinement phase, summarizing experiences and identifying shortcomings. At this moment, he felt a profound confidence to advance into the foundational realm. Consulting with his spiritual companion, Ling, he sought her assistance during the critical moment of breaking through to the foundational stage. Upon receiving her consent, Hao Chen retrieved items prepared for this pivotal transition from a specialized storage bag and arranged them meticulously on the ground before him. 2 jade vials contained 5 foundation establishment pills and 2 essence cultivation pills, while the purple jade cauldron housed the recovery purple pill, essence restoration pill, return to origin pill, and other medicinal concoctions. Hao Chen gazed intently at these items, reflecting on his journey from an ordinary mortal to the path of cultivation, realizing that all progress was achieved through his own efforts. Now, as he sought to challenge the foundational realm, he found himself without the protection of a sect, guidance from a master, or the guardianship of fellow disciples. The thought stirred a sense of melancholy, leaving him no choice but to navigate this path through trial and error. Fortunately, he had prior experience transitioning from the gathering of qi to the qi refinement stage, coupled with the guidance of the Kan Li San Xianju, a technique that elaborated on the intricacies of breaking through the foundational realm. The breakthrough to foundation establishment is extraordinary, representing a complete transformation of the physical body and bearing critical implications for the future path. Many individuals lacking innate talent can use this realm to compensate for their deficiencies, underscoring its profound significance. At this juncture, Hao Chen resolved to undergo the most exquisite purification for his cultivation. Among his most treasured items were the 5 foundation establishment pills. However, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. His multifaceted physique, with over a dozen attributes coexisting, would struggle to break through without substantial support. After much contemplation, he felt uncertain and decided to refine additional foundation establishment pills, with the necessary spiritual herbs and medicinal materials at hand. His thoughts flickered as he entered the space within his jade pendant. Aren't you attempting to break through to the foundational realm? What brings you here? Linger inquired upon noticing Hao Chen's arrival in the space. With only 5 foundation establishment pills in hand, I felt a lack of confidence and yearned to concoct a few more for future use. Upon hearing Linger's skepticism, Hao Chen elucidated the circumstances of his arrival. Each foundation establishment pill is immensely valuable. Utilizing one during the foundation establishment phase can facilitate a breakthrough. You possess 5 pills and yet express doubt? It's utterly exasperating. Linger silently grumbled, feeling at a loss for words with Hao Chen. With a dismissive roll of her eyes towards him, she beckoned to the approaching Xiaocui, and together they turned back to the Cui Ling Tower. After completing the construction of a dwelling in the Jade Pendant space, Hao Chen did not bestow a charming name upon it. Consequently, Linger had no choice but to amalgamate their names, dubbing their residence. Initially named Lingsue Tower, as she called it, it felt increasingly awkward. Lingsue, Lingsue, Lingsue. Ultimately, she decided to place Xiaocui's name at the forefront. Chapter 138. Preparing for advancement at this moment. Linger scoffed at the thought of associating with that foolish Hao Chen. What a disgrace. Thus, she and Xiaocui returned to the Cui Ling Tower, leaning over the railing to observe Hao Chen frolicking by the pond. Hao Chen had harvested a sufficient quantity of spiritual herbs and medicines for concocting the foundation establishment pills and was about to commence his alchemy by the pond. Linger called out from a distance, "Hey, are you going to create a smoky mess while refining your pills? Don't pollute the pond's water or smother the spiritual herbs and trees on either side. Move further away to concoct your elixirs. Hurry up." Realizing the merit in her words, Hao Chen promptly relocated to a nearby hollow where Linger had previously resided to begin his alchemical work. He arranged the primary materials, jade spirit mushroom, purple monkey flower, and heavenly spirit fruit, in a conspicuous manner. Taking the Wuyin alchemy furnace and the Qingyuan alchemy furnace, he meticulously polished both furnaces, streamlining the alchemical process and organizing the spiritual herbs and fruits in the correct sequence. Once everything was in order, Hao Chen sat in meditation, elevating his body to its optimal state. Drawing upon his previous experience in refining recovery pills and vitality pills, he adeptly summoned the pill flame. Taking a deep breath, he gradually released the flames to preheat both alchemy furnaces, then cautiously infused them with his true essence. When he sensed that the temperature of the Qingyuan alchemy furnace was suitable for pill refinement, he sequentially refined the jade spirit mushroom and heavenly spirit fruit. As these 2 primary materials transformed into liquid form, he transferred the refined concoction to the Wuyin alchemy furnace. Subsequently, he added the purple monkey flower and other auxiliary spiritual herbs and medicines for purification. After refining the last ingredient, Hao Chen swiftly enveloped the purified essence with his spiritual awareness and transported it to the Wuyin alchemy furnace. Only at this moment did Hao Chen fully concentrate on the fusion and refinement of the pill. His spiritual awareness penetrated the furnace, analyzing the elements of the pill according to their compositional structure. After rearranging the components, he took a deep breath and relaxed. As a rich fragrance wafted from the Wuyin furnace, intensifying in aroma, Hao Chen sensed that the pill was complete. He ceased the pill flame and halted the infusion of true essence. Gently, he began to gather his energy, patiently nurturing the pill. At this juncture, the fragrance of the pill gradually permeated the jade pendant space. When the aroma reached a certain richness, Hao Chen subdued the pill flame and waited for a moment. Lightly tapping on the alchemy furnace with his finger, a perfectly rounded and plump elixir soared forth, revealing intricate patterns that adorned this exquisite foundational pill, elevating its value significantly. This phenomenon was a result of a secret alchemical technique, which facilitated a qualitative transformation of the pill. With the previous successful experience in alchemical crafting, Hao Chen commenced the endeavor of producing 8 pills in a single batch. He meticulously prepared the requisite materials in advance, adhering strictly to the formulation. This time, there were no obstacles. He methodically placed the meticulously prepared ingredients into the cauldron in a precise order and ratio. Immersed in concentration, he deftly controlled the temperature of the flames, a task demanding the utmost skill and rhythm from the alchemist. A moment's inattention could lead to ruin. Remarkably, despite the perilous nature of the process, his consciousness gradually melded with the pill mass, executing 4 meticulous divisions. On the first incision, a substantial mass was cleaved into 2. During the second division, as the 2 masses transformed into 4, Hao Chen sensed a decline in his spiritual acuity. By the time of the third division, reducing the 4 masses further, his consciousness was nearly depleted, compelling him to consume a rejuvenating pill to sustain his mental energy. After a brief restoration of his faculties, he bore the pain of his waning awareness, employing his true essence to carefully separate each of the segmented pills. The extensive expenditure of his spiritual energy rendered him pale, prompting him to hastily consume yet another revitalizing pill. Fortunately, this alchemical work was conducted within the confines of a jade pendant space. Had it been external, the alluring aroma of the pills would have drawn the attention of lurking beasts. Given Hao Chen's current frail condition, even a mere wild creature would pose a significant threat. After a moment's respite, just as he was about to open the Wu Yin cauldron, Linger and Xiao Chui fluttered into view, their eager eyes fixated on the cauldron. It was not merely 2 beings, one was a spirit and the other a bird. Observing their eager demeanor, warmth surged within Hao Chen's heart. It was the people close to him who truly cared. "You two, step back a bit. I am about to lift the lid. Be cautious of the steam," he cautioned, glancing at them. Although Xiao Chui retained her avian form, in Hao Chen's eyes, she was already akin to a human. Despite knowing they were unperturbed by heat, he expressed his concern. As the cauldron opened, revealing 8 perfectly round foundational pills, tears of joy welled up in Hao Chen's eyes. The intricate patterns, indeed, they were present. This time, the foundational pills bore 3 distinct patterns, signifying their superior quality. Heavens, I have once again crafted a superior spiritual pill. And this time, I have produced 8 of them in one endeavor. Seizing the momentum, he proceeded to create 2 more batches of pills. However, despite his fervent efforts, none bore the coveted patterns. It became evident that alchemy, much like combat, required a balance of vigor and rest. The initial batches were crafted in peak condition, with his consciousness and true essence at their zenith, suggesting that alchemical practice necessitates a harmonious blend of diligence and respite. Within the jade pendant space, he successfully concocted 25 foundational pills. Noticing Xiao Chui's eager gaze, Hao Chen felt a pang of compassion and decided to present her with a regular foundational pill to savor. It seems that Hao Chen has inadvertently caused Xiao Cui to overindulge on a premium foundation establishment pill, which is primarily intended for breaking through to the foundation establishment realm, containing an overwhelming amount of primordial energy. However, when Xiao Cui caught sight of Hao Chen producing a subpar foundation establishment pill, she turned her head and refused to consume it, leaving Hao Chen perplexed, pondering what could be the reason for this. Consequently, he took out a pill adorned with intricate patterns and placed it next to the ordinary one. Upon seeing the patterned pill, Xiao Cui's eyes widened in astonishment. She seized the patterned foundation establishment pill and swallowed it whole. Then, she swiftly picked up the unadorned pill and darted off to the cooling tower to refine the elixir. "Ah, quite discerning," Hao Chen remarked, watching Xiao Cui depart. "Humph. Do you think you alone know how to appreciate high-quality pills?" Linger retorted, casting Hao Chen a disdainful glance. Following a brief conversation with Linger, he exited the jade pendant space. Upon emerging from the cave, he sat cross-legged, gently closing his eyes to concentrate, while his ears subtly trembled. His entire essence surged forth like ripples, gradually expanding into the surroundings. In an instant, he fell into a profound and ethereal state, as if his sense of self had completely evaporated, merging harmoniously with the chirping of insects and birds, blending with nature. Faint sounds from within 100 meters reached his ears as Hao Chen began to survey his environment. Once the solidifying foundational elixir was successfully concocted, he intended to establish his foundation here, as he wished to avoid any unforeseen incidents during the process. Fortunately, there were no signs of high-level demonic beasts or human activities in the vicinity. After a brief period of meditation to restore his depleting consciousness and assess his surroundings, Hao Chen felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. It is time to refine the solidifying foundational elixir, he mused, quietly returning to the cave. The task of concocting the solidifying foundational elixir was no trivial endeavor. It posed greater challenges compared to the foundation establishment pill, as the consumption of primordial energy could be substantial. Should there be a failure to expel the requisite energy at a critical moment, the elixir would be rendered useless. He retrieved the secret tome, Essentials of Alchemy, to study the method for refining the solidifying foundational elixir. The tome detailed the utilization of a gathering essence array to amass the primordial energy of heaven and earth, compensating for the deficiency in one's own primordial essence. He extracted the gathering essence array plate and flags from the storage bag of the old man Xiaojiu and consulted the tome on how to arrange the array. Hao Chen noted that the gathering essence array plate from Zhao's bag was somewhat damaged. Thus, he decided to personally engrave the array plate for safety. Possessing a foundation and array arrangement, he quickly grasped the requirements for the gathering essence array needed for alchemy. He located a suitable material from the jade pendant space to engrave the array plate and commenced the engraving process within the cave. After an hour, he completed the intricate patterns and, upon confirming their accuracy, casually placed several mid-grade elemental stones on the array plate and flags, triggering the array's activation. With the successful arrangement of the gathering essence array, Hao Chen clapped his hands in satisfaction and stepped outside the cave. Chapter 139. Ambush by Demonic Beasts. Why are there two demonic beasts approaching? As he stepped out of the cave, Hao Chen noticed two demonic beasts making their way directly towards him. Previously, his spiritual sense had revealed no signs of demonic beasts in the vicinity. Hao Chen had believed this cave to be an abandoned lair of demonic beasts, which was why he had chosen it as a temporary training ground. Could it be that demonic beasts have multiple residences? The cavern that he occupied was a secret hideout prepared by the beast for keeping a mistress? Hao Yen found himself perplexed, wondering if this was a common affliction shared by both humans and beasts. As he pondered, two shadows, one large and one small, charged toward the cave. The first beast to arrive, with eyes the size of fists, glimmered with a fierce crimson light as it glared menacingly at Hao Yen. Internally lamenting, I haven't even had the chance to hide my treasure, and now this little brat has taken over. How am I to face my mistress now? Roaring. As it approached, the beast revealed itself to be a level 6 horned demon pig, equivalent to a human in the mid-stage of Yuan Dan cultivation. Hao Yen felt a surge of alarm. A level 6 demon was not something he could contend with easily. Employing poison to eliminate this creature seemed the wisest strategy. Crafting a scheme to outwit the pig was essential, perhaps feigning weakness first, and then seizing the opportunity to strike with blood poison. The horned demon pig, unique to Qingxian Mountain, bore a horn on its snout resembling that of a rhinoceros, and its physique closely resembled that of a pig. Aside from these traits, it had little in common with a rhinoceros. It was rumored to be a descendant of both, yet far more ferocious. At this moment, the horned demon pig commenced its attack. Its massive jaws opened, revealing two sharp fangs, glistening with a sinister black luster. However, Hao Yen paid little heed to those menacing fangs. His gaze instead fixated on the stout black horn protruding from the beast's snout. It was long, with a sharp tip akin to a sword, and numerous backward-facing barbs extended from it, each emitting a chilling glint, constantly reminding Hao Yen that this creature was not to be trifled with. Thud! Thud! The horned demon pig's sturdy hooves pounded the ground with tremendous force. In its aggressive state, every muscle of the beast was imbued with explosive power. Each time its hooves struck, the earth reverberated with high-frequency tremors. Here it comes, the flying illumination sword. Hao Yen dared not engage in close combat. He resorted to battling the horned demon pig from a distance. The flying illumination sword, enveloped in the flames of alchemy, surged toward the beast. Accompanied by the sharp sound of sword energy slicing through the air, it streaked like a meteor, crashing into the horned demon pig's head. Boom! The sword danced with dazzling brilliance. However, upon striking the beast's thick skull, the radiant spectacle abruptly dissipated, transforming into a straight beam of sword light. Accompanied by the searing flames of alchemy, leaving a horrific gash on the horned demon pig's formidable head. The creature was not even able to discern how Hao Chen had attacked. It merely felt an excruciating pain erupting from its forehead, followed by a cascade of blood, causing its forward momentum to cease abruptly. Roar! Roar! As the horned demon pig writhed in pain, its fury surged, and a smaller beast that had been trailing behind rushed in to assist. The two beasts roared in unison, and Hao Chen felt as though thunder had erupted in his ears, causing him to stagger back a few steps before regaining his balance. The creature, rugged and resilient, could only be pierced superficially by a single sword strike, barely penetrating its flesh. Witnessing the injury inflicted upon the demon beast, Hao Chen's thoughts shifted, and he summoned the blood poison from the space of his jade pendant, enveloping it with his true essence and concealing it within the Fei Huang sword. Once again, he wielded the sword with his consciousness, directing the blood poison onto the wound of the horned demon pig. The previous strike had merely been a calculated injury, as he had not fully unleashed the techniques of the Fei Huang sword. Nevertheless, it had left a distinct scar upon the beast's head. At this juncture, Hao Chen chose to disregard the larger horned demon pig, knowing its demise was inevitable. Even cultivators at the Yuandan realm could not withstand the harm of blood poison, let alone a newly awakened demon beast. With the Fei Huang sword in hand, he executed the Lu Yun sword technique, drawing his blade without moving the sheath, causing blood to spatter from the neck of the smaller, horned demon pig. The creature, still maintaining a low, charging posture, suddenly propelled itself off the ground with its stout hind legs, while its head rolled through the grass, revealing a fearsome, long, black horn, thrusting it angrily into the earth. The larger horned demon pig, grappling with its own toxins, was enraged upon witnessing the brutal slaying of its beloved companion. Abandoning its restraint, it glared with blood-red eyes and leaped towards Hao Chen, though its movements were hindered by the onset of poison. Yet, all Hao Chen perceived was the vulnerable underbelly of the demon beast. With a swift rise and fall of his sword, he executed a stunning step, vanishing several yards away in an instant. With a splatter, blood erupted forth like a dam being breached, a torrential rain of crimson falling from the sky, carrying away the spirit of its lover and sweeping away its own vitality, disappearing into the chilling wind. The massive body of the horned demon pig crashed to the ground with a thunderous noise, shaking the very earth beneath Hao Chen's feet. He quickly focused his gaze, observing that a significant portion of the beast's body had embedded itself into the ground, leaving a vast crater. However, the earlier strike had already rent open much of the demon beast's abdomen. Even if it had not succumbed at that moment, the poison would soon claim its life, likely within a short span of time. In that moment, the horned demon pig realized its folly in coming here with its beloved, having not only endangered another's life, but also tarnished its own legacy. Observing the creature's twitching hooves, Hao Chen could only sigh in resignation. If a demon beast could be so devoted, what of humanity? The slaying of the horned demon pig stirred profound emotions within Hao Chen. The demon beasts, willing to forsake their lives for love, upheld their integrity to the end. Two demon beasts perished tragically beneath the human blade for the sake of love. Once they attained sentience, these demon beasts could become part of the demon clan. After all, the little Chui in the jade pendant space was now also a demon beast. Unbeknownst to Hao Chen, little Chui had already awakened her intellect. She remained a demon creature without having taken on a physical form. In truth, many young demon creatures do not undergo transformation. Those who have yet to take form can comprehend human speech, though they cannot articulate it themselves. Naturally, before their transformation, they could only communicate in the language of demon beasts, not that of humans. Reflecting upon the brief and arduous journey of a demon beast's life, one realizes it is far more challenging than that of a human. Should one attain mastery in cultivation, they may rival human practitioners, with life perpetually sustained. Hao Chen stood alone, reflecting for a moment, yet he swiftly resolved to tidy the battlefield. The lingering scent of blood would inevitably attract ferocious beasts seeking sustenance, inviting unnecessary troubles. Lesser beasts could be confined within a jade pendant's spatial seal, but the larger ones, having succumbed to poison, could not be salvaged. Drawing forth his nameless sword, he severed the horn and extracted several fangs from the creature. Hao Chen had perused a tome detailing the habits of magical beasts and understood that the location of their demon cores varied. Some resided in the head, others in the abdomen, while some were nestled within the chest cavity, where, then, lay the demon core of this horn boar. Employing his spiritual sense, he discerned that, akin to other pig demons, its core resided in the chest. With a swift stroke of his sword, he cleaved into the creature's chest, tearing it open and retrieving a white demon core. A 6th-level beast is a treasure trove, yet alas, tainted by blood poison. Hao Chen had no choice but to summon the Danyan fire to incinerate it, burying the remnants in the deep pit created by the pig demon's fall. After another sweep with his spiritual sense, he confirmed that no high-level beasts roamed within 100 miles, and thus he returned to his cave. Chapter 140. Breakthrough to Foundation Establishment, Part 1. Following this battle, although his body had not sustained significant harm, his spiritual sense and true essence had been nearly depleted. He stepped into the gathering array and began his meditative practice. After several hours, Hao Chen's body had fully recuperated, and upon verifying that all was calm outside the cave, he activated the array set at the entrance and swiftly entered the jade pendant space. The Gu Ben Pei Yuan Dan is an indispensable elixir for breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Although he possessed 3 such pills, Hao Chen felt it was insufficient and resolved to concoct more for his reserves. Thus, he rummaged through his storage pouch, extracting all materials prepared for ascending to the Foundation Establishment, and unearthed 3 jade slips. The contents of the 3 slips materialized in Hao Chen's consciousness. One contained the formula for the Foundation Establishment pill, which he had already studied. He set it aside, while the other 2 slips detailed the formulas for the Gu Ben Pei Yuan Dan and its refinement process. Gu Ben Pei Yuan Dan. Why do its name and that of Gu Ben Shun and Pei Yuan Gua sound so similar? Hao Chen felt a flicker of surprise, musing silently within. He was taken aback upon reviewing the pill's formula. For the concoction of this elixir required dozens of spiritual herbs, including Gu Ben Shun and Pei Yuan Gua, along with several other medicinal materials he had never encountered before. How careless! He had been overly presumptuous, neglecting a thorough study of the formula. And now he lamented his lack of preparation when it was most needed. Upon inspecting the jade pendant space, he found no trace of the requisite spiritual herbs, and reluctantly abandoned the idea of concocting the Gu Ben Pei Yuan Dan. Having prepared ample Foundation Establishment pills for his ascension from the 16th layer of Qi refinement, he had refined 25 pills. Xiao Chui had sampled 2, leaving 23, which, combined with the 5 he originally possessed, totaled 28 Foundation Establishment pills. Fortunately, with 3 Gu Ben Pei Yuan Dan remaining and sufficient Foundation Establishment pills at hand, advancing to the Foundation Establishment realm should pose no issue. Even if the first attempt met with failure, he could make several more attempts. With this thought, Hao Chen's spirits lifted considerably. To reach the foundational realm, one must be supported by the essence of heaven and earth. Therefore, it is impossible to establish a foundation within a cave. Consequently, Hao Chen chose to relocate the array disc and array flags of the Gathering Essence array to the valley before the cave, utilizing the terrain to rearrange the array. Concurrently, he set up illusion and confinement arrays around the area, diligently working for half a day to complete the safety measures. Upon probing the surrounding environment with his divine sense and finding no anomalies, he proceeded to test the Gathering Essence array, powered entirely by high-quality essence stones. This array proved to be more effective than the one set up in the cave. To maximize the array's potential, Hao Chen also piled a substantial amount of essence stones around it, allowing it to continuously absorb the rich essence of the surroundings. At that moment, Hao Chen entered the array, sitting cross-legged to cultivate his body to its optimal state. Once his body had fully recovered, he retrieved the necessary items from his storage bag for breaking through to the foundational realm and arranged them before him. There were 10 bottles of ordinary foundational pills and 4 bottles of high-quality foundational pills, each containing 2 pills for convenience. Within the purple jade cauldron lay various pills: the recovery pill, the purple recovery pill, the recovery elixir, the return to origin pill, and a bottle of the vitality cultivation pill. Additionally, he had the ice spirit pill, which could suppress the internal fire poison, preventing it from eroding his rationality. He also took out the snow lotus pill, which could form blood scabs within the body, protecting it from the flames. Every pill pertinent to breaking through to the foundational realm was laid out before him, including ample amounts of the 10,000-year spirit liquid and the millennium stone milk. As the purple energy descended, the tranquil and serene valley gradually calmed Hao Chen's restless heart. He then summoned Xiao Zui to serve as his guardian. It was time to commence. The long-anticipated moment had finally arrived. As the Canli Sanxianju technique began to flow smoothly, Hao Chen took a high-quality foundational pill from the jade bottle and swallowed it. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, and he immediately felt a surge of immense energy rushing towards his dantian, vigorously expanding its space. Once it reached its limit, the overflowing essence surged through his meridians, transforming and widening them. At that moment, Hao Chen's body bubbled with energy, akin to boiling water. Suddenly, his insides became intensely heated, pure essence coursing through his limbs and bones, producing a sound like a tsunami. It felt as though flames were burning within him, incinerating all obstacles in their path. A violent pain enveloped his entire being, as if his flesh and blood were being scorched dry. Externally, under the influence of the gathering essence array, the boundless essence of heaven and earth seemed to find an outlet, surging forth like a flood breaching a dam. Hao Chen could feel his dantian reaching its limit, unable to accept any more essence, while his meridians threatened to rupture. Any healing pills available were consumed, as his meridians repeatedly broke and were mended, creating a cycle of rupture and repair. Vitality gradually coalesced from an almost imperceptible mist into delicate raindrops, eventually transforming into a dense fog that enveloped Hao Chen, forming a substantial aura of energy. This tangible essence, imbued with a rich fragrance, surged into Hao Chen's body with a gale-like force. Yet, encased within this aura, Hao Chen felt no sense of relief. Instead, his body was almost paralyzed, and sharp pains radiated throughout him. The flicker of alchemical flame within his dantian began to surge forth, spreading through his meridians and bloodstream, igniting every cell as if forging iron, meticulously refining his body. The flame showed an exquisite care, attending to every structure within him, from bones to flesh, from vital organs to the surface of his skin, rendering him akin to a porcelain doll. As he activated the Canli Sanxianju technique to guide the foundational elixir's power throughout his body, it permeated his cells. The experience of this refining process was far from pleasant, leaving him with a profound sense of fatigue, a weariness that penetrated his very soul. An insidious pain that was inescapable. He hastily swallowed the soul-reviving pill nestled beneath his tongue, while simultaneously placing another beneath it. The potent spiritual energy of the soul-reviving pill clarified his mind, momentarily alleviating his exhaustion. However, the agony of his physical refinement continued unabated. Beads of sweat cascading down his body, and Hao Chen soon realized that his physique had become entirely numb. Regardless of the relentless flames, he felt no sensation, and the operation of the Canli Sanxianju technique began to slow. A jolt of alarm surged through him as he sensed his true essence waning. Disregarding his pain, he reached for a bottle of foundational elixir and swallowed it, attempting to circulate the Canli Sanxianju to consolidate his true essence. After a week's effort yielding little result, desperation compelled him to consume 2 bottles of foundational elixir at once. This proved disastrous. The flames surged with newfound ferocity, akin to oil meeting fire, overwhelming his body. In desperation, he ingested a protective pulse pill and a snow lotus pill, which restored some sensation. Yet, what returned was merely fatigue and hardship, a weariness born from the depletion of his consciousness, rendering his body a mere shell, devoid of vitality. Again, he swallowed a soul-reviving pill. Hao Chen began to fight fiercely against his fate, refusing to yield beneath the weight of the heavens. He sought enlightenment, aspired to ascend, and yearned to take that pivotal step to become a paragon in this world. The diverse pills he consumed amalgamated into a formidable surge of energy. Boom. At that moment, the jade pendant space unleashed a torrent of potent energy, erupting within Hao Chen's body with a cataclysmic force, beginning at his soles and surging upwards like a volcanic eruption. Break free, he commanded. The powerful energy erupted suddenly, gushing forth from all parts of his body, soaring skyward like a fountain, boundless and tumultuous, sweeping through him and converging at the crown of his head, violently crashing upward. Hao Chen felt as if something had been instantaneously breached, with the essence of true energy flooding forth like a deluge, ascending towards the heavens. The essence of true energy resembled that of a dragon, a flood dragon, or a Kuanping soaring between the heavens and the earth. After a few moments, this true energy, having been purified by the elements, descended upon Hao Chen with a certain spirit and profound mystery. Like starlight scattered, it resembled myriad rays of dawn, bestowing celestial blessings upon his being, enveloping him entirely. Chapter 141. Breakthrough to Foundation Establishment, Part 2. Upon absorbing the true energy, which had been sanctified by the cosmos, along with the divine light, Hao Chen felt an overwhelming vitality surging through him, far richer than the energy possessed at the 16th level of qi refinement. He sensed that the divine light not only elevated his cultivation to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, but also propelled his martial prowess to the peak of the late-stage martial master, enabling him to stand shoulder to shoulder with those of the Yuan Dan realm. With both his spiritual and martial paths simultaneously breaking through, Hao Chen could no longer contain his exhilaration and rose to his full height. He shouted to the heavens, sending his joy to family and friends. With a powerful roar, he declared to the earth and the world that he had truly embarked upon the path of cultivation. In the resonance of Hao Chen's cries, a surge of vital energy, mixed with a dark vapor, erupted from his mouth. With each successive howl, waves of gray-black gas were expelled, and his body became enveloped in a layer of viscous black substance, exuding a foul odor. At this moment, Hao Chen's form had undergone a complete refinement and purification. He hurriedly made his way to a nearby stream, which he had previously sought out, and immersed himself thoroughly in its waters. Standing by the stream, Hao Chen felt invigorated, as fresh vital energy surged from all directions, filling him with delight and clarity. He could distinctly smell the fragrant aroma of vegetation within 100 miles and hear the whispers of insects and ants within the reach of his consciousness. Suddenly, a wave of pure vital energy rose from the crown of his head, a manifestation of his consciousness breaking through the long-closed doors, flooding into a new realm. After a prolonged period of stagnation, his consciousness finally surged forth in a moment of enlightenment. The sea of his mind churned like a tsunami, while his awareness became as translucent as silk, imbued with boundless wisdom and strength, reflecting Hao Chen's profound insights and experiences, propelling him to a new pinnacle on his path of cultivation. Mastering the exploration of consciousness allowed him to scrutinize his surroundings with exquisite detail, thus avoiding numerous troubles. Cultivators at the foundation establishment stage no longer resorted to forcibly seizing the vital energy from the cosmos, as those in the qi refinement stage did. Instead, they began to subtly merge with the principles of the Tao, gaining preliminary acknowledgement from the universe. Around Hao Chen, there seemed to be an ethereal resonance of vital energy flowing, as the dense essence washed over him, breaking the shackles of his body and revealing a newfound clarity. His inner being shimmered with a radiant glow, akin to a constellation manifesting in the night sky, extraordinarily mystical. His consciousness soared like a fish breaching the ocean, gliding effortlessly through the firmament, breaking free from the confines of his physical form, absorbing the entirety of the world around him, as if the dimensions of existence had expanded. His body became agile and light, brimming with boundless vitality. The richness of true energy surged exponentially, rendering him incomparable to his former self. His understanding was sharp and swift, as if he could perceive and comprehend the profound truths of the Tao in an instant. Is this what it means to establish a foundation? Hao Chen looked at the little leaf flying beside him, filled with curiosity, fully aware that she would not respond. Yet, he felt compelled to share his current emotions with her. Before he could finish speaking, the little tea had already landed on his shoulder, pecking at his face with her short beak, expressing her congratulations in her unique manner. After stowing away the gathering formation plates, flags, and other items back into the cave, he set about rearranging the gathering formation anew. Hao Chen intended to enter a state of seclusion within the cave to consolidate his recently attained foundation building cultivation. Now that he had reached the foundation building stage, it was time to consume the foundational nurturing pill, which he had discovered in the storage bag of the old man Xiao. He retrieved a foundational nurturing pill from the jade vial and swallowed it, quietly circulating the Canli San Xianju's foundation building techniques to stabilize his cultivation. As days turned from sunrise to sunset, it was not until 3 days later that Hao Chen emerged from his meditative state and stepped outside the cave. With his newfound foundation building prowess, he stood before the cave, brimming with ambition, and began to practice his various magical techniques. While performing the dragon transformation palm, he recalled the secret manual Demon Slayer palm gifted by the ancestor of the Yuan family. During his previous confrontation with the Li family and their patriarch, he had been compelled to unleash a single strike of the Demon Slayer palm, yielding unexpectedly effective results. That instance of the Demon Slayer palm had transformed the Demon Explosion Fist into a palm technique, blending the Dragon Transformation palm with the knowledge of the Demon Slayer palm. Utilizing dark elemental energy to execute a move that was purely a spur-of-the-moment improvisation. Why not take this opportunity to diligently cultivate this extraordinary technique of the Demon Slayer palm? He delved into the text, meticulously deducing its intricacies. Upon grasping the essence of the technique, he realized that the Demon Slayer palm was a grand hand seal that required true elemental energy to support its practice, prompting him to concentrate earnestly on his training. Hao Chen extended his hands, and under his guidance, the elemental energy gradually spread between his fingers. For someone like him, with a robust reservoir of elemental energy, this was merely a fraction of what he possessed. However, executing this hand seal demanded exquisite control over the true elemental energy, testing an individual's capabilities. Some could only unleash their energy broadly, yet struggled with precision. Others, although capable of cultivating immensely powerful techniques, found those techniques required vast amounts of energy, rendering them unsuitable for extended combat, as everyone's elemental energy was finite. To perform the Demon Slayer palm, it was not about controlling all elemental attributes, but rather about mastering the separation of these attributes. Yet, those who possessed only a singular attribute faced considerable difficulty in forming this hand seal. The Demon Slayer palm necessitated the dark attribute, a rarity among practitioners. Cultivating the Demon Slayer palm required the surface of both hands to coalesce into a thin layer of dark elemental energy. With diligent practice, this layer of dark energy could become as resilient as steel, rendering his hands razor-sharp, capable of manifesting illusions born from the heart, vast as the heavens or as precise as a blade's edge. The primary challenge of this hand seal lay in maintaining the elemental energy at a critical threshold, neither too much nor too little. Excess energy would render the technique blunt, while insufficient energy would compromise its resilience. This critical point varied from person to person, making it a genuine challenge to discover. A gentle sound resonated, and the essence of true energy dissipated instantly from between his fingers. Hao Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, remarking, "This marks the 17th attempt, and the energy seems particularly scant this time. Why not merge true energy with vital energy and give it a try?" With this thought, Hao Chen cautiously began to mobilize the true energy within him once more, exercising meticulous control. As the sun dipped below the horizon and rose again, Hao Chen, who had been seated on the ground in meditation, suddenly broke into a smile. A faint layer of black light now shimmered upon his hands, gently pulsating with his movements. This delicate black glow appeared devoid of power, yet it seemed to harbor a subtle aura of ferocity, instilling a sense of pressure within the observer's heart. With a swift hand seal, he unleashed an attack, akin to a falling star or a tempestuous storm. At last, he had succeeded. "I have finally mastered the Demon Slayer technique." Hao Chen laughed joyously. He executed another blue ice hand seal, causing the surrounding trees to be encased in frost, resulting in a cascade of ice shards scattered on the ground. Indeed, Hao Chen had cultivated the Demon Slayer technique. Furthermore, he had derived hand seals representing the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, thunder, wind, electricity, and darkness. The blue ice hand seal he had just manifested was a spur of his creativity. With his cultivation level rising and the impetus of true energy at his disposal, he began to appreciate the advantages of the 5 elemental attributes, particularly as he possessed a multi-attribute physique. The successful mastery of the Demon Slayer technique infused Hao Chen with unwavering confidence on his path as a cultivator. Chapter 142. The path of the strong advancing to the foundation establishment realm further solidified his resolve to pursue the path of strength. As a young man of accomplishment, his curiosity remained insatiable, and he gazed enviously at those powerful beings who could soar without the aid of swords. At this moment, he mused, "Now that I have reached the foundation establishment stage, why not seize this opportunity to relish the sensation of flying and traversing the skies?" Thus, he concentrated true energy beneath his feet, intending to experience the feeling of ascending to great heights without relying on a sword. To fly without a sword was the dream of every low-level cultivator. The freedom to glide through the sky was a sensation that transcended any description. In the midst of battle, standing atop a sword, one's consciousness also had to be mindful of the ground beneath. Dividing one's focus, no matter how immense one's abilities, would hinder the full exertion of one's power. However, without the need for a sword, it would be far more convenient. With a rush, he gathered the true energy within him and soared into the air. The towering trees rapidly shrank in stature, and the scenery below blurred as he ascended. The air grew cooler, a sharp gale beginning to stir. Within a few breaths, Hao Chen found himself suspended in midair. Standing upright in the sky, he gazed down at the kaleidoscope of colors beneath him. The experience of floating in the sky, propelled solely by his own true energy, was an exquisite sensation. The tranquil atmosphere and the pure essence of true energy enveloped him, bringing exceptional comfort to his spirit. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he had distanced himself from the clamor of the world, standing amidst the heavens, able to reach for the moon. This was an extraordinarily delightful state of being, one that captivated the soul. The true energy membrane surrounding Hao Chen vibrated rapidly, with a barely perceptible whirlwind forming beneath him, accompanied by wisps of spatial power. It is precisely this blend of factors that enabled Hao Chen to ascend to great heights. An instinctive manifestation of reaching the foundational realm of cultivation. No longer needing to rely on sword flight, Hao Chen exclaimed with delight. He frolicked in the air, akin to a child with a mental disability, joyfully darting about. Should anyone have witnessed this, they would undoubtedly assume he had just been struck by a door. Hao Chen soared through the skies, reveling in the exhilarating rush of the wind against his face, embracing the freedom of flight. In this moment, he felt utterly liberated and joyful, occasionally performing acrobatic flips like a hawk or spreading his wings like a mighty roc, whimsically casting aside his past grievances and releasing his troubled thoughts into the heavens. However, his airborne escapade was short-lived, as he soon sensed his internal true essence dissipating like a flood unleashed through a dam. After only a brief period of play, nearly 30% of his true essence was depleted. Based on his internal reserves, he realized he would be able to fly for no more than an hour before collapsing to the ground like a feeble shrimp. In a state of urgency, he reined in his energy, wobbling back to the ground, where he promptly sat down to regulate his breath and true essence, displaying a visage of disappointment. He had anticipated that, upon reaching the foundational realm, he would be able to fly freely without the need for a sword. Yet, reality had proven his aspirations to be overly optimistic. He finally understood why those in the foundational realm predominantly relied on sword flight. The consumption of true essence during self-propelled flight was indeed alarmingly substantial. Of course, his inexperience with flying contributed to this predicament. Mastery of any skill requires practice. Although he had gained the instinct to fly, without diligent training, he risked meeting the same fate as an unprepared fledgling falcon, perishing on the precipice of a cliff. Generally, the more one practices the ability to fly, the better one learns to navigate the flow of true essence, ultimately discovering the most efficient means to sustain prolonged flight. With the enhancement of his cultivation, his mindset expanded, confidence surged, and courage fortified. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he observed the gathering array, its luster now dimmed. Hao Chen understood that the array had fulfilled its purpose and proceeded to store away the array plate and flags before stepping into the space of the jade pendant. To his astonishment, the once lush and vibrant realm had become riddled with scars. Linger stood by the pond, pouting and refusing to speak to him. Xiao Tsui perched on the remnants of a roofless wall, feigning sleep beneath her wings. An earthquake had struck. Trees leaned precariously, flowers lay flat upon the ground. Yet the pond before him continued to bubble with flowing spring water. The celestial fruit trees on both banks had shed their leaves, leaving only the green fruit in silence. Gazing into the distance, he noted that the area had expanded exponentially. Within Hao Chen's awareness, the jade pendant space now encompassed a radius of 1,000 miles, with mountains rising and streams widening. What had transpired? Observing Hao Chen's expression, Linger could no longer contain herself and recounted the transformation of the jade pendant. As Hao Chen's consciousness surged, the jade pendant too experienced an upheaval. With the elevation of Hao Chen's cultivation at the moment of breakthrough, Linger had seized the opportunity to channel energy into the jade pendant space. However, The influx of primordial energy between heaven and earth is immense. Had it not been for the jade pendant's space absorbing the majority, with Hao Chen's physique, he would have surely been overwhelmed. Hastily, Hao Chen apologized to Linger and sought to appease Xiao Zui, thus calming their tempers. Seizing the opportunity, Linger and Xiao Zui coerced Hao Chen into an excursion, expressing a desire for some engaging combat games to satisfy their thirst for conflict, to which Hao Chen reluctantly acquiesced. In the Jade Pendant's realm, Hao Chen reigned supreme. With a mere thought, the cooling tower was restored to its former glory within mere moments. He wielded his consciousness, guiding thousands of strands of spiritual awareness to right the fallen flora, herbs, and spiritual plants, a task that consumed over an hour to complete. Subsequently, he seated himself in a meditative posture and employed the spirit rain technique, which involved dispersing the primordial energy from his dantian, then, in conjunction with the spirit rain incantation, transforming it into droplets. As he practiced the spirit rain technique, Hao Chen pondered whether amplifying the output of true primordial energy and infusing it into the raindrops would benefit the fallen plants. Upon this thought, he acted, increasing the output of his true energy, allowing his consciousness to sink into the dantian, and directing the primordial energy along with the ethereal raindrops to shower the surrounding flora. Within moments, the plants touched by the spiritual rain began to regain their vitality, some herbs and spiritual plants standing upright in an instant, brimming with life. Witnessing this spectacle, Hao Chen was astonished. So this was another application of the spirit rain technique. He mused about the potential effects of adding nutrients to the rain during its release. With this thought, he summoned a drop of a millennium-old spiritual liquid, initiating a small-scale experiment to observe its effects on plant growth. In the very moment he unleashed the spirit rain technique, he infused the spiritual liquid into the rain, scattering it throughout the space. The plant's response was not one of mere surprise, but rather sheer astonishment. Linger could hardly close her mouth, Xiao Zui was speechless, and Hao Chen found his breath caught in his throat. To his amazement, a single thought had manifested such wonder. The flora surged with life, blooms blossomed and withered in rapid succession, transforming before their eyes. Even the nearby young Tianyuan and Tianling fruits began to exhibit a rosy hue. Such miraculous occurrences suggested that in the Jade Pendant's realm, as long as the spirit rain technique was performed while incorporating the spiritual liquid, one could indeed cultivate spiritual herbs and medicines. However, it would be imprudent to release this spirit rain technique on a grand scale. Firstly, the spiritual liquid was limited, and there would inevitably come a day of depletion. And secondly, some plants did not require such stimulation. Contemplating this, Hao Chen resolved to devise a method for the localized release of the mixed spiritual liquid within the spirit rain technique, meticulously determining the dosage for each individual tree, herb, and spiritual medicine. After some time spent on the spirit rain technique, he conferred with Linger regarding the expansion of the storage room, suggesting the organization of items for ease of future retrieval. Linger concurred, embracing Hao Chen's proposal with enthusiasm. Over the course of time, the Jade Pendant space evolved, ultimately transforming into its current form under Hao Chen's stewardship. Since the emergence of the artifact spirit from the Jade Pendant, Hao Chen has been the first human to engage with Linger. Apart from her innate abilities and mastery over the space, the artifact spirit still grappled with many concepts in a nascent stage of understanding. Linger temporarily opened 7 rooms, dividing them according to Hao Chen's suggestion into alchemy furnace and elixirs, materials for weapon forging, implements and instruments, essence stones and gold coins, books and techniques, spiritual herbs and medicinal ingredients, and a temporary storage room. The temporary storage room currently serves as a clutter room, where any items Hao Chen wishes to place in the space will also be stored in the future. Additionally, Linger prepared a room dedicated to daily necessities, accommodating a variety of clothing, disguises, and similar items. A room was even designated for storage bags, where both opened and unopened bags could be securely kept. In total, this meticulous planning resulted in the establishment of 9 rooms, transforming the entire western wing into Hao Chen's private domain. To maintain cleanliness, Linger proposed the creation of a larger collection area for substantial items, situated far from the living quarters, ensuring that the storage of materials from beasts is also distanced from their residence. Linger was adamant about not allowing large objects to occupy the living space, nor did she wish for the scent of blood to permeate the area, adhering to the principles of a spirit tool. With the planning set, Implementation commenced. Hao Chen was responsible for arranging the vacuum formation to isolate the gases between the storage space and the jade pendant space, as well as constructing shelves for item placement. Ling Er and Xiao Chui, a spirit and a bird respectively, diligently began the categorization of items in the clutter room. They were quite busy. Repeatedly moving the items back and forth, Xiao Chui would grasp and transport items with her beak and claws, while Ling Er employed her innate abilities to shift the objects. By the time Hao Chen completed the construction of the final shelving unit in the storage room, Xiao Chui had nearly finished organizing the clutter, leaving only the heavier items that she could not move. Exhausted, Xiao Chui alighted on Hao Chen's shoulder and promptly fell asleep, while Ling Er also dozed off on the pile of clothing in the daily necessities room. Hao Chen found himself wandering through the various rooms, inspecting the integrity of the vacuum formation. He then approached Ling Er, gently lifting Xiao Chui from his shoulder and placing her beside Ling Er, allowing them to rest together. As for the vast treasures of the Wang family, Hao Chen had a vague recollection of them, but he currently had no time to organize. There were numerous matters demanding his attention. He decided to defer that for another time. With this thought, he departed from the jade pendant space. The Qingqian mountain range spans an extensive area, abundant in both the quantity and variety of medicinal herbs. Common spiritual herbs such as wild spirit grass and feather crane grass, which are inexpensive and of limited efficacy, grow plentifully, largely overlooked by others. Hao Chen casually collected dozens of spiritual herbs and medicines, regardless of whether the plants were already present in the space or not. He gathered any spiritual herbs and medicines that caught his eye into the jade pendant space. As a mere mortal who entered the realm of cultivation, Hao Chen's journey has been fraught with hardships, experiences beyond the reach of others. Having endured the agony of helplessness, he developed the habit of seizing any opportunity. Thus, he made an effort to collect more medicinal materials to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, particularly those essential for alchemy, which he cherished immensely. While other storage spaces are limited, Hao Chen's storage space is boundless. As long as it pertains to mystical herbs, elixirs, or spiritual fruits, none shall be overlooked. Not only are the roots and leaves collected into the jade pendant space, but even the soil surrounding the roots is meticulously excavated and stored. Hao Yin could be regarded as the progenitor of a benevolent policy. Gradually, he ventured deeper into the dense forest. Although the periphery of Qingqian Mountain harbored no formidable beasts, lesser creatures were abundant. In both the realm of cultivation and the mundane world, extermination of these beasts was not pursued. Humanity understood that absolute slaughter could incite the ire of powerful beasts. It is essential to recognize that humans and beasts alike are beings of this world, sharing the right to cultivate. Many beasts, having attained a certain level of cultivation, can rival humans in their terrifying abilities and possess the potential to annihilate worlds. Collectively referred to as the Beast Clan, the human and beast races have engaged in countless overt and covert conflicts throughout the years, with no decisive victor. Neither possesses the capacity to completely obliterate the other or dominate this world. Thus, they have acquiesced to the laws of nature, the survival of the fittest. As long as one party does not overstep, the other will remain indifferent. Deeper within the Qingqian Mountain Forest lies a greater abundance of natural treasures. And thus the ranks of the beasts also rise, ranging from level 1 to 3 or 4, perhaps even higher. The levels of the beasts correspond to the cultivation ranks of human practitioners. Level 1 beasts are categorized into 12 tiers, aligning with the 1st to 12th realms of qi refinement in the cultivation world. Levels 2, 3, and 4 correspond to the foundational realms of initial, mid, and advanced stages. Levels 5, 6, and 7 correspond to the initial, mid, and advanced stages of the core formation realm. Level 8 corresponds to the nascent soul, while level 9 beasts, akin to human powerhouses, aspire to transcendence and ascension. Regrettably, like humans, most beasts merely harbor hopes of such ascension. At that moment, he spotted the Qinglong grass. Hao Yin exclaimed with delight upon discovering a mystical herb nestled within a concealed rock crevice, aged over a century, a variety absent from his collection. Qinglong grass serves as the primary ingredient for the cleansing elixir, which is composed entirely of herbs that detoxify and calm the mind, specifically designed to expunge toxins from the body and purify the meridians and blood. It even offers certain benefits for enhancing one's spiritual consciousness, making it a highly valuable elixir, particularly beneficial for lower-tier practitioners, though of little use to those at higher levels. Consequently, while this elixir is merely rated as a second-tier potion, its value far surpasses that of first-tier elixirs like the recovery pill, as one would be hard-pressed to exchange 10,000 recovery pills for a single cleansing elixir. This elixir is a true treasure for low-tier practitioners. To his astonishment, he had discovered Qinglong grass in this location. Hao Chen mused, the cleansing elixir requires 2 primary ingredients. The other primary ingredient is far easier to find. It seems that fortune truly favors me. Elated, he thought that if he could concoct a batch of the cleansing elixir, he would no longer need to worry about the accumulation of toxins in his elixirs for a considerable time, as the cleansing elixir is one of the few potions devoid of side effects. With renewed zeal, he pondered that perhaps there would be more treasures to uncover today. Driven by excitement, he unconsciously pressed further into the depths of the forest, now situated in a more secluded area. Previously, due to his insufficient cultivation, Hao Chen had refrained from venturing too deeply, for in the heart of the dense forest, the gravest dangers often stemmed not from the beasts, but from other humans. The purpose of Hao Chen's journey to Qingqian Mountain remained etched in his mind, yet the enchanting allure of the spiritual herbs and medicinal plants nearby captivated his attention. He skillfully balanced the tasks of gathering medicinal ingredients and seeking treasures, all while eliminating the lurking shadow guards. Hao Chen understood that some things elude us precisely when we pursue them with fervor. Often, they reveal themselves in moments of serendipity. The search for his parents remained fruitless for the time being, but investigating the shadow guards was not beyond his capabilities. Nonetheless, he had informed the imperial court about the potential resurgence of the Blood Shadow Demon sect. As for treasure hunting, it was a matter of chance, often relying on fortune. As Hao Chen ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, filtering the sunlight into a sparse glow beneath the thick canopy. The interplay of shadows and light, with the leaves dancing gently, added an eerie ambience to the surroundings. Occasionally, he spotted figures in the distance, all adopting a posture of extreme vigilance, turning away upon encountering one another. No one dared to provoke another lightly. Those brave enough to venture this far possessed considerable prowess. It appeared that Qingqian Mountain had become a gathering place for heroes and formidable figures from all directions, destined to transform into an arena for various factions to contend. Oh, splendid. Quite obedient. Hao Chen jested, his intent in suggesting that Qingqian Mountain concealed treasures from a bygone era was to lure the Blood Shadow Demon sect into the open. The notion of treasure was merely a pretext. This location served as a clandestine base for the Blood Shadow Demon sect. The treasure vault was a remnant left behind on Tianyuan continent during the sect's exile overseas. Hao Chen's plan, a veritable 2 birds with 1 stone, aimed to seize the treasure while dismantling the secret stronghold of the Blood Shadow Demon sect. Chapter 144. The Arena of Contest Beneath the Radiant Sun. The seemingly tranquil millennium-old forest concealed an undercurrent of unrest. Hao Chen furrowed his brow, sensing an anomaly, and began to murmur to himself. Before he could finish his thoughts, he abruptly halted, sweeping aside the underbrush to create a clearing where he sat cross-legged. Hao Chen gently closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to ripple and spread outward. In that moment, his entire being transcended into a state of ethereal tranquility, his sense of self dissipating as he harmonized with the sounds of chirping insects and the symphony of nature. Faintly, he perceived every subtle sound within a radius of several hundred zhang. To the east, he detected the faint resonance of 3 individuals' elemental forces. Brother, this is our opportunity for ascendance, a once-in-a-lifetime chance that we cannot afford to miss. We shall risk everything to vie for the treasures within the vault. A deep voice declared resolutely, failure means death. Indeed, beneath the unassuming facade of the forest at the foot of Qingqian Mountain, numerous treasure seekers lay in wait, ready to seize the moment to ascend the mountain and plunder. Hao Chen slightly closed his eyes once more, extending his perception to another direction. Beyond 100 zhang to the south, around a nearly extinguished bonfire, 7 individuals sat together. Their large hands were layered upon the fire, their voices laced with determination and malice. It was rumored that the location of the treasure vault had been discovered, and various factions were converging to break into the repository. The 7 brothers, although all possessing foundational cultivation, found their abilities lacking when compared to those who had come here. In the contest for treasures, our gains were meager. With the risk of death looming over us, we could only scheme to hide in the shadows, ambushing the severely wounded on their return journey to seize their spoils. Suddenly, in unison, the 7 of us pressed down our stacked 14 palms, collectively exclaiming, "Fortune and misfortune shared. Life and death together. How commendably loyal." Hao Chen extended his consciousness to the west, probing for further insight. In a concealed grove 50 zhang away, an unexpected scene unfolded. The sounds of passionate coupling, accompanied by soft moans, emanated from within. Brother Yuan, little junior sister, in broad daylight, making a tint of the heavens and a bed of the earth? These two are truly peculiar. Hao Chen chuckled awkwardly, swiftly shifting his focus elsewhere. Yet, a flicker of suspicion crossed Hao Chen's face as he sensed something unusual. His consciousness swept northward, 30 zhang away, landing upon a seemingly unremarkable tree, capable of embracing 5 individuals. To his astonishment, the tree was hollow, displaying no external abnormalities. Within the secluded tree hollow, rudimentary furnishings were arranged, and 2 individuals were engaged in hushed conversation. I never anticipated so many outsiders. It seems the treasure vault cannot be defended. The words belonged to a calm and composed elderly man, his voice imbued with a charming, gravelly magnetism, tinged with resignation. Let us heed the mandate and fulfill our duty. A woman's voice accompanied his, resonating within Hao Chen's consciousness. Clearly, these 2 were the guardians of the treasure. Just then, a thunderous sound echoed from the front, startling Hao Chen into retracting his consciousness. The sharp clashing of metal followed, allowing Hao Chen to exhale in relief. It was evident that a battle was unfolding ahead, and probing further with his consciousness would likely arouse suspicion from both combatants. Hao Chen gradually restrained his aura, his breath becoming almost imperceptible. As he drew his fluctuating vital energy back within, he seemed to vanish, blending seamlessly with his surroundings, employing the breath-concealing technique alongside the energy-concealing art, merging them to completely obscure his presence. Cautiously, he floated toward the site of the conflict, the clamor of battle intensifying. Finally, peering through a sparse thicket, he beheld a startling sight. A woman in yellow stood before a man clad in purple, locked in fierce combat with another dressed in blue robes. The ferocity of their clash sent shockwaves rippling outward. Yet, Hao Chen noticed that both fighters seemed deliberately avoiding a specific spot, as if fearful of damaging it. Daring not to probe with his consciousness for fear of detection, Hao Chen cautiously maneuvered to gain a better vantage point. To his astonishment, he discovered a spirit tree. Standing 6 feet tall, it bore numerous fruits, pale green in hue, blending almost seamlessly with the leaves, rendering their presence nearly undetectable. The earth's source fruit. Hao Chen gasped internally. He could hardly believe that such a treasure would manifest in this remote wilderness. Hao Chen recalled the introduction of the earth origin fruit in the book Tian Yuan Yishe. This remarkable treasure, classified as an energy-type fruit, has absorbed the essence of heaven and earth for countless years, resulting in its interior being a reservoir of pure energy. The earth origin fruit tree before him, astonishingly, has a millennium of growth, a true gem. He must procure this extraordinary fruit tree. The earth origin fruit possesses the potential to mutate the bloodline of ordinary beasts into that of demonic creatures, providing humans with a significant advantage in overcoming their limitations. Observing the curvature of the branches, he noted the heavy fruit, seemingly on the verge of plummeting, with branches as thick as an arm struggling to support its weight. Generally, the efficacy of such rare treasures enhances with age, and thus, the elixirs derived from them are of superior quality. The earth origin fruit cycles every century, producing distinctly different elixirs. The elixirs are classified into 9 tiers, each divided into 3 grades. Those crafted from a century-old wood spirit fruit are merely of the lowest tier, while the earth origin fruit, aged 100 years, serves as a primary ingredient for rare elixirs. However, Hao Chen frowned, pondering his fortune amidst the unfolding battle. The man in purple exhibited considerable strength, while the one in green was no less formidable. He turned his gaze to the woman in yellow, who had been observing the skirmish without intervening, an enigma in her own right. If she were allied with the purple-clad man, why did she not assist him in this life-and-death struggle? Suddenly, the woman seemed to sense something, lifting her head to gaze in Hao Chen's direction. In a moment of unguarded delight upon spotting the earth origin fruit, he inadvertently released his true essence, revealing his position. Realizing his error, he quickly concealed his presence. Breaking into a cold sweat, her sensitivity was disconcerting. The 2 combatants, both at the late stage of foundation establishment, should possess formidable awareness, yet they remained oblivious to him. In contrast, the woman's acute perception was perplexing. A resounding crash echoed as a shockwave dispersed, causing trees to sway perilously. Hao Chen had not shielded himself with true essence to withstand the aftermath of the battle. Instead, he swayed lightly, retreating with the gusts of wind. He sensed an ominous turn. The strength of these two was exceedingly formidable, far beyond mere foundation establishment, and he realized the earth origin fruit would not be easily claimed. Chapter 145. The clam and the snipe struggle. As Hao Chen was deep in contemplation, devising strategies to acquire the earth origin fruit, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "You little brat, you've been lurking long enough. It's time to come out for some fresh air." The man in purple called out to his concealed spot. Meanwhile, the man in green pointed his sword toward Hao Chen's hiding place, his expression equally menacing. "Keep fighting your battle. I'll observe mine. You may continue." Though irked, Hao Chen quickly suppressed his aura to that of an early-stage foundation establishment, projecting an impression of weakness. "This brat is truly irritating. Perhaps we should just eliminate him?" The purple-clad man suggested to the green-clad one. "Don't drag me into your bloodthirsty tendencies," replied the man in green, his face betraying a cold smirk. The two individuals were evenly matched in strength, and the arrival of Hao Chen presented an opportunity. Only amidst chaos could he find a chance to act. As for the beautiful woman, the man in the green robe had long coveted her. Yet, he failed to comprehend that her abilities were formidable as well, and she refrained from assisting the figure in purple. Thus, the man in the green robe dared not offend her lightly. Having one less enemy was preferable to gaining another. "Very well, considering that the three of us are present, you shall not obtain the earth origin fruit. I shall first deal with this insufferable brat before turning my attention to you," the man in purple sneered. He regarded Hao Chen with utter disdain. Although the woman in yellow did not engage, her presence served as a deterrent, preventing the man in green from acting rashly. "I am the insufferable brat. Then you are nothing but a latrine," Hao Chen retorted, hands clasped behind his back, his tone laced with mockery. His fingertips twitched slightly, an inexplicable energy gathering at their tips, creating ripples in the surrounding space, a sign of his intended secret technique, the waning finger. "Such empty bravado," the man in purple exclaimed, his expression unchanging. He then swung his sword fiercely, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that sliced through the air with breathtaking speed, without even employing a formal sword technique. Hao Chen deftly dodged. Though he could have countered, he preferred not to reveal his strength prematurely, opting instead for evasion. "Truly pathetic, only capable of fleeing," the man in purple taunted. Observing Hao Chen's retreat, despite the impressive velocity of the sword energy, capable of condensing elemental force to enhance its power, this linear assault could not touch Hao Chen, who skillfully utilized the surging swan step to evade. "Is being in the late foundation establishment stage truly remarkable?" Hao Chen shot back, his words laced with sarcasm to provoke the man in purple. The latter's gaze flickered as his sword began to pulse rhythmically in his grip. Hao Chen's instincts warned him of the imminent danger. The opponent was far more formidable than his apparent late foundation establishment cultivation suggested. "Hurricane sword," the man in purple declared, his sword spinning as the sword energy surged forth like a tornado, shredding nearby trees and stirring up clouds of dust and wood chips, obscuring visibility. Hao Chen rapidly leaped back. Yet the energy coalescing at his fingertips grew increasingly ominous, instilling a profound sense of unease in the man in purple, who felt compelled to swiftly eliminate Hao Chen. What an opportunity! At that moment, the man in green, eyes gleaming with intent, stealthily advanced towards the earth origin fruit tree. "Brother, I advise against rash actions," the ethereal voice of the woman in yellow chimed in. In response, a cascade of pink flower petals descended around the earth origin fruit tree, forming a floral barrier. The man in green snorted disdainfully, lifting his sword to cleave through the floral barrier, yet it behaved like water, parting under the sword energy only to swiftly close again, sealing off access to the earth origin fruit tree. "You, woman, refrain from engaging in battle, yet seek to obstruct my acquisition of the earth origin fruit. What is your intent?" The man in green's expression darkened, realizing that the woman in yellow was a formidable adversary, rivaling the man in purple. "The reasons are not something I can divulge," the woman in yellow replied with a smile, standing her ground resolutely. "Then do not blame me for being impolite." The man in green roared, casting aside all hesitation as he charged at the woman in yellow, his aura surging with immense force. The woman in yellow floated gracefully, her garments dancing with the wind, her silhouette darting like a fleeting shadow among the blossoms. The man in green unleashed a surge of sword energy, forcing the woman to retreat, only to swiftly pivot and launch a surprise attack on the back of the man in purple. "You rodent, I anticipated your intentions." The man in purple had been prepared, ever vigilant against the man in green. At that moment, he extended his left hand and tossed an object behind him. "Thunderbomb. You truly are extravagantly wealthy." The man in green retreated at breakneck speed, gritting his teeth in envy. The thunderbomb was a disposable item that, when infused with energy, could trigger a violent explosion and ignite flames. The materials for crafting a thunderbomb were quite precious, and only those possessing a lightning affinity could successfully forge such an explosive. It was a rare commodity, scarcely found on the market, making it exceedingly difficult for most cultivators to procure. If they were to discover that Hao Chen possessed several hundred thunderbombs, wouldn't they be consumed with jealousy? But it's merely a counterfeit, cowardly rodent. The genuine article would never be wasted on you. The man in purple laughed heartily, mocking the man in green. Hao Chen's illusory finger had reached a critical threshold, on the verge of unleashing its formidable power. His index finger was nearly unable to withstand the cutting force, about to shatter when he seized the opportunity. The man in purple's attention was primarily focused on the man in green, completely oblivious to Hao Chen's presence. In his mind, the man in green's identity outweighed that of Hao Chen. The three individuals present also disregarded Hao Chen, as his strength was deemed too insignificant. Illusory finger. In that instant, Hao Chen held nothing back, thrusting both hands forward. His index finger pressed down, sending forth two transparent waves that silently sliced through the air, racing towards the two combatants. A sudden jolt of alarm struck the two adversaries, an overwhelming sense of imminent danger enveloping them. Clang. The man in purple, slightly quicker, evaded while swiftly positioning his sword horizontally at his side to intercept the oncoming assault of the illusory finger. Yet, he could not entirely withstand its might, and the sword shattered explosively. The residual force of the illusory finger struck the right side of the man in purple's chest, sending him hurtling several dozen feet away, unconscious. Meanwhile, the man in green was caught off guard, the illusory finger piercing through his left chest, erupting in a spray of crimson. His body violently thrown against a tree trunk. A pool of blood formed beneath the man in green, leaving him utterly bewildered as to how Hao Chen had vanquished him. Better to die early and be reborn. Hao Chen coldly extended his hand, drawing a shard of the broken sword and accurately embedding it into the man in green's neck, ensuring he would not die with his eyes closed. He then turned his gaze towards the woman in yellow, his heart brimming with caution. The illusory finger could only be cast once per hand, and this potent technique had already consumed a considerable amount of Hao Chen's true essence. Although he still concealed his cultivation level, excessive use of the illusory finger would push him beyond his limits. Nevertheless, Hao Chen possessed a plethora of other methods at his disposal: thunder bombs, blood poison bombs, and sky-shattering thunder, any of which could claim the lives of those beneath the essence core realm. Chapter 146. A heartbreaking helplessness. Hao Chen, decisive in his actions, had stealthily eliminated the two who sought his demise, and then turned to face the woman in yellow. "I have no intention of contesting spoils with you. I merely seek to obtain a singular item." The woman clad in yellow gently parted her crimson lips and spoke with elegance. "This item holds great significance for me. I implore you, esteemed brother, to part with it." Hao Chen pondered deeply. Although his true essence was somewhat depleted, if the woman sought to contest him, he possessed his own trump card. Defeating two practitioners at the late Foundation establishment stage with his mid-Foundation establishment cultivation was nothing short of an extraordinary feat. And Hao Chen merely wished to intimidate her. "Do you wish to contest with me?" Hao Chen fixed his gaze upon her. "Nay, esteemed brother. There is no need for such wariness towards a mere girl," she replied earnestly. "I am but a pawn coerced by Su Yunxian to venture into this perilous locale. Little did I anticipate encountering this earthly origin fruit, which has now spurred contention, leading to this unfortunate outcome." The woman in yellow slightly shook her head, her tone sincere, indicating she had no intention of engaging in combat with Hao Chen. "That man is Su Yunxian." Hao Chen pointed towards the figure in purple in the distance. "Might it be that you are unaware of this individual?" The woman in yellow regarded him with a peculiar expression. "I am merely a rustic villager, oblivious to the affairs of Su Yunxian and Su Yun Pavilion, Hao Chen replied nonchalantly, feigning ignorance. Oh, I see. The woman in yellow did not doubt his words. There are many reclusive experts and hidden talents in the world, and Hao Chen's statement seemed plausible. He was a scion of a prestigious family in the imperial capital of the Huanyue dynasty, the young master of the Su family, as well as a disciple of the Huayang sect. The Su family is among the most prominent clans within the Huanyue dynasty, possessing substantial heritage and influence throughout the imperial capital. Dear brother, now that you have injured this individual, you must exercise caution. He is narrow-minded and will seek revenge for any grievance. Should he track you down, he will undoubtedly employ the most insidious methods to torment you. The woman in yellow kindly warned Hao Chen. Do I fear him? Hao Chen scoffed. Considering your disclosure of this information, you may take what you desire. He then approached the man in the blue robe, removing his storage pouch to collect the spoils. Uncertain of the woman's true intentions, he decided to let her be, trusting that he had means to address any unforeseen developments. I am Shimin Shui. Might I inquire your esteemed name? Shimin Shui opened Su Yunchuan's storage pouch and retrieved an item, subsequently tossing the pouch to Hao Chen as a gesture of disinterest and contention while seeking to know his name. A mere rustic fellow, my common name need not be disclosed, Hao Chen responded casually, somewhat surprised to accept the storage pouch. He had not anticipated that Shimin Shui would willingly offer it to him. After all, even a simple storage pouch was of considerable value. He remained vigilant towards Shimin Shui, aware that one can know a face, but not a heart. Hao Chen casually picked up a fragment of a sword, his hand poised to strike Su Yunchuan's neck. However, killing him would not resolve any issues. It would only intensify the Su family's animosity towards him. Given their strength, it would be effortless for the Su family to locate a person within the Huanyue dynasty. Moreover, as a prominent family, they possessed unique methods to trace the true essence fluctuations of the murderer. Should they discover that it was he who was responsible, it would result in relentless pursuit. At present, merely defeating him was reasonable and justifiable. The Su family would undoubtedly refrain from dispatching elders for revenge. As a prominent family, the Su family had their principles and limits. Shimin Shui spoke with clarity. She understood that Hao Chen desired to eliminate Su Yunxian, for she was an astute woman. Yet, within these families, some frivolous individuals inevitably emerged. Hao Chen scoffed, though he found himself wavering. The words spoken by this woman rang true. With his current strength, it was utterly impossible to contend with the Su family. Shimin Shui fell silent, for she too had no viable solutions. Did I not wish to rid myself of him? Her breath became somewhat erratic, her previous composure slipping away. Many had witnessed my emergence with him, and rumors had already begun circulating. If Su Yunxian were to perish at this juncture, my fate would undoubtedly be dire. Shimin Shui's complexion flushed, a mix of anger and frustration, as she sighed in Hao Chen's direction. I am merely an ordinary cultivator. To them, dealing with me would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Now it was Hao Chen's turn to be silent. The notion of a solitary cultivator challenging a powerful faction was, in essence, a fanciful delusion, a sentiment he deeply understood. Thus, rather than being relentlessly pursued as an irreconcilable enemy by these grand families, it was wiser to endure in silence, to bide one's time until strength could be amassed. For then circumstances would surely improve. Shimin Shui realized that upon her return, regardless of the outcome, her reputation would be forever tarnished. However, for the sake of survival, and due to certain uncontrollable circumstances, she needed to forge ahead with resilience. Would strength truly render everything better? Hao Chen grimaced, recalling the harrowing experience of being hunted by the Chu family. He gazed quietly at the woman before him, feeling a sense of shared plight. Did he not yearn for strength as well, to break free from his own shackles? Beside them, Su Yunxian stirred, resembling a large, soft worm, which elicited Hao Chen's disdain. He delivered a swift kick to the man's head. Su Yunxian rolled his eyes and lost consciousness once more. Shimin Shui, witnessing this scene, burst into laughter, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, curving into crescent shapes, undeniably charming. It appeared that she spoke the truth. There was no malice in her demeanor, for Hao Chen felt no trace of hostility emanating from her. Moreover, judging by her expression, she seemed oblivious to her own identity, her gaze lacking even the slightest tremor. With Su Yunxian injured and on the ground, it was likely that the Su family was already hastening toward this location. If they were to see me unscathed, their wrath would surely be redirected toward me. Shimin Shui wiped the smile from her face and addressed Hao Chen, saying, "Therefore, could I kindly request your assistance? Are you truly certain?" Hao Chen grasped her meaning. If Su Yunxian had been defeated, how could Shimin Shui remain unscathed? She too would have to bear grave injuries. Otherwise, given the Su family's brutality, they would unjustly retaliate against her, causing her even greater harm. Certain. Shimin Shui's tone was gentle, yet resolute. This serene woman, with her seemingly fragile exterior, could not conceal the wisdom and strength residing within her heart. Hao Chen's perception of her had transformed entirely. It was their first encounter, and she had the audacity to request that he inflict injuries upon her. This left Hao Chen with lingering doubts. Could it be that this woman truly feared no repercussions from his actions, nor the emergence of any illicit intentions? I possess my own means of self-preservation, and I am not afraid of your retaliation. Moreover, I can discern that you are already at the end of your strength. Shimin Shui smiled faintly, sensing Hao Chen's doubts. Little did she know that all of this was merely a facade crafted by Hao Chen. The power he exhibited at that moment was merely at the initial level of foundation establishment. Had he displayed his capabilities at the intermediate level, she would not have spoken so lightly. Very well. Hao Chen took a deep breath and acquiesced to her suggestion. Regardless of her reasons for not taking action against him in his exhausted state, he had already developed a fondness for her. If Hao Chen did not assist her, it would be exceedingly difficult for Shimin Shui to fabricate her injuries. The fluctuations of vital energy from her wounds could be easily detected by anyone with a slightly higher cultivation level. Offended. Immediately, Hao Chen concentrated his true essence and pointed a finger directly at Shimin Shui's delicate shoulder. Having defeated Su Yunxian and Qing Shan using his finger techniques, he resolved to employ the same method to wound Shimin Shui. Blood splattered as her sorrowful and helpless expression pierced Hao Chen's heart, causing his trembling fingers to fall limply. He had never anticipated that this woman would be so defenseless, harboring no suspicion toward him whatsoever. Observing the pallor on Hao Chen's face, Shimin Shui managed a faint, sorrowful smile tinged with resignation as she staggered a few steps before slowly collapsing. Chapter 147. Breakthrough again. Shimin Shui uttered no further words, merely gesturing towards the distant earth origin fruit. Hao Chen understood her intent. He was not the type to simply pluck the fruit and depart. Instead, he uprooted the entire earth origin fruit tree along with its soil and stored it within his jade pendant. Then, he retrieved a common fruit tree from a far end. After incinerating the area where it had grown with alchemical flames, he departed swiftly. He had no desire for anyone to know of his actions in excavating the earth origin fruit tree. Hao Chen nearly expended all his strength as he fled from Shimin Shui. His heart ached. The image of the fragile woman clutching her shoulder, blood cascading, haunted him deeply. Power. Power indeed. Without restraint, Hao Chen howled as he ran. His momentum surging ever higher, the turbulent air parting countless obstacles. Dust and stones flew as each step he took left a profound mark upon the earth. With each stride, he imprinted his frustrations into the ground, moving aimlessly, yet feeling an inexhaustible surge within him. His meridians, parched for energy, absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, creating a tempest of vital energy that flowed ceaselessly into his body. Consolidating and refining, his true essence surged dramatically, propelling him to another level. He had broken through. In this very moment, Hao Chen advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment. Just days prior, during his advancement to the foundation stage, the various rare materials he had consumed had not yet fully manifested within him. Now, in a state of extreme rage, as he burned with intensity, he stirred the accumulated treasures within him, transforming them entirely into his own power. Late stage of foundation establishment. What a remarkable sensation. Who could have inflicted such injuries upon the young master? Not long after Shimin Shui sent out her communication talisman, several figures swiftly rushed to the scene. In the midst of the tumult, the young lady did not catch a clear glimpse of the shadowy figure, as she was preoccupied with battling alongside the man clad in a blue long robe to protect the young master and the precious earth fruit. Suddenly, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. The assailant employed an extraordinary technique that severely injured all three of them. The individual then seized the earth fruit and tore away their storage bags before departing. With vivid detail, Shimin Shui recounted the harrowing events, revealing her bloodied fingers. Evidently, blood flowed copiously from her shoulder, with gaping wounds visible through the front and back. The leading middle-aged man, his expression darkened, flung his sleeve and cast Shimin Shui aside. sending her sprawling several feet away. You wretched girl. You ought to sacrifice your life to protect the young master, yet you have allowed him to suffer such grievous harm. This is intolerable. A beautiful woman, unable to bear the sight, helped Shimin Shui to her feet and handed her a medicinal pill, saying, "This is not the time to assign blame. Quickly, take the young master back to tend to his injuries. We shall pursue the perpetrator later. What use is there in tormenting a young girl here?" Shimin Shui smiled gratefully at the woman and pointed in a direction, saying, "That person departed from here, moving with astonishing speed." The direction she indicated was contrary to that of Hao Chen's departure. However, another elder, with a skeptical gaze, remarked, "I distinctly felt a powerful aura emanate from this area." With a serene smile, Shimin Shui brushed her hair back and replied, "If you, esteemed elder, perceive this individual as formidable, then surely he would not have left any survivors." The Su family trio fell silent. If the potent aura they encountered truly belonged to that individual, Su Yunxian and his companions would have certainly met their demise. According to Shimin Shui's description, the assailant's power was a sudden eruption, lacking endurance for prolonged combat. Unbeknownst to them, the path they traversed was the same one Hao Chen took, and the formidable aura he exuded during his breakthrough was mistakenly interpreted as that of a master passing through, leading them to refrain from interference and circumvent the area. Consider yourself fortunate. The middle-aged man scoffed, a flicker of intense interest flashing in his eyes as he swept a gaze over Shimin Shui's form, causing her to feel a chill envelop her, as if plunging into an icy abyss. The beautiful woman cast a disdainful look at the middle-aged man and gently waved her hand, dispelling the chill that clung to Shimin Shui. The young lady returned a soft smile to the woman, akin to a blooming ice orchid, flawless in its beauty. "What a fine girl. If only she could marry into my family. Ah, that ungrateful wretch." The beautiful woman mused fondly as she gazed at Shimin Shui, wishing for her to become her daughter-in-law. However, a thought crossed her mind, prompting a soft sigh. "Thank you for your kindness, madam. The young master simply lacks understanding. Once he matures, he will undoubtedly find my unseemly appearance unworthy." Shimin Shui replied with a gentle smile, gracefully declining the proposition. The beautiful woman refrained from further comment, and the middle-aged man shouldered Su Yunxian, leading the group swiftly away from the scene, returning to the imperial capital. Meanwhile, after breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage, Hao Chen felt elated as he roamed the forest for a while before returning to the previously concealed cave. Noticing no significant changes in his surroundings, he activated the formation to enter the cave. Upon entering the cave, Hao Chen swiftly transitioned into the space of the jade pendant and arrived at the storeroom. With an eager heart, he began to examine his spoils. This marked his inaugural battle after entering the foundation establishment stage, and previously, the storage bags of foundation establishment cultivators had yielded immense rewards. What surprises would this encounter bring? Within the storage bag of the man in the blue robe, Hao Chen detected a lingering imprint of divine consciousness. With minimal expenditure of his mental energy, he deciphered the storage bag. As he opened it, a wave of exhilaration nearly caused him to drool with laughter. Wealth beyond measure. Hao Chen was beside himself with joy, struggling to contain his excitement. A dazzling array of essence stones left him momentarily dazed. Hundreds of gleaming mid-grade essence stones dazzled his eyes, while dozens of high-grade stones drove him to madness. Additionally, there was a substantial quantity of silver crystals, crimson crystals, a few violet crystals, and 3 blue crystals, along with a purple card. The sheer abundance of treasures left his heart racing and his hands trembling as he eagerly touched and examined each item. He found himself staring in awe for quite some time before regaining his composure. It seemed this individual had traversed numerous locales, amassing a considerable stash of universally accepted currency from the southern region. Hao Chen no longer had to worry about lacking funds for his travels. Gold coins, crystal currency, and essence stones were all at his disposal. He eagerly emptied the storage bag, meticulously counting this newfound wealth. Among the treasures, Hao Chen discovered the Cloud Lake armor and gauntlets, defensive artifacts meant for martial cultivators. A wave of delight washed over him, just when he thought he lacked what he needed. He found this gem, rivaling even the notorious Xiao Leiguai. Defensive artifacts were invaluable. They must be utilized immediately. He promptly eliminated the original owner's imprint from his mental consciousness, underwent a dual refining process, and inscribed his own mental mark upon it, followed by a blood oath of ownership. Such precious items deserved thorough refining. And the dual refining process served to encrypt an additional layer of bloodline security, ensuring no one could unlock the secrets of his lineage. Previously, he could rely on true essence energy to manifest protective armor, albeit at a significant cost to his true essence reserves. However, the Cloudleaf armor and gauntlets could automatically materialize with a mere thought, and the gauntlets possessed a dual functionality for both defense and offense. What a remarkable advantage! From this moment on, he had an additional hidden trump card. Who would suspect a cultivator employing martial artifacts? What lay within this exquisite box? He casually opened it and discovered a complete set of inscription pens. With a smile, Hao Chen exclaimed, "Ah, splendid treasures." Among them was a top-grade spiritual sword. He reached for the long sword wielded by the man in the blue robe, noting the blade's faint glimmer and unmatched sharpness, emanating an icy aura. A magnificent sword. Hao Chen cherished it, placing it into his own storage bag. The Phantom Sword. This was a sword manual, classified as a mid-grade Earth-level martial technique. When mastered, it allowed for layered sword shadows that could shift and swirl at will, offering boundless applications. Hao Chen committed it to memory before tossing the manual onto the pile of miscellaneous items. The remainder consisted of various vials, jars, metals, and herbs, none of which appeared particularly valuable. He set aside the herbs he had collected, even neglecting to examine the low-grade essence stones. He continued to sift through the items, uncovering some pills beneficial for the foundation establishment stage. Upon discovering nothing of interest within, he discarded the contents into the cluttered heap. Hastily seizing Su Yunshuan's storage bag, he endeavored to unlock it, expending considerable effort before finally succeeding. However, as his consciousness delved into the bag, he was met with profound disappointment. Could this truly be the storage bag of the so-called young master of the Su family? He felt an unpleasant sensation akin to having swallowed a fly. Inside, he found merely a few thousand low-grade spirit stones, alongside some elixirs, herbs, and common metals. Nothing of any value, utterly devoid of riches. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of a dark, metallic box, heavy and tightly sealed. When he removed the box and lifted its lid, a row of glossy black iron spheres came into view, meticulously arranged, leaving him astounded. Fireball projectiles. A total of 16. Renowned for their explosive power, these artifacts could, if wielded effectively, obliterate a late Foundation establishment expert with a single shot. Not only do they trigger a violent explosion, but they also emit a fiercely corrosive flame, akin to the blood-poison projectiles crafted by the Blood Shadow Demon sect. Even a mere touch could inflict severe harm, nearly impossible to cleanse with true essence. Upon seeing the box of fireballs, he understood at last why Su Yunxian was in such dire straits. All his spirit stones had evidently been spent on these incendiary devices. Their production is costly and rare, particularly the corrosive fire, which is difficult to procure. Furthermore, the process of refining them into those diminutive iron spheres demands significant mental focus from the artificer, rendering such items increasingly scarce and thus invaluable. This single box of fireballs equaled all the accumulated wealth of the blue-clad figure, he mused with delight. Chapter 148. A fortuitous encounter with a heart full of joy, he exited the jade-pendant space and emerged from the cave. As he stepped outside, his consciousness swept the surroundings and quickly detected two humans and a beast engaged in combat approximately 200 yards to the southeast. The human duo consisted of a man and a woman, a 30-year-old man and a girl of around 16 or 17. The man appeared to be a late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner, seemingly wounded, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, while the girl was merely at the late chi refinement stage. Opposing them was a shadow-winged tiger, a relatively small beast with orange on its chest, abdomen, and legs, while its head, wings, and tail were a deep black. It was a level 4 entity, but on the verge of collapse. The shadow-winged tiger attempted to flee but was firmly restrained by the man, who prevented it from getting close. Ultimately, under the man's control, the girl unleashed a sword ray that struck fiercely upon the tiger's head, inflicting a deep gash. The tiger let out a mournful howl before succumbing. Both the man and woman exhaled heavily, collapsing onto the ground to rest. After assessing the scene with his consciousness, he hurried toward the skirmish. "Who goes there?" the man exclaimed, springing to his feet and scanning the surroundings, trying to locate the source of the probing consciousness. At that moment, he realized that his earlier lapse had allowed his consciousness to flicker, and the man had detected it. At this moment, Hao Chen noticed the man scanning the surroundings. And the woman also stood up, searching for the observer. Realizing that his presence would soon be detected, Hao Chen thought to himself, perhaps it would be better to step forward and explain, for he bore no ill intentions, and they should not make things difficult for him. With this in mind, he swiftly diminished his cultivation to the initial stage of foundation establishment using the forbidden Yuan technique. Simultaneously, he employed the disguise technique to transform himself into a pale-faced figure with disheveled attire. I mean no harm. I merely passed by and, hearing the sounds of a skirmish, felt a twinge of curiosity, which is why I approached. Please do not misunderstand me, Hao Chen called out as he emerged from behind a large tree. Who are you? Are you a spy sent by the Su family? Who else is with you? Bring them all out. I have already seen them, the man asserted. Fabricating accusations out of thin air, Hao Chen was momentarily taken aback by the barrage of questions, standing there in a daze for several breaths before regaining his composure. So you've discovered me? Do not assume that your concealment is so effective that I could not perceive it. And you are merely at the foundation establishment level. Do not think you can intimidate my sister and me. We of the Yu family will never surrender our alchemical secrets. The Su family should abandon any such hopes. Just as Hao Chen was about to respond, the man interrupted him. Before his words could fully escape, he pointed his sword at Hao Chen, his eyes glinting with coldness. While the girl also drew her sword, aiming it at him. Your words are quite unpleasant. I have stated that I was merely passing through and do not know anyone from the Su family or the Su clan. As for your so-called alchemical secrets, I have no interest in them. I have said my piece. Now I shall take my leave, Hao Chen retorted, his anger now simmering within him. The man, momentarily perplexed by Hao Chen's words, quickly regained his composure, for he was indeed of the late foundation establishment stage. Reflecting on the demeanor with which this young man spoke, he discerned no hint of pretense. Brother, please wait. The man thought to himself, realizing that regardless of the young man's intentions, he should address him directly. What is it? Do you have more to say? You and your sister just accused me of being from the Su family, claiming I intended to steal your treasures. Why then do you wish for me to stay? Hao Chen paused his steps, intrigued by the sudden change in tone. In truth, Hao Chen had no intention of leaving. The request for him to remain was fortuitous, allowing him to shift from a passive position to an assertive one. The man, caught off guard by Hao Chen's response, took a moment to collect himself. My apologies, dear brother. Our family has recently encountered some troubling matters, leading us to become suspicious. We were in the midst of battling a demon beast, and your stealthy observation raised our concerns. I regret having wrongfully accused you without understanding the full context. I sincerely hope you can forgive us, he said, bowing slightly to Hao Chen. Do not dwell on it. I too must admit my fault in carelessly probing into others' affairs, which led to this misunderstanding. I hope you can overlook it, Hao Chen replied, choosing not to dwell on the incident. It is of no consequence. My surname is Yu, and my name is Xiao. How shall I address you, brother? Upon hearing Hao Chen's words, the speaker's intentions were oblivious, yet the listener was perceptive. A glimmer of brilliance shone in the man's eyes as he nonchalantly replied, I am Chun Hao. I became separated from my elders while traversing Qingxin Mountain and ended up here, as you are already aware of the subsequent events. Hao Chen also recounted the reasons for his arrival. You have ventured out with your family elders since your teenage years. May I inquire about the lineage of your family? The young man replied, My family resides in Qinjia village, Xia town, Haozhou. Hao Chen, possessing more discernment, refrained from revealing his family's location casually. Oh, the modest place you mentioned would certainly not attract Yu Zhao's attention. Young Master Chun, your cultivation is profound. I am truly in awe, Yu Zhao remarked, taking a closer look at Hao Chen, who appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years of age. You flatter me. I possess only trivial skills unworthy of your notice. Hao Chen quickly countered, showing humility. I do not exaggerate. Young Master Chun is among the finest of the younger generation I have encountered, Yu Zhao stated candidly. Then gestured towards a girl in the distance, calling out, Sister Lu, come here to meet young Master Chun and make his acquaintance. Young Master Chun, I am Yu Shuang. It is a pleasure to meet you, she greeted. Likewise, Miss Yu Shuang, I am Chun Hao, he replied, and they soon engaged in conversation. Through their dialogue, they discovered they both sought the same treasure. Upon delving deeper into the dense forest, they encountered a shadow-winged tiger beast. Though they wished to avoid confrontation, the beast was relentless, leading them to fight for their lives. Seeing Hao Chen and his sister engrossed in conversation, Yu Zhao interjected, You two continue your discussion. I shall deal with this beast first, then we can converse on our way. This place is not safe. With that, he took action. Brother, is this beast particularly valuable? Hao Chen inquired, pointing at the fallen shadow-winged tiger. Yu Xiao rolled his eyes and replied, Our family is not comparable to those large clans. We lack deep resources. So we must be meticulous in every matter to ensure our cultivation resources are sufficient. Unbeknownst to Yu Xiao, Hao Chen grasped the underlying implications and silently resolved to be more prudent in the future. After all, maintaining cultivation proved challenging, and although he was currently alone, he needed to devise ways to acquire more resources. His grandfather and others still remained at home. Before long, Yu Xiao had dispatched the beast and began to pack its remains. Hao Chen observed with curiosity but refrained from questioning. We ought to depart. Encountering a more formidable beast would spell trouble, Yu Xiao stated, promptly moving aside. Brother Yu, I have a humble request. I hope you and your sister will withdraw from the treasure hunt, Chen Hao proposed. You misunderstand. I have no intention of contesting for the treasure. Our family has merely sent us to assess the situation, nothing more. Yu Xiao hesitated slightly before responding. Oh, Hao Chen replied skeptically, then clasped his fists in farewell, saying, Then I shall take my leave from you both. No need for formality, Yu Xiao returned the gesture. After exchanging some trivial pleasantries, Yu Xiao bid farewell and departed with his sister, Yu Shuang. As he watched the two depart, Hao Chen's expression turned complex. After a brief moment of silence, he sighed softly and headed towards a nearby grove of trees. Brother, why must we leave? Are we truly not participating in the treasure hunt? Yu Shuang inquired, perplexed, addressing Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao glanced back and countered. Do you really think that Chen Hao is as simple as he appears? From my observations, his cultivation is on par with mine. Yu Shuang hesitated, choosing not to respond. Indeed, given the current strength of the two siblings, participating in the treasure hunt would surely lead to perilous outcomes. Rather than throwing themselves into such a reckless endeavor, it would be wiser to find a safe place to wait for a more opportune moment. Who knows? They might even strike it lucky and benefit from unforeseen circumstances. Yu Xiao expressed his resignation. Chapter 149. Fishing in troubled waters. Hao Chen had been residing in this grove for 3 days, maintaining his optimal state at all times to prepare for any potential developments. During this period, several unwise cultivators, spotting Hao Chen alone, attempted to take advantage of him. But he easily dismissed them. Although he no longer regarded cultivators below the foundation establishment stage with any concern, persistent disturbances could hinder his tranquil cultivation. If the treasure were to appear and he were delayed, that would pose a significant issue. Thus, Hao Chen reluctantly returned to his temporary cave dwelling to conceal himself. In the days that followed, numerous cultivators engaged in battles outside, some in small groups, others in larger bands. Those seeking fortune, scavenging, or ambushing, all with various intentions, flocked to Qingqian Mountain, drawn by the allure of the treasure trove. The mountain had become a chaotic realm, teeming with all manner of beings. Yet, amid the turmoil outside, Hao Chen, the instigator of the unrest, remained quietly within his cave, diligently cultivating and awaiting the opening of the treasure vault. Many others shared his sentiments, lying in wait and sharpening their blades in the shadows. 3 days later, while engrossed in his cultivation, Hao Chen suddenly sensed an unusual wave of energy. Something is amiss. His heart stirred, and he promptly opened his eyes and exited the cave. The northern sky of Qingqian Mountain was veiled by a resplendent, colorful curtain of light, as if heaven itself were bestowing auspicious signs, draping the surrounding earth in a splendid array. Indeed, this was the direction. Through his study of the treasure map, Hao Chen was aware that protective formations surrounded the treasure vault, which is why he had not foolishly sought it out himself. The information had been released, and the location disclosed. The specifics lay within the realm of the Blood Shadow Demon sect and the world of cultivators. With the key to the secret vault in hand, Hao Chen remained composed, biding his time. Various factions sought the treasure vault, while the Blood Shadow Demon sect would undoubtedly intervene to intercept and eliminate them. In the ensuing clashes, they would deplete each other's forces. This was Hao Chen's true objective. The numbers of the Blood Shadow Demon sect were limited, whereas the cultivators of the world were countless. After waiting for so long, the treasure vault had finally been located. Taking a deep breath and altering his appearance to resemble a man in his 30s clad in a green robe, Hao Chen employed the swift falcon steps, setting forth towards the northern mountainous region of Qingqian Mountain, where anomalies awaited. Under his influence, thousands of monks, amidst tumultuous clamor and chaos, began to surge northward. Occasional screams and the clashing of magical instruments filled the air as some individuals commenced mutual assaults, attempting to obstruct rival factions from advancing. The entire Qingqian mountain was engulfed in disarray. Hao Chen executed his swift crane steps, deftly evading the throng, and darted towards the scene like a fleeting shadow. Behind him, the cacophony of battle echoed, and Hao Chen felt an exhilarating joy. The more chaotic the situation became, the more advantageous it was for him. After all, he was but one solitary figure, whereas those engaged in the fray were organized into factions. Should they cease their internecine conflicts, his opportunities for maneuvering would be severely curtailed. However, apart from Hao Chen, several experts from royal families and sects also broke free from the chaotic mob, hastening towards the north. These distinguished individuals soon caught sight of Hao Chen's retreating figure and were taken aback by the formidable aura he emanated, prompting them to pursue him with utmost fervor. The sight of the anomaly appeared deceptively close, yet in truth, it was a considerable distance away, a classic case of chasing a mountain only to find it far. After several hours of relentless pursuit, they finally approached the area of the anomaly. Suddenly, the celestial phenomenon vanished in an instant, returning everything to its former state. Hao Chen surveyed the vicinity, where numerous monks stood, some stationary, some seated, and others leaning against trees, and he couldn't help but smirk coldly. It turned out that the celestial anomaly was merely a manifestation of the outer array of the treasure vault, triggered by an alert mechanism that released fiery symbols. The true entrance to the vault had yet to be unveiled. The outer array had been forcibly breached, gathering dozens of powerful figures before the vault's entrance. Judging by their attire, Hao Chen surmised they belonged to the Blood Shadow Demon sect, the Imperial Royal Family, the Loose Cultivators Alliance, and the various factions of the Northern Territories. Regardless of whether they attempted to cut, smash, or blast open the vault's door, none succeeded. Witnessing this scene, Hao Chen maneuvered closer to the treasure vault's entrance. As the gathered crowd grew increasingly agitated, they suddenly noticed a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator in his 30s inexplicably pushing his way to the vault's front. Cough, cough. Without the key to open the vault, you cannot access it. Step aside and let me take a look. Hao Chen boldly approached the vault's door. The throng of dozens abruptly halted their attacks, their gazes filled with lethal intent, which sent shivers down Hao Chen's spine. He felt an overwhelming urge to retreat immediately. However, this thought was swiftly quelled by his reason. To leave under such circumstances would be tantamount to courting death. Describing his situation as a target of collective ire was no exaggeration. What business did he have meddling in such chaos? If he were to depart now, would the various factions allow him to escape unscathed? He was intruding at a moment of their frustration. Was he not inviting calamity upon himself? The inevitable outcome would be a coordinated assault from the powerful figures surrounding him, leading to his certain demise. With a slight furrow of his brow, Hao Chen's gaze darted over the assembled factions. 6 individuals at the nascent soul stage were merely mid-level cultivators, while 13 were at the late Foundation establishment stage, and 4 at the mid-stage. Notably, among them were the 3rd Elder Bu Yunpeng and 4th Elder Feng Xiaonan from Yunhafeng, as well as Feng Ping, the deputy leader of Xian Peak. With a sigh, Hao Chen silently approached the door of the treasure vault under the icy gazes of those around him. He gestured towards the grand entrance, seeking to ascertain whether the diamond-shaped token in his possession bore any relevance to unlocking the door. Observing Hao Chen's actions, a middle-aged man with gray hair clad in the robes of the Huanyue sect revealed a faint smile of acknowledgement, prompting others to divert their attention from Hao Chen and focus instead on the imposing door. The door was adorned with an engraving of a stern-looking middle-aged cultivator with a long beard, standing resolutely with a stone sword, exuding an aura of fierce determination. However, the hilt of the stone sword bore 3 diamond-shaped indentations, as if something essential were missing. The atmosphere grew tense as Hao Chen spoke. Esteemed guests, unlocking this vault requires 3 keys. However, I am aware that 4 keys are currently held by different factions, one of which must be a forgery. It is time for you to present the keys necessary to access the treasure. What did you say? You possess a key? Exclaimed a robust middle-aged man with a single eye and short hair from the Xiang sect, gazing at Hao Chen in astonishment. The presence of the Blood Shadow Demon cult was disguised under the guise of the Xiang sect, and this one-eyed figure was indeed a covert operative of the Blood Shadow Demon cult on the Tianyuan continent. They had dispatched formidable individuals to seize the treasure. Initially believing that no keys would manifest, yet an unexpected turn of events had occurred. Hao Chen coldly replied, having been here at Qingqian Mountain for over 10 days. I shan't indulge in pretense any longer. Indeed, I possess 2 of the keys required to unlock the vault. The remaining 2 keys should be in the possession of the Yunhai sect and the Xiang sect, correct? Present them, Hao Chen commanded, directing his gaze towards Feng Xiaonan of the Yunhai sect and the robust one-eyed man from the Xiang sect, while studying the treasure map and keys belonging to the Wang, Li, and Zhang families. Hao Chen had unexpectedly discovered that there were 4 keys in total, one of which was a counterfeit. This implied that 3 genuine keys were necessary to unlock the treasure vault, thus compelling the Wang family to annihilate the Zhang family in search of the map and keys before they could turn their attention to the Li family, only to be vanquished by Hao Chen beforehand. The one-eyed man from the Xiang sect's eyes glimmered as a diamond-shaped token materialized in the palm of his hand. This was indeed the key to the vault. Feng Xiaonan's gaze fell upon the token, yet her expression turned bewildered. When had the Yunhai sect acquired a key to the treasure vault? Was this not a scheme to frame them? Elder 4, it's me, I'm Hao Chen. Hao Chen communicated discreetly with Feng Xiaonan. Ah, you are Hao Chen. A wave of surprise washed over Feng Xiaonan as the mental transmission resonated in her mind. Yes, you and you. Hao Chen called out, gesturing towards Feng Xiaonan and the Xiang sect man. I must verify the authenticity of the keys. Feng Xiaonan naturally did not possess a key. As the Xiang sect man took the key, Hao Chen noted Feng Xiaonan's feigned reluctance, which secretly amused him. What are you hesitating for? Hao Chen, with a swift motion, appeared beside Feng Xiaonan, snatching an object from her grasp and exclaiming, What time is it? Still unwilling to reveal it? Alas, women are indeed troublesome. He then presented 4 diamond-shaped keys before the crowd, determining through inspection that the one belonging to the Xiang sect was a counterfeit. However, the one-eyed man in possession of the key believed his to be genuine. In a discreet maneuver, Hao Chen replaced the false key with a true one. A clever tactic that would not only divert the attention of the Blood Shadow Demon cult, but also entice them to willingly offer their treasures. Although the treasury was ostensibly the hoard of the 14th prince of the previous dynasty, in truth, it housed the belongings of the Blood Shadow sect. Before their exile overseas, the sect had feared that if captured, their storage bags would be confiscated, prompting them to conceal most of their treasures in this location, intending to reclaim them when they re-established their strength. Unbeknownst to them, a leak had occurred, attracting countless cultivators eager to seek out the treasures, ultimately leading to the discovery of the hoarding site. Hao Chen smiled knowingly, refraining from revealing the truth about the counterfeit key held by the Xiang sect. He declared, The 3 factions shall unite to unlock the treasury, and as for the distribution of treasures, let each rely on their own capabilities. He then shifted the conversation, adding, However, other forces must wait until our 3 factions have entered before they may act. After a discussion, the 3 key holders and their respective sects were permitted to enter first. The disciples of the Yunhai sect led the way, followed by the Xiang sect. As Hao Chen appeared as a loose cultivator, the loose cultivator alliance formed the 3rd tier. And then came the imperial royal family. Noticing no objections, Hao Chen promptly tossed the 3 keys to the burly, short-haired, one-eyed man. He was unperturbed by the possibility of the man reneging on their agreement, for if he dared to monopolize the keys, he would find himself with no escape against the united forces of the 8 sections. Gazing at the 3 diamond-shaped keys in his hands, the one-eyed man ascended into the air, embedding the keys into the recesses of the sword hilt. With a resounding click, they fitted perfectly into place. A deep, rumbling sound echoed as the great doors began to tremble and slowly rise. Although the contents behind the stone door remained obscured, a rush of pure spiritual energy surged forth as the gap widened, invigorating those present and causing their pores to expand in exhilaration. Hao Chen's gaze intensified, fixated on the stone door, his breath growing heavier with anticipation. Yet, in their excitement, the crowd failed to notice that when the keys were inserted, the statue had stirred, its eyes igniting with a crimson glow. While Hao Chen harbored a keen interest in the so-called treasury, he remained cautious, fully aware of the potential dangers involved. He scrutinized the great door, hoping to avert any unforeseen incidents, and he did not overlook the statue's subtle movement. A flicker of insight flashed in his mind, and he quickly transmitted a message to Elder Feng Xiaonan, advising that as the door opened, the members of the Yunhai sect should swiftly position themselves beside the entrance. As the treasury doors gradually ascended, the Yunhai disciples had already positioned themselves on either side. Observing that the Yunhai sect members were still foolishly waiting for the doors to fully open before entering, the Ziyang sect, having disregarded their promise, swiftly surged into the treasury. In an instant, anguished cries filled the air as the majority of the cultivators from the Ziyang sect met their demise unexpectedly. "What is happening?" A muscular middle-aged man with a single eye and short hair exclaimed, both astonished and furious. Though he led the remnants of the Blood Shadow sect, which boasted a considerable number of members, their strength varied greatly, with the weaker ones being predominant. Thus, in this sudden upheaval, their casualties were the most severe. It must be that the method for unlocking the treasure vault was flawed, triggering the defensive formation. Although Feng Xiaonan's expression was grim, he secretly rejoiced. Hao Chen truly was a prodigy, having foreseen the anomalies that would arise. The individuals from the Yunhai sect, though elite, would undoubtedly suffer losses without Hao Chen's guidance, and now, someone else had become a shield for them. "Humph," the one-eyed, short-haired man coldly remarked, disregarding the fates of others as he led a small contingent to charge once more into the treasure vault. "Go," Hao Chen called to Feng Xiaonan, followed closely by the members of the Yunhai sect as they entered the vault. The sheer sight of so many spirit stones dazzled everyone as they stepped into the vault. The smooth, rounded white spirit stones were haphazardly piled in every corner of the vault, all of them of medium to high quality. Judging by the sheer quantity, there must be at least several 100,000, nearly equivalent to the entire stockpile of a mid-sized sect. The vault also contained numerous finished elixirs and a vast array of precious materials, causing everyone to feel as though they were immersed in a spirit spring. In one corner of the vault stood a massive weapon rack, adorned with an exquisite assortment of top-tier artifacts that ignited the fervor in their eyes. However, even more astonishing than these exceptional treasures, spirit stones, and elixirs was the semi-transparent barrier hovering in midair. Within the barrier, colorful orbs danced, and through them, 7 distinct artifacts could be faintly discerned. Even from behind the barrier, the overwhelming aura emanating from these artifacts was palpable, surpassing that of the finest treasures within the vault by countless magnitudes. Spirit treasures. The term materialized in the minds of the crowd, and their eyes were soon drowned in a tide of greed. Spirit treasures are divine weapons whose true power can only be harnessed by those at the nascent soul stage, each possessing a spirit of its own, and every piece is a rare gem of incalculable worth. As Hao Chen gazed upon the 7 spirit treasures, his figure momentarily froze, a flicker of avarice flashing in his eyes. After a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth and dashed toward the innermost part of the vault, where a dark golden wooden box lay quietly on a stone pedestal. That was his ultimate objective, the Blood Shadow Pearl. Chapter 151. There are always greater forces at this moment. The others in the vault had already succumbed to madness over the 7 spirit treasures. The once precious spirit stones and elixirs paled in comparison and seemed worthless alongside the spirit treasures. They barely spared a glance at anything else, directing all their focus toward assaulting the barrier in the air. When Hao Chen arrived at the depths of the vault and opened the wooden box, he found it utterly empty. Someone had already ventured deeper into the vault, and the Blood Shadow Pearl had been taken. A shock surged through him. It seems there are always greater forces at play, and individuals beyond reckoning. Hao Chen remained discreet, silently collecting various treasures from the vault, determined not to overlook anything within. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, the once mountainous pile of essence stones and elixirs was gradually diminishing as Hao Chen swiftly gathered the valuables while extending his spiritual awareness to scout for any suspicious individuals. After completing his collection, he finally identified the suspicious figures, 4 robust middle-aged men, following a one-eyed, short-haired leader who were among the first to enter the vault. Judging from their aura, these 4 were indeed members of the Blood Shadow sect. At that moment, they divided into pairs and fled in different directions. However, amidst the frenzied cultivators failed to notice these developments. Their gaze was fixated on the spiritual treasures, their eyes gleaming with a crimson hue akin to gamblers who had lost everything. The barrier in the air trembled under the united assault of these individuals, growing dimmer and increasingly precarious. With a resounding crash, a massive fissure appeared in the barrier, which subsequently shattered into countless shimmering fragments. Instantly, the eyes of all present turned blood red, greedily fixating on the 7 spiritual treasures now exposed to the air. Yet, the 7 treasures had evidently awakened, transforming into streams of light that danced within the vault, evading the pursuit of the cultivators. At that moment, the 8 major factions scattered in a frenzy, splitting into 7 groups, each pursuing their coveted spiritual treasure. Among the 7 treasures, one sword-shaped item emanated the most potent aura, clearly the finest among them. Naturally, it attracted numerous covetous gazes, yet only 3 individuals dared to seize it. This was not due to its lack of allure, but rather because these 3 were formidable cultivators at the Essence Core stage from the Huayang sect and a member of the royal family. Although others were momentarily blinded by the treasures, a semblance of rationality prevailed. They would not foolishly attempt to snatch the treasure from these Essence Core experts. Consequently, the royal Essence Core cultivator found himself at a disadvantage, outmatched 2 to 1. One of the Huayang sect members intercepted him, allowing the other to effortlessly claim the sword. The first treasure to fall was the most formidable sword-shaped item, which was ultimately shattered by the Huayang sect's Essence Core expert, exposing its ethereal, violet blade to the air as it slowly descended, just as it seemed destined to fall into the hands of the Huayang sect cultivator. He could no longer contain his excitement. A flicker of anticipation sparkled in his eyes as he reached for the spiritual treasure. Yet, in an instant, a shadow darted like lightning above him, grasping the hilt of the sword, and in a blink, the figure vanished from sight. The expression of triumph on the Huayang sect expert's face abruptly froze, as everything unfolded too swiftly for him to even discern the identity of the treasure snatcher. The person and the spiritual treasure had simply disappeared. Like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the aureole behind, shouted the Huayang sect Essence Core expert, who had been blocking the royal cultivator. What are you waiting for? Chase after them. He immediately abandoned his battle with the royal opponent and sprinted in pursuit of the shadow. At this moment, the foundational cultivator from Huayang sect awakened from his stupor. His anger ignited as he realized the duck he had nearly caught had flown away. He furiously pursued the shadow that had seized the spiritual treasure sword, which, instead of swiftly departing the treasure vault, melded into the crowd, altering its appearance and suppressing its aura. Shortly thereafter, it reappeared in another location where the spiritual treasure was contested. The sword glimmered ominously, blindingly piercing the eyes of onlookers, while simultaneously, the 7 contenders for this spiritual treasure found themselves drenched in their own blood. The energy fluctuations of this particular treasure were subtle, thus attracting only a handful of competitors, none of whom were particularly formidable. The cloaked figure swiftly grasped the treasure in its palm, disregarding the backlash of its power, and turned to leave. At that moment, the 2 from Huayang sect had only just regained their senses and attempted to follow, only to discover that the trail had gone cold. However, as the blood shadow divine pearl had not yet been secured, these 2 individuals were not inclined to abandon their pursuit of the thief who had stolen the spiritual treasure. The 2 foundational cultivators from Huayang sect begrudgingly suppressed their fury and began to search the treasure vault for the blood shadow divine pearl. Meanwhile, Yunpeng, an elder of Cloud Sea sect, chose not to compete for the sword-shaped spiritual treasure. For reasons unknown, he had set his sights on a shield-shaped spiritual treasure. Bu Yunpeng exuded a formidable aura characteristic of the foundational stage, causing others to hesitate in challenging him. His choice proved fortuitous, as he relentlessly pursued the treasure until it ultimately fell into his grasp. In the depths of the vault, 3 individuals engaged in an intense competition beside a stone platform. At this juncture, they spared no effort, intent on being the first to seize the box atop the platform. A tempest of energy erupted, causing the wooden box to explode instantly, revealing it to be empty. 3 incredulous gasps echoed as they simultaneously halted, their faces etched with disbelief. How could it be empty? Where was the blood shadow divine pearl? The burly, one-eyed man from the blood shadow sect exclaimed, his expression darkening as he struggled to accept this outcome. Similarly, Feng Xiaonan's countenance soured, but a glimmer of insight sparked in her eyes. She then leaped into the air, prompting the other 2 to momentarily pause before quickly regaining their composure and following her lead, their expressions tinged with anger. Her objective was clear, the remaining 4 spiritual treasures. Since the blood shadow divine pearl was unattainable, she aimed to salvage the greatest loss. Without question, Feng Xiaonan's prowess allowed her to swiftly gather 2 treasures into her possession. Yet, just as she was about to reach for the third, she hesitated, sighed, and withdrew, standing still. The one-eyed man from the Blood Shadow sect and the gray-haired individual from the Illusion Moon sect were a beat slow to react. Seeing Feng Xiaonan acquire 2 treasures incited a near-fiery rage in their eyes. However, upon witnessing her discretion, their anger somewhat abated, and they each raced towards a separate treasure. The others, understandably, refrained from contesting with the 2 of them. After claiming their treasures, their gazes fell upon Feng Xiaonan, their expressions darkening as they abandoned thoughts of seizing the treasures she held. Although the spiritual treasures possessed a certain degree of sentience, they were evidently no match for the cultivators. Ultimately, the 7 treasures were claimed by their respective owners. Only the man in black and Feng Xiaonan each acquired 2 treasures. Meanwhile, 2 Yuandan experts from Huayang sect, who were vying for a sword, watched helplessly as a shadow swooped in and seized the prize they had nearly grasped. The treasury was now entirely devoid of valuables. The Blood Shadow Divine Pearl had also vanished without a trace, and they were unwilling to let this transgression go unpunished, thus commencing their pursuit of the black-clad figure. Following the lingering aura left behind, they set off in hot pursuit. Members of the Illusory Moon sect and the Loose Cultivators Alliance trailed closely behind, leaving only the disciples of Yunhai sect in the vicinity. Elder, we must also pursue that black-clad man. An eager elite disciple of Yunhai sect, possessing foundational cultivation, exclaimed. He still possesses a spiritual treasure, albeit the least valuable among them. Nonetheless, it is still a treasure worth pursuing. The path of cultivation is one of sacrifice, for one must relinquish in order to gain. The 4th elder, Feng Xiaonan, merely smiled at the enthusiastic disciple and gazed into the distance. Though Hao Chen emerged as the greatest beneficiary from the spoils of the Blood Shadow Demon sect's treasury, Yunhai sect also reaped substantial rewards. Chapter 152. The Burden of Possession upon detecting suspicious individuals. Hao Chen stealthily maneuvered closer to the location of the 4 members of the Blood Shadow sect. In the course of his swift approach, he skillfully pilfered 2 spiritual treasures. However, he soon realized that the quartet had split into 2 groups, racing towards the treasury's entrance from either side. Damn it, judging solely by appearances, it is impossible to discern which of them possesses the Blood Shadow Divine Pearl, Hao Chen remarked with a smirk. A clever tactic, but alas, you have crossed paths with me, Hao Chen. He casually retrieved a peculiar crimson spiritual talisman from his storage pouch. After infusing it with his true essence, he directed it towards the treasury's entrance. The talisman transformed into a beam of red light, swiftly pursuing the 2 cultivators on the left. This talisman was a specialized tracking charm, the Blood Demon Talisman, discovered within a jade box in the storage pouch of Wang Xinxiao, the elder of the Wang family. The aura of the Blood Shadow Divine Pearl was more potent than that of the Blood Demon, thus the talisman sought those with a stronger energy signature. Just the 2 of you. With his target identified, Hao Chen locked onto the 2 individuals with his divine sense, no longer withholding his strength. He immediately employed the Swift Swan Step to pursue them at great speed. Indeed, the Swift Swan Step proved to be remarkably effective, allowing him to catch up with the 2 mid-foundation cultivators, who had already exited the treasury. Judging by their attire, they were disciples of the Xiang sect. Seeing this, Hao Chen chuckled inwardly. This works out perfectly. If they are from a sect with no grievances against Yunhai sect, I might hesitate to strike them down. When he was within 10 zhang, Hao Chen pointed his right hand forward, and the flying radiance sword shot forth, aimed directly at the back of the individual being pursued by the Blood Demon Talisman. The 2 disciples of the Xiang sect reacted swiftly. Realizing they could not shake him off, they turned to unleash their treasures in defense. Clang! The duo's magical artifacts, working in tandem, managed to fend off Hao Chen's attack. After the sound subsided, the 3 magical artifacts rebounded and returned to their respective owners. Witnessing this development, the 2 mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators were elated and immediately activated their magical tools, attempting to flank Hao Yin from both sides. Hao Yin, fully focused, prepared to unleash his full power. Knowing that in such a critical moment, decisive action was paramount. He had already sensed with his spiritual awareness that the other 2 cultivators, dressed in the attire of the Xiang sect and previously separated from the 2, were hastily making their way back to provide support after their attempt to lure the enemy had failed. Given their cultivation levels and the magical artifacts they wielded, Hao Yin felt no fear even if the 4 of them joined forces. However, he was acutely aware that any delay could lead to a situation where a multitude of cultivators from various sects would arrive. and whoever obtained the Blood Shadow Divine Pearl would become the target of collective animosity. With a sneer, Hao Yan's eyes sparkled with intensity as he unleashed his spells. The Fei Huang's sword sliced through the air, decapitating one of the fleeing cultivators, who continued to run despite losing his head. A swift movement of the sword of feather plucking produced a chilling sound of bones shattering as the other cultivator fell. The two disciples of the Xiang sect were slain before they could even utter a cry. Hao Yan collected their storage pouches and opened one, discovering a peculiar jade box within. Upon prying it open, he beheld a crimson orb, resembling blood congealed into a sphere, its surface faintly pulsating with a sinister, blood-like glow. Indeed, this was the Blood Shadow Divine Pearl that the fourth prince had tasked the Wang family to find. Confirming its authenticity, Hao Yan sealed the box, applied a spiritual awareness seal, and stored it in his jade pendant space. He instructed the spirit of the pendant, Linger, to safeguard the item properly before hastening his departure. Meanwhile, the other two disciples of the Xiang sect had already darted several dozen yards outside the treasury. Upon witnessing Hao Yan slay their comrades and seize the treasure, they were consumed with rage and quickly summoned their swords to obstruct Hao Yan's escape. Not wishing to engage in a protracted conflict, Hao Yan activated his true essence and executed the stunning swan step, swiftly retreating several dozen yards away. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a blinding beam of light shot toward him from the direction of the two cultivators. There was no time to evade. Even the diamond talisman would be of no use. However, upon impact, Hao Yan realized he was largely unharmed. But then, a sinking feeling took hold. He recognized he had been targeted by a tracking spell. A lesson learned from past encounters with the Chu family and the treachery of the Luo family. Cursing under his breath, he realized this was indeed a tracking technique. And at this moment, he was completely locked onto by his pursuers. Regret washed over him as he acknowledged his overconfidence. Renowned sects, having endured for millennia, undoubtedly possessed their strengths. Since mastering the Canli Sanxian Ju technique, he had grown somewhat arrogant, subtly looking down upon the spells and abilities of other sections. Today, he had unwittingly fallen into a trap, and the current situation was akin to shouting to the world, "The Blood Shadow Divine Pearl is in my possession." Being pursued, it seems nearly impossible to evade detection. The urgent task at hand is to decipher the tracking technique and eliminate the individual who unleashed the tracking talisman, which may prove effective. A fierce expression crossed Hao Yan's face as he abruptly executed a complete turn, racing towards the two disciples of the Xiang sect without hesitation. "Since you wish to cast spells to pursue me, I shall oblige you." The two Xiang sect disciples, upon witnessing this, abruptly turned and fled in opposite directions. Damn! Another tactic of splitting their escape. It is lamentable that only through the Blood Demon Talisman could one ascertain the whereabouts of the Blood Shadow Divine Pearl. And now there is no way to discern which Xiang sect cultivator released the tracking talisman. These two clearly recognized they were outmatched and sought to rely on the strength of the crowd to encircle and slay me. Hao Yan could not help but curse vehemently. Despite his anger, he still needed to devise a solution to the predicament before him. With no other options, he resolved to pursue one of them, hoping he had not erred in his choice. Thus, Hao Yan unleashed his full power, employing the stunning hummingbird step. Although it consumed an immense amount of magical energy, his speed was astonishing. In mere moments, he closed in on one of the Xiang sect disciples. Realizing escape was futile, the disciple stood his ground, summoning a magical artifact to strike at Hao Yan. Infuriated by the audacity of the disciple to counterattack, Hao Yan bellowed, "Die!" Simultaneously, he released a mental assault, causing the Xiang sect disciple to feel as though his head was being pierced by needles, leading to a momentary lapse in concentration. His vital energy faltered, and the artifact plummeted to the ground, a fatal delay despite the brief interval. Hao Yan approached the fallen disciple, opting not to draw his weapon. Instead, he struck down with his palm, delivering a crushing blow to the disciple's neck. A sickening crack echoed as the disciple's cervical bone was brutally shattered, leaving only a thin layer of flesh connecting it. Yet, even this was not enough to quench Hao Yan's fury. He followed with a powerful kick to the disciple's chest, the sound of fracturing ribs resonating as the chest caved in, rendering him mortally wounded. Hao Yan's strikes, both the chop and the kick, were executed seamlessly, resembling not a cultivator of the arcane arts, but rather a petty thug from the streets. After retrieving the disciple's storage bag, Hao Yan discovered that the tracking technique had not been dispelled. It appeared he had misjudged his target. Chapter 153. Being schemed against after slaying a member of the Blood Shadow sect disguised in Ziyang sect attire, Hao Chen noted that the tracking technique remained intact. He promptly activated the stunning hummingbird step once more, pursuing another Blood Shadow sect cultivator. Swiftly employing the technique, he closed in on the fleeing individual. However, instead of feeling elated, he drew in a sharp breath, for he realized a swarm of Ziyang sect cultivators was converging upon him. With only a few paces remaining, Hao Chen concentrated all his energy into the imposing finger. The Ziyang sect disciple, seeing reinforcements on the horizon, fought with all his might to save his life, suddenly producing a yellowish shield-like artifact to protect himself. With the imposing finger, Hao Chen fervently channeled his true essence into his right index finger, determined to deliver a lethal blow. The imposing finger, imbued with the force of a thunderous tempest, struck heavily against the shield artifact. A resounding explosion echoed, and the shield-like artifact sustained for only a brief moment before shattering into fragments. However, the potency of Wang Ning's strike diminished, allowing the practitioner clad in the attire of the Ziyang sect from the Blood Shadow sect to narrowly evade it, suffering only a piercing wound to his shoulder, which elicited a guttural scream of pain from him. Blood Shadow Pearl, hasten to my aid. Eliminate this individual, the practitioner shouted, seeing reinforcements rushing to his side. Hao Chen, poised to strike again, found himself powerless against the throng of arriving cultivators, who began to unleash their artifacts and spells upon him. Realizing the dire situation, being encircled here would be tantamount to certain death, Hao Chen quickly assessed his predicament and summoned the Fei Huang sword to deflect the incoming onslaught. Before turning on his heels and fleeing, the pursuing cultivators shouted in fervent pursuit, yet Hao Chen paid them no heed. He retrieved a recovery pill from his storage pouch and swallowed it hastily. After all, the relentless application of the Jinghong step and the ensuing skirmish had left his internal energy nearly depleted. Fortunately, his storage space contained a considerable supply of recovery pills and energy restoration pills, which would enable him to swiftly rejuvenate his internal energy. Once again, he activated the Jinghong step, darting swiftly into the distance. No matter the circumstances, his immediate goal was to increase the distance between himself and his pursuers. He would adapt to the situation as it unfolded. While being tracked, flying was not an option. Without the need for tracking techniques, one could easily be discovered, and individuals from all directions would converge upon him. The most prudent approach was to traverse the ground, faced with 100 or more assailants. Hao Chen relied on his dual cultivation of martial and magical arts, as his physical prowess was formidable. Otherwise, he would either be slain or exhausted. He continuously executed the Jinghong step, dashing to and fro, filled with deep regret for his momentary negligence that had left him vulnerable to ambush. This allowed the two practitioners from the Blood Shadow sect to cast their tracking spells upon him, leading to his current predicament, besieged on all sides. Had he maintained vigilance and persistently utilized the Jinghong step to evade his pursuers, or had he been alert enough to frequently change directions and execute evasive maneuvers? He surmised that he would not be in such a dire situation now. Though regretful, the most pressing concern was how to extricate himself from the current crisis. As he evaded, he continually scrutinized the tracking spell's mark upon him. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the effectiveness of the tracking spell was gradually waning. This revelation brought him mixed emotions. It was reassuring to know that the tracking spell was not permanent and would eventually lose its potency. However, the rate of deterioration was exasperatingly slow. It seemed unlikely that it would fully dissipate in less than a month. In the days to come, he would remain plagued by this accursed tracking spell, constantly facing the threat of pursuit. Regaining his composure, he meticulously analyzed the current situation. The majority of the cultivators were searching for him. Thus, he resolved to seek a concealed location where he could attempt to eliminate the tracking mark. If he succeeded, the pursuing cultivators would lose the scent of the tracking spell, rendering their search for him akin to a fool's errand. With determination set in his heart, he began to scout for a hidden refuge. At long last, after several arduous hours of travel, a perfect location was discovered. This site was a marshland overgrown with wild grasses, shrouded in a delicate mist that pleasantly surprised Hao Chen, for this fog possessed the ability to disrupt spiritual awareness. Elated, Hao Chen swiftly plunged into the marsh and deftly entered the space of his jade pendant. Only Hao Chen, with his peculiar jade pendant space, could achieve such a feat. Any other would surely perish under the onslaught of over 100 pursuers. Once inside the pendant sanctuary, he collapsed beneath the celestial fruit tree, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. He promptly sought to replenish his strength, retrieving a sip of the ancient spiritual liquid, which instantly suffused him with vigorous energy, restoring his vitality within mere breaths. Yet, why did Hao Chen not consume the ancient liquid earlier? Had he done so then, heightened energy would have masked his fatigue, allowing him to run for an extended period, ultimately risking muscular damage. Thus, he was unwilling to treat the ancient liquid as a mere stimulant. Commencing a thorough scan of his body for the tracking symbol, he conducted several checks, but found no trace of it. Pondering to himself, strange. I distinctly felt a beam of light penetrate my body, yet there's no sign of it. Could it be on my clothing? After a swift examination of his garments yielded nothing, he was left to wonder where the tracking mark could be located. At that moment, Linger and Xiao Chui approached Hao Chen, attentive to his condition. Xiao Chui, in her exuberance, began to bounce around him, suddenly biting onto Hao Chen's storage pouch and shaking her head playfully. Don't be a nuisance, Xiao Chui. I'll find you something to eat shortly. For now, play for a while. As Hao Chen continued his search for the tracking mark, Xiao Chui's antics compelled him to pause, with her beak firmly grasping the storage pouch. Hao Chen had no choice but to remove it from his waist. The tracking symbol is here. Upon removing the pouch, he detected a faint aura of the tracking spell emanating from his waistband. The Blood Shadow sect, or rather, it should be the Blood Demon sect, cunningly employed the Blood Shadow technique in their tracking spell, leading one to believe it was embedded within the body when, in fact, it had been insidiously placed on his unsuspecting shorts, cleverly inscribed on the belt that connected the pouch to them. Realizing the tracking spell lay upon his shorts, Hao Chen swiftly evaded the two girls and sought a secluded spot to change his attire. After all, the spirit companion was a girl, and although Xiao Chui was a bird, she possessed a keen sensibility. Hao Chen regarded them as equals. Grasping the shorts, he contemplated burning them to dispel the tracking mark. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. It would be wiser to retain them, using this item to outsmart those pursuing him. Indeed, these shorts still held potential utility. What seemed to be a straightforward matter had become convoluted in Hao Chen's mind. In truth, those who cast or crafted the tracking spell understood that for individuals of considerable cultivation, even the most sophisticated tracking techniques could be unraveled with time. Within the bodies of high-level practitioners, such spells were trivial. Their spiritual awareness could swiftly detect and eliminate them. Yet, at times, employing the simplest methods proves to be the most effective strategy. When being pursued, one would naturally discard garments marked with tracking spells. It is unlikely that one would run while shedding every article of clothing, especially when the pursuit involves women. Such a tactic is indeed ingenious. Hao Chen smirked to himself, having discovered the tracking mark, and thought it fitting to let these pursuers experience the taste of their own medicine. Chapter 154. The ambush of the pursuers. Naturally displeased by being ambushed, Hao Chen promptly retrieved several thunderbolt bombs, blood poison magic bullets, fireball bombs, and useful talismans. He swiftly made his way into the stinking marsh, tightly closing his mouth and bowing his head to attend to his task. Following his premeditated plan, he set traps using the thunderbolt bombs, blood poison magic bullets, and fireball bombs alongside the talismans. The reason he did not employ formations like the 5 elements illusionary killing array was due to the terrain's inability to support such arrangements. Thus, he opted for the most unassuming traps that would catch his enemies off guard. Hao Chen had previously used this method to ambush members of the Chu family with satisfactory results, prompting him to repeat the tactic against these pursuers. Once all preparations were complete, Hao Chen employed the conceal breath technique and activated the forbidden Yuan technique to obscure his form before leaping to the top of a 3-meter-high tree in the center of the marsh. Before long, a multitude of dark figures appeared in the distance, rapidly approaching the marshy area. They were the various sect cultivators intent on surrounding and seizing the Blood Shadow Divine Pearl. The group soon arrived at the small marsh and halted, frowning at the mire. "What are we doing? Why have we stopped?" shouted a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator clad in Huayang sect attire. They had been tracking for most of the day and still had no idea who had stolen the Blood Shadow Divine Pearl. In truth, even if they had seen the thief, they would only recognize the current appearance of the person, as he had already undergone disguise. No one among the gathered cultivators spoke, but one disciple of the Huayang sect, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, Humph, Brother Xiaoli, what courage you possess. Why not lead us all into search? Humph, cowardly as mice. The man named Xiaoli retorted to the Huayang disciples behind him. We shall proceed. Brother, this place is somewhat eerie, with a significant interference to our spiritual senses, and that lad is exceedingly cunning, employing various tricks. We should be cautious, one disciple advised. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the Xiaoli cultivator, who exclaimed, What do you mean cautious? Aren't you all disciples of the Huayang sect? Our sect style is one of bravery and forward momentum. Have you all forgotten? With so many of us against a lowly cultivator, why should we cower in fear? What a disgrace. His words caused the Huayang disciples to lower their heads in shame. Xiaoli seemed undeterred by the dangers of the marsh and boldly stepped into the mire alone. Observing this, the other Huayang disciples had no choice but to follow him inside. Seeing this development, cultivators from other sects also entered the marsh, unwilling to lag behind lest the treasure be monopolized by the Huayang sect. The cultivator bearing the surname Shao did not turn around. He merely snorted disdainfully, his contempt unmistakable. Hao Chen concealed himself among the trees, quietly observing the various sect cultivators scouring the marshland. All the attention of these practitioners was directed solely at the barren ground, with no one taking notice of his perch above. The reason was simple. In this swamp, there were but a few trees standing at roughly 3 zhang in height, stark and leafless, easily visible and devoid of concealment. Moreover, the treacherous marsh below harbored hidden dangers, compelling their focus to remain on the ground beneath their feet. The individual concealing the blood shadow divine pearl was likely hiding in the muck or amongst the wild grasses. In truth, Hao Chen was betting on the tracking technique, which could only provide a rough estimate of his location without precisely pinpointing it. He gambled that these cultivators would not immediately unleash their spells to wreak havoc. He wagered that no one possessed an extraordinary technique capable of discerning his hiding place. Fortunately, Hao Chen's gamble paid off. Otherwise, he would have faced utter annihilation. As he watched the throng of cultivators continue their search, gradually encroaching upon the ambush site, Hao Chen steeled himself, keenly searching for the blood shadow divine sect cultivator who had cast the tracking spell, identifiable by his garb emblazoned with the insignia of the Ziyang sect. Soon, Hao Chen spotted the individual who had released the tracking talisman. Clad in blood-stained attire, the cultivator appeared pallid and frail. The physical constitution of cultivators typically far exceeds that of ordinary mortals. Even if they suffered grievous injuries, they could staunch the flow of blood with remarkable speed. This state, therefore, was telling. It indicated that the exertion of the tracking spell had taken a significant toll on him, potentially even damaging his life essence. Having identified his target, Hao Chen's gaze remained fixed upon him, yet he was reluctant to allow the Blood Shadow Divine sect member to meet an early demise. His covert scheme had yet to be set in motion. The individual still held value. Thus, the Blood Shadow cultivator was fortunate, temporarily shielded by Hao Chen's intervention, and would not perish just yet. As numerous pursuers entered Hao Chen's field of vision, the practitioner who had employed the tracking spell was among them. Following closely behind were 3 foundational-level cultivators. Judging by their aura, they too belonged to the Blood Shadow Divine sect. At this moment, Hao Chen was filled with unwavering confidence in his ability to eliminate the target beneath their very noses. Most crucially, those of greater cultivation, who instilled a sense of trepidation in Hao Chen, had already stepped into the traps he had laid. Once he observed that all of them had entered the trap, he swiftly shifted into the space of his jade pendant, unleashing a torrent of divine awareness to trigger the spells, talismans, thunderbolts, fireballs, and blood poison projectiles previously set in place. The explosion erupted around the tree where Hao Chen was hidden, igniting a conflagration that turned the swamp into a hellish nightmare. The cultivators were caught completely off guard by this sudden turn of events, leading to chaos and disarray. After a few breaths, sensing that the moment was ripe, Hao Chen emerged from his concealed space, seizing the opportunity to dash toward the remnants of the Huayang sect practitioners who had survived. Hao Chen harbored an intense hatred for the disciples of the Huayang sect, a sentiment that had festered since his entry into the realm of cultivation. It was the members of the Huayang sect who had consistently thwarted his endeavors. The second elder of the Huayang sect, the notorious Elder Shao, was affiliated with the Blood Shadow Demon cult, leading Hao Chen to suspect that the entire sect might be under their sinister control. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to collect some interest on his grievances. As Hao Chen charged forward, Two mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators from the Huayang sect reacted swiftly, launching an assault against him. With a cold smirk, Hao Chen unleashed several fireballs and water spheres from his hands, manipulating them through his consciousness to collide in midair. The incompatible elements erupted with a thunderous roar, generating a dense cloud of smoke and vapor that obscured the vision of his adversaries. The members of the Huayang sect hastily summoned their protective artifacts to shield their vital areas, but they were a moment too late. A series of soft thuds echoed as they incredulously touched the tiny blood holes on their foreheads, attempting to circulate their energy to staunch the bleeding, only to find their internal mana dissipating rapidly. A wave of weakness washed over them, and within mere moments, the 8 individuals who had avoided the traps lay lifeless on the ground, utterly beyond salvation. This outcome was the result of Hao Chen's application of the illusory finger technique, extending its effects beyond his thumb to all 8 fingers, ensuring a decisive strike. With his objective achieved, Hao Chen felt an immense joy swell within him. Just as he prepared to collect the storage bags of the fallen, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through him, prompting him to execute the swift crane step and evade to the side. A streak of azure lightning narrowly grazed him, crashing into the ground where he had stood moments before. With a thunderous boom, a deep crater was blasted into the earth, its interior charred black. Although he had narrowly escaped, the residual arc of the azure lightning still coursed through him, causing his body to tremble violently, as if countless needles had pierced his flesh. And he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The assailant, taken aback, seemed surprised that Hao Chen had managed to evade the strike. A glance revealed that the attacker was none other than Xiao Li, the leader who had first ventured into the marsh. Hao Chen was taken aback, having initially perceived him as a mere reckless fool at the edge of the swamp, only to discover he was a cunning adversary masquerading as an unsuspecting weakling. In his current state of injury, surrounded by numerous pursuers from various sects, Hao Chen realized that even a one-on-one confrontation with this individual would be precarious. The only viable option was to find a secure location to recuperate. This assessment formed in his mind in an instant, and he gritted his teeth against the pain, employing the swift crane step to retreat swiftly. "Stop him!" Xiao Li cried out in desperation, as he was not adept at evasion techniques. The entire sequence of events had transpired in mere moments, leaving most of the surrounding cultivators still reeling from the previous ambush. Upon hearing the shout, they were momentarily stunned, caught off guard. Only a few remaining members of the Huayang sect took action, but their numbers were far too few, and their strength insufficient. Easily evading the assaults of the pursuing cultivator, Hao Chen swiftly reached the edge of the marshlands in mere moments. With a cold smile gracing his lips, he glanced back at the approaching disciple surnamed Xiao and casually unleashed a thunderous explosive, controlled by his spiritual sense, before soaring away like a startled swan into the distance. Although he had already departed, his parting words lingered in the air above the marsh. "The enmity of today shall be repaid in the future." Gazing at Hao Chen's receding silhouette, Xiao Li's expression darkened, his heart brimming with fury. After finally catching a glimpse of his target, not only had he failed to apprehend him, but he had also lost several disciples of his sect. Turning to the scattered cultivators from various factions approaching, he bellowed, "You inept fools are unworthy of engaging in grand matters." Some cultivators from other sects retorted, "What? Unable to slay your adversary, and now you blame us?" Their voices dwindled as they recalled Xiao Li's notorious reputation for bloodshed, ultimately falling silent. Xiao Li's gaze fixed upon those who dared to speak against him, his hand tightening around a flying sword, its blade crackling with arcs of azure lightning in response to its master's murderous intent. "Brother, do not let anger cloud your judgment. Our immediate priority is to locate that brat. Is there not a member from the Ziyang sect among us?" Xiao Yun, Xiao Li's younger brother, urged in a hushed tone. After a brief moment, Xiao Li surveyed the surrounding cultivators and commanded, "Continue the pursuit." He then led the one who had cast the tracking spell, along with the disciples of Huayang sect, in the direction Hao Chen had fled. The other disciples exchanged glances before departing in small groups. An hour later, Hao Chen found refuge in a tranquil spot, reassured that he had eluded the sect's pursuers. He promptly entered the space within his jade pendant to meditate and heal his injuries. Upon assessing his condition, he was disheartened. The injuries sustained earlier, compounded by the depletion of his true essence from employing the swift swan step, had worsened his state. Hao Chen's immediate objective was to recover rapidly, for he yearned to engage in the game of deceit and eliminate a few more adversaries. He swallowed a recovery pill and a vitality pill, then settled down to meditate, harnessing the power of the elixirs. After several breaths, he opened his eyes, a joyful expression illuminating his face. The speed of his recovery far exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated needing at least 3 to 5 hours. Yet he was revitalized in just a handful of breaths. Contemplating the efficacy of the pills and the enhanced resilience afforded by his practice of the Canli Sanxian Ju technique, he deemed it a fortuitous turn of events. In the perilous realm of Qingqian Mountain, the sooner he regained his strength, the greater his chances of survival. Exiting the jade pendant space, he inhaled deeply, relishing the air around him. Not only had he restored his cultivation, but he also understood how to utilize it. The mark of the tracking spell upon his shorts ignited a spark of determination within him. It was time to commence the game. With that, he retrieved his shorts from his storage bag, purposefully shaking off the debris that clung to them. As it turned out, it wasn't just the tracking mark that was detected. Even the demonic beasts could sense Hao Yan's presence. At that moment, Hao Yan tucked his shorts into his embrace. The instant he exited the spatial realm, the practitioner from the Blood Shadow Demon sect, who had unleashed the tracking spell, once again sensed the essence of the tracking mark. I can sense the tracking mark emanating from the southeast, less than 20 miles away, the cultivator exclaimed to Shao Li with palpable excitement. Let us hasten our pursuit. Upon hearing that the individual possessing the Blood Shadow Divine Pearl had reappeared, Shao Li, without hesitation, urged those around him and soared towards the direction indicated by the cultivator. Meanwhile, Hao Yan was deep in thought. What method should he employ to deal with these pursuers this time? Last time he had chosen the marshlands, and he could not resort to the same tactic again. Suddenly, he recalled the effective strategy he had employed against the men in black within the Tuam Mountain secret realm. Would it work again? Resolute, Hao Yan began to delve deeper into the Qingqian Mountains while simultaneously expanding his consciousness to search within 100 miles for any signs of 5th level or higher demonic beasts. If he could eliminate a few of the skilled pursuers, the pressure would be greatly alleviated. Hao Yan was not one to suffer in silence. He was a person who sought retribution for grievances. Previously, he had been chased and injured by those individuals, and now was the time to exact revenge. On the outskirts of the Qingqian mountain range, the formidable demonic beasts and towering ancient trees had vanished, replaced by layers of tangled weeds and shrubs flanking the rugged mountain path. Occasionally, a pair of towering pines would break the monotony. Just as Hao Yan prepared to scale the small hill ahead, a terrifying aura of a demonic beast infiltrated his consciousness. A demonic beast, and undoubtedly one of great strength. Would scaling this hill lead to the beast's lair? Regardless of whether it was a den, the presence of a high-level demonic beast would suffice for Hao Yan's purpose. He had not anticipated encountering such a powerful creature on the periphery of the Qingqian mountain range. After scanning with his consciousness, he found that the distance to the beast's dwelling was a mere 8 to 10 miles away. No longer advancing, Hao Yan chose a favorable position against the wind, feigning extreme fatigue, and leaned against a tree, panting heavily. Chapter 156. The Ambush on the Pursuers, Part 3. From the moment Hao Yan detected the presence of the demonic beast to when he was prepared to set a trap for his pursuers. Only a few breaths had passed. When Shao Li caught up to Hao Yan, both were utterly exhausted. Upon seeing Hao Yan resting against the tree, Shao Li couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. Where else can you run now? Hee, once I slay you, the Blood Shadow Divine Pearl will be mine. Shao Li instantaneously flew to a position just a few strides away from Hao Yan. Why is it just you pursuing me? Hao Yan asked, surprised to see that there were no others following Shao Li. Just me is sufficient to take your life. Be sensible and hand over your treasure, and I shall leave you with a complete corpse. Shao Li boasted, pointing his sword menacingly at Hao Yan. Very well, I shall present it to you, Hao Yan replied, producing a small, pitch-black object and weighing it in his hand. The moment Shao Li beheld the ominous object, he instinctively took a few steps back, realizing its formidable nature that warranted his fear. If you simply hand over the treasure, I shall let you go. Shao Li, with a serious expression, earnestly discussed with Hao Chen. This is more like it, but I cannot simply give it to you. You must exchange something of value in return. Hao Chen deliberately prolonged the conversation, toying with Shao Li and buying himself some time. After a brief moment, a group of adept practitioners, all possessing foundational cultivation, arrived one after another at the small hill where Hao Chen was situated. Observing that his pursuers had mostly gathered, Hao Chen discreetly opened the jade vial containing the alluring powder and let it drift away with the wind. Meanwhile, Xiaoli was still waiting for Hao Chen's response, pondering what he could offer to exchange for the treasure in Hao Chen's possession. The instant the alluring powder was scattered, Hao Chen suddenly made a swift movement, darting against the wind into the dense forest within the mountains. Wait a moment. I'll be back shortly to exchange. Don't go anywhere. His voice echoed as he ran, even though he had already vanished from sight. At that moment, Xiaoli realized he had been outwitted by Hao Chen, his frustration causing veins to bulge on his forehead. He could not allow this young man to escape. Without hesitation, Xiaoli dashed towards the spot where Hao Chen had disappeared. Just as the practitioners who had just reached the hilltop were momentarily stunned, the sounds of enraged beasts erupted around them, shaking the ground of the forest. Hao Chen unleashed a formidable aura, directing it towards the territory of the beasts. Faced with the imminent appearance of a powerful creature, he had no intention of retreating. If fate had presented him with an opportunity for cunning, how could he squander such divine favor? On the fringes of Qingqian Mountain, encountering a formidable beast was a rare fortune, and he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. After a few moments, a fearsome beast materialized before Hao Chen. This creature had a triangular head, a bovine form, and was covered in thick black scales. Its underbelly was supported by 4 robust legs, each hoof the size of a basin, towering over 10 feet and stretching over 30 feet in length, exuding an imposing presence. The triangular black-scaled rhinoceros, a 5th-level beast and a king among the rhinoceros tribe, possessed a horn on its nose akin to other rhinoceroses, along with a pair of glossy black horns atop its head. Its strength was unparalleled among 5th-level beasts, a peak existence that only powerful cultivators in the later stages of the Yuan Dan realm could hope to confront. Its primary combat techniques included brutal charges and heavy trampling. The time has come to test you. After such a prolonged pursuit, I shall use this creature to assess your abilities. Please do not embarrass me. Hao Chen mused to himself with a smirk. In the blink of an eye, he bounded close to the beast, tossing the thunderous bomb he had not exchanged with Xiaoli beside it. Boom! An explosion resounded, scattering earth and stone across the surface. Amidst the swirling debris and smoke, Hao Chen disappeared, yet the lingering scent of his tracking charm remained. The remnants of his torn shorts continued to emit the aura of the tracking spell. Enraged, the triangular black-scaled rhinoceros thought to itself, "Damn it! Who did this? I was merely resting here. I have done nothing to provoke you humans. Why am I met with such hostility?" At that moment, the beast's eyes turned blood red, as if perceiving a challenge to its pride, inciting its intense fury. However, feeling the overwhelming surge of primal energy emanating from Xiaoli, a hint of trepidation flickered across its visage. Particularly, the intense heat radiating from Xiaoli's aura rendered it hesitant to act recklessly. Nevertheless, the triangular ink rhinoceros was irresistibly drawn by a tantalizing scent wafting from Xiaoli. The allure of the seductive powder stirred a primal instinct within the beast, causing it to become increasingly agitated. The intensifying fragrance conjured illusions, making it perceive Xiaoli as a fellow triangular ink rhinoceros in heat. After a brief moment of distraction, it cast aside its wariness and charged directly at Xiaoli with its 3 formidable horns. Witnessing the savage onslaught of the triangular ink rhinoceros, Xiaoli had no choice but to retaliate. The clash of metal rang out with a clear, crisp sound, and Xiaoli felt a tremendous force emanating from his sword, propelling him backward several steps before he could regain his footing. In contrast, the triangular ink rhinoceros merely slid back half a zhong, sporting a thumb-sized wound upon its forehead. Yet it showed no sign of bloodshed, indicating that the attack had failed to penetrate its defenses. Xiaoli, wielding his mid-foundation strength, stood his ground against a pinnacle-level 5th-grade beast without losing an ounce of composure. Should others learn of this, they would surely be astonished. A 5th-grade beast is akin to an existence at the level of human Yuan Dan, and among the most formidable at that. Xiaoli's ability to confront it head-on attests to his prowess, placing him among the ranks of the strong within the northern region of the Yuan continent. Realizing that its full-force strike had failed to injure Xiaoli, the triangular ink rhinoceros leaped into the air, preparing to charge once more. Flight is a talent bestowed upon all beasts of 5th grade and above, yet the colossal frame of the triangular ink rhinoceros prevents it from soaring for extended periods, which explains its preference for relentless ground assaults. As the triangular ink rhinoceros descended upon him again, Xiaoli swiftly sidestepped to the left, wielding his sword like a whip and delivering a fierce strike to the beast's abdomen. Beast, begone! With a resounding crash, the triangular ink rhinoceros, caught midair and unable to leverage its strength, was struck from an angle by Shao Li's adept maneuvering. The impact sent it flying, crashing heavily to the ground. However, its thick scales rendered such an attack insufficient to inflict significant harm. The triangular ink rhinoceros roared in fury, rising unscathed. Just as Shao Li prepared to capitalize on his advantage, the beast's body shimmered with a yellowish glow, and it raised its massive forehoofs, standing upright before bringing them crashing down onto the earth. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and the ground fissured deeply, rapidly extending toward Shao Li. Confronted with the triangular ink rhinoceros's lethal move, Shao Li was not complacent. He quickly sidestepped several zhang to evade the advancing crack. Then he retaliated with fervor, stomping the ground with all his might, propelling himself toward the triangular ink rhinoceros like a bolt from a crossbow. Sky-shattering thrust. Shao Li bellowed once more. At this moment, he unleashed the sky-shattering sword technique, and the blade surged forth in tandem with his voice. The battlefield fell into a profound silence, as if the surrounding air had solidified, enveloped in an eerie stillness. At this moment, the triangular ink Lin rhino stood firmly on the ground, yet its eyes were devoid of life. A long sword, the broken blade of Shao Li, was lodged within its gaze. Shao Li lay on the ground, a gaping wound in his chest emitting steam, his body smeared with blood, his breath faint. When he had pierced the triangular ink Lin rhino with his sword, he had not anticipated that the creature would retaliate fiercely, expelling its demon core directly into his chest. Chapter 157. Compassionate yet relentless. From high atop the ancient tree, Hao Chen observed the deadly struggle between man and beast below with clarity. At this moment, he discerned that both combatants had succumbed to lifelessness. With a flicker of movement, he descended to the scene of the battle, hastily sealing the fallen man and beast within his jade pendant space without pausing to examine their fates. Had it not been for his formidable spiritual awareness attained only after recently breaking through to the late Foundation establishment stage, he would have been incapable of containing the massive triangular ink Lin rhino within the confines of the pendant. Having successfully utilized the beast to ambush the Huayang sect disciple Shao Li, Hao Chen exhaled deeply, feeling as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his shoulders. This marked merely the first step. He now sought to evaluate the efficacy of another stratagem. After contemplating, he recognized that, although he had successfully eluded his pursuers, he could not allow these relentless hunters to benefit from his plight. Thus, he resolved to retrace his steps and assess the effects of the lure powder. Once more, he disguised himself, this time not emanating the aura of a Foundation establishment practitioner, but rather suppressing his cultivation to the 9th layer of chi refinement. Assuming the guise of a loose cultivator, he positioned himself before those who sought to corner him, just as he intended to take flight and gauge the powder's effects. He glanced upward and immediately abandoned the thought. Dozens of flying demon beasts circled ominously in the azure sky above. Reluctantly, he employed the swift step technique, hastening back the way he had come. Distress. In the distance, several azure wood wolves were tearing apart a cultivator with severed limbs. By the time Hao Chen arrived, the unfortunate man had already been dismembered. The small hillside of Qingqian Mountain reeked of blood, remnants of torn garments strewn throughout the valley. Observing this grim scene, Hao Chen smirked coldly to himself. Killers are invariably met with death. Since you sought to slay me for the treasures I possess, it is only natural that greed leads to demise. Though some may not belong to the Blood Shadow Demon sect, they nonetheless abetted in this pursuit and deserve their fate. At this moment, Qingqian Mountain had transformed into a slaughterhouse. Gruesome acts of murder and robbery unfolded everywhere, with both treasure bearers and treasure seekers driven to madness. Two disciples clad in the garb of the Beiqing sect spotted Hao Chen approaching and attempted to intercept him. Both were late-stage chi refinement practitioners. Seeing a solitary cultivator at the 9th layer, they swiftly surrounded him. "Hey kid, hand over your storage bag obediently, and I'll make your death quick and painless." "Hurry up," the elder disciple proclaimed arrogantly, eyeing Hao Chen as if he were merely a dish to be consumed at will. It seemed he expected Hao Chen to comply, promising a swift demise if he did, or a fate worse than death otherwise. Hao Chen had encountered many cultivators, yet he had never faced such brazen arrogance, and his irritation was palpable. Hao Chen remained silent, his sword descending with lethal intent, cleaving through flesh and bone. as if to sever not only limbs, but also the very essence of life. After several exchanges, both adversaries realized they had underestimated the cunning of their opponent. A silent understanding passed between them. With a swift exchange of glances, they unleashed their wind blades and turned to flee, abandoning their murderous intentions. "Do you think your speed can surpass my swift step?" Hao Chen taunted as he pursued the two bandits, his movements graceful yet relentless. The disciples of the Beiqing sect, caught off guard, felt a chill run down their spines as a mocking voice echoed behind them. The elder of the two, brimming with arrogance, hastily summoned a protective artifact, desperate to shield himself. In a flash, the flying radiance sword cleaved through the elder disciple, severing him and his artifact in twain. Strangely, no blood flowed from the wound. Both flesh and blood had been seared by the sword's fiery edge. With one foe dispatched, Hao Chen prepared to strike again, only to be taken aback by the unexpected reaction of the other disciple. Instead of fleeing, the younger disciple fell to his knees, prostrating himself and pleading for mercy, his head striking the ground like a pestle. Spare me, he implored. Hao Chen, taken aback, mused silently on the lack of resolve displayed by his opponent, who, without a fight, had capitulated so readily. The young disciple, shaken by the sudden demise of his companion, had clearly lost all will to fight, consumed only by the desire to save his own life. Hao Chen initially considered delivering a fatal blow but quickly shifted his thoughts. "I will grant you mercy, but only if you divulge the whereabouts and activities of the cultivators from your sect," he demanded. Yes, I will tell all, spare my life," the Beiqing disciple replied, hastily bowing his head. "Enough with the pleasantries," Hao Chen replied, his impatience evident as he brandished the flying radiance sword before him. The disciple, trembling, swallowed his words and began to speak. "Our sect was pursuing those who sought to steal the blood shadow divine pearl, and we had just tracked them to a secluded valley, where beasts attacked us with frenzied ferocity, resulting in heavy casualties." He paused, gathering his thoughts before continuing. "Later, an elder from the Danyu sect detected something amiss and suspected the use of beast-luring powder. He ordered everyone to strip off their garments and burn them together, which prevented further losses. After a brief pause, he added, "Once the garments were burned, our sect gradually dispersed to search for those in possession of extraordinary treasures. The disciples of Beiqing sect also split up, and upon locating anyone with such treasures, we would signal our sect members to encircle them. As for the other sects, I cannot say." "Is that so?" Hao Chen inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice. "Why did you not signal your sect upon encountering me?" "We did not perceive you as one bearing extraordinary treasures," the disciple replied, after a moment of hesitation. "We only intended to deal with a few isolated cultivators of lesser skill." Hao Chen found himself both amused and bemused by the disciple's earnestness. "Very well. Hand over your storage pouch and that signaling talisman," he commanded, adopting a mock-fierce demeanor. Yes, the disciple complied eagerly. Unbeknownst to him, the individual exhibited no inclination to resist. He swiftly retrieved a storage pouch from his waist and handed it to Hao Chen with both hands, along with a spirit talisman, presumably a signal talisman intended for notifying his fellow disciples. Observing this person before him, Hao Chen found himself utterly devoid of any interest in taking this man's life. Typically, a cultivator's storage pouch contains their entire possessions, and the fact that this individual so readily relinquished it indicated a complete lack of fighting spirit. Moreover, such an action would undoubtedly leave a lingering shadow of inner demons within him, suggesting that his journey in the realm of qi refinement might very well come to a halt. Oh well, this farcical character could be left to his fate. Hao Chen cast a brief glance at the man before executing the stunning swan step and departing. Concurrently, he contemplated his next move in secret. It appeared that the ambush targeting him had been temporarily thwarted. However, unbeknownst to Hao Chen, he had fallen into a trap. These two were blood shadow guards from the blood shadow demon sect, specializing in intelligence gathering. Although their cultivation levels were not particularly high, they possessed a knack for adapting to circumstances, adeptly navigating conversations with whomever they encountered. At the moment they knelt, they had already unleashed their unique tracking technique. Hao Chen harbored no suspicions of deceit. Chapter 158, The Assassination of Blood Shadow, Part 1. In a secluded corner of a valley, a man of average height clad in black was reprimanding several others similarly attired. "You cannot even handle such trivial matters. What use are you to me? I instructed you to masquerade as cultivators from various sects, infiltrate the treasure trove, and seize the riches, Yet all you have brought me are trifles. He continued, his voice laced with ire. After obtaining the blood shadow divine pearl, it was brazenly stolen from us? We attempted to intercept the robbers, only to face counterattacks. Half of the blood shadow guards have perished. I have provided you with the finest artifacts and elixirs. How do you intend to account for this failure? The black-clad man, known as Vice-Hall Master Li, chastised, while the other figures in black bowed their heads in silence. Enough, enough, Vice-Hall Master Li, do not scold them further. Let us hear a report on the completion of our tasks, spoke a figure shrouded in black gauze, his voice gravelly. Reporting to the Hall Master. We successfully ambushed the elite teams from various sects. Vice Hall Master Li immediately responded upon hearing the Hall Master's query. The Qinyu sect and the Huiyuan sect were successfully eradicated. The mission is complete. As for the Ziyang sect and the Huayu sect, aside from those who departed from Qingjin Mountain earlier, the rest were also slain. Thus the mission is deemed accomplished. The Yunhai sect, Yunhing sect, and Zhuang sect were discovered prior to our actions, resulting in mission failure. The Danyu sect lost 5 members, while the remaining disciples fled Qingjin Mountain, marking another failure. The Huayang sect and the Huanyue sect remained uninvolved. We have identified the assailants who targeted the Cold Hall Master of the Shihe West Mountain. However, there are currently no leads on the individual who forcefully seized the Blood Shadow Divine Pearl. Regrettably, 2 of our branch Vice Hall Masters have been killed during this operation. Just as Vice Hall Master Li finished his report, the discontented voice of the masked figure resonated. Indeed, they are worthless. Only 4 sect teams were annihilated. Very well. The deceased branch Vice Hall Masters will be reassigned, for now. Cease the pursuit of the major sects and devote all efforts to hunting down the thief of the Blood Shadow Divine Pearl. With that, the masked figure vanished in a flash from the valley. Yes, a chorus of individuals clad in black gathered in the valley, clasping their fists in a gesture of respect. This assembly, known as the Blood Shadow Guardians, had been meticulously trained by the Blood Shadow sect. With the destruction of the Shadow Guard's base in the Western Mountains and the unexpected demise of the branch leader, the whereabouts of the confidential dispatch remained unknown. The arrival of such disheartening news incited furious wrath within the envoy of the Blood Shadow sect, the 4th prince of the current empire, who promptly commanded the leader of the Blood Shadow Hall to venture to Qingqian Mountain and exert every effort to eliminate the cultivators who dared to enter. Furthermore, he sought to seize the opportunity to unlock the treasury and retrieve the Blood Shadow Divine Pearl contained within. The Blood Shadow sect had long harbored ambitions to reclaim its foothold in the Tianyuan continent, having secretly established multiple bases across the land. In his capacity as the envoy of the Blood Shadow sect, the 4th prince was also clandestinely nurturing his own influence, preparing for the sect's return to the continent and the unification of the realm. The organizations known as Blood Shadow, Shadow, Poison Shadow, and Divine Shadow represent the 4 factions of the Blood Shadow sect established within the Tianyuan continent, each led by a master possessing cultivation at or above the Yuan Dan realm. Additionally, there existed research institutions such as the pill refining, weapon forging, and puppet halls, alongside a myriad of secret bases. Each faction was further divided into 3 sub-branches, with Qingqian Mountain being one of the 3 sub-branches under the jurisdiction of the Blood Shadow Hall. Each sub-branch was equipped with 1 or more secret bases. As twilight descended, Hao Chen sought refuge in a secluded grove, surveying his surroundings with satisfaction. Having distanced himself significantly from the heart of Qingqian Mountain, he was uncertain of the direction in which those harboring the Blood Shadow Divine Pearl had flown. It was prudent to first restore his expended true essence. For the forest at night brimmed with peril. Without ample true essence, he would find it difficult to confront unforeseen incidents. At the stroke of midnight, the once starry sky was suddenly engulfed by dark clouds that descended upon Hao Chen, accompanied by a tempestuous wind and torrential rain, enveloping the entire forest in a misty downpour. Seated in meditation, Hao Chen struggled to find adequate shelter from the rain and resorted to employing a protective talisman to shield himself. It was an unavoidable expense. Akin to a beggar frequenting a brothel, inevitable expenditures had to be made. Merely to shield himself from the deluge cost him several spirit stones, a matter that, while not overly burdensome, still left him with a slight sense of discontent. Having not spent a night alone in the forest for quite some time, Hao Chen yearned to practice amidst the rain, to savor the ambience of the nocturnal downpour, and to listen to the unique symphony of nature. Were it not for the circumstances, He would have long since retreated into his spatial realm, as he had yet to examine the spoils of war obtained during the day. A thought that continually stirred his avarice. In the rain-soaked forest, nearly all nocturnal creatures had retreated to their lairs, seeking refuge from the torrential rain, leaving the woods shrouded in silence, punctuated only by the occasional croak of a frog or the rustling of falling leaves. Inhaling the cool, refreshing air deeply, Hao Chen allowed his entire being to relax, gradually closing his eyes. The rain continued its relentless cleansing of the world, washing away all grime and dust, while his mind entered a state of ethereal clarity. His immense spiritual awareness surged forth, merging seamlessly with the universe. Since reaching the late stage of foundation establishment, he had not taken the time to sit down and cultivate properly. Hao Chen was acutely aware that the path of cultivation resembled rowing against the current. It was inherently an endeavor contrary to the heavens. Thus, he anticipated a future fraught with hardships and challenges, a veritable thicket of thorns that could only be navigated through serendipitous opportunities. Consequently, he chose to embrace the natural flow of events without undue insistence. In contrast, his progress in the cultivation of spiritual consciousness had been remarkable. Perhaps it was the exceedingly defiant nature of the Haoyan Lianshin technique, coupled with his continuous insights into the natural world, that allowed Hao Chen's spiritual awareness to expand significantly in a relatively short span of time. As a result, his divine power grew increasingly profound. Moreover, Hao Chen could now sense that his spiritual consciousness had reached the pinnacle of the third level, drawing ever closer to the fourth. The fourth level of spiritual consciousness was comparable to the Yuan realm, capable of extending its reach over 100 miles, traversing dozens of miles in a single breath. As the rain gradually subsided, the freshly bathed forest exuded a refreshing tranquility. In this serene environment, Hao Chen's awareness gradually immersed itself in a realm of unfathomable mystery, ineffable in its beauty. In that moment, he felt as if he were the sky, the earth, and all living beings, with his consciousness extending imperceptibly in all directions, embracing the vast and infinite space while savoring the extraordinary wonder and intricacy of this profoundly tranquil world. Above the boundless void, countless stars followed their ancient, unchanging trajectories, rotating slowly in an eternal dance. An array of enigmatic forces manifested in the emptiness, exuding a breathtaking power that was harmoniously flawless. After a brief interlude, Hao Chen slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, his radiant gaze vanishing like lightning within the tranquil forest. He gradually retracted his dispersed spiritual power back into his being, his heart quietly lamenting that his cultivation was still lacking. It appeared that his spiritual consciousness had yet to reach a breakthrough state. Nevertheless, this transcendental experience, though it did not elevate his consciousness to the next level, nonetheless significantly enhanced his understanding. As dawn broke and a gentle breeze caressed the air, a sense of exhilaration washed over him. Hao Chen rose slowly, breathing in the crisp air and reveling in the unparalleled beauty of nature. Just then, a sudden tremor coursed through his heart, the hairs on his body stood on end, and a peculiar light flickered in his eyes. An unsettling aura of murderous intent suddenly permeated the entire space. Chapter 159, The Bloodshadow Ambush, Part 2. Within mere moments, Hao Chen's vision was met with the sight of a dozen figures radiating lethal intent. These spectral forms glided through the dense thicket of intertwining vines like phantoms, subtly coalescing around Hao Chen, forming a menacing encirclement that trapped him at the center. The relentless murder aura emanating from the newcomers enveloped Hao Chen entirely. Dozens of cold, unmasked eyes, filled with a chilling intent, fixated intensely on him, instilling a sense of caution that made him hesitate to move. A fierce glimmer flashed in Hao Chen's eyes, his face betraying no emotion, while a tempest of anxiety churned within. He understood that this time, he was truly in peril. The individuals surrounding him were all formidable experts, each at least at the foundational stage of cultivation. The murderous aura emanating from these individuals was palpable. They were undoubtedly cold-blooded assassins forged in the crucible of life and death trials. More terrifying still was the realization that they were all seasoned warriors. Particularly striking was the figure of an elderly man clad in black, who possessed formidable strength at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Though the distinctions between the early, middle, late, and peak stages of foundation establishment may seem minor, the disparity in power is profound. In the realm of qi refinement, Practitioners are categorized into 12 tiers. The first 4 tiers represent the early stage. The 5th to 8th tiers denote the middle stage, and the 9th to 12th tiers signify the late stage. The prowess of an individual at the 8th tier of the middle stage is incomparable to that of a practitioner at the 12th tier of the late stage. The same applies to the foundation establishment stage. While it is not as finely delineated as the Qi refinement phase, there remains a significant chasm between the middle and late stages. Hao Chen was acutely aware of his own circumstances and swiftly adjusted his mindset. He employed a technique to suppress his cultivation to the early foundation establishment stage, opting for a strategy of feigned weakness. After disguising himself, he presented himself before the assembly as a solitary cultivator at the early foundation establishment stage. He was keen to keep his identity as a disciple of the Yunhai sect concealed, despite his overwhelming strength, rendering him virtually invincible within the foundation establishment tier. He understood that even a typical Yuan Dan practitioner 1 tier above him could pose a threat, especially with his arsenal of thunder bombs and explosive thunder. Now besieged by such a multitude of formidable opponents, Hao Chen, despite his proud disposition, recognized the perilousness of his situation. He could sense the oppressive aura around him intensifying, as a dozen or more experts above the foundation establishment level conspired to corner him within a small grove. Realizing he had been thoroughly subdued, rendering any escape impossible, he cast a slow, icy gaze around at the cloaked figures and inquired with a voice as frigid as eternal ice, "Who are you? Why do you seek to take my life?" A booming laugh erupted from the shadows. From behind the elderly figure emerged a middle-aged man in black, who sneered, "You have quite the audacity, young one, to dare take the life of one of our sect members and even show mercy by sparing one. I must admit, I am genuinely impressed by your merciful heart." The middle-aged man continued mockingly, "Though they are all but worthless, particularly the one you killed, who is the epitome of ineptitude, relying on his connections to act so brazenly. Nevertheless, they are still members of our sect, and for that, you shall pay dearly today." Upon recognizing the middle-aged man's countenance, Hao Chen's pupils constricted. This individual possessed cultivation at the middle stage of foundation establishment. The arrogance displayed by this man mirrored that of the boastful disciple from the Beiqing sect whom Hao Chen had previously slain, yet this one exhibited even greater hubris. "How did you find me?" Hao Chen asked coldly. "Huh, curious are we?" The middle-aged man replied, surveying Hao Chen with a smirk. "Since you are a man on the brink of death, allow me to enlighten you." Hao Chen maintained his impassive demeanor, listening impassively to the middle-aged man's taunts. Yet, within his heart, he pondered, how could the agents of the Shadow Guard trace him? He was aware that he was now hundreds of miles away from the scene where he had slain that arrogant youth. Despite having changed his location multiple times, they still managed to find him. There must be some underlying circumstances he was unaware of. The middle-aged man in black spoke, "To be frank, you should not have spared one while slaying another. The person you let go is one of our Blood Shadow Guard spies." At that moment, your body was already marked with a tracking spell, a method of pursuit that is exceedingly covert and nearly undetectable. The Blood Shadow Guard possesses specialized instruments to trace such spells. In fact, we identified your presence the moment you arrived at Qingjin Mountain. Yet we could not ascertain your exact location, perhaps due to the weakness of the tracking signal. This was a tracking method embedded within you by our agents from the West Mountain Shadow Hall before their demise. This tracking spell is designed to activate after a delay, meaning that once it is implanted, it won't manifest its effects until a month later under remote control of specialized instruments. An unactivated tracking mark remains undetectable. He then shifted the conversation and continued, "While we were anxiously searching for you, you encountered our Blood Shadow spy, who pinpointed your location. However, the heavy rain interfered with our search signals, and once the rain ceased, we were able to locate you smoothly." At this point, the middle-aged man paused before teasingly adding, "Upon finding you, we discovered not only that you were the shadowy figure who plundered the treasure vault, but also the one who had stolen the Blood Shadow Divine Pearl. When you seized the treasure, your aura had already been locked onto by us. At that time, we had no idea that you were the same individual who attacked the West Mountain Shadow Hall. Now, I have revealed all that you wish to know. Young man, it is time for you to take responsibility for your actions," the middle-aged man asserted. Subsequently, Hao Chen utilized his spiritual sense to scan his body and discovered the hidden tracking mark concealed beneath his clothing. It resembled a grain of rice, an unusual energy cluster that was indeed difficult to detect without careful examination. Hao Chen bitterly smiled, realizing that his experience was still quite superficial. Although he had heard of such matters before, he had never considered them, having overlooked the significance. He had not anticipated that a moment of leniency in sparing a small slippery creature would lead to such turmoil. Simultaneously, Hao Chen concentrated his true essence, directly destroying the tracking mark on his clothing, causing it to shatter and disperse instantly. To his astonishment, the scattered tracking marks inexplicably reassembled, returning to their original form. Alarmed, Hao Chen attempted this process multiple times, yielding the same result each time. Do not bother trying any further. It is futile. Save your energy. This tracking spell was crafted by a nascent soul expert, and unless your strength reaches the nascent soul realm or a transformation god expert intervenes personally, this tracking mark will remain with you for 3 years. Burning your clothing will not help. The tracking spell has already infiltrated your bloodstream. The middle-aged man observed Hao Chun's efforts to eliminate the tracking mark and offered this counsel. Seeing Hao Chun bow his head in silence, he mistakenly assumed that Hao Chen was intimidated, and thus shouted, "Young man, if you obediently surrender the Blood Shadow Divine Pearl." Chapter 160, The Assassination of Blood Shadow, Part 3. Upon hearing the words of the middle-aged man in black, Hao Chen could no longer contain the fury swelling within him. A palpable wave of murderous intent erupted from his being, instantly shattering the imposing aura of the 10 or so individuals surrounding him. In that moment, Hao Chen resembled a devil emerging from the depths of hell, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread in all who beheld him. Slowly raising his head, he revealed a face marked by determination as a metallic scent of blood began to waft outward from his form. His expression mirrored the turmoil within. He was poised to unleash a massacre. The repeated provocations and relentless pursuit by the Blood Shadow Guards of the demonic sect had filled Hao Chen with profound annoyance and intense rage. He silently vowed that when his strength grew exponentially, he would annihilate the Blood Shadow base on Qingxian Mountain and obliterate the demonic sect. With his resolve firmly established, Hao Chen held nothing back. He exuded an air of supremacy, embodying the spirit of one who dares to challenge the world. He pushed his foundational cultivation to its zenith. Dust began to swirl around him, surging forth like waves in the sea. Heavy shockwaves emanated from his center, radiating outward in all directions. With his hands hanging low, his hair stood on end, and the fierce murderous aura he emitted sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to pursue him. "Seeking my life? Hao Chen bellowed, laughing maniacally. Yet, in this moment, he did not forget to maintain an air of feigned vulnerability, concealing his true strength to bewilder his adversaries. Before the middle-aged man could finish his words, he felt a chill at his neck. The sounds that escaped his lips were not warnings, but rather gurgles mixed with blood. Almost immediately, he felt the world spin around him, and in a dazed haze, he caught a glimpse of his own silhouette. In the next instant, Hao Chen lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow, targeting another Blood Shadow Guard of mid-foundational cultivation who stood too close. His right hand transformed into a claw, striking fiercely toward the guard's head. The mid-foundational guard appeared overly confident in his abilities. He did not retreat, but instead slightly tilted his body, raising his left arm imbued with immense internal power to meet Hao Chen's sharp strike, preparing to withstand the impending blow. Simultaneously, his right hand wielded a short blade, poised to retaliate. Hao Chen wore a peculiar smile. It was essential to note that his hand was infused with the dual powers of martial and magical cultivation. His body was considerably stronger than that of an average martial cultivator, and after entering the foundational realm, he had refined the cloud-splitting armor and cloud-splitting gauntlets from the storage bag of the azure-clad man. Unaware of the true might behind Hao Chen's hand, the mid-foundational guard foolishly believed he could withstand the inevitable strike with his formidable physique. Such arrogance was the height of folly. With a soft sound, Hao Chen's right hand easily pierced through the left arm of the mid-foundational guard, delivering a devastating blow to his chest. Boom! The guard's chest exploded, blood gushing forth as he met a gruesome demise on the spot. Simultaneously, the mid-foundational guard's short blade plunged fiercely into Hao Chen's side. Clang! A light sound echoed as the resilient cloud-splitting armor merely bore a small white mark from the impact. The Blood Shadow Guard, whose foundation was at the mid-stage and was on the brink of death, opened his eyes wide, unable to close them even in his final moments. He never anticipated that the cloud-rending armor adorning Hao Chen would be so unyielding. despite exerting every ounce of his strength to deliver a strike. The mid-stage Blood Shadow Guard could not inflict the slightest injury upon Hao Chen. How could a mere practitioner at the mid-stage of Foundation break through armor comparable to that of an 8th-level beast? Hao Chen mused inwardly. Moreover, Hao Chen was not merely clad in the cloud-rending armor. It was further enhanced by the true essence armor, suggesting that his defensive capabilities had reached an astonishing level. How could this be? The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. According to the intelligence they had received, Hao Chen was merely a practitioner at the early stage of Foundation. They could hardly fathom that in a mere encounter, 2 mid-stage practitioners had been effortlessly slain by him. Eliminate him at all costs, shouted the elder at the forefront. A practitioner at the late stage of Foundation, his face contorted with rage. As the elderly figure in black seethed with fury, Hao Chen surged forward like a bolt of lightning. Possessing extensive combat experience, he would certainly not let any opportunity slip away. Die! Hao Chen bellowed, transforming into a streak of black lightning as he charged towards a male Blood Shadow Guard at the mid-stage of Foundation. Bang! The Blood Shadow Guard was momentarily stunned, caught off guard, and having no time to evade. In the blink of an eye, the figure clad in black experienced a drastic change in expression, barely managing to cross his arms in a defensive stance. Boom! The ferocious force of Hao Chen's punch instantly shattered the surrounding air currents, unleashing a powerful energy wave that wreaked havoc throughout the space. The male Blood Shadow Guard let out a blood-curdling scream, the distinct sound of shattering bones echoing through the dense forest. Having mastered both the Demon Explosion Fist and the Demon Slayer technique, Hao Chen wielded a terrifying power far surpassing his own cultivation level. With the cloud-rending armor now enhancing his strength, he had achieved an even greater escalation of power. For an ordinary practitioner at the Foundation stage, engaging in close combat with him would be tantamount to courting death. As blood gushed forth, the black-clad Blood Shadow Guard was sent reeling backward like a strong man caught in a tempest. Crack! The sound resonated as the mid-stage Blood Shadow Guard, still clad in black, crashed against a large tree several yards away before collapsing to the ground. It was evident that his arm hung limply at his side, and a horrific fist imprint was deeply embedded in his chest, a sight that was utterly shocking. Seeking death. At that moment, the late-stage elder in black was consumed with rage. 2 mid-stage Blood Shadow Guards had already perished, and now he had lost yet another. It was crucial to note that all present were the elite forces of the Blood Shadow Hall, belonging to the Qingqian Subhall, which comprised only a few hundred individuals in total. Under ordinary circumstances, the Blood Shadow Hall would refrain from deploying its elite Blood Shadow Guards. However, this time, the treasure left by the divine sect at Qingqian Mountain was not only forcefully seized, but also the already acquired Blood Shadow Divine Pearl was taken once more. In a fit of rage, the leader of the Blood Shadow Hall dispatched a team of elite guards to hunt down the assailant. To ensure absolute success, he appointed an elderly man to personally lead the search. All of these individuals were trained by this elder himself. Witnessing Hao Chen kill 3 men right under his nose ignited an indescribable fury within him. With a stomp of his foot, the elder moved like a bolt of lightning, instantly appearing before Hao Chen. With a furious roar, a brilliant radiance swept toward him, striking him without any chance for evasion. Hao Chen let out a muffled groan as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, the shocking crimson liquid slowly dripping from the corner of his mouth to the ground. Wiping the blood from his lips, he lifted his gaze to the other Blood Shadow Guards, revealing an expression of extreme coldness and madness. Although adorned in the splitting cloud armor and the true essence armor, which granted formidable defense, facing a full-force strike from a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator left Hao Chen wounded. However, due to his continuous practice of the Demon Burst Fist and Demon Slaughtering Hand, his physique, cultivated in both martial and magical arts, far surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner. At this moment, Hao Chen quickly consumed a recovery purple pill and activated the Canli Sanxian technique, channeling the vast true essence within him to swiftly mend his injuries. Chapter 161, The Assault on Blood Shadow, Part 4. Hao Chen understood that this was not the time to act recklessly in the face of formidable foes surrounding him. In the midst of this dire situation, he summoned Xiao Chui, knowing that only she could provide assistance. During the annihilation of the Wang family in Xia Town, Hao Chen discovered Xiao Chui possessed a talent for manipulating fire. He now called upon her to distract the Blood Shadow Guards. Just as the late-stage Foundation establishment elder prepared to launch a follow-up attack, a sudden scream pierced the air. A rainbow streaked through the crowd, and in an instant, 3 more blood shadow guards fell lifeless. Moments later, a vibrant cry echoed, and that very rainbow appeared on Hao Chen's shoulder. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that the rainbow was in fact a small parrot. At that moment, Xiao Chui, adorned with exceptionally beautiful and pristine colorful feathers tinged with a hint of blood, had a short, pale red beak that looked as if it had been painted with brilliant red lipstick. No one anticipated that this seemingly adorable little bird would indulge in such a terrifying guise. Through spiritual communication, Hao Chen fervently praised Xiao Chui, and upon hearing his commendation, the little creature joyously danced atop his shoulder. Following this, a resounding cry erupted from her beak, and in an instant, a burst of azure flames shot forth, hurling toward the group of blood shadow guards with a whooshing sound. "Quick, get out of the way!" The elder clad in black, upon witnessing the emergence of the azure flames once more, sensed an imminent calamity. In an instant, he seized a young man from the crowd, propelling him backward. Feeling the potent energy contained within the azure fireball, the assembled figures in black erupted into chaos, scattering in all directions to evade the assault of the diminutive emerald bird. However, the velocity of their escape varied, and some were slower to react. One blood shadow guard merely brushed against the azure flames, which instantly detonated, engulfing his entire body in flames that blazed ever brighter. With a piercing scream, he was reduced to ashes, vanishing between heaven and earth. Hao Chen, too, was taken aback by the horrifying and monstrous attack from the emerald bird. The extraordinary lineage of the creature revealed its formidable prowess in this moment. Within a brief span of time, the blood shadow guards had been decimated, with 7 falling to the combined onslaught of the human and the bird. The black-clad elder's face turned ashen, cursing inwardly. Cursed false intelligence. The intel he had received indicated that the adversary was merely a foundational-level cultivator, failing to mention that he was a practitioner of both martial and magical arts. Moreover, no one had informed him of the terrifying beast that accompanied him. Yet, it was not entirely their fault. Hao Chen had always adopted a low-profile demeanor while traversing the outside world, and the emerald bird had remained concealed within the jade pendant space, leaving them in ignorance. Everyone attack. Kill. The elder, no longer daring to underestimate Hao Chen, disregarded any semblance of face-saving tactics associated with numerical superiority and led the blood shadow guards to encircle him. The guards, clad in black, wielded gleaming flying swords and sharp blades, launching a relentless assault toward Hao Chen, though they now refrained from engaging in close combat. Madness ensued. These black-clad blood shadow guards unleashed a frenzied, desperate attack upon Hao Chen. Seeking to fight to the death, are we? Observing the encroaching blood shadow guards, Hao Chen wore a chilling expression, sensing a bloodthirsty instinct rising from within. At this moment, his sole desire was for bloodshed. With no reservations, he executed the celestial step, moving in an enigmatic circle as he soared. In his left hand, the demonic soul blade, and in his right, the azure soul dagger, 2 ethereal azure shadows, imbued with dark, cold light, traced intricate trajectories alongside Hao Chen's movements. Before completing a full circle, 3 formidable blood shadow guards abruptly froze in place. Upon witnessing this, the multitude of guards surrounding them hastily retreated. Puff, puff, splat. The 3 blood shadow guards, rooted in place, suffered as 2 heads soared into the air like balloons, while one erupted a spray of blood from its brow, akin to a burst of fiery blossoms. This scene seemed to extol Hao Chen's exceptional magical prowess. So swift, so sharp. The leading black-clad elder looked on in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. In a single exchange, 3 foundational-level blood shadow guards had been slain. Such power was indeed terrifying. The assailants, who had previously attacked with all their might, had not anticipated that Hao Chen's hands concealed such extraordinary and lethal abilities. In a single round, Hao Chen managed to eliminate 3 Foundation Establishment blood shadow guards, relying on his astonishing speed that left his adversaries utterly unresponsive. Additionally, he drew upon the enigmatic powers of the Demon Soul Blade and the Azure Soul Dagger, coupled with the element of surprise from his immaculate finger technique, and the formidable essence of his true energy, all while bolstered by the confidence imparted by his Cloud Rift armor. The sharpness of his strikes was undoubtedly formidable. The frenzied slaughter instilled terror within the blood shadow guards, and as they beheld the remaining elite among their ranks, Hao Chen prepared to make a desperate stand. A voice within him fervently cried out, "Even in death, I shall take a few down with me." The elite within the arena shivered under Hao Chen's wild gaze. In an instant, the blood shadow guards once again encircled Hao Chen, the life-and-death battle on the verge of eruption. At this moment, the elderly figure in black, who was at the late stage of Foundation establishment, felt immense regret. Why hadn't he brought more elite fighters? Meanwhile, Hao Chen too harbored regrets. Why hadn't he deployed the blood-poison bombs or thunderbolts at the onset of the conflict? The old man pondered. Even if they succeeded in killing this individual, their elite cadre would suffer significant losses. Were it not for the death order from the leader of the Blood Shadow Hall, he might have retreated with the remaining fighters immediately. However, at this juncture, regret bore no fruit. The foremost task remained to eliminate this fearsome harbinger of death radiating an aura of terror. Hao Chen mused. Had he strategized earlier, perhaps the battle would already be resolved. Such miscalculations. The elderly figure surveyed the few remaining individuals, all of whom were formidable cultivators. Among them were 4 at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment and 1 at the late stage, all around the age of 30, with the rest having perished. The old man silently resolved, upon returning to reorganize the elite of Blood Shadow, he must select more young individuals around the age of 30. Cultivators in this age range typically exhibit superior prowess in spellcasting and reactionary experiences compared to their younger and older counterparts. I will entangle that beast. You all focus on eliminating that individual. The old man emanated a powerful aura, preparing to rush towards the petite creature. However, Hao Chen would not permit this, silently thinking, "You, an old man at the late stage of Foundation establishment, dare to challenge a mere bird? Are you not concerned about becoming a laughingstock? I certainly do not wish for you to leave such a disgrace behind." Thus, he communicated mentally for the petite creature to return, with a mere thought. It vanished from sight. In truth, the creature had grown weary of the fray and longed to return to the jade pendant space to boast about its achievements to linger. Chapter 162. The Assault on Blood Shadow, Part 5. With the beast's disappearance, the elderly figure surmised that it must have retreated to the beast control bag. Without hesitation, he rejoined the fray against Hao Chen. The 6 of them formed a battle formation, gradually closing in on the center where Hao Chen stood. Hao Chen regarded the encroaching 6 with a frigid glare, his voice icy as he thundered, "If you seek death, then come forth. Kill." Simultaneously, the cold voice of the elderly figure resonated in Hao Chen's ears. "Kill." The 5 Foundation establishment Blood Shadow guards and the elders' voices echoed through the early dawn forest, as dazzling spells surged toward Hao Chen like fireworks. Yet, Hao Chen was not so foolish as to remain stationary and await their assault. With a chilling sneer, Hao Chen observed the 6 individuals rushing towards him. Just as their spells were unleashed, he stamped his foot, causing his figure to vanish without a trace. The 6 cloaked Blood Shadow guards, however, were not concerned about Hao Chen's impending assault. They were well aware that the formidable formation they had formed together offered an impenetrable defense. Those below the nascent soul level stood no chance of breaching their defenses. Thus, they remained utterly indifferent to Hao Chen's attacks, even hoping he would hasten his approach to meet his demise. "Kill." A voice, colder than ice, commanded. In an instant, 6 brilliant beams of light erupted forth, striking mercilessly towards Hao Chen amidst their frigid gazes. Yet, what met their weapons was merely a fleeting shadow of Hao Chen. Harnessing his internal energy, he executed the wing of wind technique, soaring into the sky, evading their assaults in the astonished eyes of onlookers. The battle formation established by the 6 was foolproof against cultivators wielding elemental energy, yet it proved ineffective against martial artists utilizing true energy, allowing Hao Chen to traverse the elemental barrier with ease. "Humph." Suspended in midair, Hao Chen scoffed, casually tossing a pitch-black thunderbolt. If one was to fight desperately, certain resources must be expended. After all, holding on to them would yield no benefit. The thunderbolt whistled ominously, slicing through the air as it plummeted towards the ground, threatening the Blood Shadow guards below. As the thunderbolt descended, the group of dark-clad individuals wasted no time scattering in all directions. For cultivators, unless caught off guard by a surprise thunderbolt, the threat was merely a means of intimidation, as every practitioner possessed their own means of escape. This was precisely the effect Hao Chen desired. As they dispersed, the formation they had established was immediately shattered. Commenced the harvest, the first. At that moment, Hao Chen's voice resonated through the air like thunder, declaring the onset of the reckoning. concentrating the energy of his illusory finger. His right hand silently shot towards a mid-stage Foundation establishment blood shadow guard. Suspended above, Hao Chen regarded the individual with the indifference one might reserve for a corpse. Simultaneously, the mid-stage blood shadow guard suddenly sensed an impending crisis, instinctively raising his hand to conjure a fireball in a futile attempt to counter Hao Chen's stealthy strike. However, his reaction was a moment too late. The energy of Hao Chen's illusory finger had already pierced through above him, while the fireball he conjured detonated in his grasp, incinerating him in an instant. Before the remaining 5 blood shadow guards could recover from their shock, Hao Chen's mental assault struck another mid-stage guard, invading his mind with excruciating pain. The mid-stage guard felt his consciousness pierced by countless needles, rolling on the ground in agony, clutching his head. The abruptness of the events left everyone astonished. None had anticipated Hao Chen's speed would be so blindingly swift, akin to a flash of lightning, as he had effortlessly eliminated yet another mid-stage blood shadow guard. Hao Chen's icy gaze fixated on the 4 remaining black-clad guards. The rehearsal is over. The harvest officially begins, he murmured quietly. The Lian Hujiao and gauntlets were activated to their fullest extent, enveloping the body in a protective layer of true essence. Having successfully ambushed the 2, Hao Chen began to devise a cunning ruse, biting his tongue to draw forth a trickle of crimson blood from the corner of his mouth, disguising his presence and altering his appearance. His pallid visage bore a look of fatigue, and he gasped for breath as he plummeted from the void to the ground below. To the untrained eye, it appeared as if he had exhausted his internal true essence, resulting in his descent from the air. The old man in black felt a surge of delight within. You young rascal, let us see how long you can maintain your bravado. Though we are but 4, we shall ensure your demise. There is no need for a grand weapon to slaughter a pig. You 3, encircle him with the Sansai Jun and eliminate him. I shall assist in the formation. The old man commanded the trio of blood shadow guards to approach and ensnare on. In his heart, Hao Chen reveled. This self-important fool has indeed fallen into my trap. Watch as I play with your fate. Silently, he consumed a Fun Du Dan and held a Fu Ti Dan within his mouth. With the old man refraining from battle, Hao Chen felt no fear for his life. After all, the array's orchestrators were merely 2 mid-stage Foundation cultivators and 1 late-stage blood shadow guard. He mused, to ensnare me. You must be sorely mistaken. Are you not the one orchestrating from the periphery? Allow me to demonstrate how I shall play this game. Now liberated from all reservations, Hao Chen resolved to obliterate the 3 foes surrounding him and subsequently decide whether to fight or flee based on the circumstances. Having previously studied formations, Hao Chen, despite his limited knowledge of battle arrays, recognized the similarities in their designs. He had little regard for the Sansai Jun, selecting a precise location within the formation. His body moved with the swiftness of a shooting star, leaving behind echoes of his presence as he evaded the frenzied onslaught of the Sansai Jun, propelling himself towards one of the mid-stage blood shadow guards. The Warongjiang, enveloped in fiery essence, swiftly cleaved through the guard, leaving not a trace of blood as the flames crackled, releasing an aroma reminiscent of roasted meat. As Hao Chen appeared to be struck down by 2 blood shadow guards, his figure dissipated instantly. Before the guards could suppress their mirth, Hao Chen had already materialized before another mid-stage blood shadow guard. The 2 also glided effortlessly, severing a terrified head, which soared away amidst a deluge of crimson rain, the body collapsing only after Hao Chen had departed. Having swallowed the Fu Ti Dan, a flash of lightning ensued as he darted towards the last late-stage cultivator, brandishing the Fei Wangjian and donning the true essence armor, engaging in combat. When the weapon wielded by the late-stage blood shadow guard was sent flying by on, the guard was compelled to resort to his fists in a futile attempt to confront him. Hao Chen intentionally allowed the guard's fist to strike his shoulder while he, like a bolt of lightning, darted through the guard's defenses. Swiftly, from the commencement of the harvest to its conclusion, only a matter of breaths elapsed. Meanwhile, the old man in black, still orchestrating from the periphery, stood dumbfounded, rooted in place. At this moment, Hao Chen's internal essence had dwindled significantly, prompting him to hastily consume a fundan to replenish his true essence. The old man now found himself with no avenue for retreat. Despite being the leader of this cadre of shadow guards, yet he is merely a dog under the master's command. His entire existence revolves around that master, and when necessary, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his life. Observing the figure before him, a demonic being akin to a frenzied god. Ruthlessly slaughtering numerous blood shadow guards with extreme brutality, the elder in black felt a profound regret. He lamented inwardly, realizing that in his carelessness he had fallen into this young man's cunning trap. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing, a god of slaughter. At this moment, the bloodthirsty ferocity of his opponent had cast a shadow over the elder's consciousness. It is worth noting that these subordinates had followed him since childhood, trained into exceptional blood shadow guards. Though he felt no emotional attachment to them, the years they had spent together ignited a flicker of rage within him. For a mere foundational level cultivator to kill his subordinates before him, how could he face his colleagues, who would surely mock him? Moreover, his master would not forgive such a blunder. Chapter 163, The Assault on Blood Shadow, Part 6. Regret filled the elder's heart, yet he resolved to eliminate this incessant pest that troubled him. A mere foundational level cultivator, so audacious, he would show him the consequences. With a firm stomp, the elder charged towards Hao Chen. This time, Hao Chen did not flinch. Since the moment he embarked on the path of cultivation, he had firmly embraced the belief that taking a step forward could lead to death, and retreating was equally fatal. Thus, he would rather die gloriously, standing his ground, refusing to retreat even a single step. Threads of true essence emanated from his body, illuminating the surroundings with a flickering radiance. His right hand erupted with azure flames, and the surrounding energies surged like a torrent, wildly converging towards Hao Chen's outstretched hand. The winds howled, and thunder rumbled. The night in the Qingxian mountain forest was suddenly enveloped in a dazzling azure glow. The powerful fluctuations of true essence radiated outward from Hao Chen's being, rapidly spreading throughout the forest. This overwhelming energy wave left the elder in black utterly astonished. At that moment, the energy exuding from Hao Chen was undeniably formidable. The elder's eyes widened in horror as he gazed at the young man, enveloped in the armor of crackling clouds, rendered momentarily speechless. Although he knew little of this Chun Hao's background, the youthful countenance suggested he was indeed very young. It was unclear what extraordinary adventures this young man had experienced, or if he belonged to a powerful family. In any case, if this young man were to escape successfully today, the Blood Shadow sect would never know peace again and could very well face impending doom. The elder's thoughts were consumed with the desire to eliminate him on the spot. At this juncture, he too unleashed his strongest aura, reaching the apex of his capabilities, and struck fiercely at his opponent. The essence of the world surged like raging waves, crashing relentlessly towards Hao Chen as brilliant light radiated from him, slowly shimmering within the dense forest of Qingxian Mountain. The commotion startled the small creatures in the vicinity, sending them scurrying in alarm. As the figure of the elderly man clad in black drew nearer, Hao Chen suddenly lifted his right hand, unleashing a bolt of azure light accompanied by a dark, thunderous projectile that shot forth with lightning speed. Simultaneously, a formidable mental strike silently pierced the consciousness of the old man. In an instant, the wind howled and the air crackled, reminiscent of distant thunder. Where the azure light traversed, trees were instantly reduced to fine dust, and a tremendous shockwave obliterated the nearby forest, causing the very ground to tremble. The azure light, enveloping the thunderous projectile, swiftly struck the location of the late-stage Foundation establishment elder. An explosion erupted, shrouding the forest in a veil of smoke. As a gentle breeze swept through, the haze gradually dissipated, revealing a crater approximately 10 feet in diameter and over a foot deep. The black-clad elder lay raggedly within the pit, his breath weak and fading. The moment Hao Chen released the thunderous projectile, he instinctively dropped to the ground, fully aware of the explosive wave's ferocity. As the blast resounded, he immediately consumed a recovery pill, followed by a soul-reviving pill and a bone regeneration pill, feeling somewhat more secure. For he did not presume the explosive sound waves would have no effect on him. Sensing the elder's waning breath, he rose and swiftly collected the storage bags of the blood shadow guards he had slain. Just as Hao Chen intended to approach the black-clad elder to ensure his demise, his consciousness suddenly detected someone rapidly approaching the scene of carnage. A powerful aura surged toward him, causing his expression to change drastically. It was too late to evade. He had already been locked onto by the formidable energy, and with a single strike, he was sent flying several dozen feet away. Blood gushed forth from his mouth, a gruesome sight as it trickled down the corners of his lips and dripped to the ground. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the newcomer, his face betraying a grave expression as he softly inquired, "Who are you?" A short, sturdy old man stood amidst the ravaged landscape. The newcomer appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, with keen eyes that sparkled with a sharpness that evoked an uncanny feeling. Though the small, solid old man stood there, it felt as if he were imperceptible, as if only a wisp of mist were present, rather than a person. A master, undoubtedly a master. This assailant must be at least a formidable figure of the nascent soul realm, Hao Chen contemplated inwardly. "Master, you have finally arrived," groaned the black-clad elder from within the explosion's pit, sensing the presence of the sturdy old man. Instantly revitalized, he scrambled towards the elder with urgency, weeping and lamenting. The individual whom the black-clad elder referred to as master was none other than Chu Xingyun, the leader of the Blood Shadow sect. Do not fear, do not fear. I shall take charge of this matter," Chu Xingyun reassured, turning his attention to Hao Chen. "Young man, you possess remarkable strength. If you were to join our Blood Shadow sect, I assure you that all past grievances shall be overlooked. What say you?" "Master, you cannot. He has slain the elite of the Qingqian branch. The first thing I hear upon your arrival is an attempt to recruit this person." The elder was struck with alarm and immediately sought to intervene. "Silence. This matter does not concern you. Step aside," Chu Xingyun commanded, kicking him aside. He then turned back to Hao Chen, a smile gracing his face as he inquired softly, "Young man, have you given it thought? Your current predicament has left you devoid of choices. I am aware of your astuteness, capable of making judicious decisions." The master of the Blood Shadow Hall, in his earnest attempts to dissuade Hao Chen from joining, is drawn to his youth and formidable talent. A mere youth of 17 or 18 has already attained the initial foundation-building stage. Such aptitude is nothing short of extraordinary, indeed, the likes of which the Blood Shadow Hall's leader has never encountered before. With careful nurturing, it is believed that the Blood Shadow Hall could soon witness the emergence of a top-tier Yuan-level Blood Shadow warrior, or even a formidable being at the transformation stage. It is noteworthy that in the northern region of the Tianyuan continent, such transformation-level experts are exceedingly rare. Moreover, this individual is remarkably young and may one day ascend to the separation, integration, or tribulation stages, becoming a legendary figure in the Great Ascension realm. Should that time come, the Blood Shadow Hall would no longer remain a clandestine force in the northern region, but rather evolve into a significant power across the Tianyuan continent and even the Qianyuan realm. As for the dozen or so elite Blood Shadow warriors who perished at the hands of this young man, while the master of the Blood Shadow Hall experiences a twinge of sorrow, after all, they were painstakingly cultivated talents. When weighed against the value of the individual before him, the distinction between what is light and what is heavy becomes glaringly apparent. For the advancement of the Blood Shadow Hall, their deaths hold substantial worth. This is the tragic nature of humanity. In the eyes of the powerful, they are but lifeless commodities, with existence and demise holding no true significance. A cold smirk graced Hao Chen's face as he slowly straightened his posture. His proud disposition destined him to be a free spirit, one who despises having his fate dictated by others and would never bow to anyone. With a resounding crash, a tremendous force caused the ground beneath him to buckle as Hao Chen transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging fiercely toward the Blood Shadow Hall's master, Chu Xingyun. Hao Chen's actions conveyed his resolve. Even in death, he would stand tall. Chapter 164. The Might of Bloodlines, Part 1. Observing the defiant expression on the young man's face, Chu Xingyun shook his head and softly remarked, "Why bother? Alas, if you seek your own demise, there is little I can do." A surge of immense power erupted from Chu Xingyun's being, and he suddenly raised his hand to strike at Hao Chen. The master of the Blood Shadow Hall unleashed a powerful palm shadow, enveloping the entire space. It resembled a dark cloud brimming with lightning and thunder, a force far beyond what Hao Chen could withstand at this moment. Yet, in that instant, Hao Chen exhibited no fear. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed the Thunderclap Palm secret technique, his palms radiating dark elemental energy, merging with demonic power to counter the impending strike. Boom! The deafening roar of thunder echoed as a tempestuous force erupted. Within the depths of the Qingqian Mountains' dense forest, chaos reigned once more. Fragments of trees scattered, and dust and debris flew into the air. The master of the Blood Shadow Hall, Chu Xingyun, evidently underestimated Hao Chen's strength, staggering momentarily, astonished. However, Hao Chen appeared far worse for wear. akin to a meteor plummeting back to the ground with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, Hao Chen's body plunged into the ground, creating a massive, human-shaped crater. His once formidable armor lay in tatters, his form marred and bloody, a pitiful sight. Despite Hao Chen's defense reaching a terrifying level, he was still gravely injured under the relentless assault of the Yuan Dan expert. He felt excruciating pain coursing through him, as if his very organs had shattered. Blood poured from his mouth as he lay helplessly in the pit, uncertain of the severity of his injuries or whether he would survive. The only solace was the rejuvenating purple elixir and bone-repairing pill he had recently consumed, now actively working within him to mend his severe wounds, preserving his fighting spirit for the moment. Due to the immense energy expenditure, his lean armor inexplicably vanished from his surface, retreating back into his body. Meanwhile, the black-clad elder, who had been kicked aside by Chu Xingyun, had nearly regained his strength. Observing Hao Chen's dire state, he approached Chu Xingyun and ingratiatingly proposed, "Master, allow me to handle this one. Let me finish him off." Chu Xingyun, feeling his own need to recuperate his magical energy, silently acquiesced to the elder's request. With the master's consent, the black-clad elder made his way towards Hao Chen, picking up a sword along the way. By this time, Hao Chen had somewhat recovered and, sensing the elder's intentions, feigned severe injury, lying back down. When the elder stood before him, he was taken aback by the chilling intensity in Hao Chen's gaze, nearly dropping the sword he held. Clearly, the recent battle had left a lasting, terrifying impression on him. However, the elder quickly suppressed his fear, thinking, "Why should I still be afraid of him? He is merely a wounded waste now." Laughing with a mix of anger and shame, the elder crouched before Hao Chen, jeering loudly. He lightly tapped Hao Chen's cheek with the flat of his sword, his once jovial eyes darkening with malice. He sneered at Hao Chen. "Do you regret it now? You've slain so many of my subordinates. I shall send you to atone for their deaths." The elder, seemingly to release his pent-up fear, cackled maniacally. "Rest assured, I will not allow you to die easily. I will strip you of your powers, flay your flesh, and torment your soul, ensuring you long for death, but find no escape." As he spoke, the elder's eyes sparkled with a sinister glee, as if he were envisioning the gruesome scenes of his promised tortures. A malevolent smile reappeared on his face, as if he derived some indescribable pleasure from Hao Chen's furious glare. The black-clad elder laughed wildly, and witnessing his maniacal mirth, Hao Chen's rage reached its zenith. The animosity towards the demonic sect has reached an intolerable threshold. The hatred for the Blood Shadow Hall has escalated to a maddening critical point. Suddenly, Hao Yan's body trembled violently, as if the shackles within him had been shattered in an instant. A ferocious force surged forth, akin to the overflowing waters of a raging river, overwhelming his body and permeating every cell. Concurrently, a brilliant aura of true essence emanated from Hao Yan, enveloping him in a radiant shroud. At that moment, the leader of the Blood Shadow Hall, sensing an anomaly, swiftly turned to gaze in Hao Yan's direction. Hao Yan appeared reborn, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. Miraculously, his cultivation level surged, breaking through once again. His prowess in cultivation reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, while his martial realm transcended the later stages of a martial artist. The pure essence of true energy surged violently through his veins, coursing unrestrainedly within him. His dantian overflowed, and his meridians became saturated, with the true essence restlessly seeking new reservoirs within his body. At the 16th level of Qi refinement, he had already opened 16 meridians, comparable to the number typical for those at the later stages of foundation establishment. Upon advancing his foundation cultivation, he opened 3 additional meridians, and now, with the addition of yet another, he attained the pinnacle of foundation establishment. At this juncture, the number of meridians within Hao Yan's body had reached 20, equivalent to those of an ordinary cultivator at the later stages of the Yuan Dan realm. The immense, pure energy hidden within every inch of his skin was instantly stirred, beginning to mend his internal injuries. His bones quivered, his skin writhed, and amidst a cacophony of cracking sounds, the broken bones throughout his body miraculously reconnected and healed, growing anew. Following this, he broke through once more, achieving successive advancements. The true essence radiating from within him opened 2 additional meridians, resulting in a qualitative transformation of his true energy, which began to exhibit the attributes of celestial elemental power. The true energy spiraled like a vortex, gradually condensing and settling within his dantian. When a sufficient quantity was amassed, it overflowed from the dantian, surging into the meridians of his arms and hands, which began to open painfully. The sensation of this gradual release was akin to a persistent ache. After clearing the meridians in his arms and hands, Hao Chen felt an overwhelming sense of relief, experiencing the flow of true energy coursing through his meridians like a magnet, attracting the celestial elemental forces nearby. These forces began to gather and circulate around the surface of his arms and hands, forming a flowing shield of energy. At this moment, Hao Chen's cultivation reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, while his martial prowess advanced to the early stages of a grand martial master. In this instant, he transformed into an extraordinary prodigy of the Tianyuan continent, a rare talent who, at the age of 18, excelled in both martial and magical arts. With the opening of 22 meridians, he attained the level of an ordinary Yuan Yukun cultivator, possessing a robust physique. In the blink of an eye, his internal injuries had completely healed, and his strength grew exponentially, with radiant brilliance shimmering upon every inch of his skin. Though the process of advancement may seem intricate, it was accomplished in but a fleeting moment. The might emanating from Hao Chen's entire being surged multiple times over. The profound essence of true energy surged tumultuously within his body, with every bone, every meridian, and every inch of skin infused with a terrifyingly immense power. His physique gradually transformed from a porcelain white to a resplendent gold, resembling a body of gilded brilliance, dazzling and enchanting to behold. Previously diminished by the extensive consumption of energy, the lion armor reemerged, restored to its pristine state and continually evolving in perfection. Sensing the overwhelming force coursing through his veins, Hao Chen pondered, could this be the coveted bloodline of the Hao family? Is this the lineage of the revered ancestor Xiao Hao, the foremost among the 5 emperors, a shared progenitor of humanity? Chapter 165, The Might of Bloodlines, Part 2. Unable to endure the surge of his bloodline any longer, an unfathomable energy erupted within him, unleashing a cataclysmic wave in the space around him. A colossal gust swept through, ruthlessly obliterating everything in its path, sending the nearest black-clad elder hurtling away. With a resounding crash, the elder was flung several dozen yards from Hao Chen, his fate uncertain. Chu Xingyan, the esteemed leader of the Blood Shadow Hall at the Yuandan realm, gazed in astonishment at the astonishing transformation unfolding within Hao Chen. In an instant, he perceived a shroud of mystery enveloping the young man before him. Having believed he had discerned Hao Chen's strength, he was utterly unprepared for the multitude of secrets concealed within this youth. The fully vaporized energy swirled around Hao Chen, exuding a formidable aura reminiscent of turbulent seas, radiating outward from his very being. The shattered trees and stones on the ground were eerily lifted, drawn by the immense force surrounding him. As the colossal energy continued to spiral faster, it formed a barrier that enveloped his form entirely. Suddenly, this tremendous energy ceased its rotation, contracting violently before merging seamlessly with Hao Chen's body. In an instant, Hao Chen's stature grew, an imposing presence emanating from him, like a titan standing tall. He exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, the vast energy radiating in waves throughout the dense forest. At that moment, Hao Chen had irrevocably ascended to the ranks of the powerful, experiencing a qualitative leap in strength, with his combat prowess and defenses now incomparable to before. Despite his cultivation in the realm of foundational establishment being at its peak, the manifestation of the Lin armor propelled his martial prowess to rival that of a mid-tier great martial master, indistinguishable from a mid-tier Yuandan cultivator. This marked a distinctly new level, a realm fervently sought after by all practitioners. In the esteemed realm of the Tianyuan continent, particularly in the northern domain, aside from those reclusive powerhouses, the great martial master realm stood at the pinnacle of achievement within the cultivation world. Even the most formidable forces, steeped in millennia of heritage, and the nobility of worldly power, must adopt a humble demeanor when confronted by a formidable master of martial prowess. They strive to forge alliances, lest they incur even the slightest offense. After all, such terrifying strength transcends any constraints imposed by secular authority. In the heart of Chu Xingyan, the master of the Blood Shadow Hall, an intense wave of unease surged forth. The overwhelming pressure radiating from Hao Chen's gaze struck him with a profound sense of existential threat. An irresistible sensation began to swell within him, only to dissipate in an instant, as an extraordinary force washed over him like a receding tide. Regret gnawed at the master's heart. He lamented the missed opportunity to eliminate this individual. He had not anticipated that the young man before him would simultaneously break through in both martial and mystical disciplines at this critical juncture, reaching the pinnacle of foundational cultivation while advancing to the mid-tier of martial mastery. At this moment, the master of the Blood Shadow Hall found himself devoid of confidence in his ability to defeat the young man before him, now fully aware of his prodigious talent. With each step he took, an intangible pressure bore down upon him, impeding his progress. As a formidable practitioner of the Yuan Dan realm, he could not afford to underestimate such a formidable presence. An invisible contest erupted between the two, unleashing powerful energy fluctuations that tumultuously roiled the surrounding space. A series of terrifying storms formed between them, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder from above. The cataclysmic energy collided with an unstoppable momentum. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, shattering nearby trees into splinters that scattered in all directions. The explosive force carved out a deep crater between the two combatants. Old wretch, die! Seizing the opportunity amidst the enveloping dust cloud, Hao Chen leaped into the air. Demonic burst fist. With a fierce shout, his right hand transformed into a shadowy fist, several feet long, descending with unrestrained ferocity. The sheer power of Hao Chen's strike reverberated through the air within a 100-foot radius. At this moment, the might contained within his robust muscles was far more terrifying than ever before, with a boundless reservoir of true essence surging forth relentlessly. Hao Chen unleashed his most formidable demonic burst fist, a blow executed with every ounce of his strength, devoid of any reservations, sealing off every inch of space surrounding the Blood Shadow Hall's master, leaving him with no avenue for escape. This punch represented the pinnacle of his efforts, the most overwhelming strike he had ever unleashed. The Blood Shadow Hall master, possessing a terrifyingly potent realm of strength, would find it tantamount to courting death to engage in a direct confrontation with such a fully unleashed assault. No one would willingly withstand the full force of a demonic adversary, and he was no exception. Previously, even before Hao Chen's ascension, he had been able to trade blows with the master. However, after his advancement, Hao Chen's true essence power had escalated dramatically, increasing by dozens of times. The ferocity of this all-out punch was simply too fearsome to comprehend. With hands clad in the Cloud Splitter gauntlets, the force of the punch sealed off every escape route for the leader of the Blood Shadow Hall, leaving not a shred of opportunity. Unable to evade, a confrontation was inevitable. The leader, Chu Xingyun, did not hesitate to muster all his strength to meet the incoming punch enveloped in dark radiance. Boom! The two fists collided as if two colossal mountains had crashed into one another. Instantly, the earth trembled, and the fierce wind generated by their clash threatened to tear apart the very surroundings. A terrifying wave of energy surged through the forest, an invisible pressure akin to tumultuous tides, crashing fiercely outward. Countless towering trees were uprooted, leaving the ground in disarray. As Chu Xingyun sensed the overwhelming might of Hao Yan's attack, his expression changed dramatically. The immense energy radiating from Hao Yan made it clear that this young man's strength transcended conventional understanding, rivaling that of a practitioner who had broken through to the Grand Martial Master realm, nearly equal to that of the Essence Dan realm. No longer daring to hold back, the leader of the Blood Shadow Hall roared and unleashed a powerful palm strike. The terrifying force transformed into a lightning bolt, illuminating the area for miles around. The violent energy fluctuations reminiscent of crashing waves. Chu Xingyun's own strength was only at the mid-stage of the Essence Dan realm, and while the disparity in their abilities was minimal, the stout little elder was far more adept at wielding the techniques of the Essence Dan realm than Hao Yan. Unfazed by Chu Xingyun's palm strike, Hao Yan summoned his formidable spiritual awareness and executed the dragon transformation palm. The darkened, demonic version surged forth, imbued with an indomitable spirit, directly clashing with Chu Xingyun's palm. A pressure emanating from the heavens descended, creating a suffocating aura that forcibly countered Chu Xingyun's technique. The stout little elder staggered, involuntarily retreating as he felt the turmoil within his blood. At that moment, Chu Xingyun was profoundly shocked. He had never anticipated that this recently ascended young man could push him back. Chapter 166, The Ultimate Martial Arts Execution, Part 1. Now, the stout little elder was filled with regret. Why hadn't he simply killed the young man earlier? Why had he allowed his pride as a superior being to cloud his judgment? He had squandered a golden opportunity, yet such regrets were now futile. Hao Yan's own body swayed slightly, and while the Cloud Splitter armor dimmed a bit, it did not affect him significantly. Cloud Splitter Fist. He unleashed another punch, this time executing the Cloud Splitter Fist. Hao Yan varied his techniques in battle against Chu Xingyun, leaving the elder bewildered by his unpredictable use of spells and martial arts. Deliberately avoiding familiar spells known to the stout elder, he engaged in close combat, denying Chu Xingyun any chance to breathe. A surge of azure energy erupted spectacularly, transforming the sky as the Cloud Splitter Fist, accompanied by a whistling gale, charged towards Chu Xingyun. At this moment, facing the sharp wind of Hao Chen's palm, Chu Xingyun found himself with no avenue of retreat. Even if he could withdraw, his pride would not allow him to lower his head. Should word get out that he was repelled by a newly promoted Grand Martial Master, it would be an unbearable humiliation. Thus, he could only muster all his strength to fight back. Hao Chen, having gained the upper hand, was relentless and would not let this opportunity slip away. His hands moved in a fluid dance, executing the Killer Palm and the Five Elements Collapse Fist, tracing countless mysterious trajectories as he unleashed powerful attacks upon Chu Xingyun. Having lost the initiative, Chu Xingyun found himself making mistake after mistake. Boom, boom. Without hesitation, Hao Chen unleashed a flurry of strikes, each accompanied by a multitude of phantom fists, engaging in fierce combat with Chu Xingyun, the leader of the Blood Shadow Hall. The tremendous sounds generated by their spells and techniques reverberated through the forest. After exhausting his martial techniques, Hao Chen transitioned to his cultivation spells, continuing the onslaught. Each palm and fist was delivered with unwavering intensity. The substantial consumption of true essence began to manifest as the once vibrant chi of the cracked cloud armor gradually faded, becoming faintly visible upon Hao Chen's body. The leader of the Blood Shadow Hall was repeatedly pushed back by Hao Chen's relentless barrage. Each collision and retreat brought immense humiliation and frustration to Chu Xingyun. Who is this person? He is nothing short of a rogue. Injured and out of breath, blood began to seep from the corner of Chu Xingyun's mouth. Hao Chen's unpredictable combination of spells and martial arts, a chaotic bombardment of both, infuriated Chu Xingyun to the point of madness. At this moment, Chu Xingyun had indeed sustained significant internal injuries, and the added frustration only exacerbated his condition. Observing Hao Chen's brazen tactics, Chu Xingyun lamented, "Even among our divine sect, there are no such scoundrels." As a practitioner of both martial and magical arts, Hao Chen wielded the power of two, taking full advantage of the situation to catch his opponent off guard. His intent was to bring about Chu Xingyun's demise. The battle deep within the lush forest of Qingjian Mountain had left the once picturesque scenery in utter ruin. Deep gashes scarred the ground. An exquisite flora was reduced to mere powder. A fierce energy storm ravaged the area, transforming a haven for wildlife into a desolate wasteland. At this juncture, Chu Xingyun was overwhelmed by Hao Chen's formidable prowess. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that a young man, newly ascended in both martial and magical arts, could possess such power. The notion that a newly promoted Grand Martial Master could repel an established Yuan Dan Master was nothing short of fantastical, an unimaginable reality. Now, the bloody truth lay starkly before him. Chu Xingyun gained a clearer understanding of the innate talent of those who practiced both martial and magical arts. He realized that today, regardless of the cost, he must eliminate this individual before him. Should this person carve out a place for himself in the Tianyuan continent, the divine sect would never know peace again, and he would become a sinner in the eyes of the sect. As Chu Xingyun was lost in thought, Hao Chen suddenly unleashed the wings of wind, soaring through the air and locking his gaze onto the Blood Shadow Hall's master standing on the ground. He emanated an aura that fused the essence of both cultivators and martial artists, revealing one of his hidden trump cards. At this moment, Hao Chen was determined to make a final stand. Failure meant death. A more terrifying surge of energy erupted from his body, as if all his strength converged into one. With his hands crossed in an X formation, he directed a formidable attack towards Chu Xingyun, the master of the Blood Shadow Hall below. "Devil Slayer," he shouted, conjuring a colossal wave of energy that manifested a gigantic handprint, looming ominously above Chu Xingyun's head, casting a dizzying light that obscured the depths of the forest. Chu Xingyun suddenly felt a chill run through him at the sight of the spell emanating from Hao Chen. What? A heavenly level martial technique? Shock and disbelief coursed through him. When he beheld the enormous energy handprint appearing in the sky, he realized that the situation was dire. It was evident that this was Hao Chen's ultimate trump card, expending all his energy for this last, most powerful strike. Ignoring his injuries, Chu Xingyun forcefully channeled his own energy to its peak state, refusing to be defeated by a mere novice martial artist. With a roar, he gathered all his energy into his hands, manifesting a blade of light several meters long that shot forth like lightning to meet the descending giant palm. The convergence of true essence forged a massive handprint that tore through the void, instantly flashing above the forest, descending vertically and unleashing an overwhelming force. With a thunderous boom, the clash echoed through the heavens and the earth. The immense Devil Slayer handprint collided violently with Chu Xingyun's blade of light, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that rendered the surrounding area into a vacuum. An overwhelming surge of energy swept through, obliterating the landscape, stirring up dust and shattering stones, creating a tumultuous wave that left the nearby mountains and forests utterly unrecognizable. After a considerable time, the space where the two stood gradually came into focus. At that moment, silence enveloped the area, reminiscent of the primordial calm before creation. Hao Chen lay bloodied and battered in a deep pit, several meters away from Chu Xingyun. The terrifying aura continued to emanate from him, yet the bloodthirsty madness in his eyes had vanished. Suddenly, a sharp, maniacal laughter shattered the tranquility. Accompanying the laughter, a swaying figure emerged from another deep pit. The once proud master of the Blood Shadow Hall, Chu Xingyun, appeared disheveled. His garments tattered and hair wildly scattered across his shoulders, dancing in the wind. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, resembling a beggar fighting a dog for scraps. Yet, his laughter echoed through the forest, a testament to his survival against Hao Chen's most powerful blow, though it had brought him to the brink of death. Chapter 167. The Ultimate Convergence of Law and Martial Arts, Part 2. At this moment, Chu Xingyun trembled, his body shaking with a profound hatred as he approached the pit where Hao Chen lay. The recent, formidable strike had completely depleted all of Hao Yan's energy. In this moment, he hastily ingested a drop of ancient spiritual liquid, striving to restore his strength. After enduring a harrowing battle, his vital essence was nearly exhausted, and the forced use of the Demon Slayer technique had inflicted severe injuries upon him. The sinister leader of the Blood Shadow Hall, Chu Xingyun, approached the deep pit where Hao Yan lay, step by step. Kid, you possess remarkable strength. Just having broken through to the Grand Martial Master realm, you exhibit such prowess. And you are a rare talent adept in both martial and magical arts. I find it difficult to bring myself to eliminate you. Such prodigious potential may not grace the world for many years to come. After pausing to catch his breath, he continued, if you swear allegiance to the divine sect, not only will I spare you, but I will also nurture you diligently, enabling you to achieve fame across the Tianyuan continent. What do you say? Despite his own significant injuries, Chu Xingyun was relentless in his pursuit to recruit Hao Yan, extending yet another olive branch. Hao Yan's talent was simply astounding. At just 18 years old, he had attained the Grand Martial Master realm with dual mastery of martial and magical arts, possessing a late-stage foundation establishment. Were it not for his own eyes witnessing such feats, Chu Xingyun would have found it impossible to believe. Initially, he merely speculated that Hao Yan could potentially become a nascent soul powerhouse. Now, however, he was utterly convinced that Hao Yan was destined to reach legendary heights. Even though he had been injured gravely by Hao Yan, the thought of securing his allegiance remained unyielding in Chu Xingyun's mind. As Hao Yan listened to the incessant words of Chu Xingyun, his gaze was cold and unwavering, betraying no hint of emotion. Upon perceiving the hatred reflected in Hao Yan's eyes, Chu Xingyun, who had already been lacking confidence in his recruitment attempt, felt his hopes extinguished. Since you wish for death so fervently, I shall grant you a swift end. With that, Chu Xingyun raised his hand. Hao Yan met the Blood Shadow Hall leader's gaze with calm resolve, intensifying his concentration on gathering his vital essence. The hidden reservoir of energy within him surged tumultuously. Although the recent use of the Demon Slayer technique had indeed drained him of all energy, the recent ingestion of the ancient spiritual liquid enabled Hao Yan's recovery to far surpass that of an ordinary individual. While others might have lost hope in such circumstances, Hao Yan remained undeterred. As he secretly concentrated the techniques of the soul blade and the fire of elixirs, he prepared to deliver a lethal blow to Chu Xingyun. Seizing the moment while Chu Xingyun continued his incessant chatter, a bolt of black lightning erupted from the depths of the pit, racing towards him with alarming speed. The dark soul blade, infused with a chilling aura, lunged towards Chu Xingyun. Simultaneously, Hao Yan's other hidden weapon, the blade of consciousness, silently penetrated Chu Xingyun's sea of consciousness. Just as Chu Xingyun was about to unleash his palm technique to eliminate Hao Yan, an ominous premonition of death suddenly gripped him, causing his heart to race. Before Chu Xingyun could make any move, the blade of divine consciousness unleashed by Hao Chen cleaved through Chu Xingyun's sea of consciousness, causing excruciating pain and rendering his mind momentarily blank. This was precisely the effect Hao Chen desired. The instantaneous dullness of Chu Xingyun provided Hao Chen with a precious opportunity. A glint of sharp coldness flickered in his eyes as the gathering flames of the Dan Yen erupted in an instant. Caught off guard, it was only when the inevitable Dan Yen struck him that Chu Xingyun realized the danger, but it was already too late to intercept it. The two spells, one after the other, surged into his body. Silently and without warning, a blade of divine consciousness pierced his brain. Even the formidable presence of a nascent soul would meet its demise under such an assault. In a moment of utter surprise, Chu Xingyun, the master of the Blood Shadow Hall, let out an anguished roar. His body stiffened as the soul-devouring blade consumed his blood, while the Dan Yen flames engulfed his frail form, and the blade of divine consciousness severed his sea of consciousness. Overwhelmed by immense suffering, Chu Xingyun no longer exhibited his earlier arrogance. Instead, he begged for mercy with a face contorted in agony, with hatred that could not be resolved. How could Hao Chen ever soften his heart and spare the master of the Blood Shadow Hall, a scourge upon the world, not yet satisfied with his vengeance? Hao Chen unleashed the void-condensing finger, directly piercing Chu Xingyun's brow. At that moment, a crimson light shot forth from the top of Chu Xingyun's head. Thinking of fleeing? Hao Chen understood that this was the last remnant of Chu Xingyun's soul. With a mere thought, he ensnared it within his web of divine consciousness, drawing it into the space of his jade pendant. Hao Chen then swiftly entered the pendant's space, capturing the old man's soul and sealing it within a jade vial, affixing a soul-binding talisman to it. He further reinforced the seal with strands of divine consciousness, creating a double safeguard before exiting the pendant's space. After consuming the recovery purple pill and the restoration pill, he regained some vitality and began to search Chu Xingyun's body, only to discover that the old man was devoid of a storage bag. While Hao Chen pondered this perplexity, his eyes suddenly brightened as he noticed a ring adorning Chu Xingyun's finger. He approached and removed the ring, tossing it into the space of the jade pendant alongside the storage bag of the black-clad elder. Although storage rings were exceedingly rare, Hao Chen knew this was not the time for admiration. Subsequently, he conjured 2 fireballs, reducing the bodies of Chu Xingyun and the black-clad elder to ashes. With that, Hao Chen swiftly departed from the scene. Just as he left, several figures descended from the sky, arriving at the site of the recent battle. The strong auras emanating from these individuals enveloped the surrounding forest. Had Hao Chen been present, he would have sensed that all these individuals were cultivators at the Yuan Dan realm. Among them, 2 exuded an aura even more powerful than that of the Blood Shadow Hall's master, Chu Xingyun. An intense battle must have just occurred here, remarked a tall, robust man slowly. From the residual energy fluctuations, it appears to be a confrontation between 3 formidable beings. 2 cultivators and 1 martial artist? Commented an agile, white-haired elder. Yet, based on the energy fluctuations at the scene, it was evident that one of the combatants belonged to the Blood Shadow sect. From the residual aura, it was inferred that it must have been the old wretch, Chu Xingyun. In addition, there were 2 individuals, one a cultivator and the other a martial artist, whose specific circumstances remained unclear. However, the energy fluctuations of the esteemed Master Chu had vanished. What could have transpired? The crowd surrounding the battleground scrutinized the area for a while, yet found nothing and gradually dispersed. The shocking news of the death of Chu Xingyun, the leader of the Blood Shadow Hall, swiftly circulated within the confines of the Blood Shadow sect. This revelation breathed life into the usually somber atmosphere of the Blood Shadow's secret base, providing a topic for hushed discussions, albeit in the shadows. It is essential to recognize that a formidable presence at the Yuan Dan level represents the pinnacle of known cultivation. while the Yuan realm remains shrouded in mystery for the average person. The fact that a master at such heights could be slain left all who heard the news utterly astounded. Chapter 168. Stirring the storm, the demise of Chu Xingyun, the Yuan Dan powerhouse and leader of the Blood Shadow sect, sent shockwaves through the cultivators of the Tianyuan continent. Whispers spread that the leader had been murdered and that the treasured artifact of the dark sect, the Blood Demon Pearl, commonly referred to as the Blood Shadow Pearl, had been stolen. Wasn't it believed that the Blood Shadow sect had been entirely eradicated? How could there be claims of the sect's leader being slain? Hey, what is wrong with you? Why do you keep droning on about this sect? It's nothing but a cult of darkness. My apologies, my apologies. I meant to say evil sect, not divine sect. The man hastily offered his apologies to those present. The name of the Blood Shadow sect was merely a title used within its ranks. In truth, Blood Shadow referred to blood demon, and sect was merely a euphemism for a cult, regarded by the world as a den of lunatics. I've heard that the Blood Shadow Hall is merely a hidden base of the dark cult situated in the Tianyuan continent. Now, it makes sense why there have been so many reports of missing persons, particularly young boys and girls. It appears the Blood Shadow Hall has resurfaced, or should I say, the Blood Demon Hall. Bah, that news is already outdated. I've just received word that the Qingqian branch has suffered catastrophic losses. Not only was the leader of the Blood Shadow Hall killed, but dozens of elite members from the Qingqian branch also perished. It was said that they had been pursuing a youth named Chun Hao, only to meet their demise. I also heard that this Chun Hao is merely 18 or 19 years old. As soon as these words were uttered, a wave of dissent erupted among those gathered. Stop your nonsense. A mere lad of 18 or 19 couldn't possibly defeat a master at the Yuan Dan level. Even if a Yuan Dan master stood there and allowed him to attack with all his might, he wouldn't even be able to scratch him. Exactly. If you don't know, keep your mouth shut. You're quite the braggart, aren't you? Amidst the chorus of reproach, the individual retreated in embarrassment. Although his words were rooted in truth, the incredibility of the tale rendered it hard to believe. Nonetheless, the name Chun Hao began to spread around the vicinity of Qingqian Mountain. Before long, this news took flight, reaching the city of Yuqing in Haizhou and subsequently the capital, where it caught the attention of the royal family and various sects alike. Who then is Chun Hao? Who had the audacity to seize the Blood Shadow sect's treasured Blood Shadow Pearl? And who was it that brought down the leader of the Blood Shadow sect? In this battle, Hao Chen not only vanquished the leader of the Blood Shadow sect, Chu Xingyun, but also stirred the tempest of the Tianyuan continent. The conflict over the Blood Shadow sect's treasures on Qingqian Mountain prompted a coalition of the imperial royalty and various sects to ruthlessly eradicate the remnants of the Blood Shadow sect. Far from Qingqian Mountain, thousands of miles away, there lies a lush and vibrant forest, dense with flourishing trees. This ancient woodland, steeped in the passage of time, envelopes a mysterious land, supporting a cerulean sky above. Countless vines intertwine, and eerie peaks rise into the clouds. Cold streams flow, mythical beasts roam, and birds sing while butterflies dance, all teeming with life and shrouded in mystery. At this moment, Hao Chen is concealed within this enigmatic forest, seated upon the horizontal branch of a towering tree. He is meditating to heal his injuries, with Xiao Zui vigilantly by his side, appreciating the scenery while dutifully guarding the injured Hao Chen. With Xiao Zui's protection, Hao Chen feels more at ease in his recuperation. During this healing period, free from external disturbances, his strength is rapidly restored. Xiao Zui diligently surveys the surroundings, her keen senses on alert, emanating the unique aura of a mythical beast to ward off the curious creatures nearby. In his battle against Chu Xingyun, Hao Chen, disregarding his wounds, recklessly wielded the ruthless demon-slaying technique, exacerbating his injuries. Fortunately, he had concocted numerous regeneration elixirs. Not only could they mend wounds, but they could also restore broken bones and severed limbs. Additionally, the restorative pills and the myriad of other elixirs significantly aided in hastening his recovery. Perched upon the lofty branch, Hao Chen basks in the warm rays of sunlight, his countenance serene as he absorbs the pure essence of the heavens and the earth. Slowly, he circulates the Kan Li San Xian Ju technique, engaging in meditation and cultivation. As he breathes in a long, steady rhythm, streams of fine energy coalesce into a pure force, continuously traversing his body's surface and gradually merging into his dantian and blood vessels, mending the shattered muscle cells and bones from the battle. Hao Chen feels as if countless ethereal serpents are joyfully weaving through his entire being, flowing from every part of him into his limbs and bones, transforming into a refreshing coolness that circulates throughout. It is as if he has fully immersed himself in a tranquil pool of cool water. Under the gentle caress of this chill, his fatigue gradually dissipates, leaving him invigorated and refreshed. As the vital energy within him swells, an increasing torrent of energy floods into his being, reaching its zenith and transforming into wispy white mists that envelop Hao Chen like a cocoon. When the last of his wounds is finally mended, he exhales a long breath of stale air. After several days of nurturing and rest, Hao Chen's body has completely returned to its former state. As the ever-vigilant Xiaotsue witnessed Hao Yin open his eyes, she swiftly perched herself on his shoulder, nuzzling her soft little head against his face. "Thank you, Xiaotsue." Hao Yin smiled, gently stroking her feathers and whispering sweet words to her. After a brief bout of playful antics, Xiaotsue flitted around Hao Yin, seemingly eager for more fun. Once she had his attention, the little creature quickly vanished into the vast expanse of the forest. Watching her silhouette fade from view, Hao Yin finally smiled and slowly withdrew his gaze. In that moment, Hao Yin was engulfed in profound contemplation, pondering the true nature of Xiaotsue. What manner of beast was she, endowed with such formidable combat prowess? From whence did she hail? The little bird he had serendipitously discovered now appeared to be a treasure. Though he had previously sought guidance from Yuan on the art of beast taming, he had no desire to force Xiaotsue into submission. Since there was a bond between them, they would be friends, and friendship necessitates sincerity. Reflecting on his recent battle against a formidable Yuan Dan practitioner, Hao Yin still felt a tremor of unease. Although he ultimately emerged victorious, it was a triumph born of numerous fortuitous circumstances that enabled him to slay such a powerful adversary. The demise of Chu Xingyun, the leader of the Blood Shadow Hall, was indeed somewhat disheartening. Had Chu not been arrogant and careless, sustaining grievous injuries, and had Hao Yin not possessed the dual mastery of martial and spiritual arts, executing a surprise attack would have been exceedingly difficult. For a cultivator who had just reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage and was on the verge of becoming a grand martial master, the chances of victory were slim. While his martial prowess had advanced to the grand martial master realm, he was still merely at the nascent peak of this stage. Nevertheless, despite the lingering apprehension, if given the choice, Hao Yin would willingly engage in such battles again. True strength is forged through trials and tribulations, without weathering storms. One cannot contend with heaven, earth, or humanity. Although the fierce battle left Hao Yin gravely wounded, the experience gained was immeasurable. Not only did he break through to the Grand Martial Master level during the fight, but he also elevated his foundation establishment cultivation to the late peak stage. At just 18 years of age, had outsiders known of Hao Yin's Grand Martial Master power and his status as a cultivator who had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, they would surely wonder what kind of storm would sweep across the Tianyuan continent. After all, a cultivator of Hao Yin's age achieving foundation establishment is already considered a prodigy, and attaining the pinnacle of that stage is a rarity encountered perhaps once in a century, if not a millennium. Moreover, Hao Yin's dual mastery of martial and spiritual arts and his advancement to the Grand Martial Master realm mark him as an unprecedented talent in the history of the Tianyuan continent. Indeed, Hao Yin's extraordinary aptitude aligns with the ancient saying passed down through generations in the Hao Yin family. Every male of the Hao Yin lineage is a genius, a prodigy, yet also a victim of fate, for without trials, they cannot truly succeed. Those who carry the Hao Yin bloodline are beings of remarkable caliber. Chapter 169. Refining the demon pill within the mist-laden forest, everything was shrouded in a veil of ethereal fog. Occasionally, small creatures frolic through the woods, while birds chirp melodiously, engaging in playful song. Everything is so vibrant, everything appears so dreamlike. Time has flown by, and it has already been over half a month since the commencement of cultivation. Hao Chen continues to refine and solidify his skills. Although his body has healed, the potent essence of the numerous elixirs consumed during intense battles still flows gently through him daily, nurturing the hidden ailments left by past injuries. Life in the forest is remarkably simple and unadorned, brimming with a vigorous vitality. Here, there are no intrigues or power struggles. Compared to human society, this is a pure land, evoking in Hao Chen a sense of being in a different world. Each day, he watches as Xiaotsue flits about, occasionally gathering small animals to play with her. He cannot help but feel envious of her innocence and purity. Yet, Hao Chen's own youthful exuberance has long since vanished into the ether, forever irretrievable. With his injuries fully healed, Hao Chen concludes his meditation. Suddenly, he recalls an important task left undone. With a flicker of thought, he retrieves the ring of Chu Xingyun, the leader of the Blood Shadow Hall, from the space of his jade pendant. While he had only heard of storage rings before, he had never witnessed one firsthand. This ring, taken from Chu Xingyun, is indeed Hao Chen's first. As his consciousness gradually unravels Chu Xingyun's seal, revealing the contents within, excitement spreads across Hao Chen's face, causing him to tremble and burst into uncontrollable laughter. A practitioner at the Yuan Dan level, Chu Xingyun exemplifies the might of such a strong cultivator. The items within the storage ring are beyond the comparison of a mere foundation establishment cultivator, both in quantity and quality. They exist on an entirely different plane. Chu Xingyun, as the leader of the Blood Shadow sect and a Yuan Dan stage practitioner, must possess a wealth of items gathered over time, as well as tributes offered to the sect. Even within a sect, those at the Yuan Dan level hold significant stature. Upon meticulous examination of the storage ring's contents, Hao Chen discovers an abundance of elixirs, hundreds of vials of various kinds, most of which are quite advanced, with a considerable number suitable for foundation establishment practitioners. Additionally, there are numerous high-grade elixirs brimming with vitality, the specifics of which elude him without thorough examination. If he is not mistaken, they are likely intended for Yuan Dan stage practitioners. Beyond the elixirs, there lies a substantial cache of elemental stones. There are hundreds of thousands of low-grade elemental stones, over 10,000 mid-grade stones, and several thousand high-grade stones. This appears to be the Blood Shadow Hall's treasure. In total, this constitutes a colossal fortune. Within the realm of cultivation, elemental stones are ranked from low to high as low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and premium stones. In reverse comparison, one high-grade stone is equivalent to 100 mid-grade stones, and one mid-grade stone is worth 100 low-grade stones. However, due to excessive exploitation within the cultivation world, high-grade stones have become exceedingly rare, while premium stones are seldom seen. Within the jade box stored in the spatial ring, numerous demon cores were discovered, alongside an abundance of spiritual herbs, elixirs, and fruits, all of which are esteemed treasures of nature. Additionally, a considerable quantity of materials was found. Although their quality was not particularly high, they still represented a substantial fortune when sold. Hao Yin did not locate a satisfactory magical artifact within the storage ring, for such treasures are exceedingly rare. Even for cultivators at the Yuan Dan realm, possessing a single artifact is already commendable. While there are no treasures superior to magical artifacts, the storage ring did contain several ordinary magical artifacts. Among these were a complete set of mother and son flying daggers, a copper bell artifact, a conical artifact, a circular artifact, a shield-type defensive artifact, and a diamond-shaped plate, all of them exquisite magical artifacts. The power of these artifacts, favored by cultivators of the Yuan Dan realm, was undoubtedly formidable. Overwhelmed with joy, Hao Yin began to refine each artifact one by one. With his ample supply of true essence, it would not be long before he could refine all these artifacts, thereby significantly enhancing his strength. It is uncertain how much time was spent refining these artifacts, but it was undoubtedly not short. All artifacts were successfully refined except for the diamond-shaped plate. It then occurred to him that he had yet to discover a method for directly consuming and refining demon cores. Thus, he swiftly entered the jade pendant space and hurried into the library of techniques, searching through the collection obtained from the Wang family of Xia Town. Seeking the secret tome for refining demon cores, fortune favored the diligent, as he indeed found the secret manual on refining demon cores. No wonder Wang Herong, the head of the Wang family, was so confident in his ability to refine demon cores and ascend to the rank of a grand martial artist after committing murder and theft to acquire them. There are 3 methods for refining demon cores. The first is to refine them into medicine, a technique Hao Yin was already aware of. The second method is external refinement, which involves enveloping the demon core with one's consciousness and then releasing flames for refinement, thereby extracting the demon essence while preserving the pure energy within the core for absorption into the dantian, transforming it into vital energy. The third method is direct consumption, wherein one operates their technique to refine the demon essence and ultimately purify the extracted energy. Long having coveted such resources, Hao Chen could no longer resist the allure of the demon cores now in his possession. After probing with his consciousness, he selected a demon core from the many jade boxes, specifically one with slightly weaker energy from the jungle gale tiger, and began his attempt at refinement. Exiting the jade pendant space, he sought a secluded place to refine the demon core. Without hesitation, Hao Chen swallowed the demon core, which possessed diminished energy. Boom! As the demon core descended into his dantian, the tumultuous and domineering heavenly essence erupted within him. Concurrently, his body exuded wisps of faint crimson aura, the ominous energy of the jungle gale tiger. Within him, the Canli San Shin Ju technique operated frantically. According to the method for refining demon cores, to harness the energy of the core, one must first refine the overwhelming and tumultuous demon essence. Yet, the ferocity of this power exceeded Hao Chen's expectations. The demon essence surged like a wild stallion, uncontrollable and rampaging within his body. At this moment, Hao Chen's expression was a kaleidoscope of emotions, shifting from pale to flushed, and even to a terrifying shade of black. He focused his mind on his dantian, remaining calm and unhurried, aware that patience was essential to gradually refine the tumultuous energy of the demon source, smoothing its sharp edges before ultimately subduing it. As the chaotic energy within the demon core was gradually refined and stabilized, Hao Chen poured his mental strength into the core, binding and sealing it within the recesses of his dantian, slowly extracting its energy for further refinement. As he refined the demon core, the pure elemental energy contained within began to merge with the true essence he possessed, transforming into a surging torrent of power. Although he had reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of a great martial master in martial cultivation and the late stage of foundation establishment in immortal cultivation, the breakthroughs achieved in battle remained unstable. He had no time to consolidate his progress. Successfully refining a demon core allowed Hao Chen to systematically organize his martial and immortal cultivation. Stabilizing his realm, his martial cultivation ascended to the early pinnacle of the great martial master realm, while his immortal cultivation remained at the late stage of foundation establishment. Unable to advance to the Yuan Dan realm due to a lack of experience and understanding of the heavenly path. In his moment of frustration, a tome filled with various arcane techniques from the ring of the old man, Chu Xingyun, captured Hao Chen's attention. This was not merely a manual, but a compendium of cultivation insights that brought him immense joy. After studying it meticulously, tears of happiness welled in his eyes. Akin to a traveler on the brink of death from thirst suddenly discovering a cup of fresh water. The book even contained insights from top-tier experts regarding their experiences before and after progressing through various realms, which were invaluable teachings. If he could truly comprehend and validate these insights, they would greatly benefit Hao Chen's forthcoming cultivation journey. He discarded all the superfluous items, including the unrefined diamond token and other objects before him, casting them into the jade pendant space, and eagerly devoted himself to finishing the tome of arcane techniques in one breath. Upon lifting his gaze, he realized that night had fallen. In the depths of his focused reading and contemplation, several hours had slipped by, during which he had gained a systematic understanding of how to break through to the Yuan Dan realm. If he had previously been feeling his way across a river by touch, now Hao Chen had found a small boat to carry him across. Chapter 170. Comprehending the heavenly path. The moonlight was hazy, and a gentle breeze stirred. Under the canopy of stars, the lively little Chui had drifted into a sweet slumber. Yet, Hao Chen remained seated on the tree branch, gazing at the sky, unable to succumb to sleep. The reading of the tome of arcane techniques had profoundly impacted him. This manual was not only a collection of cultivation insights, but also a compendium of spells and martial techniques. The secret manual encompasses a plethora of cultivation techniques and meticulously details the methods for refining demon cores. In comparison to the tome of the Wang family, this manuscript elucidates the process of demon core refinement with greater profundity. The path of cultivation is fraught with arduous challenges. Each realm is akin to an insurmountable chasm, difficult to traverse. In the Qi refining stage, diligence alone can lead one to achieve their aspirations. Progressing to the foundation establishment stage, not only is hard work essential, but also a certain level of innate talent. Barring any significant setbacks, success is attainable. However, the requirements for the Yuan Dan and Yuan Ying stages are far more stringent regarding both diligence and innate talent. This discrepancy accounts for the overwhelming number of cultivators at the Qi refining and foundation establishment levels, while those reaching the Yuan Dan and Yuan Ying realms are exceedingly rare. Once one attains the Yuan Dan stage, the nature of cultivation transforms entirely. Practitioners beyond the Yuan Dan level transcend mere energy accumulation. Advancement is no longer achieved solely through the application of martial techniques. Entering the Yuan Dan realm emphasizes sensing and comprehending the mysteries of nature and the cosmos. When one attains a profound understanding and forms an intricate connection with the world, they can naturally harness the power of the heavens and earth, unleashing formidable might to contend with the celestial, the terrestrial, and their fellow beings. Though it may seem simple in discourse, reaching such a state is as daunting as scaling the heavens. One must possess not only talent, but also fortuitous opportunities. This is why a chasm exists between the Yuan Dan and Yuan Ying realms. 1,000 foundation establishment cultivators may yield, but a single Yuan Dan practitioner. And the same logic extends further. As he silently recited the words mysteries of heaven and earth, rules of the universe, Hao Chen maintained an expression of calm. With the power of his consciousness, he sought to grasp the profound mysteries of the world. By directing the energy within his body to harness the forces of nature for his own purposes, he approached the essence of the Yuan Dan realm. Both his internal energy and spiritual awareness would see significant enhancement. Hao Chen has begun to glean the knowledge of how Yuan Dan practitioners form their cores. It is an ethereal and elusive phenomenon, perhaps beyond precise articulation. It is something to be intuitively understood rather than explicitly conveyed, yet it undeniably exists. Naturally, these considerations are not what currently occupy Hao Chen's thoughts. The myriad paths of enlightenment are perceived differently by each individual in relation to the universe and all its phenomena. Hao Chen sensed a certain incompleteness in his comprehension of the heavenly path, as if something vital were missing. He sighed, contemplating that the ship will find its way when it reaches the bridge. Haste makes waste. What is meant to come will arrive in due time. However, the tome titled Mystical Techniques offers a comprehensive introduction to various esoteric methods, greatly benefiting Hao Chen. Particularly, the final pages detailing 3 ultimate techniques, Moonfall Rebirth Seal, 4 Seasons Reincarnation Sword Technique, and Spiritual Eye Technique, illuminated his mind. Recently, Hao Chen has been employing the Falling Feather Sword Technique, Demonic Explosion Fist, Illusory Finger, Demon Slaughtering Hand, Dragon Transformation Palm, Thunderclap Palm, Dan Flame, and Consciousness Piercing Strikes as his lethal maneuvers. Although these techniques wield immense power, he utilizes them sparingly due to their greatest weakness, the substantial energy they demand from his body, leaving little capacity for subsequent actions. Hao Chen now harbors a fervent desire to enrich his arsenal of offensive techniques. However, he finds himself devoid of a master or any deeply skilled companions, existing in solitary isolation. No renowned expert would impart their unique skills to a complete stranger. Thus, he has long yearned to learn advanced spells and techniques, yet has found no avenue to pursue such knowledge. He secretly resolves that in the future, he must frequent the marketplace to seek valuable tomes on mental cultivation, martial arts, and secret techniques. The recent actions of Chu Xingyun, the leader of the Blood Shadow Hall, have indeed proven to be fortuitous. Not only did he bequeath an abundance of wealth to Hao Chen, but he also delivered precious manuscripts containing a variety of profound techniques into his hands. Hao Chen's injuries are now nearly healed. With just a few more days of careful recuperation, he will fully regain his strength. Initially, he intended to head straight to the ancient battlefield of Huanhe to hone his skills and perhaps unearth some treasures. However, having acquired these invaluable manuscripts detailing intricate techniques, he now plans to devote himself to their thorough study. He does not intend to leave this secluded forest anytime soon. Once he has mastered these techniques and spells, he can venture to the ancient battlefield of Huanhe at a later time. After all, possessing additional means of survival greatly enhances one's chances in perilous environments, thereby increasing the likelihood of acquiring more treasures. Furthermore, there remains ample time before the ancient battlefield opens, alleviating any urgency for Hao Chen to depart this place. The Spirit Eye technique is a straightforward spell that allows one to perceive another's cultivation state, disguise, and makeup, among other functionalities. Mastery of this technique enables the practitioner to see through simple illusions. With his advanced skills in forbidden Yuan arts and breath concealment, Hao Chen finds it impossible to be seen through, yet he cannot hide the subtleties of disguise and makeup. The key is to concentrate the true essence into the eyes, channeling the spirit eye technique into the heart. As he practices the spirit eye technique, his eyes glow as if coated in luminescence, vivid images penetrating his consciousness. At his current level of cultivation, he can only sustain the technique for a brief moment. However, according to the teachings of the spirit eye technique, the duration of efficacy increases with higher cultivation levels. As the sun rises and sets, time flows swiftly. Leaves, once vibrant, now turn brittle and fall from the lofty branches. Standing beneath a towering tree, Hao Chen repetitively practices the fundamental steps of the final two techniques from the manuscript. He is remarkably pragmatic and understands that to master a spell or martial skill, or even innovate upon it, one must begin with the fundamentals. For only then can one grasp its true essence. Nevertheless, Hao Chen is not rigid in his practice. He continually adapts based on his insights and the realities of merging martial and magical disciplines, drawing from the extensive insights of predecessors he encountered in the sect's treasure pavilion. He diligently refines the Falling Moon Rebirth Seal and the Four Seasons Reincarnation Sword technique, customizing them to align with his unique circumstances. The Falling Moon Rebirth Seal moves toward the future, while the Reincarnation Seal traverses the past. Together, they perfectly counterbalance each other. The Four Seasons Cycle Sword technique is derived from the Cycle Seal, embodying a profound understanding that allows for the fusion of various hand techniques, palm methods, swordplay, and blade techniques. For the time being, I shall set aside the swordplay, as I have the Falling Feather Sword and the Flying Radiance Sword to support me. The demon-slaying hand consumes an exorbitant amount of true essence, so I shall cultivate the Moonfall Rebirth Seal to ascertain if it could reduce the consumption of true essence. In the path of cultivation, one must be wary of lofty ambitions. Although my cultivation in the realm of immortality has only reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, with the prowess of a grand martial master, I, Hao Chen, can freely enter the realm of unity with nature. At this moment, my soul draws closer to the essence of the natural world, and immersed in my cultivation, I have completely forgotten all matters beyond it. While practicing the Moonfall Rebirth Seal, I often find the process to be somewhat unyielding. Since the Four Seasons Cycle Sword is an offshoot of the Cycle Seal, I shall practice both techniques together, as it may yield unexpected results. Thus, I became engrossed in the cultivation of these two methods. I sat in meditation to refine the seal while standing to practice the Four Seasons Cycle Sword. Within my consciousness, I could feel each passing day, every hour, and even each moment deepening my comprehension of these two formidable techniques. Moreover, their application became increasingly effortless. Each advancement brought forth a profound joy and exhilaration from within. Though the path of cultivation is long and fraught with thorns, the continuous insights and successes along this journey are the most poignant moments. As I draw closer to the heavens and the earth, my disposition becomes ever more serene. Without the guidance of so-called masters, I rely on my own exploration, making significant strides in my cultivation, while my techniques and spells continue to improve. My progress is no less than that of those exceptional talents under guidance, and perhaps even surpasses their pace. Chapter 171. Verification of spells through the refinement of the Moonfall Rebirth Seal and the Four Seasons Cycle Sword. I, Hao Chen, have astonishingly derived a swift application of the Cycle Seal. As it originates from the two secret manuals, I have named this evolved spell the Cycle Seal. It must be said that I am quite the prodigy, having independently deduced a spell suitable for my use by the age of 18. Having practiced the spell for some time, I directed my efforts toward trees and rocks, yet these inanimate objects cannot test the adaptability and power of my spells in combat. I require an opponent to practice my newly acquired spells, to compare the Moonfall Rebirth Seal with my own Cycle Seal, to evaluate and identify deficiencies for continual improvement. With my current strength, ordinary beasts are no longer adversaries. I seek to find a beast at least of the 5th rank to hone my skills. Thus, I departed the training grounds with Xiao Chui, venturing into an area frequently traversed by 5th rank beasts in search of a worthy opponent. However, after an exhaustive search, I encountered either unsatisfactory opponents or feeble creatures. Whether casting the Falling Moon Rebirth Seal or employing the Reincarnation Seal, the effects of these two spells had yet to be discerned when the beast met its demise. However, fortune smiled upon them today, as Xiao Cui had located a level 5 demon beast for Hao Yin, leading him to the edge of a stream. Hao Yin soon discovered that it was a level 5 short-horned savage bull, currently frolicking in the water. True to its name, the short-horned savage bull relied primarily on brute strength, wielding its short, blunt horns as weapons in combat. To vanquish the bull, one must maintain a safe distance to avoid injury from its horns. Otherwise, it would surely lead to a fatal outcome. Hao Chen gazed upon the bull, its tough hide and robust physique satisfying his experimental requirements. I shall select you as my subject, he mused aloud. With no further candidates to consider, he could only regard the short-horned savage bull as his test specimen. Encountering such a prodigious talent as Hao Chen was undoubtedly a stroke of misfortune for the bull. The creature, distressed by the intrusion of this diminutive human into its territory, thought to itself, "How dare this insignificant human trespass upon my domain and shamelessly spy on me while I bathe? Though clad in garments, I am still a cow at heart." Determined to teach this audacious human a lesson, the bull summoned all its strength and charged towards Hao Chen. Upon witnessing the bull's advance, Hao Chen activated the swift step technique, deftly sidestepping as he leapt over the beast, leaving it to miss its target. The bull quickly turned, intent on charging again. With a childlike spirit, Hao Chen engaged in a playful game of bullfighting, evading the creature's onslaught once more. "How amusing! Let us continue." Xiao Cui, observing the bull's foolish antics from above, found great entertainment in the spectacle. After several rounds of this playful exchange, Hao Chen realized that such frivolity was a waste of precious time. He had no intention of idling away with the bull, and prolonged engagement would only deplete his own stamina. Thus, he resolved to test the falling moon rebirth seal, concentrating to form a hand seal and sending it forth. The seal struck the short-horned savage bull, inflicting minimal harm, merely removing a patch of fur from its hide. This strike, however, ignited the bull's fury. It thought, "This human is shameless. If spying on my bathing was not enough, they now wish to strip me of my covering." Observing that the handprint had only removed a small tuft of fur, Hao Chen pondered, "This short-horned savage bull is indeed tough-skinned and resilient." The bull, now incensed at the invasion of its privacy, glared fiercely at Hao Chen and charged with all its might. Anticipating the bull's wrathful advance, Hao Chen swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping the creature's charge. Upon witnessing the ineffectiveness of his hand seals, Hao Chen seemed to recall something. He swiftly combined the life seal with the reincarnation seal, creating a wall of hand seals before him while simultaneously unleashing several wind blades toward the short-horned bull to temporarily halt its assault. Hao Chen understood that the wind blades would not inflict significant damage on the bull, since the gathered energy in his hand seals lacked potency. He resolved to attempt the layering of his true essence to form a more formidable seal. He did not forget to cast an earth spirit talisman in front of him, erecting a sturdy earthen barrier. Too slow, still too slow. Each time he was merely a fraction short of successfully layering the seals. Frustration welled within him, for this minute deficiency could determine the outcome of a battle. The perpetual inadequacy of his spells was detrimental to him, given the current circumstances. If he failed to strike the short-horned bull and inflict any damage, he would eventually be forced to flee once his internal energy was depleted. With no other recourse, he consumed a recovery pill, attempting to restore his vitality while striving to layer the hand seals, but to no avail. It appeared this endeavor was futile. He needed to first fend off the short-horned bull. Abandoning the layered seals, he instead focused on manifesting the true essence to unleash a rapid-fire barrage. I shall strike at your legs, compelling you to flee." Thud, thud. He directed the condensed seals squarely at the bull's forelegs, inflicting injuries that rendered it incapable of charging about recklessly. This temporarily stymied the short-horned bull's movements. He then attempted to layer the seals once more, honing his skills through practice. With all his might, he directed an onslaught toward the bull. The short-horned bull was struck down, its legs embedded in the ground, with its immense body sprawled humorously on the earth. This time, Hao Chen not only stripped the bull of its defenses, but also examined it thoroughly, causing its eyes to redden with indignation as it bellowed in embarrassment. How humiliating! How humiliating! Observing the hand seals he had executed, Hao Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, mastery of magical arts and martial techniques can only be achieved through practical engagement." He did not slay the short-horned bull. Instead, after inspecting its injuries, he applied a healing ointment to its wounds and subsequently administered a blood-coagulating powder and a recovery elixir into its mouth. The short-horned bull, having unexpectedly benefited from this encounter, found itself fortunate. Hao Chen had an abundance of low-level elixirs. With nothing pressing to attend to, he disrobed completely by the stream, immersing himself in the water for a thorough cleansing. Witnessing Hao Chen's actions, the short-horned bull blushed and protested. "What is this human doing? How can you behave like this? How will I ever find a mate now?" Not only was the short-horned bull embarrassed, but Xiao Zui also felt that Hao Chen was being rather disgraceful. She flew to a tree at a distance, covering her eyes with her wings, feeling quite shy. After his ablutions, Hao Chen donned a fresh set of garments. Upon seeing him clothed, Xiao Zui alighted on his shoulder and accompanied him to the side of the short-horned bull, remarking on the effectiveness of the healing elixirs. The results are quite promising. He then retrieved a few more recovery pills from his storage pouch and administered them to the short-horned bull. This was truly astonishing. Before them stood a hairless short-horned bull, trembling as its fur began to sprout rapidly. In a matter of moments, a fully furred short-horned bull appeared before the man and the bird. It was then that Hao Chen formed a hand seal, lifting the creature from the ground and gently placing it down. At that moment, the short-horned bull was no longer the same. After consuming a copious amount of elixirs, it had undergone a profound transformation. Concerned that the bull might still harbor ill intentions towards Hao Chen, Xiao Zui hastily flew to perch atop its head, seemingly whispering words of reassurance. After departing from the bull, Xiao Zui flapped her wings and gestured, urging Hao Chen to leave behind some elixirs for the short-horned bull to consume. Understanding her intent, Hao Chen retrieved an unsealed storage pouch and handed it to Xiao Zui for the bull. After all, this short-horned bull had served as a training partner, enabling him to successfully execute the cycle seal layering technique. As Hao Chen turned to leave, he witnessed the short-horned bull suddenly kneel in the dust. Chapter 172. Simplifying complexity. Hao Chen and Xiao Zui, a man and a bird, continued to stealthily advance deeper into the dense forest. They soon arrived at a dark thicket several dozen miles away. Upon stepping into the woods, Xiao Zui emitted a warning cry and took flight. Scanning the surroundings, Hao Chen was taken aback as a massive head rapidly approached him, an overwhelming stench filling the air. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the immense head of a serpent. Its body coiled around the branches above, roughly as thick as an adult's thigh. The length of the serpent was beyond Hao Chen's estimation as its mouth drew nearer, the foul odor intensifying. Reacting swiftly, Hao Chen sidestepped to evade the attack of the giant python. This was a colossal forest python, a level 5 demonic beast, already having condensed its inner core. Level 5 demonic beasts represent a significant threshold in their classification. There was no time for contemplation. As the forest python launched its second assault, slithering down from the tree with its tail aimed directly at Hao Chen. Still regaining his composure, Hao Chen found himself at a loss against the forest python. He executed a swift flying swallow step, producing several afterimages as he dodged to the side, a minor technique within the flying swallow step. Mastering this technique to its pinnacle allows one to meld with the wind, achieving a state of invisibility amidst it. Clearly, Hao Chen had yet to reach such a level of mastery. With a resounding thud, the python's tail struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Hao Chen couldn't help but gasp, his mind racing. What immense strength! Had he been struck just now, he would likely have been reduced to mere fragments. A chill of fear washed over him, leading him to mutter to himself, "Constantly evading is not a solution. I must take the initiative to attack." Resolving to act, Hao Chen executed the flying swallow step once more, an afterimage appearing beside the forest python. The creature, frustrated by its failed attacks, let out a furious roar, clearly enraged by its inability to strike its target. As Hao Chen advanced to attack, the forest python swiftly coiled itself around him, seeking to ensnare him within its grasp. As the colossal forest python swiftly enveloped him, Hao Chen propelled himself off the ground with great force, leaping out of the python's grasp. In midair, he twisted his body and descended upon the python's neck, securing his legs tightly around its massive form. Aware that striking the snake at its vulnerable point was crucial, his left hand shimmered with light as the obsidian soul blade materialized in his grasp, plunging downwards towards the python's vital spot. With a hissing sound, the soul blade embedded itself 2 inches deep but could penetrate no further. Hao Chen drew a sharp breath, feeling as though the blade was ensnared by the python's muscle. Unable to advance another inch, a furious roar erupted from the beast, which seethed with rage at being injured by such a diminutive foe. With a surge of determination, Hao Chen yanked the soul blade free, splattering his face with the creature's blood. Suddenly, He felt himself lifted off the ground as the forest python reared up. Quickly, he tightened his grip around its neck, bracing against the violent thrashing of the serpent as it attempted to dislodge him. The rushing wind whistled past his ears, compelling him to grip even tighter, knowing that should he be thrown off, he would likely suffer grievous injury. Seeing no sign of relenting, the python exerted itself further, hurling him towards a massive tree. In that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Hao Chen. He swiftly raised his left hand again, driving the soul blade into the python's neck once more, followed by the radiant green soul dagger from his right hand, both blades embedding in rapid succession near the creature's vital point. The forest python writhed in agony, its pain fueling an even fiercer anger. As its head hurtled towards the tree, Hao Chen released his grip, feeling himself propelled away from the danger. Just as the peril seemed imminent, little Chui soared to his side, clutching his garment with her talons and pulling him back, preventing him from crashing into the gnarled branches of a withered tree that lay behind him. With her assistance, he dissipated the momentum and avoided a potentially fatal disaster. A thunderous roar resonated from the python as its upper body collided violently with the tree, the two blades embedded deep within its flesh. Blood flowed like a stream, and the fierce light in the python's eyes gradually dimmed, its ferocity fading into darkness. In this encounter, before he could even utilize the reincarnation seal spell or any other techniques, he had managed to ensnare and ultimately slay the forest python. Although he did not have the opportunity to showcase his learned spells and martial techniques, Hao Chen grasped the essence of simplifying complexity and returning to nature. The most fundamental combat skills may indeed be the most practical means of vanquishing an enemy. Contemplating the spells and techniques he had previously employed, he pondered whether they too could be distilled into simplicity, yielding unexpected victories and swift reactions. From that moment on, whether in training or in the theoretical formulation of spells and martial arts, Hao Chen resolved to reduce them to the most elementary form. As he reflected, he sought the demon core of the forest python, ultimately discovering a verdant wood-type demon core beside the python's gallbladder. Upon seeing the forest python's core, Xiao Chui's eyes widened in astonishment as she quietly remarked to herself that this was indeed a valuable treasure. Observing her eagerness, Hao Chen understood her desire to consume the demon core. However, fearing that it might be too taxing on her body, he gently proposed, "I will keep it for you until we return to the space of the jade pendant, and then you may take it. All right? I want that. Can I eat it now?" Xiao Chui eagerly gestured towards him. All right. I shall bring it to you," he replied, offering the python gallbladder to her. As she swallowed it in one bite, Hao Chen waved his hand to store it within the jade pendant space. He made sure not to waste the remaining python meat and skin, carefully sealing them in storage bags, for the jade pendant space had ample availability. When placing larger items into the space, he needed to enter and clean them before storing them in a vacuum chamber, as the jade pendant space allowed for air circulation and plant growth. It was not feasible to simply discard animal carcasses into the pendant without proper vacuum treatment. By using storage bags for the python, he could seal them directly without needing to clean them in the pendant space. Having gathered his spoils, Hao Chen stealthily traveled several dozen miles further. As dusk approached, he sought a secluded spot to rest. Chapter 173, The Fulfillment of Wishes, Part 1. As dawn broke softly, enveloped in mist, the mountains and forests appeared as if cloaked in gossamer. The roars of beasts and the calls of birds echoed in greeting, urging Hao Chen, the unwelcome guest, to wash up. Rising early, he made an exception and did not practice the Kanli Sanxian Ju technique. Instead, he devoted himself entirely to the theoretical formulation of the Four Seasons reincarnation sword technique. The previous day's skirmish had validated the power of the reincarnation seal spell, successfully immobilizing a short-horned wild bull with a single incantation, achieving the expected outcome. However, he had not had the chance to put the Four Seasons reincarnation sword technique into practical use, as he had been ensnared by the forest python. He realized that if he were to grapple with more than one forest python, it would surely lead to his demise. Reflecting on this, he acknowledged his youth and lack of experience. Only by assessing the situation could one remain undefeated. He resolved not to provoke those stronger than himself, nor to bully the weaker. In close combat, he would engage swiftly. In ranged combat, he would avoid close encounters. He recognized that had it not been for Xiao Chui's timely rescue during his battle with the forest python, he might have faced dire consequences. Serpents and pythons were best confronted at a distance. To foolishly engage them in close combat and allow them to ensnare him would have been perilous, especially if another python had attacked from the side. As he continued to refine his sword technique, he also reflected on the lessons learned from his experiences. The birds chirped incessantly, and Linger conveyed her thoughts telepathically. Xiaozui longed to venture out for a while, for the jade pendant space was lonely with only Linger as company. Xiaozui had no companions of her kind. After several attempts to play, she became restless, yearning to stretch her wings. Sensing Linger's telepathy, Hao Chen's mind stirred, and Xiaozui darted out from the jade pendant, landing on Hao Chen's shoulder, chattering away. However, Hao Chen could not comprehend Xiaozui's avian language, which only frustrated her, prompting her to roll her eyes and silently conclude that there was no point in speaking to him, for he would never grasp her meaning. Although Hao Chen could not understand Xiaozui's chirps, she could decipher his words. Xiaozui, shall we seek out a tiger, a leopard, or perhaps a fox to play with today? Where do you suppose we might find them? Hao Chen gently stroked Xiaozui's feathers. Xiaozui shook her head in refusal. Oh, it seems you haven't had breakfast yet. Look, I have something delicious. With that, Hao Chen revealed a glistening green foundation pill in his hand. He offered Xiaozui the pill, curious about the overwhelming potency of the medicine and its allure for her. Despite having consumed many pills and becoming stronger, she had yet to grow in size, remaining as petite and delicate as ever. Upon seeing the foundation pill, Xiaozui's eyes widened in astonishment. Before Hao Chen could utter another word, she swiftly snatched the pill and vanished into thin air. In no time, Xiaozui returned to perch on Hao Chen's shoulder again, gesturing animatedly, but Hao Chen remained oblivious to her meaning. With no other option, Xiaozui led the way, and as she flew away in a huff, Hao Chen finally understood her signals and hurriedly followed. The feathered tiger, a fifth-tier demon beast, possessed strength commensurate with its name and could even fly short distances. This formidable creature was known to annihilate opponents of equal rank in an instant. Roar! The feathered tiger, noticing Xiaozui and Hao Chen intruding into its territory, let out a fearsome growl, clearly warning them that this was its domain and that further intrusion would not be tolerated. Hao Chen remained still, and Xiaozui, perched on his shoulder, did not move either. After several menacing roars, the feathered tiger, resembling a monstrous bird, charged towards Hao Chen with a fierce aura. Suddenly, a massive fireball erupted from its mouth, hurtling towards Hao Chen. Xiaozui, retreat to a safe distance and observe our foe. With Hao Chen's commanding shout, Xiaozui soared into the air. Leaves fell like rain. Hao Chen shouted fiercely, and the sword energy of the flying radiance sword surged into the sky. With a cruel smile, he leaped lightly from the ground. As the feathered tiger charged at him, he executed the first stance of the seasonal cycle sword, bringing his flying radiance sword down. Thud! The moment the sword energy made contact with the fireball released by the feathered tiger, an eerie flame flickered from the sphere, cleaving it cleanly in two. As effortlessly as slicing a watermelon, the feathered tiger witnessed its own spell being so effortlessly dismantled by a mere human. Unable to contain his fury, he thrust his hind legs forward and soared into the air once more. The sharp claws of the tiger burst forth from its paws with a sound that sliced through the air, aimed straight for Hao Yan's head. How ferocious! If those claws were to strike my head, it would surely be a disaster. Observing this formidable assault, Hao Yan dared not be careless. With a twist of his waist, he left behind only fleeting shadows, vanishing in an instant. Swish! A piercing sound echoed through the air, as the original target of the attack had disappeared without a trace, causing the feathered tiger to crash to the ground. Its eyes widened in frustration, searching for the prey it had lost. The rain fell like tears from the heavens. Suddenly, a loud voice resonated from above, as a figure emerged seemingly from nowhere, wielding a blade of intent directed at the neck of the feathered tiger, striking fiercely. Roar! Hao Yan executed the second stance of the seasonal cycle sword, his blade veering off course, causing the feathered tiger to feel a wave of dizziness. And it was violently propelled backward. The beast resembled a kite severed from its string, raging furiously as it crashed heavily against the trunk of a massive ancient tree. Taking advantage of your plight to claim your life, Hao Yan advanced swiftly, sword raised and then brought down, but the feathered tiger nimbly evaded his strike. To his astonishment, the blow had not harmed the tiger in the slightest. As he turned, he unleashed another powerful shout. Frost-stained plum blossoms bloom resplendently. Hao Yan employed the third stance of the seasonal cycle sword, enveloping the tiger's massive form in countless threads of sword intent, leaving it with no avenue of escape, only awaiting its demise. Roar! An unexpected change arose, as a colossal roar erupted from the feathered tiger, altering Hao Yan's confident demeanor. Startled, it possesses such abilities. Hao Yan realized that the feathered tiger could wield an attack of spiritual consciousness. Had it not been for Hao Yan's exceptionally formidable spiritual awareness, he might have fallen victim to the beast's sudden strike. His momentary distraction had been caused by the tiger's unexpected assault, momentarily disrupting his actions and causing his sword strike to miss its mark. Damn it, perish! Upon witnessing the feathered tiger charge at him with the speed of a gale, the fierce aura it emitted caused the surrounding trees to sway violently. The flying phoenix sword was unleashed, hurtling toward the feathered tiger. In an instant, two powerful energies collided with a thunderous impact. The forceful gust uprooted the surrounding trees, while smaller bushes and saplings were reduced to mere dust in the wake of the shockwave. Surprised by the feathered tiger's formidable prowess, Hao Yan thought to himself, if I could tame this creature, it would be an invaluable ally. Chapter 174. The Fulfillment of Wishes, Part 2. Hao Yan felt a tingling sensation in his arms, having believed he could easily subdue this feathered tiger. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the beast proved to be extraordinarily tenacious. Here we go again. Hao Yan took a deep breath, his steps transforming into a fleeting shadow. Bang! He was swift, but the tiger was swifter. They say the dragon moves with the clouds, and the tiger moves with the wind. The speed of the feathered tiger surpassed that of ordinary tigers. Just as Hao Yan caught a glimpse of the tiger's presence, before he could react, the tiger struck him, sending him flying. He glided through the air for quite a distance before finally coming to a halt. Though Hao Chen found himself in a disheveled state due to the feathered winged tiger, he emerged unscathed. He perceived this as a true contest of equals, a meeting of formidable talents. Only in such a scenario could he hone his mastery of the Four Seasons reincarnation sword. His entire being surged with authentic energy, and with each rallying cry, the intensity of his formidable aura grew ever more potent. The feathered winged tiger, eyeing him with keen intent, exhibited a flicker of human-like trepidation in its fierce gaze, its limbs instinctively retreating. It sensed the overwhelming force emanating from Hao Chen, an unstoppable momentum that even the king of the forest found daunting. Enough. It is time to end this. Perish. As he observed the retreating figure of the feathered winged tiger, Hao Chen swiftly executed the third stance of the reincarnation sword, charging toward the poised beast. When he was less than 30 feet away, he entered the tiger's attack range, an opportunity the creature would not squander. In a blur, the fifth-tier beast transformed into a streak of lightning, pouncing ferociously toward Hao Chen. In response, he unleashed the fourth stance of the Four Seasons reincarnation sword, Butterfly's Dance. Bees buzz, emotions abound. For streaks of chilling light struck the oncoming tiger. With a sudden halt mid-air, the feathered winged tiger plummeted violently to the ground. As it lay there, struggling and roaring in fury, one would discover that, unbeknownst to it, for small punctures had been inflicted upon its body. In that moment of the tiger's fierce charge, Hao Chen's sword had pierced through its forelimbs and wings. Seeing that the tiger remained defiant, he casually wielded the reincarnation seal, knocking it unconscious. Approaching the subdued beast, he summoned it into his jade pendant's spatial realm. Xiaotsue, witnessing Hao Chen confine the knocked-out tiger into the pendant, followed suit, curious to understand the prowess of this winged beast. Having immersed himself in this technique and comprehended the sword intent, he could now unleash 4 formidable strikes simultaneously. At this point, Hao Chen had fully mastered the Four Seasons reincarnation sword technique, an art of lethal subtlety. He was quite pleased with the potency of both the Falling Moon Lifespan Seal and the Four Seasons reincarnation sword. Not only had he completely mastered these two extraordinary skills, but he had also fused them to create his unique technique, the reincarnation seal. With approximately 6 months remaining until the opening of the ancient battlefield at the Huanhe River, Hao Chen had achieved his goal at Qingqian Mountain, having eliminated members of the Blood Shadow Demon sect and seized the Blood Shadow Divine Pearl. Yet, he realized he lacked the strength to single-handedly eradicate the Blood Shadow Demon sect. His previous optimism had been naive. The immense Blood Shadow Demon sect encompassed the Qingqian Blood Shadow Guard, one of the 3 sub-halls belonging to the Blood Shadow Hall, one of the 7 principal halls of the demon sect. The obliteration of the sect would have to wait for another time. Regarding the 7 main halls of the demon sect, Hao Chen had only encountered the Blood Shadow Hall and a portion of the Shadow Hall's strength. He had yet to witness the Poison Shadow Hall or the Phantom Shadow Hall. As for the Alchemy, Artifact, and Puppet Halls, those remained the sect's closely guarded secrets. From the seized materials, it became evident that the demonic sect had established 7 main halls. Reflecting upon the Refinement Hall, Hao Chen recalled the tracking instruments and techniques. How could he have almost forgotten? Within his very being still lingered the tracking talisman of the demonic sect. After vanquishing the Blood Shadow Hall's leader, he had grown somewhat overconfident. A thought struck him. Harboring such a significant hidden danger within himself without addressing it promptly was akin to courting death. Fortunately, the pursuers and the members of the demonic sect had all perished. He collected the storage bags of these individuals without exception and cast them into the Jade Pendant space. 100 miles from where he had slain the feathered tiger, Hao Chen sought a secluded spot. In a swift motion, he entered the Jade Pendant space. Proceeding to the chamber where the storage bags were kept, he retrieved the storage bag of a middle-aged man in black and unsealed it. Inside, he discovered a disc-like object, which, upon probing with his consciousness, surprisingly contained his own aura. After conducting several experiments, he discerned that the Jade Pendant space could isolate his aura. As long as he remained within the space, the disc's aura would not flicker. Linger treated this instrument as a toy. After her experiments, she refused to return it to Hao Chen. She suggested that the aura here might prove useful someday and encouraged Hao Chen to store a trace of his consciousness within the device for safekeeping. Given Hao Chen's current strength, dealing with the tracking techniques or talismans on his body was a trivial matter, especially with his consciousness blade at his disposal. He enlisted the help of Xiao Chui and Linger to inspect his clothing and other belongings while he swiftly returned to his designated room, allocated by Linger. Upon entering the room, Hao Chen removed his undergarments and meticulously examined every part of his body. Ultimately, he found a mark in the groin area and detected an anomaly in his sea of consciousness. The tracking talisman in his lower region was eradicated under the blade of his consciousness, allowing him to swiftly address the hidden peril. The foreign object in his sea of consciousness was linked to the aura stored in the disc, since the disc was now in his possession. He could remove it at any time. If left undisturbed, it would automatically dissipate in 3 years. Cutting through the sea of consciousness would incur significant damage, so it was preferable to avoid such actions if possible. Having resolved the necessary matters, it was time for him to depart from Qingjin Mountain. After traversing the vast forest for over a month, he finally emerged from the dense thicket, possessing the Blood Shadow Divine Pearl. Not only were the members of the Blood Shadow sect searching for him, but various sects and factions were also in pursuit of Hao Chen. He was undoubtedly a person of extraordinary treasures. However, during his time in Qingjin Mountain, no one had ever seen his true visage, and those who had were now deceased, including the Yuan Dan cultivator Chu Xingyun, the leader of the Blood Shadow Hall. At Hao Chen's level of cultivation, he could soar through the skies on his sword, dart away with the wings of wind, and glide with the flying shuttle, all while being capable of condensing true essence to float in midair. Yet, he chose not to do so. He preferred to navigate the forest discreetly, achieving his martial training objectives, gathering spiritual herbs and medicines, while evading his pursuers. After several disguises and addressing the tracking talismans, he utilized the tracking instruments he had seized, allowing him to move unnoticed. Emerging from the forest and traversing through the tangled underbrush, Hao Chen finally beheld a merchant road. The merchant road serves the common folk, facilitating the transport of ordinary goods, typically drawn by horse-drawn carriages or other domesticated beasts. The destination of this particular trade route remains unknown. Chapter 175. Journey to Feather City. The merchant road leading to Feather City is a vital artery connecting Hao Prefecture to Yun Prefecture, with thousands of merchant caravans traversing it daily. On this expansive route, a caravan of nearly 100 individuals pauses by a small stream. Uncle Li, once we complete this transportation task, will you finally be able to retire and enjoy your remaining years in peace? Inquired a young man clad in azure robes, turning to converse with the elder beside him. Indeed, after dedicating most of my life to escorting merchant caravans, time has not been kind, the elder replied, gazing upon the caravan with a sense of profound nostalgia. Once we deliver this cargo, I can rest easy at home, no longer needing to toil so hard. But take care, San Langtu. Serving as a caravan guard is fraught with peril, so you must exercise caution in the future. True, but as a newcomer like myself, I have little choice but to engage in such treacherous tasks. What else can I do? I plan to work for another year or two. Save enough silver to purchase a piece of land, marry a beautiful wife, and live a carefree life, the young man expressed, his eyes shimmering with dreams of the future as he conversed with Li Huan. You've just begun your escort duties, and naturally, you must undertake these dangerous endeavors. After all, how else can one amass great wealth? Li Huan chuckled in response to San Langtu. San Langtu glanced around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, and lowered his voice. Uncle Li, it seems the goods we are escorting this time are quite precious. Look at the guards hired by the master. They don't even leave their posts during meals, and the occupants of that wagon have not stepped out at all. Given your oversight of this escort, do you know who they are? San Langtu, there are matters that are best left undisturbed. Although they have kept others at bay, our journey has been remarkably smooth thus far. Come, let us eat. Indeed, San Langtu replied, picking up a large flatbread and beginning to eat, his conversation ceasing. Meanwhile, Li Huan remained motionless, gazing into the sky with a distant look, murmuring, "We will soon arrive, let nothing go awry." Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the depths of the dense forest, startling Li Huan. He pointed toward the quivering vines and bushes, addressing the still-eating San Langtu. "Hey, San Langtu, do you see that figure over there?" San Langtu quickly lifted his head, following Li Huan's gesture to behold a young man clad in a green robe, stepping cautiously from the edge of the forested hillside, with long, dark hair cascading over his shoulders and a robust physique. He appeared to be about 18 or 19 years of age, a small, vibrant green bird lazily perched upon his shoulder. At first glance, the young man's relaxed demeanor, coupled with the presence of the small bird, suggested he was merely a dandy out for leisure. He strode confidently toward the caravan, prompting the guards to adopt a vigilant stance, while the wagon remained tightly encircled. "Hello, young man, what brings you here?" Li Huan inquired loudly as he approached the approaching merchant caravan. "My name is Chen Hao, and I am on my way to Yu City to propose marriage. Unfortunately, I encountered a beast attack along the way and got separated from my companions. Could you inform me of the destination of your caravan?" Chen Hao responded with a smile. "We are headed to Yu City." Li Huan observed Chen Hao carefully. "Would it be possible for you to take me along?" Chen Hao asked with a pleading look in his eyes. Li Huan, noting Chen Hao's graceful demeanor, believed much of what he said. Therefore, he replied, "Please wait a moment. Young sir, I will inquire with the team leader to see if he agrees to take you along." "Thank you, kind sir," Chen Hao smiled in response. Li Huan approached a portly middle-aged man and whispered a few words to him before returning to Chen Hao and stating, "The team leader has agreed to take you, but you must provide 10 gold coins." "Certainly." Without hesitation, Chen Hao retrieved 10 gold coins from his pocket and offered them to Li Huan. "It would be better if you handed the coins directly to the team leader," Li Huan said, declining to take the coins from Chen Hao. He then guided Chen Hao to the leader's side. For an ordinary person, 10 gold coins is not an insignificant amount. The caravan's leader suspected Chen Hao to be a wealthy young master, thus justifying the high price he had set, as such a sum would hardly capture the interest of a true spendthrift. Although Chen Hao was not a frivolous rich heir, he was indeed affluent and did not mind parting with the money readily. Of course, Chen Hao was aware of the wisdom in keeping one's wealth discreet. Thus, just before exiting the forest, he discreetly transferred a small amount of money from his storage bag to his pocket. The storage bag was too conspicuous in the mundane world. While Chen Hao was not afraid of ill intentions from others, he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. After slaying Chu Xingyun, the leader of the Blood Shadow Hall, Chen Hao refrained from wearing the storage ring openly. He believed it prudent to keep the ring hidden within the space of his jade pendant, uncertain of the likelihood of it being recognized by others. The storage ring represented a highly advanced means of storage in this world, with each ring possessing a unique design and distinguishing markings. Chen Hao still carried the storage bag at his waist. Given that storage bags were also uncommon in the mundane world, he always acted with caution, observing Chen Hao's immediate compliance in presenting the 10 gold coins. The portly middle-aged leader, after some inquiries, found Chen Hao's account consistent with Li Huan's introduction and welcomed him into the caravan without hesitation. He arranged for Chen Hao to have a carriage with a compartment and assigned Li Huan to oversee the young master's needs. Seeing the portly middle-aged man's actions, Chen Hao nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, "It seems the 10 gold coins were well spent. Here, have some water," Li Huan said as he handed Chen Hao a water pouch. "Thank you," Chen Hao replied calmly, taking the pouch and drinking deeply without hesitation. Through their conversation, Li Huan and Chun Hao quickly became familiar with one another. He discovered that this wealthy young man named Chun Hao was remarkably down-to-earth and easy to converse with. As he cautiously uttered the words that he had a son of the same age as him, this extravagant young master unexpectedly began to address Li Huan as Uncle Li. Li Huan felt a sense of pride swell within him, prompting him to treat Hao Chen with even greater warmth. In truth, Hao Chen's respect was merely a gesture towards the elder and far less complex than Li Huan imagined. "All right, everyone, let us prepare. We shall soon set forth." A booming voice resonated, causing those resting by the path and stream to board the carriages promptly. Hao Chen took his seat in the specially allocated carriage, complete with a compartment. Initially, he intended to invite Li Huan to join him inside, yet Li Huan staunchly refused to enter the carriage. With a resigned shake of his head, Hao Chen decided against pressing the matter further. With the sound of wheels rolling steadily, the entire merchant convoy gradually made its way along the trade route towards Yu City. Through conversations with Li Huan, Hao Chen learned that many cultivators were also making their way to Yu City, primarily to reach the ancient battlefield of the Han River. However, to reach this ancient battleground, one must traverse through Yu City. Beyond the northern domain of Yu State lies the entry point to the ancient battlefield of the Han River. Hao Chen's purpose for visiting Yu City was to fulfill his grandfather's wishes by participating in the family's triannual clan competition. Simultaneously, he yearned to witness the place where his grandfather once lived. The journey to the ancient Han River battlefield had long been a part of his plans, for it was there that he could acquire precious materials such as blood bodhi, golden yuan fruits, blood essence grass, spirit-washing flowers, and danjin herbs. With these medicinal ingredients, Hao Chen would be able to concoct the golden core pill and elevate himself to the Yuan Dan realm. Moreover, the ancient battlefield of the Han River was also the site where humanity's 5 ancestors, Xiaohao, Fuxi, Xianming, Xinnong, and Xinyuan, fought valiantly against external threats to protect their kin. Xiaohao was the progenitor of the Hao family. Hao Chen intended to tread the path once walked by these revered ancestors at the ancient battlefield, to witness the remnants of their blood-soaked struggles, to comprehend life, and to grasp the essence of the heavenly way. The entire merchant convoy progressed slowly along this route, hindered by the heavy loads each carriage bore. Chapter 176. Life on the merchant convoy. As they traveled, the convoy's guards remained vigilant. Hao Chen found himself puzzled by their excessive caution and thus inquired, "Uncle Li, why are these guards so wary?" "Young Master Chen, please do not address me in such a manner. If the leader hears you, I shall be reprimanded," Li Huan replied, his face breaking into a beaming smile that belied his internal delight. "You see, this road is not particularly safe." Although Li Huan insisted that Hao Chen refrain from calling him uncle, the joy radiating from his countenance could not be concealed. Listening intently to Li Huan's explanation, Hao Chen gradually came to understand the reasons behind the guards' heightened vigilance. This trade route, renowned throughout the Tianyuan continent, was not without its perils. Firstly, it bordered the boundless forest, with certain sections of the road weaving directly through it, leading to frequent ambushes by ferocious beasts emerging from the woods. Secondly, this lengthy trade route, spanning thousands of miles, traversed multiple prefectures. Due to the lack of a unified and effective management between the provincial capitals, bandits frequently plagued the borders of these regions. Observing the splendid scenery along the way, Hao Chen suddenly sighed, expressing a longing for a cup of fine wine at that moment. No sooner had his words faded than a corner of the carriage curtain was gently lifted, revealing a wrinkled hand extending a pouch of wine from outside. As Hao Chen stood in astonishment, Li Huan's voice resonated from beyond the carriage. "Young Master Chen, if you do not mind the quality of my wine, I would be delighted to share it with you." "Thank you, Uncle Li. It has been quite some time since I last enjoyed a drink. As long as it is wine, I shall relish it," Hao Chen replied, accepting the pouch and taking a hearty sip, exclaiming, "What fine wine! What fine wine indeed! Forgive me for my lack of refinement," Li Huan whispered from outside the carriage. "Uncle Li, did I not ask you to refrain from calling me young master? Just call me Chen Hao," Hao Chen interjected. "That simply cannot be. The hierarchy must be respected. I shall continue to address you as young master. To be candid, this jug of wine is merely rough brew from a small tavern, not anything exceptional." Li Huan hastily added, "Haha, I find it superior to many of the exquisite wines I have tasted before," Hao Chen conceded, acknowledging Li Huan's insistence. "Ah, young Master Chen, It is evident you hail from a distinguished lineage, always so courteous. I noticed a small pet on your shoulder. Where did you acquire it? Was it expensive? My little grandson desires one as well. Li Huan continued cheerfully from outside. Haha, this little bird was a serendipitous find, Hao Chen casually remarked, stroking the small parrot perched on his shoulder. A find? How astonishing that such an animated creature could be discovered, Li Huan pondered, clearly astonished by this stroke of good fortune. Suddenly, the carriage jolted to a halt, startling both Li Huan and the slumbering parrot, which raised its head in displeasure. Seemingly blaming Hao Chen for interrupting its dreams, Hao Chen gently caressed the little bird, which slowly closed its eyes and resumed its slumber. Uncle Li, what has happened? Hao Chen inquired. Nothing at all. Just a moment, Li Huan replied, pausing briefly before continuing. Young Master Chen, you truly possess remarkable luck. If I could find a pet like yours, I would not need to. His voice trailed off, fading into the distance. With a soft sigh, Hao Chen fell silent, closing his eyes and sitting quietly within the carriage, while the little parrot continued to dream. Engaging in conversation with Li Huan had afforded Hao Chen a certain understanding of the merchant caravan. The caravan consisted of several trading companies, totaling over 30 carts and more than 200 individuals. It is worth noting that ordinary merchants like them, engaged in small-scale trade, could hardly afford to hire high-ranking guards. However, to traverse this path, it is imperative to enlist a cohort of mercenaries capable of safeguarding them. Thus, they formed a larger caravan, pooling their resources to hire a mercenary band. This time, they procured a second-rate mercenary group at a remarkably low price. During their journey, they encountered several assaults from monstrous beasts and bandits, all of which were effortlessly thwarted by the mercenaries. Yet, this mercenary group had a peculiar stipulation. They required the inclusion of an additional cart within the caravan, and the members of the caravan were strictly forbidden from approaching this cart. The caravan leader, of course, acquiesced to this request. Typically, they could never afford such a mercenary group. Now, the addition of a mere cart posed no significant loss to them. The caravan's crew comprised impoverished individuals who, driven by desperation, had joined the caravan. The life of wandering was undoubtedly arduous, with their safety seldom assured. Natural disasters and illness were left to fate, and should they encounter robbers or monstrous attacks, their misfortune would only deepen. It was not uncommon for people to go missing without a trace. Thus, anyone with a glimmer of hope for survival would refrain from following the caravan in search of a livelihood. When Hao Yin first joined the caravan, he discerned that the cart protected by the mercenaries was rather unusual. To his astonishment, he noticed that all the guards surrounding the cart possessed martial prowess, with several being martial masters. These individuals vigilantly guarded the mysterious cart, their expressions revealing their deep concern for it. Although Hao Yin was deeply curious about who resided within the cart, his curiosity was merely a fleeting thought. He was not the type to seek answers for every enigma that piqued his interest. As the cart progressed, evening descended upon them. The sky gradually darkened, prompting the caravan to halt and seek a sheltered spot for the night. They erected tents, lit bonfires, grilled game, consumed dry rations, and shared whatever delicacies they had. Hao Yin, along with Li Huan and a young man named San Langtu, gathered around one such bonfire. Xiao Cui remained perched on Hao Yin's shoulder, her small eyes fixated on the grilled game above the flames. Before long, the game was ready, and Li Huan first offered Hao Yin the finest piece of roasted meat, before dividing the remaining food with San Langtu. A unique aroma wafted from the center of the campsite, and Xiao Cui, upon catching a whiff, darted off Hao Yin's shoulder. In that moment, Hao Yin knew something was amiss. After all, these seasoned travelers had seen much of the world. Indeed, as soon as Xiao Cui took flight, Li Huan recognized her. Hao Yin had joined the caravan primarily in search of a life akin to that of an ordinary person, which is why he had concealed his true abilities. Only in this way could he engage with them without drawing undue attention. Observing Li Huan's expression, Hao Yin realized he had surmised that Xiao Cui was no ordinary pet. With a subtle glance and a shake of his head, he signaled Li Huan to remain silent, confident that such a shrewd individual would comprehend his intent. Brother Hao Chen, there are so many delicious treats here. Come quickly. The voice of a somewhat juvenile girl echoed in his mind, startling Hao Chen. When did Xiao Cui acquire the ability to transmit thoughts? What manner of being is she? Despite his astonishment, he rose to his feet upon hearing Xiao Cui's enthusiastic call. Bidding farewell to Li Huan and the others before turning toward the encampment, specifically the tent heavily guarded by numerous protectors. Hao Chen sensed that the voice emanated from that very location. Chapter 177. Unmasking Identities. Hao Chen approached the tent directly. Observing his approach, the guards gathered around the campfire stood, blocking his path. He could distinctly perceive the overwhelming aura of bloodlust radiating from these guardians, indicating their formidable prowess. This palpable malevolence would significantly impact ordinary individuals. However, to Hao Chen, their presence felt as gentle as a breeze. He made no attempt to intimidate the hostile guards, choosing instead to remain composed. He understood that the occupant of the tent was already aware of his arrival. The guards, witnessing Hao Chen's calm demeanor and his apparent immunity to their formidable presence, displayed expressions of bewilderment upon seeing his youthful and handsome visage. Just then, a soft voice emerged from within the tent. "Young master, please enter." The guards immediately parted to allow Hao Chen passage. Yet their vigilant gazes remained fixed upon his form as he entered the tent. Hao Chen couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Even if they were to summon hundreds more guards, they would prove utterly ineffective against him, incapable of hindering his advance. Upon stepping inside, his eyes were met with a vision of beauty. A young woman rose gracefully before him, adorned in a flowing purple gown that accentuated her slender figure. Her waist delicate enough to be grasped in a single hand, her bosom elegantly elevated. Coupled with her stunning visage and cascading locks, she ranked among the most exquisite women Hao Chen had ever encountered, likely in her early 20s. As she approached him, her movements were imbued with elegance, enhancing her allure. Reminiscent of a refined lady of high society, her expressive eyes captivated Hao Chen's heart. While he appraised her beauty, she too observed him closely. When she drew near enough to discern his features, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Hao Chen, having inherited noble lineage, possessed an extraordinary handsomeness that, along with his mature aura, drew women's attention. Yet, his gaze did not linger excessively on the enchanting young woman before him. As if witnessing a scene of exquisite beauty, one can only glance briefly, for it is impossible to linger indefinitely in admiration. Shifting his gaze from the young woman, Hao Chen surveyed the interior of the tent. Although the decorations were unconventional, they emanated an understated elegance. The young woman, noticing the visitor's swift departure of attention from her, felt a twinge of astonishment. The glance directed at her bore only an appreciative quality, devoid of any other implication, with his eyes appearing remarkably clear. Hao Chen's attention wandered as he searched for the whereabouts of Xiao Chui, when suddenly a figure darted onto his shoulder. Turning to look, he realized it was none other than Xiao Chui, who, with her mouth stuffed full of pastries, was adorned with crumbs of cake scattered across her feathers. At that moment, Xiao Chui resembled a gluttonous child, her appearance a delightful mess. The young woman's lips moved lightly as she inquired, "May I ask for your esteemed name?" "Chen Hao." Hao Chen replied nonchalantly, "Young Master Chen, I find this little creature quite endearing. Might I persuade you to part with it? Please, name your price." The young woman sought to negotiate for the pet with Hao Chen. "I shall not sell. I have matters to attend to and shall not intrude upon your respite further." Before she could respond, Hao Chen turned and exited the tent, leaving her no time to react. The young woman stood momentarily stunned. Anyone who had encountered her beauty would typically shower her with attention. It astonished her that this striking young man departed as if fleeing from a plague, distancing himself from her presence. She pondered inwardly, "Has my allure waned?" But it should not be so. Observing the young woman's slight frown, a guard who had accompanied Hao Chen stepped closer and remarked, "Miss, since he refuses to sell, why not consider a more direct approach? Uncle Lu, as merchants, we must adhere to the principles of fairness in trade. Coercive dealings undermine our integrity." The young woman's melodic voice interrupted the guard before he could finish. "Indeed, you are correct, miss," the guard, Lu Li, replied, his face flushed as he stood aside. Sighing, the young woman continued, "Uncle Lu, it is not my intention to contradict you. You have been with me for quite some time. Moreover, did you not notice that young man's bearing? He unmistakably hails from a prominent family and likely possesses considerable skill. Ah, that pretty boy is also a cultivator. How intriguing it would be to engage him in combat." Lu Li exclaimed with excitement. The young woman felt a sudden headache. Lu Li was notoriously single-minded, though he had attained the level of a late-stage martial artist. His understanding of social nuances was lacking. She often found herself worrying about him. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She recalled a rumor about a young man named Chun Hao who had slain the formidable Dan realm expert, Chu Xingyun, of the Blood Shadow Hall. Coincidentally, the very individual she had just encountered bore the same name. Could it truly be mere coincidence? The enigmatic and handsome young man, accompanied by a high-level beast companion. How intriguing. A hint of amusement flickered in the young woman's eyes, under the powerful scrutiny of his formidable spiritual awareness. Hao Chen was acutely aware that once he departed from the tent, the conversations within would be laid bare to him. A wry smile crept upon his lips as he realized that the young woman had discerned his identity, indicating that his stay with the caravan would not be prolonged. Upon returning to the campfire, he had scarcely settled down when Li Huan promptly rose, presenting Hao Chen with a jar of wine and some roasted meat. Hao Chen accepted the food and drink with ease, savoring a bite of meat followed by a sip of wine, indulging in a leisurely repast. As the moonlight gradually ascended amidst the flickering flames, the campfire's embers danced across the sky. Most of the individuals had retreated to their tents for slumber, leaving only a handful of mercenaries and guards to vigilantly patrol the periphery of the campsite. Hao Chen sat cross-legged in the carriage, while Xiao Chui nestled comfortably in the crook of his legs, soundly asleep. At that moment, Hao Chen remained quietly attuned to the transformations of the cosmos and the subtleties of nature. After studying the Kan Li San Xian Ju technique, he grasped the cultivation methods of the Yuan Dan practitioners and began to contemplate the principles of the heavenly way according to the requirements of the Yuan Dan realm. The laws of heaven and earth govern the movement of all things. The heavenly way is the principle of celestial motion and transformation. The world must adhere to certain rules. This is the heavenly way. The so-called heavenly way encompasses the regulations of all things, the rationale behind existence, and the inherent order that governs all phenomena. Pengu once taught that in traversing the 6 realms, all matters are interconnected by causality. Mortals gaze upon the vast heavens, where the sun and moon alternately rest. The seasons change, and within the realm of the unknown, all things follow their causes and conditions, with the Supreme Being embodying the heavenly way. By fortuitous chance, Hao Chen found himself among the ranks of great martial masters. However, he had yet to achieve the formation of the Dan and ascend to the Yuan Dan realm. Preparing for this advancement is beneficial in every regard. In the course of his cultivation, he sought to comprehend the unique transformations of the universe, experiencing the cyclical nature of change, with each cycle unveiling different variations. Immersed in the essence of nature, he absorbed its wonders. His spiritual awareness flowed with the gentle breeze, perceiving the miraculous changes of all things. Chapter 178. Encounter with bandits as the crescent moon hung low among the willow branches. Hao Chen continued his meditation and cultivation. The dawn had just begun to break, while most members of the caravan remained ensconced in dreams. A few rotating mercenaries and guards, though bleary-eyed, fought to stay alert, surveying their surroundings. The soft rustle of the breeze broke the silence, prompting Hao Chen, who had been lightly dozing, to suddenly open his eyes and descend from the carriage. Uncle Li, Uncle Li. Hao Chen gently nudged the slumbering Li Huan beneath the vehicle. Accustomed to a life of vigilance, Li Huan was not in a deep slumber. He awoke promptly, sitting up and glancing around to see it was still early morning. Young Master Chen, why are you not sleeping a while longer? Li Huan inquired. There are bandits approaching, and in considerable numbers, Hao Chen replied calmly. What? Li Huan immediately raised his head, scanning the area and finding it enveloped in silence, devoid of any sound. Young Master Chen, what do you mean? Bandits are coming? But it's so quiet. There is not a sound to be heard. Li Huan questioned, perplexed. Indeed, 300 paces away. Several hundred individuals are stealthily making their way toward us. Hao Chen indicated in a specific direction. While immersing myself in the wonders of nature, I inadvertently stumbled upon a group of individuals. Now, with a sense akin to that of a nascent soul, Hao Chen possesses the ability to perceive even the faintest rustle of the wind or movement of grass within 100 miles, let alone within a mere 1,000 zhang. Upon hearing Hao Chen's resolute declaration, Li Huan, who had a profound understanding of Hao Chen's prowess, found clarity amidst his earlier confusion. He promptly roused San Lang, who had been sleeping nearby, urging him to awaken the others while he hurried to inform the team leader of the situation. Those who had been peacefully slumbering were awakened, displaying an expression of displeasure. Robbers are coming. This utterance, however, served as a dire warning for the mercenaries and guards who lived on the edge of peril. They swiftly rose to their feet, instinctively grasping their weapons. Surveying the pitch-black forest around them, devoid of even a shadow, A wave of dissatisfaction spread throughout the caravan's encampment. The tents, encircled in darkness, flickered to life as lights ignited. The guard whom Hao Chen had seen earlier emerged from a nearby tent. Having just relayed the information to the team leader, Li Huan was seized by the guard, who demanded, "You say there are robbers. How do you know this?" "It was not my discovery, but rather that of young Master Chen," Li Huan hastily replied, feeling the weight of the guard's imposing presence. Lu Li felt a jolt of apprehension. He had learned from the young lady that this young Master Chen Hao possessed strength at least above that of a martial artist. A master does not engage in frivolous nighttime jesting. It seemed this matter was indeed serious. Accordingly, Lu Li cautiously extended his spiritual perception in the direction indicated by Li Huan. He soon detected a series of faint yet rapid footfalls, suggesting that a considerable number were approaching. A wave of alarm surged through him, prompting his voice to pierce the stillness of the night. "Enemy attack. Prepare yourselves, quickly." Everyone rose swiftly, and the merchants took refuge behind their carts. The seasoned mercenaries and guards, accustomed to living on the edge, quickly formed an orderly line to shield the merchants. At that moment, a sudden voice emerged from the dense forest, followed by a cacophony of footsteps. "Haha, Lu Li. I never anticipated you would discover me from such a distance. It seems your skills have improved." As the words fell, a burly one-eyed man stepped forth, flanked by a throng of cloaked figures. "It's you? I thought you were dead." Lu Li's expression shifted, unmistakably recognizing the identity of the newcomer. The one-eyed killer, Jin Quan, was once a notorious bandit along this trade route, infamous for his brutality. During a robbery of Lu Li's escort convoy, Lu Li had pierced his eye with a sword, and he had not anticipated that Jin Quan had survived. "Haha, I vividly remember that sword strike from years ago. It has lingered in my mind ever since. Fate has smiled upon me, granting me news of your whereabouts. At last, I have found you." Jin Quan's remaining eye glared maliciously at Lu Li, as if he wished to devour him whole. As the merchants within the caravan heard the name of the infamous one-eyed killer, Jin Quan, chaos erupted among them. He was notorious along this trade route, feared as a merciless fiend. "Silence," Lu Li bellowed, surveying the tumultuous crowd. The leader of the caravan swiftly rallied everyone together, and all the merchants armed themselves. Lu Li fixed his gaze on Jin Quan and spoke slowly. "Jin Quan, this is merely a personal dispute between us. There is no need to involve so many others. Just draw a line, and I, Lu Li, shall accept the challenge." "Haha," Jin Quan sneered. "Lu Li, today I shall spare your life. I seek no riches, merely the person residing in the central tent. What say you?" Upon hearing Jin Quan's words, Lu Li's expression shifted several times. "Miss Ziling, perhaps it's time for you to make your appearance." Jin Quan's voice rang out once more. Instantly, Lu Li felt a jolt of panic. It appeared that the brutal Jin Quan was aware of the lady's presence within the caravan. The others in the caravan also heard the one-eyed killer's call and were momentarily stunned, murmurs of speculation rippling through the crowd. It was no wonder they were alarmed. Ziling was the esteemed young lady of the Ziyun Trading Company, one of the top 3 trading firms in the northern region of Tianyuan continent. To these merchants, it was a colossal entity that commanded their utmost respect. Hao Chen was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the name. It seemed familiar. He suddenly recalled hearing tales of the remarkable Ziling during his time at the Yuan family. In the business world, the name Ziling had become synonymous with brilliance. At merely 16, she had taken the helm of a family business on the brink of collapse and transformed it into one of the top 3 trading companies in the northern region of Tianyuan continent, earning her the title of a true business prodigy. "Jin Quan, I do not understand what you are implying. If you seek money, then state it plainly." Rather than weaving nonsensical tales, Lu Li shouted, his face a mask of displeasure. "Miss Ziling, will you not show yourself? I am aware you are in the central tent." Jin Quan continued to shout towards the tent's entrance. Jin Quan, your sources are quite astute. Has someone intentionally leaked this information to you?" A melodious laugh echoed from within the central tent. In an instant, all attention shifted toward the tent, the previously chaotic scene falling into a profound silence. Every individual craned their necks, fixated on the tent's entrance. As the tent flap was slowly lifted, the crowd's eyes widened. Their breaths momentarily caught as they inhaled sharply. At that moment, the campsite of the caravan was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Chapter 179, The Furious Strike, Part 1. A figure clad in red gracefully emerged from the tent. First revealed were exquisite knee-high leather boots, followed by a pair of long, snow-white legs that captivated the onlookers. The fiery red form-fitting attire perfectly accentuated the young woman's graceful figure, while a golden-belted waist highlighted her slender silhouette with exquisite precision. Accompanied by a visage of exquisite beauty and graceful movements, she appeared as a celestial being gracing the earthly realm. Hao Chen's eyes sparkled with admiration, as he marveled inwardly at the unexpected transformation of the mysterious young woman, whose mere change of attire revealed an entirely different aura from their first encounter. If she had initially embodied the charming and serene essence of a neighborly sister, she now radiated the allure of a captivating enchantress. Naturally, from Hao Chen's perspective, he was merely appreciating a striking beauty. His expression remained composed, though his eyes reflected a hint of admiration. However, the others present lacked Hao Chen's composure. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd, and he could even hear the sound of eager gulping. Eyes ablaze with fervor, the unmistakable glint of desire ignited within them. Suddenly, the attention of the crowd shifted toward the source of a clattering noise, revealing that several robbers had momentarily lost control and dropped their weapons. As they regained their senses, they found themselves the focal point of everyone's gaze. Unashamedly, they wiped the corners of their mouths, continuing to greedily craning their necks, their faces adorned with lewd grins. "Miss Xiling, you have finally emerged. I have long heard of your enchanting beauty, and today's encounter certainly lives up to the reputation." Jin Quan unabashedly scrutinized the young woman who stepped gracefully from the tent, his single eye gleaming with unabashed lust and depravity. Having heard tales of the infamous one-eyed killer, witnessing him in person was indeed a revelation. Xiling's delicate features darkened slightly as she coldly remarked. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed killer, Jin Quan, was seething with rage. He despised any mention of his singular eye, and his countenance immediately darkened, revealing a trace of cruel malice. "Jin Quan, are you not in pursuit of wealth? Name your price." Lu Li addressed the grim-faced Jin Quan. "Huh, since you insist, produce 1,000,000 gold coins, and I shall let you depart immediately, otherwise." Jin Quan sneered ominously. 1,000,000 gold coins? Do not overreach. Jin Quan, some lines should not be crossed. I shall offer you 100,000 gold coins, but I fear you might have the means to take it, yet lack the life to spend it, Lu Li declared confidently, drawing his weapon from behind his back. He was convinced that he could vanquish the one-eyed bandit in a direct confrontation, having previously bested him. "Huh, the one-eyed killer," Jin Quan scoffed repeatedly. "I refuse to believe that the daughter of the merchant guild is not worth such a sum. If you choose not to pay, an alternative exists. Simply allow Miss Xiling to visit my lair for a few days." At this moment, Xiling fully comprehended the situation. It was evident that their pretense of seeking wealth was merely a ruse to target her. "Jin Quan, it seems you have come specifically for me today. Pray tell, who has offered such a high price, compelling you to personally arrive?" "Ah, Miss Xiling, you are indeed astute. I am left with no choice. Someone has placed a substantial bounty on your head, and the offer is too tempting to resist," the one-eyed killer, Jin Quan, cackled wickedly. "Since the young lady is an intelligent person, I wonder whether you intend to have me come over to seize you, or if you will obediently approach on your own." It seems that Xiling is merely a plaything for Jin Quan, who shamelessly toys with those before him. "My lady, do not heed his reckless words. We shall ensure your safety, won't we, brothers?" Lu Li bellowed, brandishing his weapon while standing protectively before Xiling. Indeed, the guards echoed, raising their weapons in unison. The guards accompanying Xiling this time were all beneficiaries of the young lady's kindness. They were willing to offer everything for her, even their lives if necessary. "It appears that you are prepared to resist to the bitter end? Brothers, kill. Whatever is seized shall belong to the one who claims it." The one-eyed killer, Jin Quan, understood the significance of morale, which is why he offered incentives to excite these brigands. Upon hearing their leader's words, the bandits instantly revived with vigor, brandishing their weapons and howling as they charged toward the merchant convoy. Seeing the audacious spirit of the bandits, Lu Li was taken aback. As the marauders drew closer, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. They knew that if they failed to vanquish the bandits, their fates would be grim. Meanwhile, the young lady Xiling, under the watchful eyes of all, clenched her fists tightly, revealing her anxiety. "Release the arrows." With Lu Li's furious shout, the archers positioned behind the crowd mercilessly loosed their arrows against the advancing foes. With a whoosh, dozens of arrows, imbued with the scent of death, met the charging bandits. The lethal rain of arrows swiftly claimed several lives, while a few unfortunate souls, struck by the deadly projectiles, fell to the ground, wailing in agony. Yet, more bandits surged forward, closing in on the defense constructed by the guards. In such a chaotic melee involving hundreds, the archers could hardly make a significant impact. Lu Li, you shall die? Jin Quan, the one-eyed killer, brandished his wind chaser blade and charged toward Lu Li. When he was merely a few paces away, Jin Quan suddenly stomped his foot and leaped into the air, radiating an unstoppable momentum as he gripped his blade with both hands, descending upon Lu Li with the force of a devastating strike. Come at me. Lu Li, undeterred, swung his heavy sword to meet the oncoming attack. Just as their sharp weapons were about to clash, Lu Li's expression changed dramatically. The blade in Jin Quan's hand inexplicably shifted from a silvery hue to a golden gleam. At that moment, Lu Li realized he had no time to evade. Bang! Lu Li felt a violent jolt through his body, spewing a mouthful of blood as his hands trembled uncontrollably. His heavy sword flew from his grasp, and he was propelled backward, crashing harshly onto the ground several paces away. You, when did you ascend to the realm of Grand Martial Master? Lu Li struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, trembling as he pointed a finger at Jin Quan in terror. It is no wonder that Lu Li was so shaken. 3 years prior, he had already reached the late stage of Martial Master, while Jin Quan was merely at the mid-level of Martial Master at that time. Jin Quan wielded the Wind Chaser blade to contend with Lu Li, who, despite his heavy sword, managed to severely injure Jin Quan. Unexpectedly, in a mere span of 3 years, the once fortunate survivor, Jin Quan, had ascended to the realm of Grand Martial Artist, while Lu Li remained stagnant at the late stage of Martial Artist. Unbeknownst to Lu Li, he was struck by Jin Quan. Chapter 180, Furious Counterattack, Part 2. Haha, thanks to you, I have stepped into the realm of Grand Martial Artist. Yet all of this is your doing, and today I shall repay you in kind, declared the one-eyed god of death, Jin Quan, with a sinister grin. Enduring excruciating pain, Lu Li straightened his posture and turned to Ziling, urging, Miss, you must flee. I will hold him off. Hurry. I will not. If you do not leave, neither shall I. I will stand with all of you in life or death, replied Miss Ziling resolutely. This is not the way. Please, miss, you must go quickly. If you delay, it will be too late. Protect the miss and lead her away. Lu Li commanded his 2 subordinate guards. I will not go. I refuse to leave. Miss Ziling insisted firmly. Apologies. The 2 guards, recognizing the urgency of the situation, swiftly flanked Miss Ziling, racing towards the carriage. Brothers, even if we perish today, we must ensure the miss's safety. Despite his grievous injuries, Lu Li disregarded his own peril, vowing to protect the miss at all costs. Hold the line. Yes. Under Lu Li's rallying cry, the mercenaries and guards, previously overwhelmed by the bandits' might, were invigorated and began a fierce counteroffensive. The bandits momentarily faltered in their onslaught. Observing this, the one-eyed god of death, Jin Quan, furrowed his brow, realizing that if he did not unleash merciless slaughter, he risked being humiliated. Jin Quan fully unleashed the aura of a fledgling grand martial artist, ruthlessly dispatching several foes. Under their leader's command, the bandits gradually regained their momentum. Seeing his men dominate, Jin Quan finally felt a sense of relief and charged towards Lu Li, intent on avenging his previous humiliation, shouting, No one escapes today. All of you shall pay with your lives. As Jin Quan approached, Lu Li picked up the heavy sword from the ground, resolutely defending his position. Hao Chen observed the unfolding chaos with an impassive expression. Blood splattered, and severed limbs danced grotesquely. Those merchants who had never witnessed such brutality were retching in horror. To Hao Chen, however, this spectacle was rather mundane. As the defensive line shrank and casualties mounted, even the trio accompanying Li Huan fell victim to a bandit's blade. Kneeling before Hao Chen, Li Huan repeatedly bowed his head, pleading, Young master, please help us, or we shall all be slain. At that moment, the mercenaries and guards formed a defensive circle, encasing the merchants within. Yet this circle was not entirely secure, as bandits intermittently breached it, mercilessly slaughtering unarmed merchants and seizing their possessions. Originally, Hao Chen had no intention of intervening, as he had witnessed such events far too often. It is not that Hao Chen lacks compassion. Sometimes, goodwill does not necessarily yield favorable outcomes. However, when faced with the desperate pleas of Uncle Li Huan. Hao Chen momentarily steadied himself and nodded in acquiescence to his request. He promptly assisted Li Huan, who was kneeling on the ground, to rise and stand beside him. Lu Li's heavy sword was once more sent flying by Jin Quan, gazing at the one-eyed god of death wielding the wind-chasing blade, which radiated a brilliant golden light. And the increasingly sinister grin on Jin Quan's face, Lu Li closed his eyes in anguish and said with remorse, "Miss, Lu Li can no longer serve you." Even in the face of death, his concern for his master's safety marked Lu Li as a rare loyal servant. However, after a moment's wait, Lu Li felt no pain in his body and wondered anxiously, "Have I already perished?" He hastily opened his eyes, only to find the young man named Chun Hao inexplicably standing before him. With a seemingly gentle grip, he held Jin Quan's wind-chasing blade, and despite Jin Quan exerting all his strength to reclaim his sword, he could not budge it an inch. Instantly, the clamor of battle fell silent. As if the throats of the combatants had been constricted, both sides stared blankly at Hao Chen, or more precisely, at the interplay between Hao Chen's hand and Jin Quan's blade. No one could believe their eyes. Even Miss Zi-Ling was left aghast, her cherry lips agape in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Although she had surmised that Hao Chen possessed at least the cultivation level of a martial master, she had never anticipated the extent of his formidable prowess. Jin Quan, the one-eyed god of death, flushed crimson, unsure whether from rage or humiliation, desperately trying to wrench free the wind-chasing blade gripped firmly by Hao Chen's left hand, yet found himself utterly powerless. "Get away," Jin Quan bellowed in a fit of rage, his right foot transforming into a streak of lightning as he aimed a vicious kick at Hao Chen's groin. With a mere extension of his right hand, Hao Chen effortlessly blocked Jin Quan's fierce assault. Then, with a deft twist of his wrist, he seized Jin Quan's ankle and flung him aside. Jin Quan struggled to regain his balance, but his body involuntarily staggered backward. Once steadied, he scrutinized Hao Chen from head to toe, his eyes revealing a blend of astonishment and a hint of malice. "Friend, it seems your presence here is unwarranted. If you withdraw now, I shall ensure you receive a share of the spoils once the matter is settled. What do you say?" Realizing he was outmatched, Jin Quan attempted to coax Hao Chen into retreating from the fray. Hearing the words of the one-eyed god of death, all eyes converged on Hao Chen. At this moment, his every action could determine the fate of many. Both the bandits and the merchant caravan were rife with tension. "Scram," Hao Chen retorted disdainfully. "You, how dare you be so ungrateful? Do not blame me for what comes next." Jin Quan's fury ignited upon hearing Hao Chen's words. His already volatile temper flared as he concealed his inner rage and shouted, swinging the wind-chasing blade once more as he charged toward Hao Chen. Wind-chasing phantom blade. The blade gleamed fiercely, and the figure flickered, instantaneously transforming into numerous afterimages, leaving one perplexed as to which was the true form and which was but an illusion. This was the ultimate skill of the one-eyed killing god, Jin Quan. Aware of the formidable prowess of Hao Chen, he unleashed his most lethal technique. How tedious! Such a skillful attack posed no threat whatsoever to Hao Chen, who had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, Hao Chen had mastered both martial and magical arts, with his martial prowess elevated to the initial peak of a great martial master. The meager abilities of Jin Quan held no concern for him. Kill. Jin Quan's singular eye radiated a terrifying chill as he observed the wind-chasing blade descending upon Hao Chen. The spectators reacted with varied responses. The merchant group stood in stunned silence, while the bandits erupted in raucous cheers. Yet, within Jin Quan's heart, there was no trace of elation, for he had not heard the anticipated sound of the blade striking flesh. Just as doubt crept into Jin Quan's mind, a cacophony of astonished gasps erupted around him, the merchants expressing joy and relief. Jin Quan's steps faltered, and he felt a sudden presence behind him, accompanied by the sound of heavy breathing. He had never anticipated Hao Chen's speed to be so extraordinary. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Without turning his head, Jin Quan deftly twisted his right hand, thrusting the wind-chasing blade backward, while propelling his body forward with great haste. At that moment, it felt as if he had been propelled by an unseen force, experiencing a speed unlike any he had ever known. Fearing that he might never again savor such exhilarating velocity, Hao Chen seized the fleeting moment to unleash his premeditated demon-slaying palm, discreetly striking Jin Quan's body to lend him a boost. Bang! In the astonished gaze of the crowd, the once menacing killing god was sent sprawling, blood gushing forth, crashing to the ground like a lifeless mass. Chapter 181. Slaying the bandit in eerie silence enveloped the arena. Whether bandits or merchants, including Lu Li, Li Huan, and Zi Ling, all stood agape at the spectacle before them. These minor lackeys are yours to handle, Hao Chen remarked coolly to Lu Li before calmly returning to his carriage. Although both were great martial masters, Jin Quan remained at the initial level, while Hao Chen had ascended to the pinnacle of that realm, approaching mid-level strength. Moreover, he could harness the peak power of the foundation establishment stage, layering it with the might of a great martial master. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. At that moment, the dawn was still and quiet, the metallic scent of blood permeating the air, provoking a visceral reaction from all present. The astonishing scene had left everyone momentarily frozen. The onlookers stared blankly at the lifeless body of the one-eyed killing god, sprawled like a lump of clay on the ground. They then glanced at Hao Chen, who sat nonchalantly in the carriage, a shiver involuntarily coursing through them. How could a powerful warrior of the great martial master realm be reduced to mere pulp by a single punch? After all, practitioners at the great martial master level are also seekers of the celestial path. In the realm of practitioners, whether martial artists or cultivators, those of the same level, regardless of the intensity of their skirmishes, have the option to flee when overwhelmed. Throughout history, it has rarely been heard of that practitioners of equal standing were annihilated so tragically. This misfortune befell Jin Quan, who encountered the prodigious Hao Chen. What transpired here was unprecedented. Those present had not only never witnessed such an event, but had scarcely even heard of it. Now, having seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard for anyone to believe otherwise. Brothers, slay these nefarious bandits. Lu Li was the first to react, forcefully pushing away the supportive guards. Grasping the heavy sword handed to him by a guard, he pointed its blade at the bandits and shouted with fervor, "Avenge our fallen brothers. Kill!" The bandits, already paralyzed by fear, regained their senses at Lu Li's rallying cry. They were nothing more than a disorganized rabble, and with their strongest leader reduced to mere pulp by a single punch, their arrogance was extinguished in an instant. Not to mention the formidable mercenaries and guards. Even the young man with an aura of terror seated in the cart could single-handedly eradicate them without mercy. Kill! Avenge our brothers. The mercenaries and guards, previously suppressed by the bandits, now roared with fiery resolve, raising their weapons as they charged towards the bandits. Although outnumbered, their spirit overwhelmed the already timid bandits. At that moment, an extraordinary scene unfolded on the battlefield. The smaller contingent was relentlessly pursuing the larger one. The disheartened bandits were forced to abandon their armor and flee in disarray from the onslaught of the merchant convoy. Hao Chen, observing this spectacle from his seat, mused silently. When soldiers falter, their defeat is as swift as a collapsing mountain, a breach in a dam. Run! The once fearsome bandits, witnessing their dire predicament, had no choice but to flee, disregarding everything else as they hurriedly retreated along their path. At that moment, they cursed their lack of speed. The merchant's archers, fueled by vengeful fury, loosed arrows of retribution, mercilessly claiming the lives of the bandits. Some were killed outright, while others, wounded and on the ground, begged for mercy from the mercenaries and guards who advanced upon them. However, the pursuing mercenaries and guards remained unmoved, swiftly dispatching them without hesitation. Men perish for wealth. Birds die for food. This was the quintessential outcome of unchecked greed. It was a matter of survival. Either they would die, or their adversaries would meet the same fate. This brutal law of the jungle applied particularly well to the merchants, who harbored profound animosity towards the bandits. Had the bandits held the upper hand, they would not hesitate to ruthlessly slaughter the merchants, including the mercenaries and guards. Nonetheless, despite their overwhelming numbers, not all of the bandits were vanquished. In the end, hundreds remained, yet a mere handful managed to vanish into the vast forest. The vengeful mercenaries and guards pursued them to the forest's edge, but were forcibly recalled by Lu Li. Do not chase the desperate foe. Besides, our primary task is to protect Miss Ziling and safeguard the merchant convoy. Sighing deeply, the merchants within the caravan, witnessing the ferocious bandits being repelled, suddenly felt utterly drained of strength, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. The merchants were palpably shaken. Meanwhile, the mercenaries and guards, bearing heavy casualties, wore grim expressions. Some were frantically cursing the bandits, venting their wrath upon the lifeless bodies of the fallen foes. Others mournfully gathered the belongings of their slain comrades. It was no wonder they were sorrowful. Just hours before, they had shared a meal with those brothers, now tragically transformed into lifeless corpses. With the battle concluded, Lu Li commanded those present to exert themselves once more, to tend to the wounded, bury the dead, and collect personal effects. The recent skirmish had left many injured, necessitating immediate care. The entire caravan sprang into action, each group assuming its designated role. The merchants focused on healing the injured, the guards maintained vigilance, and the mercenaries patrolled the battleground, delivering a final blow to any surviving bandits and providing timely aid to the wounded comrades. Having traversed this trade route for an extended period, the mercenaries and guards had encountered such tragedies too many times to be overly alarmed. They meticulously gathered their fallen companions' belongings before tending to the injuries of others, and then resumed their training to swiftly restore their strength in preparation for any unforeseen events. However, the merchants who had lost dear ones and comrades were engulfed in profound grief, with intermittent weeping echoing from within the carts. All bodies belonging to the caravan were interred in the barren land flanking the trade route. For those who lived by the sword, death was an ever-present specter. Once a life was extinguished, burial would occur on the spot, and comrades would at most carry their belongings back to their families. As for the bandits' corpses, they were left unattended, abandoned at the scene. Officials on patrol would incinerate the remains they discovered, while those left undiscovered would soon succumb to the elements, becoming mere bones. Forgotten by all, perched atop a cart, Hao Chen heard the muffled sobs of Li Huan. Turning to look, he saw Uncle Li weeping at the grave of San Lang Tu. It turned out that during the recent chaos, San Lang Tu had been struck down by a stray arrow, and Li Huan, who had accompanied him into the fray, now gazed sorrowfully at the grave. Uncle Li, one cannot resurrect the dead. Please, take heart, Hao Chen gently spoke, placing a comforting hand on Li Huan's shoulder. Alas, I know all too well how unpredictable life and death can be. Just this morning, he spoke of marrying a beautiful wife and acquiring dozens of acres of land for a stable life. Who could have foreseen such a calamity? Li Huan lamented. Young Master Chen, I owe you my gratitude for your timely intervention. Otherwise, this old body of mine would have met the same fate. Thank you, young Master Chen. He bent down, preparing to bow deeply to Hao Chen. Gently supporting him, Hao Chen helped Li Huan rise, observing the frail elder, who appeared so helpless against the chilly breeze. Hao Chen stood quietly to the side, observing the mercenaries, bodyguards, and the entourage of employers who lived on the edge of peril for their daily sustenance. To be honest, he held a certain admiration for their loyalty. Otherwise, he would not have intervened to assist them. Having chosen the professions of bodyguard and attendant, they must always be prepared to dedicate their lives to their masters. Life and death were matters they confronted almost daily, leaving no room for lamentation. Similarly, the mercenaries, tasked with safeguarding the merchant caravans, were bound by their professional ethics to ensure the safety of their employers and goods until they reached their designated destinations. This was an unyielding tenet of their world. Chapter 182. The intent of Ziling the deceased are beyond reach. In truth, some merchants envied these devoted bodyguards who risked their lives for their masters. At least, when they perished, their families would be cared for, unlike the merchants who, upon death, would be left to rot in obscurity, with no one to look after their families. At this moment, Miss Ziling, accompanied by Lu Li, the corpulent middle-aged leader of the caravan, approached Hao Chen. Upon noticing their arrival, Hao Chen had already dismounted and awaited them. As they reached his side, the three bowed deeply in unison, expressing their gratitude. Thank you. Hao Chen, however, dismissed their thanks nonchalantly. It was nothing, merely a small effort. These bandits deserve to be eradicated. Ziling, with utmost respect, replied, Young Master Chen, I am truly grateful for your intervention. Had it not been for your timely assistance, I cannot fathom what fate would have befallen me. A hint of lingering fear graced Ziling's countenance, as she understood well that without Hao Chen's righteous intervention, her outcome would have been dire. Young Master Chen, I must apologize for my earlier disrespect. I hope you can forgive me, Lu Li said, bowing respectfully towards Hao Chen. This time, Hao Chen accepted his gratitude in silence. Young Master Chen, if you have no further matters, please join us in the tent, said Ziling. Hao Chen nodded and, under her guidance, slowly made his way toward the tent. Lu Li, needing to attend to caravan affairs, excused himself and departed. As they walked, merchants and mercenaries seated along the path rose to their feet upon seeing Hao Chen approach, calling out reverently, "Young Master Chen." They recognized the savior of their lives. Hao Chen acknowledged them with a slight nod. The admiration in the eyes of the mercenaries and bodyguards was palpable as they regarded him with awe. To them, a grand martial artist was an unattainable figure, yet this young man, merely 18 or 19 years old, had effortlessly slain a grand martial artist. How could they not revere such a person? Inside the tent, only Hao Chen, Ziling, Lu Li, and the little maid, Chui, remained, as all other attendants discreetly departed. "Young Master Chen, I thank you once again for your timely rescue today. Allow me to toast to your honor." Ziling raised her cup and drained it in one gulp. The alcohol, igniting her senses, flushed her previously pale face with a vibrant hue, reminiscent of a ripe apple, tempting enough to elicit a desire to take a bite. Hao Chen lifted his cup and downed its contents in one swift motion. Instantly, a warm current surged from his throat to the depths of his heart, a sensation of unparalleled delight enveloping him. "What splendid wine!" Hao Chen could not help but exclaim. "Haha, this is the renowned nostalgia wine from the Tianyuan continent. I'm glad Master Chen enjoys it. If it pleases you, I shall prepare a few more casks for you." Lu Li replied cheerfully upon hearing Hao Chen's praise. However, this time, Xiao Cui did not take a seat at the table. She merely perched on Hao Chen's shoulder, observing the revelry. Unwilling to drink alongside the boorish Lu Li, "Master Chen, here are 100,000 gold coins," Lu Li said, noticing the look in Ziling's eyes. He extracted a crystalline card from his pocket and presented it to Hao Chen. Without even glancing at the card, Hao Chen calmly shook his head. "Master Chen, you must accept this. I know that a strong figure like yourself does not lack for wealth. This is merely a token of Our Lady's gratitude," Lu Li insisted earnestly. Ziling, her cheeks flushed, added, "Had it not been for Master Chen's righteous intervention, our entire caravan would have suffered grievous losses, perhaps with no survivors at all. Please take it back." Hao Chen replied with a serene demeanor. He was indifferent to monetary wealth, focusing instead on his cultivation, showing no interest in such riches. Ziling turned to Lu Li and said, "Since Master Chen refuses, then Uncle Lu, please keep it and distribute the funds among the mercenaries, guards, and attendants outside. Remember to give double to the families of the deceased, so their friends may convey the support to those left behind." Hao Chen smiled faintly, recognizing the cunning of those who emerged from noble families. Even in dire circumstances, they did not forget to win hearts. He could not help but admire Ziling's resourcefulness. Indeed, one could not survive in the treacherous world of powerful families without a measure of shrewdness. Lu Li, heartened by the lady's words, expressed his gratitude profusely. "On behalf of the living brothers and the families of those who have passed, I thank Master Chen and Miss." Stepping out of the tent, it wasn't long before Lu Li's booming voice resonated outside. "Master Chen, Miss, let us distribute this 100,000 gold coins among our brothers." "Thank you, Master Chen." "Thank you, Miss." After a brief pause, Lu Li returned to the tent and noticed a somewhat somber atmosphere. He broke the silence. "You can just call me Chen Hao." Hao Chen interrupted Lu Li's words, speaking calmly. "Very well, I am a straightforward man and prefer not to beat around the bush, so I shall call you Chen Hao." Lu Li replied, his demeanor unpretentious. "May I inquire about your origins, Master Chen?" Lu Li asked. It seemed Ziling was also quite interested in this matter. Leaning in to listen intently. "I hail from a nameless little mountain village," Hao Chen replied nonchalantly. "You appear quite young, perhaps not more than 20, yet possess such formidable strength. Your future achievements are undoubtedly boundless." Lu Li noticed that Hao Chen was reluctant to disclose the identity of the person in question and swiftly changed the subject. Upon hearing Lu Li's praises, Hao Chen's expression remained unperturbed, as if the commendation was intended for another. Observing Hao Chen's unchanging countenance, Lu Li's admiration for him grew further. A young man of such exceptional talent and capability, yet with a demeanor so humble and composed, was indeed rare. After some casual conversation, Hao Chen spoke. "Miss Ziling, Guardian Lu, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave to rest." "Very well, Master Chen, please do rest well," Lu Li replied with utmost respect. Regardless of the setting, strength commands reverence. Hao Chen rose and gradually exited the tent. "Master Chen, young master." The individuals gathered around the campfire stood up promptly, bowing respectfully as Hao Chen emerged. As he walked by, everyone he passed stood in deference, greeting him with respect. Within the tent, Lu watched Hao Chen depart, involuntarily exclaiming, "What a remarkable young man, truly gifted in both talent and appearance." Turning around, he noticed Ziling, seated at the table, lost in thought as she gazed outside the tent. Understanding her sentiments, he jested, "Miss, what do you think? He is indeed impressive, isn't he?" "Indeed, very impressive," Ziling replied, still in a daze. Regretting her words as soon as she spoke, the lingering effects of the wine caused her cheeks to flush once more. "Oh dear. Uncle Lu, stop teasing me. I shan't speak to you anymore," she said, a shy expression adorning her face. "Ah, it seems our miss has taken a liking to him." Lu continued to tease. "You still dare to say that?" Ziling retorted, covering her warm cheeks. "All right, no more of that. I shall go outside to see those people. You can continue daydreaming about your brother Chen Hao." Lu laughed heartily as he exited the tent. "How annoying," Ziling muttered, resting her chin on her hands, deep in thought. "Yet, he truly is remarkable." As the morning mist lingered over the merchant path, the campfire had turned to embers. However, most of the caravan members showed no intention of resting, gathering around the fire to discuss the battle from the early hours. With many expressing admiration for Hao Chen, punctuated by waves of astonishment from the crowd. Having been meditating in the carriage, Hao Chen slowly opened his eyes. The moment he decided to take action, he realized that staying here was no longer feasible, and he had to depart early. Quietly stepping down from the carriage, he gently roused the resting Li Huan. "Uncle Li, I have important matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Hao Chen stated calmly. "Oh, I know you possess great skill. Take care of yourself." "Knowing you has made this journey worthwhile," Li Huan sighed. "Take this package with you, and until we meet again," he added before swiftly vanishing into the vast forest. Li Huan stared blankly at the spot where Hao Chen had disappeared, and after a while, he slowly regained his composure. He opened the package to discover it contained hundreds of gold coins. Li Huan instantaneously comprehended Hao Chen's intentions, urging him to take the money and return home to enjoy a peaceful retirement, rather than continuing to lead a perilous existence. Thank you, he murmured, grasping the bundle tightly as he gazed at Chen Xiaoye's retreating figure in the distance. As the sun began to peek through the treetops, Miss Ziling cheerfully approached in search of Hao Chen. After his departure, she thought of someone, only to find that Hao Chen had vanished without a word, disappearing into the vastness of the forest. A look of desolation washed over her as she stared blankly into the depths of the dense woods, her thoughts intertwining with the silhouette of the person she admired. Chapter 183. The dispute at the city gate. Seizing the opportunity amidst the misty haze that cloaked the merchant road, with few pedestrians about, Hao Chen stealthily departed from the merchant caravan. He traversed the path with agility, employing his spiritual sense to probe his surroundings, cautiously making his way towards Yuqing. By morning, Hao Chen arrived at the gates of Yuqing. The towering and formidable city walls exuded strength, clearly designed to withstand the onslaught of ferocious beasts. When Yuqing was first established, it was surrounded by numerous demonic creatures, and the robust walls were erected to fend off their invasions. Although the number of beasts had diminished over time, the human populace had swelled. Not far from Yuqing, Hao Chen disguised himself as an ordinary mortal clad in a simple green robe, devoid of any cultivation, and approached the city gate alone. The entrance buzzed with activity, as merchants came and went, and cultivators traversed in both directions. The guards stationed at the gate maintained order amidst the throngs of people entering and exiting the city. Hao Chen blended into the line of those entering the city, patiently waiting his turn as the guards meticulously inspected each individual. As he neared the front of the line, a sudden clamor of galloping hooves erupted from behind him. Turning to look, he saw a dozen majestic steeds carrying both men and women, their demeanor haughty and arrogant, revealing their identities as either spoiled scions of noble families or disciples of esteemed sections. The horsemen approached the city gate with reckless speed, showing no regard for the well-being of those queued to enter. Make way, don't obstruct my path," shouted one rider, leading the charge. The crowd, startled by the oncoming horses, hastily parted, creating a moment of chaos as they scrambled to the sides. Hao Chen, caught in the throng, also made way, though a sense of displeasure simmered within him. The audacity of an outer disciple from a sect to behave so brazenly in the mortal realm spoke volumes about the sect's reputation. Recognizing the attire of the riders as that of the disciples from the illusory moon sect, Hao Chen felt a surge of indignation. Amidst the crowd's frenzy, he suddenly spotted a child standing in the middle of the road, weeping. The child's position obstructed the path of the galloping disciples, and it was evident that the horses were on the verge of trampling the innocent figure. "Get out of the way," Hao Chen bellowed, pivoting swiftly to break free from the crowd. With a sudden leap, he appeared before the weeping child and, facing the oncoming horse, delivered a powerful punch to its head. Thud! The horse, mere moments away from trampling the child, let out a mournful cry and abruptly collapsed, its limbs rendered lifeless. The galloping beast, unable to withstand the might of Hao Yan's strike, fell victim to his formidable strength. It was only then that Hao Yan scooped up the child and entrusted him to the anxious parents, who had finally pushed their way through the crowd, their faces etched with worry for their child's safety. Meanwhile, the rider of the slain steed, consumed by rage, advanced toward Hao Yan. The act of Hao Yan's swift intervention, killing the horse to save the child, had transpired in the blink of an eye. Although the rider was an outer disciple of the Huan Yu sect, the unexpected encounter left him in a state of utter disarray. He glared at the stranger who had dared to slay his mount and render him so vulnerable, a surge of fury igniting within him. "Who dares to cross my path? You wild dog," Wang Xiyuan shouted, seething. "You had the audacity to slay my steed and force me to fall. Since you chose to act, I shall ensure you comprehend the consequences of your actions." With a sweeping gesture, he prepared to retaliate, causing the city guards nearby to feel a wave of concern for Hao Yan. In Yu City, the guards had long heard tales of Wang Xiyuan's notorious arrogance. Not only was he brash, but he had also achieved the 7th level of qi refining, marking him as a prodigious talent among the youth. "Stop!" Just as Wang Xiyuan was about to strike Hao Yan, a sudden voice rang out. Taken aback, Hao Yan turned to see a handsome young man, exuding an air of refined elegance, accompanied by a cadre of formidable individuals. Yet, as soon as the young man spoke, he shattered his genteel facade. "Wang Xiyuan, what pretense are you putting on? You ride into town without regard for order, recklessly galloping and nearly trampling someone to death. I have already shown you leniency by not taking you to the city lord for punishment. And now, you dare to attack the one who intervened? You truly possess audacity." The strikingly handsome youth's words were coarse and unrefined, yet he displayed an air of nonchalance, seemingly oblivious to how his language tarnished his image. The young man's remarks only deepened the fury etched on Wang Xiyuan's face, though he refrained from retaliating against the one who had slain his steed, instead glaring at the young man with gritted teeth. "Just wait. I will make you pay." Wang Xiyuan huffed, then stormed away with his companions, casting a venomous glare at Hao Yan as he departed. Hao Yan merely shrugged, ignoring him entirely. Yet, a thought crossed his mind regarding the Shi River Wang family. Could this Wang Xiyuan be the son of Wang Haiping, the prodigy of the Huan Yu sect? As he pondered the possibility of uprooting such a threat, the handsome young man interrupted his train of thought. "Thank you for saving that child just now. On behalf of the citizens of Yu City, I extend my gratitude." The handsome young man observed Wang Xiyuan and others depart, turning to Hao Yan and remarked, "You need not worry about what just happened. Wang Xiyuan dares not harm you. Should anything arise, feel free to seek me at the Hao residence." This striking yet fiery young man, whose words were as brash as his appearance, confidently patted his chest in assurance before turning to leave. His demeanor was casual and unpretentious, showing no indication of his formidable cultivation, behaving as though he were an ordinary individual. From the moment this seemingly contradictory young man appeared, Hao Yan discerned his strength, realizing he possessed a cultivation level of the 10th layer of qi refinement. The Hao family? Could this charming young man be from the Hao clan? Hao Yan found this candid nature endearing. After the young man from the Hao family departed, Hao Yan also left the city gates and ventured into Yuqing. Having arrived at the ancestral grounds of the Hao family, he decided to familiarize himself with the local customs before visiting the Hao residence. Reflecting on his encounter with Wang Xiyuan, Hao Yan mused, with the Wang family annihilated, Wang Xiyuan must be aware of the news. The secretive organization of the demonic cult based in Yuqing will not cease their pursuit of the whereabouts of the individual who seized the treasured blood-shadowed divine pearl. Nor will they abandon their quest to eliminate the murderer of the Blood Shadow Hall's master, Chu Xingyun. Wang Xiyuan is likely privy to the inside information, and it is possible that he is a pawn of the demonic cult embedded within the illusory moon sect. With half a year remaining before the opening of the ancient battlefield at Huanhe, it appeared that he would need to invest some time in Yuqing. Hao Yan contemplated as he walked. Chapter 184. Rooting out the weeds in the past year, Wang Xiyuan's spirits had been rather bleak. His family had been obliterated. Had he not entered the sect for cultivation, he too would have faced dire consequences. Following the destruction of his family, he found himself bereft of both resources for cultivation and financial support. Without his family's backing, friends had turned their backs on him, and his longtime lover had also departed, leaving Wang Xiyuan weary of the harsh realities of life. Earlier at the city gates, he had been thwarted by a mere mortal, who not only dispatched his mount, but also left him in a state of utter humiliation before he could retaliate against that audacious commoner. He was further ridiculed by the arrogant young master of the Hao family. This affront was one Wang Xiyuan could not tolerate, prompting him to secretly pursue the audacious commoner alongside a few of his equally mischievous disciples, seeking an opportunity to eliminate this presumptuous youth. Wang Xiyuan promised that any riches obtained from the demise of the commoner would belong to his disciples, who eagerly acquiesced to his sinister scheme. With Wang Xiyuan's prowess, slaying a mere mortal should be a trivial matter. However, after trailing for some time, they found no opportunity to strike. Frustration began to mount in Wang Xiyuan as the city guards patrolled the streets, and he was acutely aware that publicly killing a commoner would not go unnoticed by the city watch. Just as he was about to signal his disciples to drag the commoner into a secluded alley for their deadly scheme, Wang Xiyuan noticed that the young man had turned into a narrow passageway. Upon closer inspection, a smile broke across his face. The alley was indeed a secluded one on North Street. Surrounding it were several remarkably inexpensive inns, frequented by those of scant means, rendering the area not only filthy and chaotic, but also reeking of unpleasant odors. Wang Xiyuan and his few junior disciples had hardly enjoyed their moment of joy when the smile of one of the young disciples abruptly faded as he thought, could this fellow possibly be impoverished, leading him to seek accommodation in such a place? A pauper, perhaps. However, upon noticing the sword that hung from Hao Chen's side, his expression softened. Even if he were indeed a destitute, possessing that sword would suffice. In truth, Hao Chen had long sensed that two groups of individuals were trailing him. After a meticulous scan with his spiritual awareness, he recognized that the group ahead was none other than those he had encountered at the city gate. It seemed Wang Xiyuan was indeed one to settle scores. Very well, he would seize this opportunity to eliminate Wang Xiyuan, the remnant of the Wang family, thereby eradicating any future threats. To draw Wang Xiyuan and his companions in, Hao Chen retrieved a sword from his storage bag and hung it visibly, using it as bait to demonstrate that he was no ordinary mortal, but a cultivator of considerable prowess, likely possessing substantial wealth. At the very least, this would deter them from attempting to kill him in the bustling streets of the city. Hao Chen's conjectures were not unfounded. Wang Xiyuan, too, recognized that confronting a cultivator required more than a single strike, for it could lead to significant complications. As Hao Chen slipped into a narrow alley, Wang Xiyuan gestured, and along with several junior disciples, they rushed into the passage. The figure in the green robe was already far ahead within the alley. At that moment, a group of fierce-looking individuals pursued him, encircling the young man completely. You ought not to provoke someone beyond your means, Wang Xiyuan bellowed. Ah, are you the cur that galloped and brandished his whip at the city gate? Hao Chen's icy, mocking voice echoed from the depths of the alley. Since you dared to humiliate me at the city gate, do not blame me for being ruthless. Wang Xiyuan, incensed by Hao Chen's taunts, shot a glance at one of his companions. A rather unsavory-looking disciple drew a short dagger, brandishing it menacingly before Hao Chen. Throughout this encounter, Hao Chen maintained unwavering vigilance, subtly extending his spiritual awareness to assess his surroundings. He could distinctly sense numerous formidable presences lurking within the depths of Yu City. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual awareness brushed past him. Hao Chen deduced it to be a patrol from the city guards. As for someone like him, these powerful guardians scarcely spared him a glance. My senior brother is addressing you. Are you deaf? The lecherous disciple shouted, attempting to push Hao Chen aside. In an instant, a flash of cold light surged forth. The lecherous disciple's hand had yet to touch Hao Chen's arm when his own arm silently fell to the ground. Blood immediately stained the ground, the cut on his shoulder smooth and clean, a fountain of crimson gushing forth as the disciple let out a harrowing cry and collapsed. Get him. Eliminate him. The first to strike will receive additional rewards from me, Wang Xiyuan. Wang Xiyuan shouted in alarm. The remaining three, brandishing their blades and swords, charged forward. Hao Chen regarded the unfolding chaos with disdain, his mind still pondering the spiritual awareness that had just brushed past him, for that fleeting presence bore a striking familiarity. Once again, it was the young man encountered at the city gate, seemingly a practitioner of considerable depth. Hao Chen was perplexed. That fleeting aura had barely brushed past him, yet he had managed to capture it. In an instant, Hao Chen regained his focus, drawing forth the Fei Huang sword, striking down 3 rushing disciples. Their foreheads stained with blood as they collapsed into a crimson pool. Wang Xiyuan gazed in horror at the figure before him, astonished by such formidable strength. With a frantic cry, he lashed out with a palm strike. With a piercing sound, the Fei Huang sword plunged deep into Wang Xiyuan's throat. His eyes widened in shock. Disbelief etched across his face as he looked at the man in green. Let me make it clear. You should not provoke those beyond your reach. I am the one destined to bring ruin to your Wang family. Hao Chen mocked, echoing Wang Xiyuan's own words. Blood gushed from Wang Xiyuan's throat, and his body, bereft of strength, collapsed with a thunderous thud. Meanwhile, a group that had been stealthily tracking Hao Chen lost all trace of him near a secluded alley. In truth, their movements had long been detected by Hao Chen, but their intentions remained a mystery. The leader of this group, now cautiously peering around a corner, was taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him. Wang Xiyuan and his fellow disciples lay slain, the alley floor awash with blood. Instinctively, he recoiled, realizing he had encountered a master. Without a second thought, he gestured to his subordinates to retreat from this blood-soaked alley. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and before he could react, 3 of his men were decapitated. The remaining 2 stood frozen, staring in shock at their headless comrades. The man in green had inexplicably appeared behind their leader, his sword stained with a trace of blood, a droplet sliding down the blade. The overwhelming aura emanating from him extinguished any will to resist within the leader. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, 2 more flashes of cold light passed, and the last 2 subordinates fell without a fight. Please spare me, esteemed senior. I am willing to serve you. Should you require assistance in Yuqing, I would be your most reliable ally. The leader, utterly broken in spirit, fell to his knees in supplication. It was astonishing that someone could articulate matters with such clarity and swiftness, nearly rivaling Hao Chen's own speed of flight. Given Hao Chen's character, begging for mercy would yield no results. However, at that moment, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, sensing that keeping this man alive might prove more advantageous than killing him. Chapter 185. Acquiring intelligence. This leader had navigated the complexities of Yuqing for many years, and his past experience had not been in vain. His earlier words had escaped him instinctively, as he grasped the gravity of the situation. He feared that the capabilities and cultivation of the man before him had far surpassed his wildest expectations. In truth, this leader was a destitute practitioner who had fallen on hard times in Yuqing, saved by Wang Xiyu during his darkest hour. Thus, he became a liaison for the Wang family in the city, secretly gathering intelligence under their patronage. This leader, possessing keen insight, had quietly built up his strength in a short span, eventually forming a modest but notable group of 100 individuals. The clandestinely developed power remains unknown to the Wang family, and even more so to Wang Xiyu. It is merely the machinations of the leader of this faction. On one occasion, when Wang Xiyu and Wang Xiyuan visited Yuqing, she recalled this individual and introduced him to Wang Xiyuan. This leader, after several encounters with the Wang family, perceived them as unreliable, which sowed the seeds of discontent within him. Today, upon receiving news of an incident at the city gates, he ventured out to gather information, intending to capture the commoner who had humiliated the young master and claim a reward, only to find himself embroiled in this affair. In the eyes of this leader, individuals like Hao Chen are of no worth, whether in terms of wealth or power. He understood that for the person before him, killing him would be akin to squashing an ant. His only bargaining chip lay in once again becoming a subordinate and serving him. At this moment, however, Hao Chen paid no heed to the leader's thoughts. Instead, he attempted to sense the earlier aura but found it utterly elusive, as if the sensation he had felt was merely a fleeting illusion. Abandoning his mental search, Hao Chen slowly approached the leader. "Are you from here?" he inquired suddenly. "I, Su Yu, have resided in Yuqing for 15 years. I consider myself a local," the leader replied, nodding repeatedly. "What are your specialties?" Hao Chen continued to question. "I excel in gathering intelligence and scouting information. I command a small faction," Su Yu replied, his eyes darting as he embellished his capabilities. "What is the name of the largest commerce guild in Yuqing, and where is it located?" Hao Chen asked earnestly. "It is the Ziyun Guild, with the Ziyun trading post established in the southern part of the city, where one can procure various goods from the Tianyuan continent," Su Yu answered swiftly and succinctly. Are there any significant events occurring in Yuqing? Hao Chen posed another question. Recently, the Hao family is set to host a grand competition among clans, and concurrently, the eldest daughter of the Hao family wishes to hold a martial arts contest for suitors. Suyu responded hastily, fearful that any delay might cost him dearly. A sect competition and a martial arts contest for suitors? What is the meaning of this? Hao Chen asked, puzzled. It is said that the eldest daughter of the Hao family is the daughter of the current clan leader, seeking a husband through martial prowess. Suyu replied without any hesitation. Hao Chen nodded in satisfaction at Suyu's responses. Have there been any major incidents in Haozhou recently? He continued his inquiry. Aside from the state's efforts to eradicate the remnants of the demonic sect, the most significant event is the rumor of the reopening of the Huanhe ancient battlefield. Suyu stated. These matters seemed widely known, prompting Hao Chen to ask, are there no other incidents? Suyu racked his brain cautiously and replied. There are two more matters. One is that the demonic sect plans to hold a grand ritual to awaken the Blood Demon Tower in 3 years. It is said that the Blood Demon descends to the mortal realm once every 100 years, but its location remains unknown. The other is the recent outbreak of a plague ravaging the continent, which has claimed thousands of lives. I wonder if that qualifies as a major event? Blood Demon? Does such a deity truly exist in this world? Hao Chen pondered aloud, perplexed. Indeed, it exists. Of course it does. Suyu responded with unexpected enthusiasm. Oh, have you seen it? Hao Chen inquired curiously. Are you not the one, esteemed senior? Suyu answered. After today, the little man believes he has encountered a true deity. Suyu flatteringly remarked without hesitation. This compliment was rather exquisite, and Hao Chen nearly burst into laughter, realizing that this young fellow indeed possessed some utility. In truth, Hao Chen's incessant inquiries into Suyu's responses were a test of the latter's adaptability and potential for greatness. Following the annihilation of the Western Mountain Shadow Guards and the bloody battle at Qingxian Mountain against the Blood Shadow Guards, Hao Chen recognized that gathering extensive intelligence solely through his own efforts was an arduous task. At this moment, he was intent on establishing a personal network for intelligence acquisition. Just as Suyu reveled in his earlier words of flattery, he suddenly felt a tightness around his body. An unknown assailant had employed some technique to immobilize him. Producing a pitch-black pill and tossing it into his mouth. You have ingested my bloodthirsty pill. Without the antidote, you shall perish within 21 days. Hao Chen admonished Suyu sternly. Spare me, esteemed senior. I shall exert all my efforts for you. Suyu exclaimed, bowing repeatedly, though anxiety gnawed at his heart. Hao Chen then handed him 2 brown pills, saying, take one every 20 days. These 2 will ensure your safety for 40 days. By then, I shall provide you with the antidote. Thank you, master. Suyu gratefully accepted the pills, expressing his thanks profusely. Hao Chen then produced a pouch of coins and tossed it to him, instructing, help me find a spacious estate near the mountains in the city. Money is no object. This should suffice. If it is not enough, come back to find me. When Suyu opened the pouch, he was taken aback. Inside were numerous low-grade elemental stones. At least 4 or 5 dozen of them. Each stone could be exchanged for 100 gold coins, rendering them of little value to the average person. However, for Suyu, it was a timely boon. This was the first time he had seen such a substantial quantity of elemental stones. Previously, the most he had ever received from the Wang family as a reward was merely 5 stones. Feigning humility, Suyu remarked, esteemed senior, there is no need for so many elemental stones. A mere 10 or so would suffice. The remainder can be reserved for your cultivation. I will meet you at the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce Square tomorrow to inspect your territory. Ensure all your subordinates are gathered. I wish to assess the caliber of your personnel, he instructed. Oh, and do not forget to tidy up the alley. With that, he vanished in a few swift movements. Leaving Suyu bewildered, he could hardly discern how the man had departed, merely noticing a fleeting shadow before it disappeared. Gazing at the elemental stones in his hand, Suyu reminisced about the times he had pleaded with the Wang family for a mere handful of stones to aid his cultivation. Now, this young man had carelessly discarded 4 or 5 dozen. Associating with such an individual was undoubtedly fraught with peril, yet high risks often yielded high rewards. He withdrew 1 elemental stone, lost in thought. Suddenly, a sense of confusion enveloped him, and he pondered, flee? But can I truly escape? Gritting his teeth, he returned the stone to the pouch and resolutely declared, I have lived in a daze for over 30 years. This time, I shall take a gamble. At worst, I shall die. At that moment, Su Yu exuded determination as he swaggered out of the alley, summoning his subordinates to clean the surroundings. Chapter 186. The Art of Selection. After subduing Su Yu, Hao Chen arrived at the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce's trading house. Upon inquiry, he learned that the goods at the Ziyun trading house were categorized based on one's social standing, with designated trading areas. This so-called trading area comprised a 7-story tower, sprawling over 1,000 square zhong, with the largest floor at the bottom, tapering as one ascended. Hao Chen concealed his aura and altered his appearance to present himself as a martial artist, deliberately lowering his cultivation level to that of a mid-tier martial master. In the secular world, there was no necessity for him to display his status as an immortal cultivator. The guardians of the Tianyuan continent mandated that high-ranking cultivators must not freely enter the secular realm, nor flaunt their abilities, lest they disrupt the ordinary lives of the common folk. When the two guards beheld Hao Chen, a flicker of astonishment crossed their faces, and they dared not exhibit any semblance of negligence. Even in Yuqing of Haizhou, a martial master was a rare sight. As Hao Chen stepped into the trading hall, a young woman in her 20s approached him, clad in a light green dress. Her cheeks bore a rosy hue, as if they might burst with vitality. Her large, beautiful eyes widened in surprise as they appraised the striking young man before her. Given that he possessed such prowess at such a young age, he must surely be renowned. Yet, despite her diligent mental search, she could not recall any information regarding this young man. Hao Chen stood quietly to the side, a faint smile playing on his lips as he regarded the young woman. Realizing her momentary lapse, she hastily bowed and said, "Esteemed senior, I apologize for my momentary nervousness upon your arrival at our chamber. As cultivators reach a certain level of mastery, they can maintain their youthful appearance, which leads to the conventions of addressing one another based on cultivation ranks within the Tianyuan continent, generally among peers in the same sect. The lower-ranked cultivator addresses the higher-ranked as senior brother, while those of greater cultivation are referred to as elder in public." Hao Chen scanned the spacious hall with his spiritual sense. Although it was somewhat sparsely populated, only a few dozen individuals were engaged in transactions. However, it seemed that each customer was attended by a beautiful saleswoman, confirming the distinguished treatment at the Ziyun trading house. Nonetheless, some patrons glanced furtively in Hao Chen's direction, quickly averting their gazes after a hasty inspection, returning to their transactions. No one dared to provoke a martial master. To do so would be akin to courting disaster. Noticing the young man's silence, the young woman's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Regardless of his identity, his cultivation level marked him as a significant client. A martial master would hardly concern themselves with ordinary goods. Even if no deal were to materialize, forging a friendship would be invaluable. If she could establish a connection, it would be all the more advantageous. With this thought, the young woman straightened her posture and inquired, "Esteemed senior, are you here to purchase goods or to sell items?" Hao Chen narrowed his eyes, surveying his surroundings and detecting no suspicious individuals. He then asked, "Might I inquire if you offer high-level secret techniques and premium-grade spiritual herbs and medicines?" The young woman hesitated for a moment before responding, "Esteemed senior, please follow me." She gestured towards the staircase, and Hao Chen nodded, following her assent. They continued to the 3rd floor, where she finally led him into a private lounge. The beautiful woman elucidated, "Senior, the 1st floor accommodates ordinary martial practitioners. The 2nd floor caters to those of martial mastery, while the 3rd floor is reserved for esteemed individuals such as yourself. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." As she spoke, her expressive eyes sparkled with emotion. Yet unfortunately, Hao Chen did not spare her a glance. The 3rd floor indeed differed from the 1st and 2nd, both in decor and ambience, exuding an air of refined elegance. The first 2 levels resembled an exhibition hall, whereas the 3rd was partitioned into several distinct exhibition spaces, each seemingly protected by a barrier. Before long, the beautiful woman returned, accompanied by another woman who bore a striking resemblance to her, possessing an elegant demeanor and exquisite beauty. Hao Chen was astonished to discern that this graceful woman was a martial master, her aura suggesting she was at least of mid-level martial mastery. The beautiful woman introduced her, saying, "Senior, this is Yun Shuang, a steward of our Ziyun Merchants Association. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform her." Under Yun Shuang's guidance, the trio departed the lounge and entered a spacious, well-lit room where they settled comfortably. Yun Shuang then turned to Hao Chen and inquired, "May I know your esteemed surname?" One is honored to bear the surname Yi, Hao Chen replied, displaying little surprise at the beautiful woman's question, as if he were accustomed to such inquiries. This time, he refrained from using the name Chun Hao, as it was too sensitive and had already raised suspicions during his time with the merchant caravan. Hence, he adopted the surname Yi Mei. Friend Yi, I understand you are interested in purchasing secret manuals and spiritual herbs. May I inquire what specific types of herbs and manuals you seek? Yuan Shuang asked, having been informed of Hao Chen's situation by the beautiful woman. In addition to acquiring a high-level secret manual, I wish to purchase 2 types of spiritual herbs, the solidifying root and the cultivating fruit. Are they available? Hao Chen specified the items he wished to procure. These 2 herbs were recently sold. However, should you wish to purchase them, we can arrange for their sourcing. Please return in a couple of days, Yuan Shuang replied. After a moment's contemplation, Yuan Shuang continued with utmost professionalism. Regarding your interest in high-level secret manuals, may I inquire about the specific category you desire? Are you seeking martial techniques, cultivation spells, or perhaps swordsmanship and archery techniques? Any attribute is acceptable. Hao Chen responded without hesitation. If there are any suitable manuals for those above the great martial master realm, that would be even better. The room fell silent as both women exchanged glances, seemingly taken aback. It appears there are none available? Hao Chen sighed and shook his head, preparing to leave. Wait a moment, esteemed friend. I have a method called soul cultivation and spirit nourishment. Would you be interested? Yuan Shuang said hurriedly, though her expression revealed little hope, as this method was often considered rather lackluster. Lacking both offensive and defensive capabilities, few chose to study such techniques for mending one's consciousness. Even the enhancement of one's own cultivation offers no benefit here. Practitioners come to this place to trade, primarily acquiring offensive spells, with no need to repair their mental techniques. Injuries to the mind can be swiftly remedied by consuming restorative pills, rendering the cultivation of mental techniques unnecessary. Hao Yen halted his steps and turned to inquire. What level of mental technique? Advanced Earth level. Yuan Shuang's heart raced slightly, clearly sensing the other's interest. What is the price? Hao Yen continued his questioning. After acquiring this secret manual, Yuan Shuang had regretted it for quite some time. Attempts to sell it had proven futile, with no one showing interest. Now, presented with an opportunity to part with it, Yuan Shuang pondered briefly before stating, 10,000 spirit stones. What an exorbitant price. Hao Yen frowned slightly, thinking to himself. Chapter 187. Making Friends. Yuan Shuang, an attendant of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce, observed the young man's hesitation and assumed he either possessed knowledge about the manual or deemed the price too steep to bear. Thus, Yuan Shuang, with a change of tone, addressed Hao Yen. As it is your first visit to the Ziyun Chamber, should you genuinely wish to purchase it, we can offer you a discounted price. How much? Hao Yen instinctively asked. 9,000. Once Senior Yi acquires this manual, he will become a supreme member of the Ziyun Chamber. In the future, should Senior Yi require any items, simply inform us, and we shall do our utmost to fulfill your desires, Yuan Shuang added with a gracious offer. In truth, even at 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, Hao Yen did not find it excessively dear, as the jade pendant could store a considerable quantity of spirit stones. However, he hesitated momentarily, saying, I do not possess that many spirit stones. May I exchange it for something of equivalent value? Hao Yen wished to conceal his wealth, preferring to trade his surplus weapons and pills for items of interest. A practitioner of the martial master realm would surely have valuable items for trade. Without a moment's thought, Yuan Shuang replied, as long as it is an equivalent exchange, it is certainly acceptable. Extending his hand, Hao Yen revealed 2 recovery pills and asked, might I inquire how many spirit stones these 2 pills are worth? Upon seeing the pills, Yuan Shuang's expression transformed into one of astonishment, for the inherent potency radiating from the pills spoke volumes. She carefully took one from Hao Yen's hand and examined it closely. A faint azure aura enveloped the pill as she closed her beautiful eyes. Surprised, Hao Yen realized that Yuan Shuang was a pill appraiser, likely of considerable rank. Moments later, Yuan Shuang opened her eyes, a glimmer of intense interest within them, and spoke, Friend, this pill belongs to the 4th rank, valued between 1,000 to 2,000 spirit stones. I wonder, does this pill have a name? Recovery pill. Hao Yen replied with delight. Although the recovery pill was not considered a high-grade pill in Hao Yen's possession, it was a precious remedy in the secular world. No wonder its spirit energy was exceedingly abundant and pure, exceeding that of a low-grade 4th rank pill. nearly matching that of a mid-grade pill. Yun Shuang gazed at the pill in her hand, clearly intrigued. Beside them, a strikingly beautiful woman with alluring eyes occasionally flickered with excitement. For someone of her cultivation level, these medicinal pills were akin to divine elixirs. After reaching the late stages of martial arts, she had not made any tangible progress for several years. If this stagnation continued, her beauty would soon wither, which for a woman was undoubtedly the most dreadful fate. Aware of the situation, Hao Chen swiftly produced 3 identical pills, inquiring, would 5 be sufficient for a trade? Upon witnessing Hao Chen extract 3 more recovery pills, Yun Shuang, the steward of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce, could no longer contain her excitement. Recognizing a lucrative opportunity, she excused herself to retrieve the jade slip containing the soul cultivation and spirit nurturing technique. After a brief absence, she returned, presenting a jade slip to Hao Chen, saying, "Fellow cultivator, please examine the goods." As he accepted the slip, Hao Chen's consciousness probed within, revealing profound and intricate mental techniques accompanied by detailed annotations. The method was not overly complex. Following their exchange, a smile of enthusiasm graced Yun Shuang's face. In her heart, she mused, the practicality of these 5 fourth-grade recovery pills far surpassed that of the rather mediocre mental technique. The quality of these pills likely exceeded even those of the same grade, and once they hit the market, they would surely be snatched up frantically. Yun Shuang leaned towards personal use rather than selling, having faced failure in her last 2 attempts to break through. The second failure was particularly severe, resulting in a significant regression in her cultivation. She had been stuck at the mid-stage of a grand martial master for over a decade. If she remained unable to break through to the late stage in the coming years, her beauty would inevitably fade. By then, even if she succeeded, she would merely become an elderly grand martial master. Yun Shuang produced an exquisitely crafted amethyst card, stating, "Fellow cultivator, this is the highest token of our chamber. Wherever our chamber exists, this token signifies that you are a supreme member." Hao Chen accepted the amethyst card and, unbeknownst to him, produced 2 more pills, handing them to Yun Shuang, saying, "These 2 detoxifying and beautifying pills are my complimentary gift to both of you. Please accept them." Pausing for a moment, he added, "This medicine will eliminate accumulated toxins within your bodies, rejuvenating your appearance and potentially extending your youthful years by no less than 50. His intention in gifting the beautifying pills was to forge a friendship with the esteemed pill appraiser. Yun Shuang delicately cradled the 2 pills, her gaze lingering on Hao Chen's departing figure. As he reached the staircase, he suddenly halted, smiling as he reminded, "Ladies, remember to drink plenty of water and relieve yourselves after taking the pills to ensure their full efficacy." Instantly, the faces of Yun Shuang and the beautiful woman flushed with color, and in the blink of an eye, a figure darted through the window by the staircase, vanishing without a trace. "Little sister, do you think this medicine can truly make us younger?" Yun Shuang softly inquired, her eyes fixed on the white pills. Meanwhile, Yun Xia, still lamenting her missed opportunity to flaunt her charms, scoffed, "It's not poison. We'll find out if we try it." With no one around, the 2 women returned to their residence and began their seclusion, unconcerned about their appearances. 2 individuals each brought forth a large barrel of water, promptly consuming the medicine. Once the effects of the potion permeated their bodies, they began to drink greedily, their demeanor akin to those who had just emerged from a parched desert. The sound of their gulping resonated throughout the room, and in their haste, they soaked themselves without a care. 3 days later, when the sisters Yun Shuang and Yun Xiao emerged from their secluded chamber, they were instantly astounded. The reflection in the mirror revealed not only a youthful visage, but also notable improvements in their skin, hair, and physique. Overcome with joy akin to that of children, they wept with happiness at the restoration of their youthful beauty, a delight unparalleled for any woman. Amidst the joy, Yun Xia, with her keen intellect, expressed her curiosity. "Sister, I have never encountered this person before, and there are no records of him within our merchant association. Could he be a recently ascended martial artist?" Yun Shuang, who held the position of steward on the 3rd floor of the trading house and was one of the 2 presidents of the Ziyun Merchant Association, pondered for a moment before responding. "Perhaps he is a master who has journeyed from the southern domain." After a brief hesitation, she added, "Yet, in my hazy recollections, it seems I have seen this elder Yi somewhere." Yun Xiao appeared to share her sentiment, furrowing her brow as she remarked, "In a couple of days, Xiling will return. She has roamed extensively and may possess information regarding this individual." Chapter 188. Preparing for rainy days the following day. Hao Chen arrived at the Ziyun Merchant Association Plaza, seeking out Su Yu, who had been waiting there. Given that Chun Hao's name evoked sensitivity among the populace, Hao Chen considered Yi Mei's younger brother, Yi Qinshan. Now 16 years old, Yi Qinshan had become a cultivator. Hao Chen had previously discussed with Yi Mei the desire to keep him away from any sect for the time being, as, with his background and status, entering a sect would merely reduce him to a menial outer disciple. The resources Hao Chen possessed rivaled those of affluent families. Recognizing Yi Qinshan's talent for cultivation, Hao Chen had intended to nurture this younger brother. Accompanied by Su Yu, he approached a dilapidated courtyard spanning 1,000 square feet located in the northern part of the city, where they found a gathering of men and women, young and old, numbering over 100. Observing the ragged crowd, Hao Chen thought to himself that this was not merely a small faction, but rather a den of beggars. Though a sense of disappointment lingered within him, these individuals constituted the first small force he was to inherit. He silently resolved, this small faction, though seemingly insignificant, could serve as an opportunity for benevolence and aid. Since becoming embroiled in conflict with the Blood Shadow Demon cult and witnessing its atrocities firsthand, the flames of anger had ignited within Hao Chen. The sight of countless innocent lives lost in the blood pool of Shishan haunted his memory. With the sects remaining indifferent and the imperial court powerless, Hao Chen was unperturbed. He was determined to stir the winds of change across the Tianyuan continent in his own way, rallying the populace to confront this inhumane cult. Having embarked on the path of cultivation and solidified his convictions, Hao Chen's ambition was to become the strongest in this realm. Rather than squander time searching for information to combat evil forces, only by attaining unparalleled strength could he most effectively vanquish his adversaries. Hao Chen aspires to establish his own intelligence agency, gathering information from across the world to effectively combat the nefarious Blood Shadow sect and eradicate all malevolent forces threatening society. After careful scrutiny, only about 40 individuals met his stringent criteria. Hao Chen prioritizes quality over quantity. After much deliberation, he decided to name this small faction Fei Yu Gu, Feather Pavilion. Currently, they are merely forming the Yucheng Information Station, a subsidiary of Fei Yu Gu. The 70 or so unqualified personnel were not entirely abandoned. Su Yu was tasked with assigning them various menial duties. Originally, the aim was to transform this location into an impregnable fortress, impervious to wind and rain. Although circumstances did not unfold as hoped, Hao Chen remained undeterred. He spent 7 consecutive days here, organizing 30 individuals of warrior rank or lower into 3 operational teams, each led by 2 captains. The remaining 11 were either martial masters or cultivators, albeit elderly and frail. Regardless of their varying levels of cultivation, they were assigned to the headquarters of the Yucheng Information Station to engage in intelligence gathering and organization. In his address, Hao Chen emphasized that safety must be paramount. Tasks deemed impossible should not be undertaken, and no intelligence should be acquired at the cost of lives. After consulting with Su Yu, they agreed to establish a secret stronghold elsewhere, transforming the current place into a living area. This secret base would only be known to the upper echelons of the organization, ensuring absolute confidentiality within Yucheng. Personnel and logistics would be re-evaluated for operational teams once their cultivation improved. A chief commander would not be appointed for the time being. Su Yu would serve as the deputy commander, overseeing 3 emissaries suggested by him, tasked with assessment, inspection, and execution of special missions. Additional structures included the highly confidential Information Aggregation Department and Information Transmission Department, along with the Logistics Department, which Su Yu would temporarily oversee. With the framework established, autonomy was granted to them for management and organization, adhering to the principle of trust those we employ while being wary of those we do not. Full authority over Fei Yu Gu was entrusted to Su Yu, who was instructed to procure a property in the central area of Yucheng as a public front for the organization, facilitating simple commercial activities to supplement insufficient funds. For the future of Fei Yu Gu, Hao Chen felt compelled to take these steps. Only by strengthening their capabilities could they gradually expand. The foremost priority was the establishment of their own intelligence network. Furthermore, Hao Chen entrusted Su Yu with 2 sets of secret manuals containing martial arts and techniques acquired from the Western Mountain Shadow Base, instructing him to practice alongside his comrades. Although these skills were originally left by the Western Mountain Dark Guards, they had been modified by Hao Chen, alleviating any fears of recognition. Upon receiving the two manuals, Suyu was astonished to discover they were both of the profound level, a rarity even among the major sects of Yucheng. The master had bestowed upon him two sets at once, leaving Suyu in profound admiration for Hao Chen that words could scarcely convey. In his heart, Suyu silently vowed to follow unwaveringly in this lifetime. In the ensuing days, Suyu had already selected suitable accommodations for Hao Chen. Suyu dispatched personnel from the Feiyu Pavilion to search for a suitable courtyard. To ensure complete satisfaction for his master, Suyu invested considerable thought and effort. Fortunately, with ample financial resources at his disposal, he discovered a secluded and spacious courtyard. Nestled in the tranquil northeastern part of Yucheng, this unique courtyard featured a three-story building. Enveloped by an intricate barrier array, this ethereal formation was so subtle that even the most accomplished cultivators found it challenging to perceive. The reason Hao Chen opted to acquire a residence distant from the Feiyu Pavilion was due to the advantages offered by the elder estate of the Shihao Wang family, which lay away from the central courtyard. The wisdom of diversifying one's investments cannot be overstated. Had it not been for the extraordinary presence of Hao Chen, the world would remain oblivious to the true number of strongholds held by the Wang family and the secrets they harbored. The entrance to the courtyard was firmly shut. Xiao Cui and the feathered tiger, a bird and a beast, respectively, lay motionless in inconspicuous locations, feigning slumber. The two magical creatures practiced their cultivation while vigilantly guarding the entire courtyard. In the dense forests of Qingqian Mountain, Hao Chen practiced the reincarnation sword technique, enlisting the feathered tiger as a sparring partner. With a single move, the butterfly dance, he overwhelmed the beast. Unable to bring himself to slay his training companion, Hao Chen subsequently confined the feathered tiger within his jade pendant's spatial realm. Under the attentive care of Linger and Xiao Cui, the feathered tiger swiftly recuperated from its injuries, becoming both a companion and mount for the two. Within the jade pendant's realm, the trio of one spirit and two beasts roamed freely, no longer experiencing loneliness. Hao Chen provided the feathered tiger with numerous medicinal pills for cultivation and healing, resulting in rapid advancement towards the 6th-level beast realm, a feat that would typically require years, if not decades, in the outside world. The feathered tiger had already come to regard Hao Chen as its master. Recognizing the exceptional opportunity it had and opting to remain with him rather than return to a world governed by the law of the jungle. When Xiao Cui learned that Hao Chen had traded a precious recovery pill for a rather mediocre cultivation technique, she was incensed, refusing to eat for 3 days. Of course, Xiao Cui's meals consisted of medicinal pills. You possess such fine pills yet are unwilling to share them with me, instead exchanging them for worthless techniques. Xiao Cui was genuinely furious and resolved to fast in protest against Hao Chen's actions. Ultimately, Hao Chen, unable to bear her displeasure, relented and presented her with a recovery pill, promising that the remaining ones would be reserved for her. Only then did Xiao Cui calm down. Hao Chen still had a dozen recovery pills remaining, all of which he had refined during his foundational cultivation, untouched from the treasures acquired in the Tuo Mountain secret realm. Having fully acclimated to the effects of the recovery pill, any subsequent pills would yield no additional benefit, thus he chose to keep them. After exchanging 5 for the soul cultivation and spirit nourishment technique and giving 1 to Xiao Cui, he retained 17. According to Yunshuang's evaluation, these 17 recovery pills represented a significant fortune. However, Hao Chen was not in need of money. If Xiao Cui experienced good effects from consuming them, he would gladly provide them as treats in the future, ensuring she did not perceive him as miserly. Nevertheless, Hao Chen genuinely cherished Xiao Cui, though he tended to be somewhat reticent. Having just mastered the transmission of divine thoughts, it seemed prudent to prepare the necessary materials for crafting a transformation pill, allowing her to take on a physical form and speak sooner rather than later. Chapter 189. Cultivation of the Soul and Spirit. The soul and spirit cultivation technique is an advanced mental discipline. At first glance, it appears to possess no specific attributes. However, upon deeper study, it reveals a subtle infusion of dark attributes. The so-called dark attributes signify that once one's spiritual awareness reaches a certain level, it can consume all. Hao Chen harbored concerns about his ability to cultivate this technique. But from the very first day of practice, those worries dissipated. Being of a multi-attribute constitution, he faced no obstacles in mastering this mental discipline. Currently, Hao Chen is uncertain of the exact number of attributes he possesses. He is aware of his elemental alignment with the 5 fundamental elements. Yet he also demonstrates the ability to unleash ice arrows, wield wind blades, and channel dark magical energy, as well as a modicum of control over lightning. Additionally, there exists a chaotic attribute, the peculiar energy of the jade pendant space, which is indeed chaos attribute energy. Hao Chen refrained from inquiring, and Linger chose not to elaborate. In simple terms, Hao Chen currently embodies 10 distinct attributes. With a solid foundation in both martial and spiritual cultivation, Hao Chen's high comprehension allows him to learn with remarkable speed. Within the span of a day and night, he mastered the first layer of the soul and spirit cultivation technique. This discipline comprises 11 layers and poses no significant challenge to Hao Chen. In fact, it is quite simple. Essentially, the soul and spirit cultivation technique is a medical art specifically designed for the wood attribute, albeit directed towards a different target. Although it contains various dark theories, Hao Chen perceives the technique as being more aligned with wood-based practices. The wood attribute primarily focuses on healing, possessing the power of resurrection, while the dark attribute aims at consumption. Theoretically, one embodies creation, while the other embodies destruction. The soul and spirit cultivation technique harmonizes both aspects, serving as a therapeutic method. When spiritual awareness suffers injury, the wood attribute can be employed for healing. Conversely, if it is tainted, the dark attribute can devour and eliminate the source of contamination. In theory, the wood attribute symbolizes creation and growth, while the dark attribute signifies destruction, benefiting oneself at the expense of others. Nonetheless, in the realm of existence, there are always imperfections. From the 6th layer onward, the technique can only be practiced by those with formidable spiritual awareness. If one fails to meet this requirement, no amount of effort will yield success. Fortunately, Hao Chen's spiritual awareness rivals that of the nascent soul stage, making this criterion easily surmountable. Mental disciplines are generally categorized into 2 types. One type pertains to the cultivation of vital energy, enhancing both the level of the technique and the practitioner's strength as the technique matures. This category is known as internal energy techniques. The other type, akin to the greenwood technique, is similar to the soul and spirit cultivation technique. As one diligently advances in this discipline, their technical skills improve. Yet it offers no assistance to the practitioner's true essence. Instead, it demands a certain level of prowess from the practitioner. Failure to meet this standard renders the technique's efficacy elusive. This category is referred to as external techniques. Hao Chen successfully advanced the soul and spirit cultivation technique to the 6th layer in a mere half-month. However, further progression began to prove quite arduous. The quality of his true essence fell short of the technique's requirements, rendering further cultivation futile. Due to his cultivation of the Canli San Xianju technique being momentarily stalled, Hao Chen sought to enhance his abilities through the practice of the Xiu Han Yang Shenshu method. He found considerable satisfaction in this inexpensive technique, which not only enabled him to master the art of repairing and healing his consciousness, but also taught him a spell for consciousness devouring. In simpler terms, from that moment forth, Hao Chen could fearlessly confront any tracking spells or pestilential afflictions. By utilizing consciousness devouring, he could not only obliterate such threats, but also assimilate them, transforming them into nourishment for his own consciousness. Unfortunately, the cultivation of the Xiu Hanyang Shinshu beyond the 6th level demanded a higher starting point for one's consciousness, leading him to ultimately abandon further practice. The prospect of switching to another technique seemed unworthy of his time and effort. After practicing the Xiu Hanyang Shinshu, Hao Chen began to comprehend why Yin Shuang had priced it so inexpensively and straightforwardly. The technique was indeed rather lackluster, had it not been for his dark attribute. Mastering this method might have relegated him to a mere healer. Were he to pursue other techniques, he feared the costs would soar, doubling or more. To acquire a truly satisfactory method, half a month had passed without a trace of Hao Chen. This morning, Suyu arrived at Hao Chen's residence once more, awaiting his presence to report on the developments of the Feiyu Pavilion and the intelligence she had gathered. However, after waiting patiently, she still saw no sign of him. Concerned by his absence, Suyu cautiously approached the inner courtyard's wall, eager to discern the situation. Just as she leaned forward, a small bird swooped down and struck her head, causing blood to flow profusely. "Spare me, it's me," Suyu exclaimed urgently. Xiao Chui flapped her wings, glaring at Suyu with no intention of relenting. The bird's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, holding a deep-seated hatred for the intruder. With wings outstretched, she prepared to unleash flames from her beak. At that moment, a surge of energy burst forth from the gap in the door. With a resounding thud, Suyu was hurled several paces away by the sudden force, trembling as she lay on the ground. As the formation dissipated, the inner courtyard's door slowly opened, revealing Hao Chen, clad in a blue robe, stepping out. The earlier energy had indeed been unleashed by him. "Xiao Chui, she's one of us," Hao Chen called out to the bird. Xiao Chui, unresponsive to Hao Chen's words, after all, she could not speak, fluttered to his shoulder and began to display her displeasure through a series of animated gestures. After a moment, Suyu regained her composure, tentatively touching her head to find no serious injury, only a minor abrasion. Hao Chen guided her into the inner courtyard sitting room. Once seated, he inquired with a calm demeanor, "Do you have any news?" Startled, Suyu replied with a dazed expression, "The plague on the continent is spreading alarmingly. Thousands perish each day. Various sects have dispatched nearly all their healers, yet the effects have been minimal." She continued, "There are rumors of a potential cure for the plague hidden within the ancient battlefield of Huanha. Thus, many have pinned their hopes on this battlefield, believing they might uncover a remedy there." "Oh," Hao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked, "Is there any other news?" Suyu's face revealed a hint of difficulty as she spoke. "Feiyu Pavilion has only just begun to formalize its operations. The intelligence we can gather is merely fragmented information. High-level secrets are truly beyond our current capabilities to access. In light of long-term interests, Feiyu Pavilion must cultivate a cadre of strong individuals and attract talents skilled in various arts, including alchemy, weapon forging, and talisman crafting." Hao Chen pondered Suyu's words for a moment before responding, "Indeed, I share your sentiments. Under the present circumstances, Feiyu Pavilion can only engage in trivial pursuits to make ends meet, and the intelligence we collect is merely common knowledge." Suyu, deeply resonating with this notion, replied, "I will consider what you've mentioned. Please relay my instructions within 3 days. I need a comprehensive overview of the power dynamics in Tianyuan continent and an outline of the Hao family, even if it is merely hearsay." Hao Chen then inquired, "Have we found a storefront for Feiyu Pavilion?" Suyu cautiously responded, "We have made some progress and are currently planning. Expedite the arrangements and allocate additional funds for each person to acquire 2 sets of clothing. You may determine the specifics. Additionally, covertly recruit 60 youths aged 12 to 16, with 12 from each age group, to concentrate training in my courtyard." "Yes, I shall comply." Suyu hurriedly took her leave from Hao Chen's residence. Once Suyu departed, Hao Chen continued to contemplate, inwardly noting, crafting tracking devices for weapons and concealed armaments, and creating tracking talismans and communication talismans. Since we have established an intelligence agency, we must also consider researching the creation of long-distance communication talismans. These matters are of utmost urgency. In Hao Chen's mind, communication talismans resembled miniature teleportation arrays. Alas, who would have thought that building a force would be so arduous, even if it is small in scale? Hao Chen rubbed his temples, rising from his seat and stepping out of the living room, gazing thoughtfully towards the direction of Yunzhou. Chapter 190. The substitute lover. Hao Chen once again visited the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce at the Ziyun Trading Post, where Yin Shuang personally welcomed him, leading him directly to the 3rd floor. "Senior Yi, thank you for the beauty-enhancing elixir last time," Yin Shuang said respectfully. "Little one, there is no need to dwell on it," Hao Chen replied with a smile. "What brings you here today, Senior Yi? What do you wish to purchase?" Yin Shuang inquired directly. Hao Chen presented 2 lists, stating, "How many of the items on this list can your esteemed chamber procure?" Upon receiving the lists, Yin Shuang glanced at a supplementary list and instinctively trembled. The purchase list of spiritual herbs and elixirs contained 27 varieties, all of which were of a millennium's age, with some being exceedingly rare and considered treasures that are hard to come by. With a troubled expression, Yin Shuang said, "Senior Yi, gathering all of these spiritual herbs and elixirs will be quite challenging. If luck is on our side, it may take a century to assemble them. If not, one might spend a lifetime searching for even 5. Hao Chen could not help but sigh inwardly, realizing that the path of alchemy would also be fraught with difficulties. From the moment he acquired the secret techniques of the Chu family for concocting elixirs, he began his foray into the art of alchemy. Aside from his fortuitous encounters in the Tuam Mountain secret realm, where he gained significant luck and produced a plethora of elixirs, he had achieved little else. Years have passed, and Hao Chen has mastered numerous formulas and methods for refining elixirs. Unfortunately, the search for materials has proven to be exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, the jade pendant space allows him to cultivate a vast array of spiritual herbs and medicines, a feat that would be insurmountable for others. The second list contains items related to artifact forging and talisman crafting. After reviewing both lists, Yunshuang summoned a steward from the third floor to present them to the visitor. This trip to the Ziyun Trading Company was also to ascertain whether the ordered foundational and nurturing fruits had arrived, since the desired spiritual herbs were unavailable. He had no choice but to leave an order and exchange contact information for future transactions. After a brief interval, the steward returned accompanied by a charming young woman, presenting a storage bag to Yunshuang. According to the list, only 6 sets of the 10,000-mile communication talismans were prepared, while the other requested items were mostly in stock. After the steward and the young woman delivered the order and storage bag for Yunshuang's inspection, they stood by awaiting further instructions. Hao Chen examined the contents of the storage bag before placing it into his robes and handed Yunshuang another storage bag in accordance with the price she provided, completing the transaction with ease. Yunshuang did not inspect the payment directly, but tossed the storage bag received from Hao Chen to the steward and the young woman for verification. Once the steward confirmed the contents, he nodded and exited the room with the young woman. After their departure, Hao Chen bid farewell to Yunshuang. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a familiar voice emanating from an adjacent room, prompting him to listen intently. Next door, Yunxia was gazing adoringly at the young man seated across from her, wishing fervently to pledge herself to him. Recently, the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce and its trading house had been bustling with high-ranking cultivators. The ongoing transactions were not particularly troublesome, but the effort required to gather resources for customers was indeed taxing. The items sought by these advanced practitioners were not easily found, much like the items listed by Hao Chen. At that moment, while conversing with the young man, Xiling occasionally signaled Yunxia, who remained oblivious, lost in her infatuation. Mr. Chu, your offered price is simply too low. I regret to inform you that we cannot accept it, Xiling stated firmly. Chu Bin sipped his tea, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remained silent. Behind him, a burly elder's expression darkened as he interjected, President Xiling, if we let this information slip, it won't be long before that map is snatched away. The imposing elder then raised his voice in a threatening manner. The current status of your Ziyun Chamber of Commerce relies entirely on the support of the Moonlight Empire and our Moonlight sect. Without this backing, your chamber would have been swallowed long ago. Xiling retorted coldly, Yunxia, see our guest out. President, I believe it would be wise to sell the map to Mr. Chu, as we have no use for it. Yunxia suddenly interjected, attempting to mediate. Xiling cast a sharp glare at Yunxia and sternly declared, I am the president. You are merely a guest, so leave. Yunxia, with an apologetic look towards Chu Bin, replied, please do not be angry. Our president is simply acting on impulse. If you grant her some time to reflect, she will surely come to understand the underlying reasons. Chu Bin chuckled and said, Miss Xiling, recent upheavals within the royal family may render previous connections unreliable, and one might stumble if relying solely on them. If you are willing to partner with me, everything will be manageable. Yunxia's expression shifted, a fleeting glimmer of jealousy flashing in her eyes, though it quickly vanished. Xiling is one of the leaders of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce, the other being Yunshuang. Unlike the other 2 major chambers on the Tianyuan continent, the Ziyun Chamber is predominantly composed of female members, resembling a sisterhood within the business world. In just 5 years, the Ziyun Chamber ascended to the ranks of the 3 major chambers, a remarkable feat attributed to Xiling's commercial genius. Despite her striking beauty, Xiling has maintained an untainted reputation, never engaging romantically with anyone, her whereabouts often shrouded in mystery. At times, she would vanish for a year or 2, leaving no trace behind, no matter how diligently one might search. Chu Bin harbored a profound curiosity regarding her, while her beauty does not surpass that of Yunshuang or Yunxia. The enigmatic aura surrounding Xiling captivated him greatly. As an elite disciple of the illusory moon sect, Chu Bin possessed ample charm to win a lady's heart. Yet he faced repeated rejections from her, which stirred his irritation. Thus, he resorted to subtle machinations, secretly arranging for a treasure map marked with the location of the Huanhe Realm's Dan sect to be entrusted to the Ziyun Trading Company for auction. Upon seeing the treasure map, Xiling expressed her desire to purchase it at a high price, opting out of the auction. Subsequently, Chu Bin proposed the acquisition of the map, threatening to publicly reveal the secrets of the ancient battlefield of the Huanhao realm if she declined, using this as leverage in their negotiation. Listening intently to the conversations next door, Hao Chen found the woman's voice oddly familiar. Despite the alterations, he was convinced that she was someone he knew. Noticing the confusion on Hao Chen's face, Yun Shuang inquired, "Elder Yi, is something amiss?" Hao Chen, withdrawing his focus, furrowed his brow without answering, and directly approached the door, pushing it open. The four individuals inside turned their attention to the entrance, and upon seeing the young man who had intruded, Xiling's face lit up with astonishment and joy, while Chu Bin regarded the newcomer with a puzzled expression. The burly elder was about to erupt in anger, but upon sensing the formidable aura emanating from the newcomer, he held back, staring in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. Hao Chen glanced at Chu Bin, recognizing that this individual was not to be underestimated. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the mid-foundation stage, while the elder beside him was at the early stage of the Yuan Dan realm. However, these two were insufficient to divert Hao Chen's attention, which ultimately settled on the woman clad in a red fitted leather coat. She was strikingly beautiful, with deep-set eyes and exquisitely refined features, indeed a beauty, though she paled in comparison to Yun Shuang. After a careful examination, Hao Chen's face broke into a slight smile. This woman not only disguised herself, but also cast a subtle enchantment to obscure a certain innate quality of her appearance. With a flicker of thought, Hao Chen activated his spiritual eye technique to probe her. The disguise was instantly penetrated, revealing her true identity. She was indeed Ziwan. It turned out that the Ziling he encountered outside the city was also a transformation of Ziwan. At that time, Hao Chen himself had been in disguise, his makeup skills far surpassing those of Ziwan. In their commercial encounter, Hao Chen had not recognized Ziwan, never suspecting that the girl before him was adorned in disguise. At that moment, Ziwan still regarded Hao Chen as Chun Hao, subconsciously envisioning Chun Hao as Hao Chen. The astonishment of Ziwan, masquerading as Ziling, was no less than that of Hao Chen. After a few days apart, she noticed that this young man had improved in cultivation to the point where he was unrecognizable. When Hao Chen had departed without a word, the shadows of Chun Hao and Hao Chen intertwined, leaving Ziwan inexplicably lovesick. To encounter the person she had longed for again in this place felt like sweet honey in her heart. If she were to realize that the person before her was indeed Hao Chen, she would scarcely contain her joy. A few days prior, upon her return, Ziling had heard Yun Shuang mention this individual, yet she found something peculiar about it. Unfortunately, Yun Shuang had not managed to capture the young man's appearance with the Shadow Stone, leaving only a vague impression from her descriptions. Just as Hao Chen was about to speak, Ziling eagerly approached, linking her arm with his, and in a playful, affectionate tone said, "Brother Chen, why have you only just arrived? I've been waiting for you, and it has been quite a struggle." As she sweetly spoke, she led her substitute lover outside, leaving behind a furious Chu Bin, his face flushed with anger, and a jealous Yun Xia. Chu Bin's fury nearly ignited the entire room, while the burly elder behind him voiced his concern, saying, "Chu Bin, that young man's cultivation appears to have reached the mid-stage of a grand martial master. I have never seen him before. He must be a formidable figure, likely of considerable status." Chu Bin could not help but sense the overwhelming presence of that young man. Had it not been for this, he would have struck him down earlier. Watching the woman he desired display affection for another before him, Chu Bin clenched his fists in rage and stormed off. Yun Xia lingered in the room for a moment before hastily pursuing him. Chapter 191, An Unexpected Encounter in the 6th-floor lounge of the Ziyun Trading Company. Hao Chen stared blankly at Ziwan as she removed her makeup and dispelled her disguise, revealing her exquisite features. A significant question mark loomed in his mind. He pondered privately. Is the Ziyun Pavilion of Danyun Square affiliated with the Ziyun Merchants Association of Hao Prefecture? This seems highly improbable. Who exactly is Ziwan? Hao Chen was eager to unravel the mystery, but more importantly, he sought to comprehend how Ziwan could effortlessly traverse between Yun Prefecture and Hao Prefecture. How could she conduct trade across various nations in the Tianyuan continent? If such a route indeed existed, would it not allow him to explore other regions as well? As the two of you spoke almost simultaneously, a glimmer of urgency flickered in your eyes. You go first. Hao Chen and Ziwan exchanged smiles and began to speak at once again. Their laughter filled the air, and Hao Chen gestured for Ziwan to take the lead. Young Master Chen, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving assistance outside the city. Ziwan expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Hao Chen, her gaze imbued with profound affection. Ziling, take a closer look and discern my true identity. Although Ziwan was puzzled by Hao Chen's words, she complied, scrutinizing him until a sense of unease crept in. There was an unmistakable familiarity in the aura surrounding Hao Chen. Though she harbored doubts, she refrained from probing further. Everyone possesses their own secrets, especially those of elevated cultivation. Even if questioned, the answers may not necessarily be truthful. One's appearance remains youthful as long as they achieve the realm of Grand Martial Master or the Foundation establishment stage, preserving the visage of that age for decades without alteration. Hao Chen ceased his playful teasing of Ziwan and gradually unraveled the restrictions of his energy, revealing his true form. Ziwan gazed, wide-eyed and mouth agape, at the transformation before her, her right hand trembling as she pointed at Hao Chen, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Ah!" she cried, finally catching her breath upon seeing the person she had longed for so dearly. Subsequently, she lunged at Hao Chen, her small fists relentlessly pounding against his body. In that moment, Hao Chen held her tightly, fearing that this precious moment with Ziwan might vanish. They embraced for what felt like an eternity before gradually calming down. In the secret realm of Tuo Mountain, you mentioned stepping outside for a stroll. Yet when I sought you out after finishing my tasks, there was no trace of you. You vanished for over 2 years. As she wiped her tears, Ziwan scolded Hao Chen, her voice a mixture of frustration and relief. That day, I encountered an enemy upon leaving, and fortuitously, Brother Su from the Yunhai sect happened by. I accompanied him back to the Yunhai sect's residence and subsequently returned to the sect. Hao Chen recounted the circumstances of their separation, offering his apologies to Ziwan. Really? You claim to be a disciple of the Yunhai sect? Ziwan inquired in astonishment once more. Indeed, I am a disciple of the Yunhai sect. Hao Chen affirmed with a nod. Why have you never mentioned this to me? Ziwan shot a slightly irritated glance at him. You never asked. Hao Chen replied, deflecting her inquiry. Indeed, throughout their acquaintance, Ziwan had assumed Hao Chen was either an independent cultivator or a scion of a noble family, never inquiring into his true background. Though they had not experienced genuine love, both harbored feelings of admiration for one another deep within their hearts. After a prolonged separation, the spark of love between them was finally ignited at that moment. When you encountered Shang Dao, why did you not recognize me? Ziwan expressed her frustration regarding their chance meeting. I was merely hurrying along my path, without the leisure to delve into the secrets of a beautiful maiden. Thus, I did not thoroughly investigate your identity, Hao Chen explained, shedding light on his thoughts during their encounter with Shang Dao. Upon hearing Hao Chen's explanation, Ziwan felt a surge of delight within. It appeared that he was not merely a flirtatious scoundrel who fell for every pretty face. Alas, that time was spent in vain, yearning for him. Hao Chen, how did you cultivate? When I first encountered you, you exhibited the prowess of a grand martial master. Yet now, you emanate the aura of a pinnacle cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage. I recall when we met in the secret realm of Tuashan. You were merely at the peak of chi refinement, and your martial prowess was at the level of a warrior. At this point, Zijuan took a breath and continued. In just 2 years, you have ascended to the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage in cultivation. While your martial prowess has reached the mid-level of a grand martial master. It is truly astonishing. Zijuan's infatuated expression radiated admiration and joy as she gazed at the one she longed for. Let us not dwell on me. Let us speak of you, Hao Chen said, observing Zijuan's starry-eyed demeanor, filled with concern. After a brief pause, Zijuan began to narrate. The Ziyun Pavilion and Ziyun Commerce are both under the auspices of the Ji family. To avoid drawing the attention of the major sects in the Tianyuan continent, their enterprises are affiliated with local powers. Over 60 years ago, when the Cold Fairy, Cold Yushuang, one of the 9 elders of the Alliance, was overseeing the northwestern region, she inadvertently discovered a teleportation array in the ruins of an ancient cave. Consequently, Cold Yushuang collaborated with the elder Ji Shaohan, who was in charge of the northern region at the time, to study and repair the teleportation array. They successfully connected it to another array located in a forbidden area of the southern region, albeit with the limitation that it could only transport 2 individuals at a time. For high-level cultivators, the ultimate goal is singular: to acquire as many cultivation resources as possible by any means necessary, thereby enhancing their cultivation and extending their lifespan. Through the teleportation array, Cold Yushuang, and Zhi Shaohan frequently traversed between the southern and northern regions. They discovered that the northern region had numerous cultivation resources that were scarce in the southern region, while the southern region possessed resources that were highly valued in the north. Utilizing the resources between the two regions for trade yielded substantial profits. Thus, Cold Yushuang and Zhi Shaohan began establishing commercial associations in the northwestern, northern, and southern regions, rapidly expanding their enterprises by leveraging the convenience of the teleportation array. Cold Yushuang managed the trade of southern resources, while Zhi Shaohan handled the sales of northern goods. Their sincere cooperation led to significant profits, which is a principal reason for their substantial advancements in cultivation over the past few decades. 5 years ago, Zijuan was appointed by Zhi Shaohan as a special envoy to the northern region, taking on the role of a steward in the Danyun market, effectively a form of practical training. The Xian commerce in Yuqing is, in fact, a branch established by Zhi Shaohan and Cold Yushuang in the northern region. However, apart from the families of Cold Yushuang and Zhi Shaohan, no one in the Xian commerce, or indeed throughout the entire Tianyuan continent, is aware that the scattered cultivator elder Zhi Shaohan is the one orchestrating it all. Zijuan is Zhi Shaohan's legitimate granddaughter and holds a prestigious position within the commerce. She had already advanced to the peak of qi refinement 5 years ago and is one of the stewards of Xian commerce, assisting her grandfather in managing the business affairs. Chapter 192, An Unexpected Event, Part 2. A year ago, Zijuan traveled to the northwestern region to reunite with her master, Cold Yushuang, as they prepared to use the teleportation array to journey to the southern region. As the two arrived at the secret location, poised to activate the teleportation array for their departure, they were suddenly ambushed by lurking figures clad in black. Lung Yushuang, who could traverse the northern and southern realms with ease, had already attracted the attention of the demonic sect. Through diligent tracking and investigation, the sect discovered the hidden teleportation array. Eager to monopolize its power, they lay in wait, determined to eliminate anyone privy to this secret. Facing 3 formidable cultivators at the Yuan Dan stage, Lung Yushuang found herself at a disadvantage and swiftly communicated with Ziju to activate the teleportation array for their escape. Just as Ziju inserted the final Yuan stone into the array's power mechanism, Lung Yushuang made a swift move, stepping into the array. In that instant, the teleportation array sprang to life, but 3 deadly spells from the black-clad assailants surged toward them. As the chilling light of the spells drew near, the teleportation had already commenced. In a blink, they vanished, leaving behind only the cold brilliance of the spells, which struck the now-defunct teleportation array. The black-clad figures could not have anticipated that their own spells would destroy the array. Meanwhile, Lung Yushuang and Ziju were equally unaware of the array's destruction, leading to the failure of their escape. With the array in ruins and energy dissipated, the void passage shattered. Ziju was swept away by the chaotic currents of space, fortuitously landing on the fringes of a desert, miles away. As for Lung Yushuang, her whereabouts became a mystery. Ziju, oblivious to the array's destruction, understood only that the black-clad figures would not spare those who knew the secret of the teleportation array. Consequently, she left the desert, discreetly altering her appearance and disguising herself as a man to evade the clutches of the black-clad pursuers, ultimately making her way back to Haozhou. From that moment on, to avoid detection by her relentless pursuers, Ziju chose to conceal her true identity. Listening to Ziju's fragmented account, Hao Chen quietly closed his eyes, his heart racing with an involuntary pulse. Had his parents also vanished under such circumstances years ago? Torn in thought, he opened his eyes and inquired, "Is there truly no other way to reach the southern realm now that the teleportation array has been destroyed?" Ziju hesitated before replying. "There are indeed other pathways to the southern realm, though we remain unaware of them. Apart from the teleportation array I know of, I have not heard of any others in the northern realm. However, it is said that a teleportation array exists within the ancient battlefield of Huan'e." Hao Chen questioned, "Are there any prerequisites for entering the ancient battlefield?" Ziju shook her head. "I cannot say for certain, but I do know that entry into the ancient battlefield is subject to a quota allocation, controlled by the rulers of the continent. The specifics are arranged by major sects and prominent families, much like the secret realm of Tuo Mountain." Ziju continued, "However, the restrictions on cultivation levels for entering the ancient battlefield are not overly stringent. Whether cultivators of the immortal path or martial practitioners, any cultivator may gain entry. The conditions within the battlefield are harsh and perilous, prompting participants to form teams for exploration. Hao Chen pondered deeply, regardless of the dangers within the ancient battlefield. Every cultivator entering it is inherently a formidable individual. Sensing his uncertainty, Ziju added, Hao Chen, with your recent advancements in cultivation, even the most ordinary martial practitioners would likely regard you with caution. Why not join me in forming a team to venture inside? As for the quota, you need not worry. I shall strive to secure it for you. When the time comes, we shall embark on an adventure together, in search of treasures. Zijuan gazed at Hao Chen, filled with both anticipation and anxiety. She mused to herself, if only I could have such an ally accompany me into the ancient battlefield. The chances of discovering the secret tome for curing the plague would be significantly enhanced. For Zijuan, traversing alongside Hao Chen was far more trustworthy than with anyone else. Very well, let us meet outside the ancient battlefield then. Hao Chen replied casually, preparing to depart. For reasons unknown, upon witnessing Hao Chen's intention to leave, Zijuan felt a sudden tightening in her heart, an unexpected sentiment blossoming within her. She found herself exclaiming, Hao Chen, why not stay for a while? I can secure you a spot in the ancient battlefield and appoint you as an elder of the Merchant Association. You would have free reign over all the resources within the association, only needing to lend your assistance in times of crisis. I am accustomed to freedom and dislike constraints. Hao Chen retorted swiftly. There are no constraints. As an elder, your authority would surpass that of the president. Zijuan replied without reservation. Then why do you not become the elder yourself? Hao Chen countered with a pointed question, stepping out leisurely. If I were to become an elder, who would manage the association, you fool? Zijuan stomped her foot in frustration. If there is something you need, come find me on North Street. I have recently acquired a property there. Here is the address. Hao Chen, rather inexplicably, left his contact information with Zijuan. That is more like it. A glimmer of joy surfaced in Zijuan's heart. However, I must attend to some matters and will return in a few days. As she spoke, she exited the room. Glancing back to casually inquire, by the way, do you have business dealings with the East Star town of Yinzhou? We have a branch established there, Zijuan answered, observing Hao Chen as he turned to speak. If convenient, please transmit a message to the East Star branch, instructing the personnel of the Yi family shop to have Yi Qinshan come to Yuqing to meet me. Hao Chen promptly responded. How fortuitous. I was just about to send a message there to gather a batch of goods. Please wait a moment. I will send the message right away. With that, she hurriedly left the room. Seeing Zijuan depart, Hao Chen had no choice but to turn back and sit in the living room, awaiting news. Meanwhile, Zijuan arrived at a secluded pavilion, where a flash of light revealed a white, jade-like sound transmission talisman in her hand. Gazing at this precious talisman capable of long-distance communication, she felt a pang of regret. The long-distance sound transmission talisman is a rare and extraordinary spiritual artifact. A complete set consists of a pair, allowing messages to be exchanged regardless of distance, reaching up to 10,000 miles in an instant. The talisman Zijuan retrieved was capable of communication within 100,000 miles, valued at tens of thousands of stone. The pricing of sound transmission talismans varies according to their range. Those for 100 miles can be purchased for a few dozen pieces of stone and are widely available in various shops across the continent. Although sound transmission talismans for 1,000 or 10,000 miles are less common, they can still be found sporadically for sale, whereas those for 100,000 miles are exceedingly rare, held by only a select few. Of course, sound transmission talismans are consumable items. Once used, their communication ability is depleted. Zijuan gazed at the communication talisman in her hand, a pang of sorrow washing over her. After a brief moment of hesitation, she infused the talisman with her vital energy, crafting several intricate hand seals before uttering a few incantations. In an instant, the talisman surged through the void, leaving behind a faint trail of light before vanishing from sight. Approximately the duration of a stick of incense later, Zijuan returned to the living room. Hao Yin, observing her demeanor, surmised that she had successfully conveyed the message. The jade pendant space contained several communication talismans, albeit of lesser range, those of 1,000 miles, acquired only after Hao Yin departed from Dongxing town. He did not possess the 10,000-mile talismans, and even if he did, they could not transmit messages, as communication required the mutual connection of parent and child talismans. Thus, Hao Yin resorted to utilizing the Merchant Association's 10,000-mile talismans to relay his information, a gesture that rendered him indebted to Zijuan. Upon returning to his residence, He summoned Su Yu from Feiyu Pavilion. Hao Chen entrusted her with 3 sets of 10,000-mile talismans along with some short-range communication talismans, instructing her to diligently investigate the arrival of a young man named Yi Qianshan in Yuqing and to invite him to Qinyu Pavilion to await his presence. Through a period of discreet observation, Hao Chen felt reassured of Su Yu's unwavering loyalty, prompting him to bestow upon her a medicinal pill, liberating her from the need for an antidote, much to her astonishment. Su Yu, touched by Hao Chen's meticulous nurturing and concern for the development of Feiyu Pavilion, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. She promptly presented him with a report detailing the territorial divisions of the Tianyuan continent, showcasing the efficiency of Feiyu Pavilion's intelligence gathering. This report from Feiyu Pavilion covered the northern regions, specifically the northwest and northeast, aligning closely with Hao Chen's existing knowledge. The 3 major sects, Huayang sect and Huanyue sect, ranked as primary sects, each boasting over 10 cultivators at the Yuan Dan realm. Yanhai sect, Danyu sect, and Beiqing sect were classified as secondary sects, each containing 5 to 10 Yuan Dan powerhouses. The report indicated that the Blood Shadow Demon cult rivaled the primary sects of the northern region, perhaps even surpassing them in strength. However, Feiyu Pavilion's insights regarding the cult were merely speculative. From the correspondence Hao Chen had intercepted, he learned that the cult not only harbored formidable cultivators at the transformation stage, but also those surpassing the divine separation realm. The report refrained from commenting on the forces in the southern region, suggesting that Feiyu Pavilion's current capabilities were limited to this scope. This delineation of power among the northern 3 regions led Hao Chen to speculate that the primary powers of the northern region might not match even the lesser sects of the southern region. Chapter 193. Acting with discretion after parting ways with Zizhuan, Hao Chen returned to his residence, sealing himself away to delve into the art of talisman crafting. Establishing an intelligence network and efficiently transmitting messages through communication talismans and tracking talismans were essential tools for any intelligence operative and indispensable methods for success. From the moment he entered the realm of cultivation, talismans had become intrinsically linked to Hao Chen's journey, particularly the tracking talismans, which had proven crucial on numerous occasions when he found himself ensnared in plots or pursued by adversaries. During this occasion at the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce Exchange, the assistance from Zizhuang to employ the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman to convey messages swiftly and conveniently left a profound impact on Hao Chen. This prompted him to embark immediately on the study and creation of talismanic technology. The establishment of an intelligence agency and the production of talismans had become matters of utmost urgency. Hao Chen understood he must develop his own products in the shortest possible time to equip the members of the Feiyu Pavilion. He possessed a considerable collection of manuals on talisman crafting, yet ultimately chose the book Fundamentals of Talismans. Hao Chen meticulously studied the contents of Fundamentals of Talismans. Although the book documented relatively rudimentary talisman crafting techniques, he did not aspire to lofty heights prematurely. Instead, he chose to begin with the basics, first learning to draw talisman paper before progressing to the intricate art of engraving. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books is not as beneficial as traveling thousands of miles. Traveling thousands of miles does not compare to meeting countless individuals. Meeting countless individuals pales in comparison to guidance from esteemed mentors, and guidance from esteemed mentors is no match for personal enlightenment. Books have the power to transform one's thoughts and subsequently alter one's fate. Lacking a mentor, Hao Chen had to rely on his own insights and conduct hands-on experiments. He took out talisman paper and a talisman brush, alongside a jar of beast blood. He began with the simplest fire talisman, having already committed the crafting steps to memory due to his profound spiritual awareness. Before commencing the experiment, he diligently reviewed the contents of Fundamentals of Talismans once more, meticulously tracing the fire talisman design dozens of times on scrap paper until he felt confident. Only then did he proceed to create the fire talisman on talisman paper. He compared his creation against the trace design in his mind, ensuring he had not overlooked any steps in the crafting process before setting aside the book. At this point, Hao Chen was filled with unwavering confidence in his ability to successfully create the fire talisman. He laid out the talisman paper and carefully infused his internal fire attribute essence into the talisman brush. As the fire essence flowed into the brush, it emitted a faint red glow. Dipping the brush into the beast blood, he began to sketch on the talisman paper. The red strokes appeared somewhat chaotic, Yet Hao Chen sensed a connection forming between the talisman paper and his own spirit. He felt assured that with a mere command, the talisman would undoubtedly explode. His excitement grew as he meticulously depicted the patterns and steps for crafting the fire talisman from the book onto the talisman paper. After a fragrant stick of incense had burned down, he finally completed the talisman. Hao Chen straightened up and stretched, thoroughly satisfied with his creation. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, requiring minimal effort to achieve this first talisman. With a deep breath filled with hope, Hao Chen stepped out of the talisman crafting room. Eager to test the power of the fire talisman, he infused it with true essence and tossed it into the air. This talisman was his maiden work, into which he had poured considerable effort. However, to his astonishment, the talisman ignited spontaneously and turned to ashes the moment it was released. Staring in disbelief at the falling ashes, Hao Chen pondered, how could this happen? It is certain that the steps undertaken in the production were impeccably executed, entirely in accordance with the principles delineated in the book Fundamentals of Spiritual Talismans. Could it be an issue with the talisman paper, the writing brush, or perhaps the blood of the beast? However, he quickly shook his head in denial. It is inconceivable. The talisman paper, the brush, and even the beast's blood used in crafting the talismans were all procured from the Ziyun trading post. Thus, they could not possibly be counterfeit. If the first attempt fails, I shall endeavor again. Success is bound to come. Hao Chen mused to himself. He took up the talisman paper and continued his work with utmost caution, fearful that a moment's inattention might lead to error. After the passage of another incense stick's worth of time, a completed talisman once again lay before him. At last, this talisman is finished. Let me assess its potency. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Hao Chen stepped outside, infused the talisman with his true essence, tossed it upward, and subsequently cast a spell to activate it. An unexpected scenario unfolded as the essence within the talisman swiftly dissipated. Within moments, all the power vanished, leaving the talisman nothing more than a piece of scrap paper. What could have gone awry? This time, the production was undoubtedly flawless. Which segment faltered? Hao Chen scratched his head, perplexed. A new piece of talisman paper appeared in his grasp. A day later, a profound sense of dejection was evident upon Hao Chen's countenance. His complexion had turned somewhat pallid, and yet he clutched a failed talisman in his hand. 2 days later, Hao Chen had crafted dozens of talismans. Without exception, all met with failure. Some ignited spontaneously. Others lost their essence entirely, and a few even exploded upon release. Though the damage was minimal, it left him covered in soot and disheveled. After 3 days, Hao Chen, looking haggard with his robe splattered in colors and hair resembling a wild tangle, held a talisman in his hand, a broad smile gracing his face. He had finally surmounted the challenge of crafting talismans, having identified and successfully connected the minuscule formation hidden within the talisman. As it turns out, each talisman conceals a miniature array. Without Hao Chen's proficiency in formations, mastering the art of talisman crafting would have been unthinkable. At long last, success. Hao Chen beamed. For after 3 days and nights of relentless effort, he had finally produced a fire-type talisman. Despite having faced failure over 100 times, he ultimately succeeded in creating the fire talisman, knowing he had exerted his utmost effort. After all, this was his inaugural foray into talisman creation. At that moment, a communication talisman arrived, and Hao Chen swiftly made his way to the inner courtyard entrance. Upon grasping the talisman, a voice resonated. Yi Qianshan awaited outside with 20 young men and women. Hao Chen hurriedly dismantled the barrier and formations, allowing them entry into the inner courtyard. This time, Su Yu had the foresight to utilize the communication talisman. Previously, due to reluctance to use the talisman, she had been ambushed by the little bluebird, prompting her to purchase the communication talisman. The 20 youths brought by Su Yu were personally selected from the slave market, with several members of the Feiyu Pavilion, all of whom were of foundational cultivation, collaborating in the selection process. In accordance with Hao Yan's decree, the Feiyu Pavilion was established, selecting orphan youths for training, thereby alleviating many unnecessary troubles. After surveying these individuals with his divine awareness, Hao Yan felt a sense of satisfaction and exchanged nods with Yi Qianshan as a form of greeting. Observing Hao Yan's pleased demeanor, Su Yu presented the identification materials of the 20 individuals, along with the intelligence from the Hao family, assuring that the remaining 40 would be brought in 2 batches shortly. Su Yu then reported on the acquisition of a street-facing property for the Feiyu Pavilion. After listening to her report, Hao Chen advised discretion in their actions and encouraged diligent cultivation. He produced several jade vials containing elixirs and handed them to Su Yu, instructing her to distribute them at their base and to cease all activities at the Feiyu Pavilion in the near future, focusing instead on enhancing their cultivation. Once Su Yu departed, Hao Chen beckoned Yi Qianshan to inspect the surroundings of both the inner and outer courtyards, entrusting Yi Qianshan with the allocation of the 20 youths and their identity information. After arranging accommodations for them, he instructed to convene in the small building's living room for a detailed discussion. With that, Hao Chen left Yi Qianshan without a backward glance, leaving him alone with the 20 young individuals. An hour later, Yi Qianshan entered the small building's living room. After several months apart, there was little change in his appearance. His features remained as they were. Now at the 7th level of Qi refinement, he still bore the wild aura of long journeys, yet his brow had relaxed slightly. His complexion remained as pale as snow, but beneath that whiteness, a youthful radiance shone through, exuding a refreshing and gentle glow. His snow-white robe further accentuated his carefree demeanor. Hao Chen was quite pleased and inquired about his grandfather's well-being, learning that the elderly man had reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. Yi Mei and Yuan were still by his grandfather's side, while Yuan Wenwan and Wang Shui continued their training within the Hao family. Yi Qianshan glanced at Hao Chen and, with a mischievous smile, declared, "I am to become an uncle." "What do you mean? To whom will you be an uncle?" Hao Chen asked, breathless with curiosity. "Of course, to Yuan and my sister's child," Yi Qianshan teased, observing Hao Chen's expression. "Are you saying I am to become a father?" Hao Chen questioned in astonishment. "Indeed. My sister and Yuan are both pregnant. You are to become a father," Yi Qianshan affirmed with a nod. "Huh, I am to be a father. The Hao family will have descendants," Hao Chen exclaimed joyfully, leaping up and spinning Yi Qianshan around in delight. They only stopped when Yi Qianshan pleaded for mercy. When the conversation turned to Yuan Hui and Feng Mei, Yi Qianshan became somewhat uneasy. Hao Chen sensed something amiss, and, upon pressing for details, Yi Qianshan confessed that he had fallen in love with Feng Mei. Although Hao Chen felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of the rescued beauty becoming another's wife, he quickly reassured himself that it was a fair trade. After all, with Yi Mei's pregnancy, one child was essentially two. Yi Qianshan mentioned that Feng Mei had reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement and wished to accompany him to see Hao Chen, but Yuan Wenwan had forbidden it, fearing potential mishaps during the long journey. Yuan Wenwan had accompanied Yi Qianshan to Haozhou and had gone home to visit her parents, planning to reunite here in a few days. Hao Chen then recounted in detail the reasons for Yi Qianshan's visit. The framework of the Feiyu Pavilion has been established. 2 individuals ventured to the market to procure a selection of grains and vegetables, and from the slave market, they acquired 6 robust young men and 8 lovely young women to serve within the estate. The following day, under the guidance of Su Yu, Yi Qianshan entered the premises of the Feiyu Pavilion. The members of the pavilion were astounded upon seeing Yi Qianshan, who, at a tender age, had already achieved the 7th layer of Qi refining, a rare talent in the northern region with boundless potential. As Yi Qianshan returned home from the Feiyu Pavilion, dusk was approaching. Hao Chen presented him with several storage bags filled with a substantial quantity of spirit stones, elixirs, magical artifacts, ordinary weapons, and secret manuals of cultivation techniques. He solemnly entrusted Yi Qianshan with a jade slip, instructing him to safeguard it and replicate its contents for the elite talents of the Feiyu Pavilion at an opportune moment. Upon examining the slip with his spiritual sense, Yi Qianshan discovered it contained the soul-searching technique, an invaluable secret for gathering intelligence. Yi Qianshan subsequently inquired about various cultivation challenges he encountered, to which Hao Chen patiently provided answers, demonstrating that Yi Qianshan was a prodigy nurtured by him. Hao Chen was not merely a mentor, but a friend and confidant. Meanwhile, he dedicated an entire day to imparting his own creations, the reincarnation seal and reincarnation sword techniques, as well as the dragon transformation palm acquired from the mysterious Xiao Lao Guai, to Yi Qianshan. In due time, I shall journey to the ancient battlefield of Huanhe, and from henceforth, this place shall be entrusted to you. With that, he parted ways with Yi Qianshan and returned to his chamber to delve deeper into the art of crafting spiritual talismans. Chapter 194. A first encounter with the family. Yuan Wenwan arrived fashionably late, and the 4, Hao Chen, Yi Qianshan, Yuan Wenwan, and Su Yu, gathered at Hao Chen's residence. "Sister Wenwan, now that you are here, I entrust everything to you." Please assist our young brother Qianshan in establishing the Feiyu Pavilion. Hao Chen earnestly addressed the trio. Thank you for your trust, junior brother. I shall not disappoint. Yuan Yukun replied without hesitation. Naturally, Yuan Yukun agreed, as she had vowed to repay Hao Chen for his assistance to her aunt and cousin when she accompanied Wang Shui to the Dongxing Hao family. Furthermore, she admired Hao Chen for single-handedly annihilating the Wang family and tending to the injuries of the ancestor, which had already ignited feelings of affection within her. Grateful for Yuan Yukun's willingness to stay, Hao Chen provided her with suitable cultivation techniques and elixirs to aid in training the women of the Feiyu Pavilion. He also set aside additional elixirs to send to her uncle and the ancestor. Would Yuan's family's ancestor remain indifferent while Yuan Yukun supported the Feiyu Pavilion? Could Yuan Yukun bear to see his daughter toil so tirelessly? Although Hao Chen did not intend to win hearts, his actions nonetheless prompted the ancestor of the Yuan family to travel to Yuqing in haste. In the days that followed, Hao Chen was busily engaged in excavating a secret passage from his residence directly to the outskirts of Shaohao Mountain. Together with Yi Qianshan and Yuan Yukun, they aimed to establish a cultivation cave within their abode in Yuqing. The Shaohao Mountain, undoubtedly the birthplace of the Hao family, boasts a more potent source of energy than the Yunhai sect, rendering it a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. Yuan Yukun secretly mused, once the cave abode is complete, I shall certainly invite the ancestor to cultivate here as well. Within the cave, one cannot overlook the gathering array meticulously arranged by Hao Chen, equipped with facilities rivaling those of the Hao family in Dongxing Town. Establishing the cave abode does not hinder Hao Chen's research into crafting spirit talismans. Balancing work and leisure, Hao Chen, during his moments of respite, diligently peruses the intelligence dispatched by the Feiyu Pavilion, particularly regarding the Hao family in Yuqing. Yuqing, the capital of Haozhou, has burgeoned into a colossal metropolis with a population exceeding 1 million, surpassing even the royal city in scale. With a history spanning over 10 millennia, the illusory Moon Dynasty dispatched royal emissaries to govern this ancient city, concurrently assuming the role of its lord. Reflecting on the passage of time, many illustrious families have faded into obscurity within this grand city, their legacies adrift in the river of time. Only the four families, Hao, Yi, Zi, and Yang, have endured, flourishing and expanding, solidifying their status as the four superfamilies of the northern domain. While the four families appear harmonious on the surface, they often engage in fierce conflicts over markets, territories, and resources behind closed doors. Countless cultivators, including high-ranking powerhouses, have fallen victim to the rise of these families. After millennia of accumulation, the Hao family has remained the foremost family in the northern domain of Haozhou. However, after a millennium of struggle and a century of turmoil, the Hao family's absolute advantage has been repeatedly challenged. The Yi, Zi, and Lin families are all rising in terms of personnel, wealth, and resources. Each of the three families boasts ancestors at the Yuandan realm overseeing their operations. Financially, the Zi family has been developing in secret, while the Lin family's mineral resources account for half of the total among the three. The Yi family dominates the freight and market sectors, seizing every profitable opportunity. With casinos and brothels primarily under their ownership, the Hao family stands as the only ancient family in Yuqing, Haozhou. Aside from casinos and brothels, the Hao family has projects comparable to those of the Yi, Zi, and Lin families. However, the vast scale of their operations and expenditures has hindered the Hao family from venturing into emerging industries. Many promising business projects have been stymied due to cash flow issues, forcing them to watch as other families reap the rewards. This situation continues to develop. According to the intelligence provided by the Feiyu Pavilion, the information is relatively thorough. Hao Chen feels a sense of relief. If the Feiyu Pavilion continues to develop in this manner, one day it may wield comprehensive knowledge of the world. The purpose of establishing the Feiyu Pavilion is to gather information from across the realm, with a primary focus on the Blood Shadow Demon sect and other malevolent organizations. Hao Chen requires comprehensive information, including updates on sect dynamics and economic developments. Days later, having emerged from his residence, Hao Chen concealed his presence and disguised himself as a commoner, blending into the bustling marketplace. Having spent a month in this place, he had only traversed between his dwelling and the Feiyu Pavilion, making hurried trips to the Ziyun trading post. As he wandered aimlessly down the unfamiliar streets, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Upon lifting his gaze, he was astonished to discover that he had unknowingly arrived before the Hao family estate. Hao Chen stood in a secluded part of the street, gazing intently at the Hao family's grand entrance, unable to muster the resolve to approach. After a considerable time, he finally made his way to a nearby tea stall and took a seat, sipping his tea while his eyes occasionally darted towards the Hao family gate. His grandfather had been born within the opulent confines of this very estate. The Hao family resided at the northern edge of Yu City, nestled against the sacred Mount Shaohao, which was said to be the birthplace of Shaohao himself. As half an hour, then an hour passed, the morning slipped away. Hao Chen remained quietly seated on the wooden bench, sipping his tea, while curious patrons around him cast inquisitive glances, marveling at his unwavering composure, his eyes scarcely blinking. A demeanor not typical of ordinary folk. "Are you intending to join the Hao family as a guard?" the elderly tea vendor inquired as he approached, replacing Hao Chen's pot of tea with a fresh one, his tone warm and sincere. "Oh," Hao Chen responded, momentarily taken aback, turning to regard the tea vendor with a puzzled expression. "Given your physique, it seems likely you will be chosen by the Hao family," the vendor continued with a chuckle. "To be candid, I have operated this tea stall before the Hao family gate for over 20 years. Each time the family holds their grand competition, they seize the opportunity to recruit individuals with skills to serve as guards or attendants." The elderly vendor sighed, adding, "What can one do? The Hao family is the foremost clan in our northern region. To join them not only guarantees a monthly stipend of gold coins, but also the potential to enter the guard unit. A splendid opportunity indeed." Hao Chen, having perused the intelligence provided by Su Yu regarding the Hao family, was already familiar with their general circumstances. However, he listened attentively to the vendor's account while observing the guard stationed at the Hao family entrance. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind. Why not seize this opportunity to become a guard and investigate the internal affairs? With a smile directed at the tea vendor, he declared, "This is for the tea, no need for change," placing a gleaming gold coin in the porcelain bowl that had just held his tea. The vendor stared incredulously at the coin resting in the bowl, his eyes wide with disbelief, his mind momentarily blank. After a brief interval, he cautiously picked up the coin and bit it, verifying its authenticity. "Is this true?" he exclaimed. Before he could utter more, the Hao family gate suddenly swung open. Amidst a throng of onlookers, a middle-aged man clad in resplendent robes, exuding an air of authority, emerged. The guards at the entrance bowed respectfully in his presence. Following closely was a girl, her skin as fair as jade, eyes like autumn waters, a delicate nose, and luscious red lips, her pearly teeth glistening. Against her tall, slender figure, her beauty was truly captivating. Particularly her vivacity and youthful aura drew the attention of many men lingering on the street. As the gate swung open, Hao Chen found himself involuntarily turning around, his gaze fixated on the middle-aged man in the luxurious robes and the enchanting girl. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him. Excitement intermingled with confusion, fervor tinged with resentment, hope intertwined with helplessness, as a complex array of expressions flitted across his face. The middle-aged man was none other than the individual described in the intelligence report, the current head of the Hao family, Hao Yuan Kuei, son of the legendary Hao Yunhu. As the gaze shifted to the girl, an inexplicable sensation stirred within, a familiar aura that evoked an unnamed thrill. Perhaps sensing a fiery glance directed her way, the girl's autumn-like eyes turned toward the tea stall, and their gazes collided in the void. With an expression of harmlessness, Hao Chen offered the girl a faint smile and nodded slightly. Young master, the elderly vendor at the tea stall exclaimed, noticing Hao Chen's dazed demeanor. Following his line of sight, he hurriedly warned, "Young master, as you serve as a guard for the Hao family, do not entertain any notions about this individual." "Oh, why is that?" Hao Chen responded, coming to his senses. In chapter 195, Entering the Hao family, a young man clad in standard attire inquired of a middle-aged man amidst a troop, "Elder, who is this lad, and why is he lying in the back mountain?" Though unsure why he found himself in their family's hinterland, the young man noted the area was rife with wolves, tigers, and leopards, not to mention the frequent intrusion of demonic beasts. The peril was immense. Indeed, this lad must possess extraordinary qualities, otherwise he could not survive in such a treacherous location. The subject of their discourse was none other than Hao Chen. After departing the Hao family gates, he soared toward the back mountain. Seeking to familiarize himself with the surroundings of the Hao family in Haozhou Yuqing, and to discern the true nature of this illustrious clan. In a secluded spot on the back mountain, Hao Chen settled into a meditative posture, closing his eyes and extending his consciousness, allowing the entirety of the vicinity to manifest within his awareness. While exploring the surrounding environment, he suddenly detected a troop patrolling the woods 10 miles away, surmising they might be the Hao family sentinels. At that moment, a recollection of the elderly vendor's mention of the Hao family's recent recruitment for guards flickered in his mind. A sudden scheme took shape. Hao Chen stealthily observed the patrol and found a visible location from which to don a tattered outfit, a remnant from his previous encounters with demonic beasts. Since activating the Jade Pendant's space, Hao Chen had meticulously stored his belongings separately, and this garment, worn during a fierce battle against an ironback wolf crocodile in the secret realm of the mountain, was no exception. Upon entering the Hao family, Hao Chen shed his disguise but altered his originally handsome visage to resemble one who had just emerged from a grueling battle with demonic beasts, collapsing in the forest. Utilizing a concealment technique, he masked his cultivation aura, transforming his essence into that of a martial practitioner, projecting the appearance of a late-stage warrior. The Hao family was undoubtedly a prominent lineage, comprising both cultivators and martial artists, including those like Hao Chen who were dual practitioners. Aware of the unique bloodline of the Hao family and the prodigious nature of its descendants, Hao Chen understood the necessity of vigilance upon his entrance. It must be said that Hao Chen's subterfuge deceived everyone, leading to his eventual discovery and rescue by the patrol. Where am I? Hao Chen's eyelashes fluttered imperceptibly before he opened his eyes, questioning with a newfound clarity. His body now exuded a sense of normalcy, though he appeared markedly more spirited than before. With his eyes gleaming brightly, "This is a meticulously adorned carriage, one that only the affluent can afford. Elder Lu, the young man has awakened." As soon as Hao Chen opened his eyes, someone promptly reported to the sixth elder of the Hao family, illustrating their regard for him. Upon hearing the news, the sixth elder immediately accompanied the guard to the carriage where Hao Chen resided. "Young hero, may I have the honor of entering?" Elder Lu called out personally. "Please do come in," Hao Chen replied, sitting up. As the door swung open, the sixth elder, clad in military attire, entered the carriage with agile movements and steady footsteps, showcasing commendable skill. "I am grateful for your timely rescue, esteemed elder." Hao Chen expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. "Haha, young hero, you are indeed astute. It was I who saved you." Elder Lu laughed heartily. "However, I have a query that I hope you might enlighten me on." "Oh, it is but a trivial matter, considering you saved my life," Hao Chen responded readily. "Young hero, what led you into the perilous back mountains of the Hao family, and why did you faint here?" The sixth elder inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Hao Chen. "I beg your pardon, but I cannot disclose that. It is a personal matter, and I hope you will forgive my rudeness." Hao Chen could only deflect the question, feeling cornered. "Haha, since it is a personal matter, I shall refrain from probing further. May I inquire if you have rested well? If so, we can continue our journey." "I am sufficiently rested and ready to proceed," Hao Chen replied casually. "Oh, by the way, may I ask where you hail from?" Elder Lu finally broached the main topic after a series of irrelevant exchanges. It was not due to a lack of thought, but rather careful consideration. One must recognize that the back mountains of the Hao family are fraught with danger, and anyone who survives in such an environment must possess extraordinary abilities. Gaining entry into the Hao family could be a significant boon for the clan. Conversely, if he belonged to another family, securing him as a guardian for the Hao family would also yield a valuable asset. Elder Lu mused inwardly. Hao Chen remained silent. Indeed, were it another, the support of their family could provide elixirs, alleviating the worries of cultivation without resources. Hao Chen lacked nothing but familial affection. His intention to enter the Hao family was to assess whether they were worth his attention and to seek an opportunity to teach that old cur, Hao Yunhu, a lesson. "I am surnamed Hao, a man of the wilds." "Oh, surnamed Hao, could it be that you are one of my Hao family?" "That cannot be. I have spent over 50 years with the Hao family and have never encountered anyone by the name of Hao Chen." The sixth elder was initially taken aback, then pondered. "Young hero, have you perhaps heard of the Hao family from Yuqing?" Unable to resist, he inquired further. "Oh, esteemed elder, you know of the Hao family?" Hao Chen felt a surge of joy upon hearing Elder Lu mention the Yuqing Hao family. "I am indeed of the Hao clan. Could it be? Are you also from the Yuqing Hao family?" The sixth elder's heart leaped with joy as he quickly asked. Hao Chen, filled with excitement at the prospect of entering the Hao family, replied, "No, while I share the surname Hao, I am not from the Yuqing Hao family." Hao Chen responded coolly. Hearing this, the sixth elder felt a pang of disappointment. Yet, upon reflection, he thought, I saved his life. Is it too much to ask him to become a guardian of the Hao family? As the master of the house witnessed my act of salvation, rescuing a fallen warrior and bringing him to the Hao family as a guardian, he would undoubtedly bestow rewards upon me. With this thought, my spirits lifted slightly, and I said, Ahem, young hero, since you find yourself in Yuqing without the support of a family, why not join my Hao family in Yuqing? Moreover, you share the surname Hao. Perhaps the Hao family here is your ancestral home? Hao Chen feigned contemplation, appearing to deliberate for an extended period before finally raising his head to address Elder Lu, stating, I am agreeable, but I have conditions. First, I shall serve solely as a guardian for your esteemed Hao family. Second, my freedom cannot be restricted. After a brief pause, he added, Oh, and I demand double the salary. These are my conditions. I am aware you lack the authority to decide, so you may discuss this with your master. I can wait. Upon hearing the two conditions proposed by Hao Chen, Elder Lu departed from the carriage. Once Elder Lu had left, Hao Chen began to regulate his internal energy, embarking on the practice of the Haoyan Lian Shin mental technique. Sitting cross-legged within the carriage, he concentrated all his thoughts in his mind, achieving a state of clarity. Following the principles of the mental technique, he gradually reduced his breathing frequency. As his heartbeat slowed, Hao Chen felt himself gradually fading away, merging into another realm. While Hao Chen meditated in silence, the carriage sped swiftly toward the Hao family. Chapter 196. Assessment. Past the carriage had already entered Yuqing when the wheels came to a sudden halt. We have arrived at the Hao residence. With this announcement, Hao Chen disembarked and entered the Hao estate, meticulously observing his surroundings. It was an entirely unfamiliar environment, and he could not find the sense of home. After Elder Lu arranged accommodations for Hao Chen, he did not linger. Now within the Hao family, after verifying that the surroundings were devoid of anomalies, Hao Chen discreetly activated a sound transmission talisman. As the sun set behind the mountains, dusk approached. Hearing a knock at the door, Hao Chen opened it to find Elder Lu standing outside. Elder Lu, you have arrived. Hao Chen greeted him cordially. How are you? Have you rested well? The master has requested your presence, Elder Lu replied with a smile. Thank you for your consideration, Elder Lu. I have rested well. Please guide me to meet the master. Hao Chen responded, feeling a newfound respect for Elder Lu's attentiveness. Following Elder Lu, they proceeded to the living room. The pavilions and well-kept courtyards harmonized beautifully, and amidst the bustling crowd, handsome young men and beautiful women frequently appeared. Upon catching sight of Hao Chen, several turned to glance, some savoring the moment alone, while others engaged in discussion as they walked by. It seemed that the days ahead would not be lonely, Hao Chen mused with a quiet chuckle. Soon, they reached the living room of the Hao family. A formidable pressure surged toward Hao Chen, but he merely smiled faintly, proceeding unfazed. At that moment, Elder Lu unexpectedly launched an attack on Hao Chen, his hands transforming into claws as he struck with lethal intent. In a split second, Hao Chen projected his consciousness outward to counter the incoming force. Simultaneously, with a whistle through the air, his fists tore toward Elder Lu's claws. Such a formidable fist technique. The master of the Hao family could not help but exclaim in admiration from within the living room. Only the shadows of fists were visible, while the figure remained elusive. With the astonishing steps of the stunning swan, a flurry of 81 punches was unleashed, each one directed menacingly towards Elder Lu. The elder, enveloped in a protective aura of true energy, stood firm. However, upon witnessing this, Hao Chen could not help but smirk coldly. He concentrated a sliver of true energy, which swiftly pierced through Elder Lu's defenses, traversing his shoulder, leaving the elder's eyes wide with disbelief. With a face full of reluctance, his body slowly succumbed to the ground, and the overwhelming aura dissipated gradually. Hao Chen's expression remained serene as he approached the fallen elder. At this moment, Elder Lu lay pale upon the ground, struggling to rise as Hao Chen drew near. You are quite formidable, resounded the authoritative voice of the family head from the drawing room. A figure clad in a purple robe emerged slowly from the side door of the hall. It was none other than the head of the Hao family. He halted in front of Hao Chen, surveying him with evident approval. Indeed, quite impressive, the family head remarked, gazing at Hao Chen with admiration. This is Elder Lu Yuanfang of the Hao family, whom you have already met. Hao Chen, allow me to introduce you to the head of the Hao family. Hao Yuan. Elder Lu Yuanfang stood, gesturing towards the middle-aged man in the purple robe. Elder Lu mentioned that your surname is Hao? Hao Yuan inquired, looking at Hao Chen with curiosity. Indeed, I bear the Hao surname. Hao Chen replied, feeling no need for secrecy, for the Hao name was not uncommon. The Hao surname is rare. May I inquire about your family's origins? Hao Yuan asked. I reside in a remote little mountain village. But it is of little significance, Hao Chen replied nonchalantly. Since you are of the Hao family, and with Elder Lu's endorsement, your assessment has been passed. Given your remarkable cultivation, I hereby appoint you as a protector of the Hao family. Noting Hao Chen's reluctance to divulge more, Hao Yuan did not press further. Recognizing the potential bond of kinship, here is your identity token, Elder Lu Yuanfang said, tossing a token to Hao Chen. By the time Hao Chen returned to his quarters, it was already late. Closing the doors and windows, he murmured to himself, assessment passed. I am now a protector of the Hao family. I shall seize this opportunity to utilize my role to investigate the whereabouts of my parents, familiarize myself with the Hao family's affairs, and seek a chance to confront Hao Yuan who for revenge, avenging my grandfather. Hao Chen once again issued a sound transmission, intending to gather intelligence within the Hao family. He made no effort to conceal this from Yuan Wanwan and Yi Qianshan. Having successfully entered the Hao family, it was only fitting to inform them of his whereabouts. The following day, Hao Chen, adhering to Elder Lu's guidance from the previous day, arrived at a small square within the inner courtyard. Here, he found many individuals already gathered, evidently those who had passed various trials to serve the Hao family. At that moment, a middle-aged man rose from the seats behind the square and approached the front. This man was Elder Lu Yuanfang. Ascending the platform of the small square, Elder Lu raised his voice, commanding, silence. No talking. Instantly, all chatter ceased, and every gaze fixated on Elder Lu atop the platform. Satisfied with the newfound quiet, Elder Lu Yuanfang proclaimed, from this moment forth, those standing here shall be the protectors of the Hao family. The Hao family is a prestigious lineage, renowned in Yu City and even throughout Hao province. It is an honor for you to join the ranks of the protectorate and contribute to the Hao family. The sixth elder spoke again. Your entry into this place signifies that you have all passed my final selection and assessment, representing the elite offspring of both the main branch and various branches of the Hao family. Additionally, some of you are exceptional talents from our extended family. After a brief cough, he continued, thus, any mistakes made by you and the guard team will ultimately fall upon my shoulders. Of course, before I am penalized, I shall find a scapegoat, for my heart cannot find peace otherwise. Upon concluding his remarks, a man emerged from behind the platform. He appeared to be in his 50s. His face etched with wrinkles, yet illuminated by a vibrant spirit, exuding an air of authority that belied his age. Approaching the front, he gestured for Hao Yuanfang to step down, and Hao Yuanfang gracefully retreated to the back. The man cleared his throat and introduced himself. Greetings, everyone. I am Hao Yunqiu, the steward of the Hao family, and it is a pleasure to meet you all. Your selection into the Hao family guard team is a commendable achievement, and I extend my heartfelt congratulations on behalf of the Hao family. After a brief pause, he added, your inclusion in the guard team signifies that each of you possesses a unique skill. Therefore, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Now, I invite the sixth elder to assign you your respective positions and duties. With that, Steward Hao Yunqiu descended from the small platform, entrusting the remaining proceedings to sixth elder Hao Yuanfang. At this moment, sixth elder Hao Yuanfang returned to the forefront, producing a list and announcing, I shall now declare your respective assignments. He began to read from the list. Indeed, the Hao family was a prominent clan, with well-defined roles even for their subordinates. Some were designated to guard the laundry, others to oversee the cleaning quarters, some to protect the garment workshop, while others were assigned to patrol the inner courtyard or survey the outer hills, all under the management of the guard team. Hao Chen was assigned to the guard team as an inner courtyard patroller. He mused to himself, being an inner courtyard patroller is quite agreeable. It's a leisurely task of walking, pausing, and meandering about. The guard team's base was situated by the shores of the floating feather lake. Hao Chen did not rush to report to the guard team, but paused by the lake. The winding corridor bridge meandered through the lake, with half of it adorned in emerald hues and the other half graced by lotus flowers. A gentle breeze stirred the emerald waters, causing ripples to dance, while the lotus blossoms beckoned with their smiles. The expansive floating feather lake, stretching 1,000 feet long and 100 feet wide, resembled a delicate hand caressing the Hao family's ethereal domain. The crystal-clear water and swaying lotus flowers captivated Hao Chen's steps. Standing on the bridge in the heart of the lake, he lingered, enchanted by the lake's beauty. In this moment, his consciousness soared beyond the earthly realm. It felt as if the floating feather lake was formed by a gentle hand, with its fingers resembling the lotus blossoms and its palm embodying the emerald waters. As he created his reincarnation seal, it harmonized with the essence of the floating feather lake. His fingers danced like the lotus, conjuring ripples in the palm of his hand. In that instant, Hao Chen comprehended the reincarnation seal, channeling his vital energy into his fingertips, filling his palms with vigor. With a subtle thought, he gently pressed down, causing the lotus leaves to sway and the waters to ripple. The simulated palm print merely paused lightly, had it truly descended. The beauty of this lake would surely be lost. After what felt like an eternity, Hao Chen suddenly awakened, realizing it was time to report to the guard team. Arriving at the lake's edge, his consciousness had already surveyed the guard team's base, a rather ordinary two-story building situated just a stone's throw away, surrounded by a vast expanse of green. Upon observing the exposed marks on the ground, it was evident that they were the result of guard training. As I traversed the expansive green field and approached the lobby on the first floor, I inquired, "Is this the residence of the guard?" The lobby was adorned with 2 rows of opposing chairs, with 3 large seats positioned centrally. The space was sparsely populated, with 7 or 8 men scattered throughout. At that moment, the sole occupant of the central large chair spoke up. "This is indeed the residence of the guard. What brings you here?" In my heart, I thought, I have finally found it. I then bowed respectfully to the individual seated in the central chair, introducing myself. "I am Hao Chen, sent by Elder Lu to conduct patrols in the inner courtyard. Here is my identification token." The man, upon hearing my words, rose and approached my side. Taking the token for a closer inspection, he inquired, "Are you a martial practitioner?" I replied, "Yes, I have only recently begun my training. I am still merely a novice." He continued to question, "What is your realm?" Without hesitation, I answered, "Late-stage warrior." The man's expression remained unchanged upon hearing my response. After a brief pause, he remarked, "A late-stage warrior, that is acceptable. You are qualified to join our guard. Listen closely, my name is Hao Yukun, and I oversee the affairs of this guard. Henceforth, you shall be one of us. I will arrange your accommodation shortly. For now, take some time to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Tomorrow, you will officially begin your duties as a patrolling guard." He then gestured towards a guard seated by the window, instructing, "Liao Wu," after arranging accommodations, "take Hao Chen on a tour of the area to help him acclimate." Chapter 197. A new arrival as dawn broke, I ventured to the lakeside, hoping to practice in the tranquility of the serene waters. At that moment, I noticed another figure approaching from the opposite shore. Quickly, I concealed myself behind a willow by the lake's edge, observing the individual drawing near. It was evident from her attire that she was a woman. She arrived at the lakeside, standing across from me, unaware of my presence due to my concealment. Although the lake was vast, my refined perception allowed me to discern details clearly from 100 miles away. Thus, observing the woman's features from this mere 100-zhang distance was a trivial matter. Through the misty veil of the lake's surface, I caught sight of the gentle blush on her cheeks, accentuated by a delicate layer of fog, presenting an elegant and enchanting visage akin to a morning mist or a dewy lotus blossom, appearing to be around 18 years of age. "Isn't that the girl I encountered yesterday outside the Hao residence?" I suddenly recalled her, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the aura she emitted. I watched as she softly murmured incantations, seemingly preparing to perform a spell. Hidden behind the willow, I closely observed her actions. Unexpectedly, half of the jade-hued water began to converge towards the center, rising in response to the flowing currents. With a sudden surge, a column of water erupted from the lake's heart, forcefully ascending until it halted just shy of 10 zhang above the surface. As her magical energy dissipated, the water cascaded back down, creating ripples that gradually restored the lake's tranquility. The woman appeared to exert considerable effort in her spellcasting. As the water settled, her strength waned, and she collapsed onto the ground. As Hao Chen prepared to traverse the bridge over the lake to observe the scenery on the opposite shore, a fleeting white figure suddenly appeared before him. In an instant, the figure approached the woman and halted in front of her. Hao Chen discerned an elder clad in a flowing white robe, who engaged in conversation with the young woman. After the elder concluded his words, the woman replied with a few phrases of her own. Subsequently, the elder assisted her away from the lakeside, heading deeper into the Hao residence. Once the elder and the woman had departed, Hao Chen emerged from behind the willow trees at the lake's edge, shaking off the morning mist that clung to him. It was apparent that the woman and the elder were members of the Hao family, their formidable presence suggesting remarkable prowess, particularly that of the elder, which felt unfathomable. Hao Chen gazed in the direction they had vanished, pondering silently. Leaving the lakeside, he hastened toward the training grounds, where the guard squad gathered for their daily morning drills. A long-standing tradition. Upon his arrival, he found a considerable number of people already assembled. Hao Chen, over here. A young guard, stationed at the edge of the training area, waved him over. This young man was Liao Wu, who had accompanied Hao Chen the previous day to familiarize him with the surroundings and arrange his accommodations. During their earlier interaction, Hao Chen learned that Liao Wu was a distant relative of the Hao family, a local from Yuqing. At that moment, Liao Wu was not alone. 3 or 4 other young men, of similar age and also part of the guard squad, stood beside him. As Hao Chen approached, Liao Wu introduced him to the others, saying, "Let me introduce you. This is our new recruit from yesterday. Don't be fooled by his age. He possesses the cultivation of a late-stage warrior." Wow, a late-stage warrior. That places him among the mid-tier strength within our guard squad, remarked one of Liao Wu's companions, visibly impressed by Hao Chen's capabilities. Hao Chen reflected on their conversation. Considering that within the Hao family, a warrior's cultivation was regarded as moderate strength, it seemed the guard squad's might was not particularly extraordinary. Should he reveal his warrior master level, he would undoubtedly command respect and fear among them. As he conversed with the group, Hao Chen learned that they were all members of the guard squad, having passed the assessment conducted by the 6th elder, each possessing the strength of a warrior. Suddenly, an unexpected silence enveloped the training ground, prompting Hao Chen to cease his chatter, uncertain of the cause. At that moment, a young woman appeared on the training field. Hao Chen instantly recognized her as the one he had seen practicing spells by the lakeside earlier that morning. "Good day, miss." The guards present in the training area bowed respectfully to her, and Hao Chen, following their lead, offered his own salute. "Who is she?" he inquired of Liao Wu after the formalities. "She is the eldest daughter of the Hao family, Hao Ying," Liao Wu replied solemnly. "Oh, what brings her here?" "This is a training ground primarily for men. What could a young lady of such stature possibly seek here?" Hao Chen questioned, curiosity evident in his voice. "Upon your arrival, you remain unaware that the young lady rises early each day. At this hour, she routinely visits our guard unit." Liao Wu, fully cognizant of her intentions, expressed his apprehension. Inquiring, "What has she come for?" "To seek a sparring partner," Liao Wu replied with a teasing glance at Hao Chen. "A woman seeking a man for practice?" Hao Chen questioned, puzzled. "Fear not. She will not seek you. Your current prowess is insufficient," Liao Wu stated, knowing well that Hao Chen, being merely a warrior, lacked the qualifications to serve as a sparring partner. "That is a relief." Hao Chen sighed in relief. The two conversed while observing the commotion in the training ground. Before long, the head of the guard unit, Hao Yukun, entered the arena. At that moment, around 100 individuals had gathered, presumably all members of the guard unit. Hao Yukun approached Hao Ying and remarked, "You are here quite early again." Mississippi Hao Ying displayed no reaction and promptly asked, "Who shall be my sparring partner today?" Hao Yukun, seemingly unfazed by her impudent demeanor, appeared accustomed to her attitude. "Who is it supposed to be today?" he queried the surrounding guards. The guards exchanged glances. Yet none stepped forward. Growing displeased at the lack of response, Hao Yukun bellowed, "Who is it? Step forward, or I shall have your heads." Clearly, he held considerable influence among the guards. "It should be Su Liang today, but he is on duty at the main gate." A voice emerged from the crowd. "Who is tomorrow's partner? Have him come." Hao Yukun inquired, furrowing his brow. "Tomorrow it is Chunyu, but he has taken leave to return home," another voice replied. "And who is the partner for the day after tomorrow?" Hao Yukun asked impatiently. "It is Hao Bo, who is currently delivering goods to Xia Town," came the response from yet another individual. Hao Yunchuan's displeasure grew, and he shouted, "Anyone eligible to step up, come forward." Hearing this, Hao Chen turned to Liao Wu and asked, "Who qualifies to step up?" Liao Wu, noting Hao Chen's ignorance, explained, "Those who have attained the mid-level warrior status or above." Despite Hao Yunchuan's command, No one in the training ground dared to step forward. Forget it. My own condition isn't optimal today. Just find a few people to let me practice with. Hao Ing suddenly declared, her gaze fixed on the crowd. Her words ignited a fervor among the onlookers, eliciting a mix of delight and trepidation. Haha, my friend, I apologize that your first day will end in bruises. Liao Wu remarked gleefully beside Hao Chen. Is the young lady's approach rather fierce? Hao Chen asked Liao Wu. Not just fierce, it is quite ruthless, Liao Wu responded, patting Hao Chen on the shoulder with a smirk. Chapter 198, Pretense. Upon hearing that this young lady seeks sparring partners with a fierce hand, Hao Chen felt a pang of anxiety. No wonder the elder at the tea stall outside the Hao residence warned against crossing her. Surely, I cannot be so unfortunate. On his first day at work, he hoped to avoid any mishaps, reasoning with himself that as a newcomer, he should be spared. However, it soon became evident that fortune was not on his side, for among the gathered crowd, there were only a few martial artists, while the rest were of lesser cultivation. Regrettably, he found himself among them. As he approached the center of the training ground, he noticed 5 individuals already in place. A wry smile crept onto his lips as he thought, it seems I am not alone in this struggle. I won't have to endure the humiliation of being beaten in front of so many. Once the sparring begins, I shall rush in, take a couple of hits, and gracefully fall. Resolute in his plan, he bypassed the 5 and stood boldly at the forefront, facing the young lady. Liao Wu, witnessing this audacious move, could only shake his head in disbelief. He turned to his companions and remarked, is this lad out of his mind, standing at the front just waiting to be struck? Meanwhile, the ever-observant Hua Ying admired the newcomer's courage, silently acknowledging that he possessed potential. As the 6 participants prepared themselves, Hua Ying's voice rang out coldly, commanding, begin. At the sound of the command, he swiftly drew a short sword and charged towards her. The onlookers were taken aback. It was unusual for someone to initiate an attack so boldly. Typically, it was Hua Ying who would strike first before her opponent responded. Standing at the edge of the arena, the overseer, Hui Yuan, felt a swell of pride as he witnessed the young man's audacity. That's the spirit, lad. He thought to himself. Without spells, cultivators are quite vulnerable. They lack the robust physicality of martial practitioners. Caught off guard, Hua Ying had not anticipated an attack right at the outset. In a moment of urgency, she abandoned her intention to cast a spell and called out loudly, Hor, come forth. The instant her voice echoed, Hua Chen sensed trouble brewing. Just as he feared, a fiery serpent leapt from behind Hua Ying, coiling around her as it glared menacingly at him. Feigning fear, Hua Chen abruptly halted his advance, standing frozen before the serpentine creature, reluctant to move. A mere fire serpent was no match for him. He could easily dispatch it in an instant. Yet, he wished to conceal his true capabilities, struggling to maintain a facade of terror. At that moment, Hua Ying tenderly caressed the serpent's head, murmuring softly, good job, Hua. You shall receive a reward later. Observing this intimate exchange between the girl and the serpent, Hua Chen turned to Hua Yuan at the edge of the arena, who, sensing Hua Chen's gaze, raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Turning back, Hua Chen, somewhat discontented, inquired, Miss, you surely do not intend to have that serpent participate in the match, do you? Hua Ying cast a sidelong glance at him, responding, why not? Hua is my partner. It deserves to practice its spells as well. Realizing that there was no room for negotiation, Hua Chen resigned himself to the situation. His sole aim now was to devise a strategy to gracefully bow out of the confrontation. An idea struck him, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he thought, I have a plan. Slowly approaching the fire snake, he raised his short sword high, mimicking a decisive strike against the creature. The fire snake, sensing an imminent attack, became enraged and lashed out with its tail, striking fiercely at the intruder. Seeing the tail hurtling towards him, Hao Chen felt a surge of confidence. Thinking to himself, just as I planned. He guarded his chest with the blade, and, as the tail neared his body, he swiftly retreated. The onlookers naturally assumed Hao Chen had been swept away by the snake's powerful blow. He staggered back several paces. Then, judging the distance to be sufficient, he rolled on the ground a few times, feigning unconsciousness. Hao Ying, witnessing Hao Chen collapse, expressed his astonishment, remarking, I thought you were formidable, yet you succumbed so easily. Within the training grounds, aside from Hao Yuan, who quietly chuckled at the edge, the others felt that the cost of Hao Chen's reckless bravado was hardly worth it. The training session did not conclude with Hao Chen's exit, as 5 other participants remained unscathed. However, What followed was merely a spectacle. Those 5, caught between Hao Ying's and the fire snake's relentless assaults, emerged battered and bruised, ultimately being carried out of the arena. Upon witnessing the dire state of the 5, Hao Chen felt vindicated in his tactical decision. Subsequently, he and the 5 injured individuals were transported to a courtyard situated far from the lodging area. This was a traditional courtyard, serving as the Hao family's infirmary. The staff was limited to 3 physicians, 2 healing practitioners, and 2 women performing miscellaneous duties. The physicians were merely ordinary individuals, while the healing practitioners possessed wood elemental powers, and the women assisted in various tasks. These individuals were responsible for tending to the ailments of thousands associated with the Hao family. At that moment, the 7 staff members of the infirmary emerged to assess the injuries of the 6 casualties brought in by the escort team. One inquired, "What transpired today? 6 injuries? Was it not the case that we usually see at most 2? It seems the young lady is not in good spirits today." Hearing this, Hao Chen mused internally. It appears this woman is notorious for her ruthless nature. I shall avoid her in the future. Take them to room number 3. It conveniently has 6 beds, spoke a slightly older man, presumably the overseer of the infirmary, as Hao Chen speculated. The escort team placed the 6 injured individuals onto the beds in room 3 and then departed swiftly. A young healing practitioner clad in white approached Hao Chen's bedside, extending her hands to unfasten his outer garments. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Hao Chen thought, I am feigning injury. I cannot allow them to discern my lack of actual harm. Otherwise, how could I continue to navigate this place? Coughing lightly, he pretended to stir. How are you feeling? Where does it hurt? The young healing practitioner inquired, noticing the patient had awakened. Hao Chen gazed at her, adopting an expression of significant discomfort as he replied, It's nothing serious, merely a slight pain in my lower back. He then pushed himself up with both hands. Sitting on the edge of the bed, observing him rise, the young practitioner commented, Allow me to examine you and see where you might be injured. There shouldn't be any major issues. I was only grazed slightly. It's not severe, Hao Chen said as he stepped down from the bed and moved toward the door. The young healer, noticing the other's intent to depart, promptly stepped forward to intercept him, suggesting, perhaps it would be prudent to conduct an examination first. If the issue is indeed minor, you may leave afterward. In his heart, Hao Chen scoffed, thinking, Come now, must you be so diligent? I possess my own healing remedies. A simple application upon my return will suffice, rendering your assistance unnecessary. With that, he quickened his pace toward the exit. Observing his steadfastness, the young healer chose not to impede him any further. Once Hao Chen exited the healing facility, he made a beeline for his residence. Along the way, he encountered a few guards and feigned immense pain, successfully deceiving them. Upon returning home, he collapsed onto his bed, contemplating. It appears I can forego patrol duties for the next few days. Truly, a silver lining amidst misfortune. Chapter 199. The First Encounter with the Ancestor, Part 1. After Hao Ying sought a training partner to practice her spells, she proceeded toward the courtyard where she resided. Inside, her father, Hao Yuan and mother awaited her return, stepping forward in unison. With a tone laced with concern, Hao Yuan inquired, My dear Ying, the day after tomorrow marks the martial arts competition for marriage proposals. Have you prepared adequately? I heard you nearly fainted while practicing spells by the lakeside yesterday, and your mother and I were quite worried. Worried? Huh. Do you truly concern yourselves for me? Spare me the jest. Throughout my life, you have never worried about me. Your focus has always been on my brother, Hao Ying exclaimed with fervor. Her parents exchanged glances, a hint of awkwardness evident on their faces. Hao Yuan stepped closer, saying, Ying, I understand your dissatisfaction with our decision to arrange your participation in the marriage contest. Yet, you must not blame us. It is primarily due to your remarkable talents. With a furrowed brow, he continued with a tone of resignation, You must realize that our family, the Hao clan, is hardly considered a prominent family in the northern domain. Apart from our esteemed ancestor, we struggle to find another figure of significance. Should our ancestor pass away, the Hao clan may face dire consequences. In response to her father's words, Hao Ying retorted coldly, A family, huh? The Hao clan is truly remarkable. The fate of our entire lineage rests upon the shoulders of a single woman. How laughable. Hao Yuan displeased by his daughter's remarks, hardened his expression and raised his voice, declaring, You will participate in the contest the day after tomorrow, whether you wish to or not. This is my final word. You shall manage as you see fit. Witnessing her father's anger, Hao Ying's mother quickly intervened, pulling Hao Yukun away from the courtyard where Hao Ying resided. As her parents departed, tears welled in Hao Ying's eyes as she lamented silently. If I were truly their flesh and blood, they would not treat me so. At that moment, a maid approached with a cup of water, gently saying, "Miss, do not be disheartened." Hao Ying rubbed her eyes and replied, "It is nothing. You may leave now. I am weary and need to rest." The maid quickly departed. Due to the bloodline of the Hao family, Hao Yukun had achieved little in martial arts or cultivation during his youth. Upon returning from his travels, the ancestor observed the clan members, particularly the youth, consumed by pleasure and neglecting their training. Fearing the decline of their 1,000-year legacy into the mundane, the ancestor, in a fit of despair, resolved to consolidate management of all clan members under the age of 20, regardless of gender. After nearly 2 decades of arduous effort by the ancestors, the decline of the family has gradually been reversed. In this realm, once a family loses its cultivators, particularly a prominent one, it becomes vulnerable to encroachment by other clans. The 20 years of toil have not been in vain. During this time, the patriarch dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the Hao family, cultivating hundreds of martial artists and immortal practitioners, resulting in a remarkable emergence of outstanding talents. At 18, Hao Yukun attained the rank of a martial apprentice, entered the warrior realm by 25, and by 31, he had already reached the level of a junior martial master. Due to his diligent cultivation, he garnered the favor of the patriarch. Following the unexpected demise of the previous family head, he was elevated to the position of family leader. In recent years, however, due to the entanglements of worldly affairs, his cultivation has been delayed, and now at 43, his strength barely qualifies as a mid-level martial master. Regardless of his future efforts, significant progress seems unlikely. The heads of other families have already achieved the status of great martial masters or are at the essence Dan realm, rendering Hao Yukun unable to engage in equal discourse with them. Recognizing his inability to uphold the family's legacy, he chose to nurture his only son, Hao Feng, as his successor, training him from a young age with high expectations. Though the patriarch remains, his lifespan has waned, rendering him incapable of support. Before Hao Feng matures, it is essential to ensure the family's stability. In recent years, Hao Ying has blossomed into a remarkable figure, attracting numerous proposals from other noble families. Hao Yukun intends to leverage Hao Ying's marriage to ally with a powerful family, thereby securing temporary peace for the Hao clan. Initially, he aspired to forge a union with the royal family of Hao Prefecture, but Hao Ying adamantly insisted on marrying a strong individual. Thus, Hao Yukun devised a contest of martial prowess to attract suitors. He believes that although the youthful nobility of the royal family may not possess strength equal to Hao Ying, they likely possess formidable artifacts. And he is convinced that Hao Ying would not fare poorly in a contest against them. Hao Ying, discovered 16 years ago by the Hao family at their doorstep, was taken in at a time when Hao Yukun and his wife were childless. They embraced her as their own, showering her with affection, particularly Hao Yukun's wife, Yun Shaoxia, who doted on her immensely. Meanwhile, Hao Chen, feigning illness in bed, did not neglect his cultivation. After returning from the healing center, he diligently practiced the Hao Yin refining spirit technique and the soul nurturing art. After a day of training, he sensed a hint of breakthrough. Excited, he was not eager to rest, hoping to achieve a breakthrough that night. As twilight descended, a figure swept across the training ground and landed by the lakeside. At that moment, Hao Chen sat cross-legged, eyes closed, focusing intently, as true essence energy manifested around him. This potent energy radiated from him, causing ripples to dance across the lake's surface. In his heart, he mused, "I have finally cultivated the soul-nurturing art to the 7th layer. In the future, whether it is to restore my own consciousness or to aid others in healing, the ability to devour souls will prove to be an invaluable asset." Practicing the soul cultivation and spirit nurturing technique significantly enhances one's spiritual awareness. Now his spiritual perception is comparable to that of a mid-stage nascent soul, approaching the latter stage, with the ability to extend his consciousness over 100 miles. Having solidified the soul cultivation and spirit nurturing technique, Hao Chen, still eager for more, took out the Fei Huang sword and executed the Fei Huang sword technique. As the Fei Huang sword arose, he performed the 36 variations of the technique in one fluid motion. instantly stirring the lake's surface and creating a flurry of splashes. Excellent. At that moment, a rather boisterous voice echoed from across the lake. Startled, Hao Chen turned to see an elderly man in white robes with a white beard standing on the opposite shore. This elder was familiar to Hao Chen. He was the one who assisted Hao Ying back home that morning. Hao Chen pondered, who is this venerable gentleman? Given his connection to Hao Ying, he must be a member of the Hao family and of notable status. Upon noticing Hao Chen's awareness, the elder's eyes brightened as he leaped across the lake's surface, gracefully landing beside Hao Chen. Taken aback by the elder's sudden appearance, Hao Chen instinctively stepped back, regarding the unexpected visitor with caution. The elder, observing the young man's vigilance, laughed heartily. Haha, young lad, there's no need for alarm. I harbor no ill intentions. I originally intended not to disturb your practice, but when I witnessed your swordplay, I couldn't help but exclaim, my apologies. Hao Chen felt a slight relaxation in his heart upon hearing this, and he respectfully bowed to the elder, saying, Senior, I was merely unable to sleep and thought to practice a bit. Have I created too much disturbance and intruded upon your tranquility? In the second part of chapter 200, the first meeting with the ancestor, as the elder approached, Hao Chen performed a deeper bow, expressing his regret. The elder chuckled. Not at all, not at all. I, too, was feeling restless and merely came out for a stroll. It is I who have intruded upon you. Hao Chen mused to himself. This venerable elder speaks with such calmness, devoid of the haughty demeanor typical of those from prominent families. The elder then continued, Young man, judging by the might of the technique you just displayed, you must possess some considerable strength. Hao Chen thought, it seems I cannot conceal my abilities from this venerable elder. He is quite perceptive, and even if he knows, it matters not. He replied with a smile, Your eyes are truly remarkable, senior. Able to see through my cultivation at a glance. Indeed, my current prowess is roughly at the mid-stage of a great martial master. The elder responded, Haha, quite impressive. You are still quite young. To attain the great martial master stage at such an age bodes well for your future. Yet, deep within, the elder was astonished. A mid-stage great martial master at 18. I wonder which esteemed family has nurtured such a prodigy. It seems the world is on the verge of transformation. Hao Chen modestly stated, My humble cultivation is insignificant in the presence of a senior like you. The elder laughed heartily again. Good. I admire your calm and composure. Pray tell, what is your purpose within the Hao family? Hao Chen, with a thoughtful glance, replied, I have recently joined the Hao family's guard as a protector. After a moment's reflection, he added, May I inquire, senior, which esteemed member of the Hao family you are? The elder, unhurried, found a large stone to sit upon and smiled at Hao Chen, saying, Before inquiring about others, shouldn't you first introduce yourself? Hao Chen, observing the elder's leisurely demeanor and candid speech, decided to introduce himself. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hao Chen. I hail from a humble mountain village in Yunzhou, and my intention for this journey was merely to seek some experience. However, having exhausted my funds, I find myself here at the Hao residence in hopes of earning a bit for my travels. The elder, upon hearing Hao Chen's words, refrained from immediate reaction. Though internally he was stirred. Could this young man be a lost descendant of the Hao family? With a composed demeanor, he stroked his white beard and replied, I am Hao Tianbei, a man who has become rather accustomed to a life of idleness within the Hao family. Hao Chen was taken aback. He had heard of Hao Tianbei, the esteemed ancestor of the Hao family, a formidable master of martial arts in his later years. After weighing his own abilities, he mused that he might stand a chance against such a formidable opponent. Noticing Hao Chen's astonishment, Hao Tianbei smiled and gently patted his shoulder, saying, Dear brother, there is no need for such surprise. I am merely an old man. After a moment of reflection, Hao Chen regained his composure, astonished to realize that he had been conversing with his great-grandfather, who spoke to him with such courtesy. Well, it is getting late. I must return to catch up on some rest. By the way, if you find yourself free tomorrow, do pay me a visit, Hao Tianbei said, turning to leave. Should I have the time, I will certainly come, Hao Chen replied, though his mind was already set on visiting his great-grandfather, regardless of his schedule. To decline such an invitation would be foolish. Fostering a good relationship with his great-grandfather could open many doors for him within the Hao family. As the words left his lips, Hao Tianbei's figure flickered and vanished into the night. With the elder's disappearance, Hao Chen returned to his quarters. The following day, he did not rise early. He feigned injury from the previous day's altercation with Hao Ying as an excuse to rest. The guards who came to check on him found this reasonable and left him to recuperate. During morning drills, the steward, Hao Yukun, noted Hao Chen's absence and felt a surge of anger. Humph, play your little game of illness. I shall remember this and settle the score later, he thought to himself. Hao Chen spent the morning catching up on much-needed sleep, having been quite exhausted from the previous night. Upon waking, he hastily consumed a meal sent by the kitchen staff, who routinely provided nourishment to the injured without needing to be asked. In the afternoon, Hao Chen donned a clean outfit and departed from the guards' quarters. After inquiring about Hao Tianbei's residence from passers-by, he made his way there with eagerness. The location of Hao Tianbei's abode was not a secret. A simple inquiry sufficed, and he proceeded on his path. However, on his way, he unexpectedly encountered Hao Ying, the young lady of the Hao family, who had been his adversary the day before. At that moment, she appeared far less formidable, her demeanor transformed. She resembled a carefree child, frolicking with flowers in a verdant field. As Hao Chen observed her running figure, he found her exceptionally adorable and could not help but stand by and admire her. "Oh dear, young lady, please slow down. Xiaoyu can hardly keep up," a little maid called out from behind as she struggled to catch up. "All right, Xiaoyu, it's time for us to return," Hao Ying said. Noticing that Xiaoyu was falling behind and coming to a halt, Hao Chen thought to himself, surprised by this unexpected side of Hao Ying. As Hao Ying turned to leave, she noticed someone watching her from a distance, a face that seemed somewhat familiar yet eluded her memory. Upon realizing she had been spotted, Hao Chen quickly withdrew his attention and greeted Hao Ying, saying, "Greetings, young lady." Upon hearing him address her as young lady, Hao Ying deduced that he must be a servant of the Hao family and promptly resumed her usual icy demeanor. She addressed Hao Chen, "You belong to that household, do you not? What brings you here? Do you not know that one cannot enter without the permission of the master?" Hao Chen mused to himself about the speed at which this young lady changed her expression. He replied, "I am a member of the guard team, summoned by the esteemed Hao Tianbei today. I merely passed by here on my way to his residence. I apologize for disturbing your enjoyment, young lady." Hao Ying was taken aback and quickly inquired, "What did you say? My great-grandfather invited you to his residence? How is that possible?" Her puzzled gaze demanded that he elucidate the matter at once. Observing her intense interest, Hao Chen thought, "How can I explain this? I cannot simply say that the venerable elder Hao Tianbei, like myself, was sleepless last night, engaged in conversation by the lake. Who would believe such a tale?" After some contemplation, Hao Chen replied, "I am uncertain why elder Hao Tianbei has summoned me. I suppose I shall only find out upon my arrival. If you wish, I can report back to you after my meeting." Seeing his reluctance to divulge more, Hao Ying decided not to press further and said, "That will not be necessary. You may go." Relieved by her acquiescence, Hao Chen exhaled deeply and promptly made his way towards Hao Tianbei's residence, eager not to waste any time on the journey. Chapter 201, The First Meeting with the Ancestor, Part 3. After a search, he finally arrived at the abode of Hao Tianbei. The residence was a traditional courtyard house. Although not vast, the courtyard, when viewed from the outside, revealed a delightful array of flowers and plants, exuding a refreshing aura of natural harmony. Just as Hao Chen was about to step into the courtyard, a young boy emerged to greet him. The boy, with delicate features, inquired innocently, "Who are you looking for?" "I am here to see Elder Hao Tianbei." "Oh, then please wait outside while I inform him," the boy replied, darting back into the courtyard. With some time to spare, Hao Chen strolled into the yard, admiring the flowers and thinking, "Indeed, these blossoms are quite beautiful. I must plant some in the courtyard of my house in Yuqing to enhance the surroundings." At that moment, the little boy returned, bouncing with energy. Upon seeing Hao Chen standing in the courtyard, he appeared somewhat displeased. Pouting, the boy remarked, "You really should not have entered the courtyard without an invitation. It is truly a display of discourtesy. One must wonder how your parents have instructed you in manners." Upon hearing the words of the young boy, Hao Zan found himself utterly speechless, feeling quite embarrassed to be lectured by a child of such tender age. Observing the boy, he noted the surprising maturity in his tone. Hao Zan was at a loss for how to respond. Yet, adopting a more amiable demeanor, he inquired of the child, "Have you informed the elder? May I enter now?" At this, the boy appeared flustered and exclaimed urgently, "Oh no, it's all your fault. I almost forgot to tell you. Great-grandfather wants you to come in quickly." The moment Hao Zan heard the boy refer to Hao Chen as great-grandfather, he immediately recalled that Hao Ying also called him by that title. A thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Hao Ying and this young boy are siblings? Following the boy into the courtyard, Hao Chen tentatively asked, "What is your name, young friend?" The boy turned back, pouting, and replied, "Fenger won't tell you." Amused by the response, Hao Chen playfully remarked, "It seems the young lady is to compete for suitors tomorrow. I wonder who will pluck this flower." The boy, suddenly alarmed, retorted, "Isn't the competition the day after tomorrow?" Pleased with the boy's response, Hao Chen deduced that this child must be Hao Ying's younger brother, Hao Feng. As they traversed a lengthy corridor, the two arrived at a wooden cabin. Inside, there was merely a table and 2 chairs, one of which was occupied by an elderly man, Hao Shenbai. Noticing Hao Chen lingering at the door without entering, Hao Shenbai beckoned, "Come in, young man. I find myself rather bored and would appreciate some company." Upon entering, the boy dashed to Hao Shenbai's side and whimsically asked, "Great-grandfather, is it true that sister is to compete for suitors tomorrow?" Hao Shenbai, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Who told you that?" The boy pointed at Hao Chen, declaring he said so. Seeing the boy's gesture, Hao Chen smiled and clarified, "Elder, I was merely jesting with him." The boy, upon hearing this, leaped up and exclaimed, "You dare to deceive me. I'm angry now. I will tell sister that you bullied me and that she should spank you." After a brief moment, the boy, having vented his frustration, dismissed Hao Chen and left the cabin to play outside. Hao Shenbai regarded Hao Chen and gestured toward a nearby chair, saying, "Young brother, please take a seat. I have no tea, just plain water. Do make do with that." Hao Chen dared not complain about the simplicity of the offering. He lifted the cup before him, took a sip, and remarked, "Water, colorless and tasteless, yet crystal clear and transparent. Though ordinary in nature, it is profoundly significant." Hao Shenbai responded, "Well said. Do not underestimate this water. A person can survive 5 days without food, but not 3 days without water." Hao Chen replied, "Indeed, in our lives, we often overlook the seemingly insignificant, yet they hold great importance." Hao Shenbai nodded in agreement and continued, "You are quite young, yet your experiences seem plentiful. Were it not for your youthful appearance, I might have thought you to be a man of many decades. Last night, I witnessed your swordsmanship practice, particularly the strike you executed over the lake. It appeared as though you harmoniously merged strength with technique, suggesting that you might be a practitioner of both martial and mystical arts. I merely wish to experience the potency of this dual cultivation," modestly remarked Hao Yin. "Indeed, the younger generation is formidable." After a brief pause, Hao Yin continued, "In the Tianyuan continent, the emphasis is predominantly on cultivating strength rather than honing techniques. As a result, elaborate moves are scarce, straightforwardness prevails, with contests revolving around the robustness of one's elemental energy. Only those of higher realms pay heed to finesse, yet they remain a minority. I confess that in my youth, I too endeavored to master the dual cultivation of martial and mystical arts, but to no avail. However, over the years, I have studied the divisions of martial and immortal realms. In comparison, I find parallels between martial cultivation and immortal practices. For instance, the stages of an immortal, ranging from the acquired chi realm to the innate realm, and then to the foundation establishment realm, correspond to those of martial practitioners, namely the martial apprentice, warrior, and master. Furthermore, the subsequent stages align as follows. The Grand Master equates to the Yuan Dan stage, the martial sovereign to the Yuaning stage, the martial venerable to the transformation stage, the martial sage to the separation stage, the martial king to the integration stage, the martial emperor to the tribulation stage, and the martial deity to the great ascent stage. This is merely my rudimentary understanding of the correlation between martial and immortal realms, and I hope it may assist you in your future cultivation." Upon hearing the ancestral guidance regarding his dual cultivation, Hao Yin felt a renewed admiration for his elder. He contemplated the comparison between martial and immortal practices, aligning with the elder's analysis. At that moment, Hao Yin suddenly inquired, "Yesterday, your technique appeared quite unique. May I ask from whom you have learned it?" Seemingly prepared, Hao Yin replied, "I learned my technique from an elder in our village." Hao Yin then pressed further, "What is the name of this elder, and where might he currently reside?" Hao Yin responded, "I am unsure of his name. We all simply refer to him as Baiming. He left the village several years ago and has not returned since." Hearing the name Baiming, Hao Yin murmured it softly. Observing his reaction, Hao Yin could not help but smile with pride. "You see, it's merely a tale I concocted. Can you fathom it?" After a moment of contemplation, Hao Yin remained at a loss. Just then, footsteps approached from afar. Hao Chen turned to the door, curious about the newcomer. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Hao Chen. As Hao Chen entered the dwelling, she was taken aback to find Hao Chen seated opposite her great-grandfather. Confused, she questioned how a servant could be on equal footing with her esteemed ancestor. Swiftly, she approached Hao Chen and declared loudly, "You, a mere servant, possess no merit to sit alongside my great-grandfather. Rise at once." Chapter 202. Inner thoughts. Seeing a guard from the protective detail seated across from her great-grandfather ignited a flare of indignation within Hao Chen. She scolded Hao Chen with an unwavering tone, showing no regard for decorum. Hao Chen, feeling perturbed by the lady's words, thought to himself, "I remain here unchallenged by my great-grandfather. Why the urgency from you?" Though displeased, he responded, "It was the elder who invited me to sit," and turned to Hao Chen for corroboration. At this moment, Hao Chen spoke up. "It was I who asked him to sit here." Upon hearing his great-grandfather's words, Hao Chen felt reluctant to press Hao Chen further and addressed Hao Chen by, "Great-grandfather, I have a matter today for which I seek your assistance." With that, she cast a glance at Hao Chen, implying that he should withdraw. Hao Chen, acknowledging Hao Chen's request, replied, "I understand what you wish to discuss. However, I am at a loss for solutions. I am merely an elderly man, frail and feeble, unable to manage many affairs." Upon hearing this, Hao Chen's expression darkened significantly. At that moment, Hao Chen rose and said, "You have matters to deliberate, so I shall take my leave." After his words, he walked towards the door, and Hao Chen made no effort to retain him. Once Hao Chen had departed, Hao Chen, with tears brimming in her eyes, looked at Hao Chen and asked, "Great-grandfather, is there truly no way at all?" Observing Hao Chen's demeanor, Hao Chen shook his head in resignation. "This matter has spread too rapidly. Now the entire Yu city is aware. To retract now would be a small loss of face, but inciting public wrath would be a grave matter. If I were to depart this world, do you believe the house would find peace thereafter?" As he spoke, Hao Chen countenance changed, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Hao Chen, witnessing her great-grandfather's expression, felt a heavy weight in her heart. She knelt beside Hao Chen to comfort him. "Great-grandfather, you still have me, right? Let me support this family from now on, if you would." Hearing her words, Hao Chen felt a surge of comfort and replied, "Your intentions warm my heart, dear child, but time is not on our side. I know my own body. I have but a few years left." Alarmed, Hao Chen realized that for years, Hao Chen had been the pillar of the entire Hao family, and if he were to leave, the family could very well decline. She urgently inquired, "Great-grandfather, is that truly the case?" Hao Chen gently patted Hao Chen's head and said, "I wish this were not true. I long to witness you all grow." Yet, before he could finish, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Seeing her great-grandfather with tears in his eyes pierced Hao Chen's heart. She could hardly fathom that a formidable martial artist could weep so. In that moment, both Hao Chen and Hao Chen fell into contemplative silence. Suddenly, Hao Chen appeared to have an epiphany. He stood up and approached the door, gazing into the distance. Uncertain of her great-grandfather's thoughts and hesitant to inquire, Hao Chen could only silently rise and watch his weary silhouette. "Inger, I have thought of someone," Hao Chen suddenly declared. Hao Chen, perplexed by his words, asked, "Great-grandfather, who have you thought of?" Hao Chen returned to his seat, deep in thought, and said to Hao Chen, "What are your thoughts on that young man from earlier?" Without hesitation, Hao Chen responded, "An arrogant individual. The other day at the training grounds, he even attempted to ambush me. Had it not been for horror intervening, I might have suffered greatly." At this moment, Hao Chen recalled the guard who had previously sat here, the very one who had been the first to strike during the training session at the guard's training ground days ago. With a hint of excitement, Hao Chen inquired, "Have you ever heard of the Biming family?" Hao Chen shook his head and replied, "The Biming family? I have not heard of it." "Great-grandfather, what kind of family is the Biming family? Is it powerful?" Hao Chen chuckled and said, "My dear, the Biming family is not merely powerful. They are a family of cultivators with an extraordinary level of strength." Intrigued, Hao Chen questioned, "If they are so formidable, why have I never heard of them?" Hao Chen continued, "The Biming family vanished decades ago, and their current whereabouts remain a mystery. Yet, the world knows they still exist. It's just that members of the Biming family have not appeared before the public for quite some time." The more Hao Chen listened, the more perplexed he became, asking, "Great-grandfather, why are you speaking of the Biming family? We do not even know them." Hao Bei pondered for a moment and then said, "Because I suspect that this guard named Hao might be a member of the Biming family." Hao stood up in astonishment and queried, "How is that possible? If he were one of the Biming, why would he serve as a subordinate in our Hao family?" "I do not know," Hao Bei replied. "Many years ago, while traveling, I fortuitously encountered a member of the Biming family. Yesterday, I inadvertently discovered this guard practicing martial skills by the lake. I recognized the sword techniques he was practicing as somewhat familiar. It suddenly struck me that the swordplay he was executing is the Biming family's ancestral secret technique, the Gungjin sword art. Although Hao swordplay is a fusion of the Feihuang sword technique he created, it ultimately stems from the Gungjin sword art, of which I still discern traces." At this moment, Hao was left speechless. Observing her stunned expression, Hao Bei patted her shoulder and said, "If he is indeed a member of the Biming family, his status within the family must be quite high, for as far as I know, only direct descendants can cultivate the Biming family's secret techniques." After a brief pause, he added, "In the future, when you encounter him, refrain from being disrespectful. Treat him with courtesy. If my conjecture holds any truth, should someone truly provoke him, it may incite the wrath of the entire Biming family. Even the entirety of the illusory Moon Empire would be insufficient to withstand their retaliation." "Ah!" Hao exclaimed, "Great-grandfather, what are you saying? The entire illusory Moon Empire is not enough to contend with one family? Is that true? Can a single family possess such overwhelming power?" Hao Bei nodded, secretly thinking, "I might not even be a match for that young man." Hao lowered her head, contemplating, "If he truly is a member of the Biming family, should I consider ways to seek his assistance?" Seeing her deep in thought, Hao Bei understood her musings but chose not to address them. He wished for Hao to have more interactions with this guard named Hao. Associating with someone of immense potential would greatly benefit the future development of the Hao family. Chapter 203. The subtle art of diligence. After departing from her great-grandfather's residence, Hao returned directly to her chamber, reflecting on the words exchanged with Hao Bei. Will there truly be a connection between Hao Chen and the Biming family? Before departing, my great-grandfather advised me to refrain from speaking of his affairs to outsiders. How might I approach this individual? At this moment, Hao pondered ways to get closer to Hao Chen, who remained completely unaware of Hao intentions. Meanwhile, Hao Chen contemplated whether it was time to commence his patrol duty the following day. As he strolled along, he encountered several members of the guard, who regarded him with puzzled expressions, for he appeared utterly unbothered by his previous injuries. In the dead of night, Hao Chen slipped into the space within his jade pendant. After arriving in Yuqing, he seldom entered this sanctuary. Yuqing was a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers dwelt. It was prudent to guard the secrets of the jade pendant. Having learned the art of alchemy, studied formations, and crafted spiritual talismans, he had only a rudimentary understanding of the knowledge required for forging. He had yet to sit down earnestly and delve into the intricacies of this craft. Feiyu Pavilion required equipment for gathering intelligence, including the creation of tracking devices, the forging of foundation and flag formations, and the crafting of long-distance communication talismans, shadow stones, and more, all of which necessitated proficiency in forging. Hao Chen was determined not to squander this precious time. During his leisurely days at the Hao family residence, he was resolved to pursue his studies in forging. Sitting quietly by the pond within the jade pendant space, his dark eyes gently closed, Hao Chen's mind was alight with flashes of knowledge pertaining to forging. The profession of a forger was among the most esteemed in the Tianyuan continent. To become a skilled forger, one must possess unwavering patience. A forger is tasked with crafting various implements through a multitude of methods, imbuing these creations with extraordinary effects that enhance their functionality. The Forgers Guild of the Tianyuan continent categorizes forgers into ranks: 1 star for apprentices, 2 stars for junior forgers, 3 stars for intermediate forgers, 4 stars for advanced forgers, and 5 stars for master forgers. A 1-star apprentice can forge ordinary weapons and tools. A 2-star junior forger can create simple magical items. A 3-star intermediate forger can produce items of intermediate grade and above. A 4-star advanced forger can craft high-grade items, and a 5-star master forger can create spiritual implements. 6-star forgers can forge treasures. In the realm of the Tianyuan continent, master forgers are exceedingly rare, with only 1 or 2 individuals achieving the esteemed 6-star rank. According to the knowledge contained within the forging manual, the ability to produce any basic weapon signifies entry into the craft, thus earning the title of apprentice. Currently, Hao Chen's foremost goal was to attain this status. If he could not even reach the level of an apprentice, what merit was there in discussing the art of forging? As time slipped by, the world outside the Jade Pendant's space had reached midnight, yet Hao Chen remained seated by the pond, deep in contemplation. After numerous iterations of thought and a thorough review of the forging manual, he had committed the principles of forging to memory. Believing himself ready, he rose from the pond, sought out a secluded spot, and retrieved the forging tools acquired from the Ziyun trading post. He then produced a mid-grade forging furnace and summoned the Danyan fire to infuse it. The materials in Hao Chen's possession were all gathered from the Wang family's treasury and the Blood Shadow Demon Sect's vault, supplemented by additional purchases from the Ziyun trading post. At this moment, he glanced at the raw materials within his storage bag and extracted a piece of dark iron, murmuring softly to himself, "Let me first forge a small trinket." After some contemplation, he decided to craft a dagger, as he was quite familiar with it. The Qinghun dagger in his right arm was attuned to his spirit, making it his favored choice among various artifacts. Approaching the furnace, he stirred the flames. The furnace bore resemblance to a mundane forge. However, since he intended to create a relatively simple dagger for practice, he opted for the most straightforward forging method. The first step was to stabilize his mindset. He placed the dark iron atop the furnace to smelt it, subsequently adding various materials as required for artifact crafting. The second step involved controlling the Dan flame with his consciousness. As a blacksmith, possessing the finest source of fire was paramount. The Dan flame he had cultivated originated from the celestial realm of the Doshui Palace, renowned as an exceptional fire for both alchemy and forging. Among the three sources of fire from Doshui Palace, Hao Chen had mastered the Dan flame and the Dan yin, yet he had yet to locate the Dan fun. For an exceptional blacksmith, the ability to control fire is crucial to determining the quality of the weapon being forged. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he heard the materials crackling, indicating that the dark iron was on the verge of melting. As time passed, the sounds intensified, beads of sweat forming on Hao Chen's forehead, yet his hands began to move. With his left hand holding the glowing piece of dark iron, and his right wielding the forging hammer, he struck rhythmically. The hammer's motion quickened to the point where its trajectory became a blur. As the time for smelting, striking, and polishing elapsed, the materials finally began to take the shape of a dagger. Almost there, only the final shaping remained. Hao Chen gazed at the rough form of the dagger he had crafted, his heart brimming with joy. However, just as he reveled in his accomplishment, a sharp crack resounded, and the unfinished dagger shattered on the anvil. Hao Chen's body froze abruptly. He stood there motionless, fixated on the broken dagger. Just as he was on the brink of completion, such a calamity had befallen him. At that moment, a profound sadness engulfed his heart. The higher one aims, the harsher the fall. Hao Chen had placed immense expectations on this dagger, only to witness it shatter in the final moments of success. Why? How could this happen? This was his first attempt at weapon crafting, as well as his initial foray into the profession of a blacksmith. Time and again he forged, only to face failure. Countless defeats blurred together, leaving him with but one conviction: he would surely succeed next time. Ultimately, the heavens reward the diligent. As the world outside transitioned from the waning moon to dawn, Hao Chen finally crafted his first masterpiece, a dagger forged with unwavering dedication. Though utterly exhausted, he found joy in admiring his freshly completed creation, the fatigue forgotten in the warmth of his achievement. Following this, he reflected on his experiences and plunged into another fervent round of forging. Having endured a night of relentless toil, Hao Chen, feeling a sense of accomplishment, believed he could independently forge a creation which could at least qualify him as an apprentice-level blacksmith. Although this dagger lacked intricate formations and spiritual symbols, it was meticulously crafted from his own essence. Despite being at the same apprentice level, the quality of the creations varied significantly. Just as alchemy is categorized, so too is forging. Each creation is divided into 4 tiers, further classified into inferior, average, superior, and pinnacle grades. Forging transcends mere blacksmithing. It involves the knowledge of inscribing formations and spiritual symbols, ranging from the construction of airships and puppets to the crafting of flying swords and needles. Through diligent effort, he has garnered substantial rewards. At this moment, Hao Chen can be deemed a truly unparalleled talent. Chapter 204. The Strength of a Warrior. Upon leaving the space within the Jade Pendant, Hao Chen, weary yet determined, arrived early at the training grounds of the escort squad. The previous day, he had resolved to report to the training field and participate in the squad's collective training. Faking illness any longer might arouse suspicion, leading to complications he wished to avoid. As he reached the training area, he heard someone call his name. Hao Chen, is your injury healed? The speaker was Liao Wu, the first person Hao Chen had encountered upon joining the escort squad. Liao Wu approached, circling around Hao Chen with a grin. It seems your injuries are not severe after all. You've recovered quite quickly. Hao Chen dusted off his clothing and replied, my injury is internal. Liao Wu, seemingly convinced, quickly inquired, is it serious? Should I help you request another day off to rest? Observing Liao Wu's concerned expression, Hao Chen reassured him, it's nothing to worry about. As long as I avoid strenuous activities, I should be fine. Oh, Liao Wu nodded, comprehending Hao Chen's perspective. While the two engaged in conversation, Hua Ying arrived at the training grounds, intent on finding Hao Chen to practice together, hoping to strengthen their bond. Standing at the edge of the training area, Hua Ying surveyed the surroundings until she finally spotted Hao Chen across the field. As usual, she walked into the training area, and although the squad members displayed an air of trepidation akin to mice before a cat, they still greeted the young lady with courtesy. At that moment, Yuan Yukun, the squad overseer, also entered the training grounds. Upon noticing Hua Ying, he approached her with a smile, saying, good morning, miss. Turning at the sound of his voice, Hua Ying recognized Yuan Yukun and nodded, stating, let us begin now. Yuan Yukun responded with a cheerful grin, very well. He then glanced around, his eyes lighting up with a subtle smile, for he had spotted Hao Chen. He thought to himself, at last, you've shown up. Let us see how I can teach you a lesson. Pointing towards Hao Chen, he called out, Hao Chen, step forward. You will practice with the young lady today. As soon as his words left his lips, a wave of murmurs rippled through the training ground. The escort members, following Yuan Yukun's gesture, realized that today's practice partner for the young lady was none other than the first to fall during the previous training session, a fact that had made him quite notorious among the attendees. At this moment, Hao Ying expressed her confusion regarding Hao Yuanquan's actions, addressing him with, manager, what is the meaning of this? I remember this individual was knocked unconscious just the day before yesterday. Why is he here to spar today? Doesn't this seem somewhat inappropriate? Upon hearing Hao Ying's words, Hao Yuanquan was taken aback. While he could comprehend such sentiments from others, it surprised him to hear them from Hao Ying. He had always perceived her as an aloof beauty, one who rarely showed concern for anyone other than her own kin. Glancing at Hao Ying and then back at Hao Ying, he pondered whether there was something amiss between the two. However, he quickly dismissed that thought. It was simply impossible. At that moment, Hao Yuanquan found himself in a state of perplexity. He shook his head and replied to Hao Ying, my lady, do not be misled by his prior injuries. He is quite fit. After resting yesterday, he has fully recuperated. If you doubt my words, allow him to spar with you, and you shall see for yourself. Upon hearing Hao Yuanquan's assertion, Hao Ying contemplated. This could work. It will allow me to gauge his true strength. Our previous encounter was rather hasty, and I could not ascertain the depths of his capabilities. Meanwhile, Hao Ying, feeling somewhat helpless, stepped out from the crowd and slowly made his way to the center of the training ground. He first bowed respectfully to Hao Ying and then addressed Hao Yuanquan, stating, manager, I faced her just the day before yesterday. The lady possesses formidable strength. I doubt I can withstand even a few of her moves. I fear this may hinder her training. Hao Yuanquan thought, still attempting to evade. I shall not permit that. Today, I intend for you to feel some discomfort. I was lenient last time, but now you wish to play clever with me. With that in mind, Hao Yuanquan replied to Hao Ying, that is of no consequence. You appear to have recovered swiftly, indicating excellent physical condition. Consider this a valuable opportunity for personal growth. Enough with the excuses. Let us commence. With that, Hao Yuanquan turned and stepped aside, a smirk playing on his lips as he watched from the edge of the training area, muttering, Hao Ying, let us see how you fare against the lady today. Noticing Hao Yuanquan's position at the edge of the training ground, Hao Yang turned to Hao Ying and inquired, my lady, may I request that your contracted beast remain inactive during our practice today? Hao Ying nodded in agreement, and Hao Yang expressed his gratitude. Thank you, my lady, for your understanding. Internally, he felt a swell of pride, thinking, as long as your beast does not intervene, I should be safe, enduring only minor physical discomfort. Stepping back a few paces, Hao Yang drew the sword from his back, a temporary loan from Liao Wu. The weapons in his storage bag were all artifacts of the highest caliber. Any one of them would dazzle the eyes of those present. During the previous spar, He had wielded a short sword without drawing attention, but this time he dared not take that risk. Swinging the sword in his hand, he declared, "My lady, we may begin. This time, I shall refrain from making the first move." He pondered for a moment, deciding it wise not to strike too hastily, for if he pressed her too hard, the outcome could mirror their last encounter. Seeing Hao Yang ready, Hao Yang stated, "Since you are prepared, I shall make my move. I could not engage you properly the other day. Today, let me see just how formidable you truly are." Upon uttering the incantation, he concentrated his energy to cast a spell, and a water sword surged forth, aimed directly at Hao Yin. At that moment, Hao Yin began to move, having been prepared. As the water column sword approached, he swiftly dodged to the right, evading the assault. Hao Yin, undeterred by the failure to strike Hao Yin, conjured another water sword. This new water sword differed from the previous one, for it possessed the ability to curve, unlike the former, which traveled in a straight line. It slithered towards Hao Yin like a serpent of water. Observing the undulating trajectory of the water sword, Hao Yin struggled to discern its direction, realizing it was about to strike him. In a moment of desperation, he leapt forcefully into the air. Just as the water sword was about to hit the spot where he had stood, it shattered against his lingering afterimage. He soared into the sky, spinning several times before descending back to the ground. Seeing that her opponent had evaded her spells twice in succession, Hao Ying furrowed her brows and remarked, "Your strength is commendable. I wonder if you can withstand this spell? It is one of my most prized incantations." Without waiting for Hao Yin to grasp her words, she unleashed a series of spells, summoning 3 water swords that, like the previous one, advanced in a sinuous manner. However, these 3 swords were positioned strategically, one above Hao Yin's head, one to his left, and one to his right, effectively sealing off his escape routes. Standing at the edge of the training ground, Hao Yuan observed the unfolding situation and pondered, could there be trouble? Hao Yin possesses merely the strength of a warrior. This move seems a bit excessive for him. He then reassured himself, at worst, he'll just be bettered for a few days. It's not a grave concern. While Hao Yuan remained nonchalant, Hao Yin was consumed by urgency. He had suppressed his cultivation to the late warrior stage, capable of exerting only a fraction of his true power, making it impossible to evade the trio of water swords. At that moment, Hao Yin silently resolved, "It seems I have no choice but to take it head-on." He raised his sword before him, gripping it tightly, and summoned all his energy. As he channeled his internal true qi, it surged outward, creating a disturbance in the surrounding space. This anomaly caught the attention of the guards around the training ground and piqued Hao Yuan's interest. Hao Yuan, taken aback, mused, "This lad has concealed his strength. Judging by the fluctuations of his true qi, he is at least at the early stage of a martial master." As his true qi continued to coalesce, Hao Yin felt a surge of power within him. Having lowered his cultivation to the late warrior stage, he had never fully unleashed the potential of that realm before. Uncertain of the extent of his current abilities, he felt a thrill of excitement, eager to discover the magnitude of his power at the warrior level. With his true qi flowing into the sword, it seemed to resonate with his fighting spirit, emitting a resonant hum. Yet, Hao Tian sensed that the sword was nearing its limit. Any further infusion of true qi would risk fracturing it, and thus he decided to halt. "Behold my strike," Hao Yin proclaimed as he forcefully swung his sword. From his center, a powerful wave of sword energy erupted, dividing into 3 streams that surged towards the 3 water swords that Hao Yin had just conjured. With a resounding clash, the sword energy unleashed by Hao Chen collided with the water sword wielded by Hao Ying, creating a series of echoes in the air. The onlookers surrounding the training ground instinctively retreated, fearing the residual force of the sword energy might harm them. As the sound subsided, their eyes turned towards the center of the training field, eager to discern who would emerge victorious. The sudden turn of events was beyond Hao Yuan's control. Before the echoes faded, he rushed into the arena's heart. To his relief, he discovered both Hao Chen and Hao Ying standing tall, their attire unmarred. Hao Yuanquan steadied his thoughts and addressed the two. "The practice session concludes for today, Hao Chen. You may return and rest." Grateful for the reprieve, Hao Chen bowed respectfully to Hao Ying before making his way home. As he traversed the training ground, the spectators erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Liao Wu burst through the crowd, enveloping Hao Chen in a joyful embrace, exclaiming, "So you are truly a hidden gem. Never mind. From now on, you shall be my leader. I will follow you henceforth." Chapter 205. Mutual benefit. Upon returning to his residence, Hao Chen collapsed onto his bed, exhaling deeply and reflecting. Exerting the full force of a warrior's strike is immensely draining, despite its formidable power. Should he encounter a genuine adversary in the future, he could not afford to engage in such reckless confrontation, lest it lead to his demise. Meanwhile, Hao Ying made her way towards her own courtyard, contemplating the enigmatic nature of Hao Chen. She found him increasingly inscrutable. His demeanor and speech bore no trace of the arrogance typically associated with those of noble lineage. Yet at times, he exhibited a defiant spirit. After much deliberation, Hao Ying resolved to seek out Hao Chen in the evening, intending to persuade him to lend his strength during the upcoming martial arts contest. A knock echoed from outside the door. Irritated by the disturbance, Hao Chen called out impatiently, "Are you persistent? It's late. While you remain awake, I long for sleep." Earlier that day, after returning home, Liao Wu and several guards had arrived to pledge their allegiance to him as their elder brother. Hao Chen vehemently refused, yet Liao Wu's group was relentless, stubbornly refusing to leave. Eventually, he managed to send them away with a promise to consider their request. Just as he settled down after dinner, another knock resounded at the door. Assuming it was Liao Wu's group returning, he spoke with irritation. Hao Ying, hearing his loud dismissal, felt a surge of displeasure. With her naturally imperious temperament, she was incensed by his tone and, in a fit of anger, kicked the door open. Startled by the sudden intrusion, Hao Chen jumped from his bed, eager to confront whoever had the audacity to barge in. Upon recognizing Hao Ying, he felt a wave of panic wash over him. Wondering what could have prompted her visit. Could it be dissatisfaction from their earlier contest, or was she here to confront him? Though such thoughts lingered in his mind, he could not voice them aloud. Instead, he addressed Hao Ying, saying, "I was unaware it was you, young miss, at the door. I sincerely hope you can forgive my earlier indiscretion." Upon entering the room, Hao Ying replied coldly, "I may grant you forgiveness, but I require your assistance with a matter." Hao Chen pondered. She truly knows how to climb the ladder of hierarchy. After a brief moment of contemplation, he responded, "Pray tell. What is it that you wish for me to do? As long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall not shy away from the task." Upon hearing this, Hao Ying turned and closed the door. Observing her actions, Hao Chen felt a sense of confusion. It seemed this matter was rather troublesome and required discretion, lest it be discovered. Hao Ying approached him and stated, "Tomorrow marks the day of the martial arts contest for courtship. You are aware of this, are you not?" Hao Chen nodded in acknowledgement. She continued, "I have no desire to wed any of the suitors participating in this contest, which has been orchestrated entirely by my father. Therefore, I need your help. You must defeat all challengers on the stage of the contest tomorrow." Hao Chen, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is this even possible? Young miss, as a mere servant, how could I possibly accomplish such a feat?" After uttering this, he gazed at Hao Ying with a look of helplessness. However, Hao Ying pressed on, "Tell me, from whom did you learn your swordsmanship?" "Of course, it was my master who taught me," Hao Chen replied. She inquired further, "And who is your master?" "My master is known as Baiming," he said. Ever since he had conversed with Hao Yin Baiming, fabricating the tale of his master being Baiming, he found himself unable to retract that established falsehood. Yet, in this moment, Hao Chen spun the lie as effortlessly as one might sip water. "Baiming." Hao Ying mused silently, then continued, "Do you know the origins of the swordsmanship you practice?" This left Hao Chen at a loss for words. He thought, what is this young miss on about? First, she asks me to assist with an impossible task, and now she poses these bizarre questions. Does she have an ulterior motive? After a moment's pause, he replied, "I am not entirely certain." Noticing his hesitancy in responding, Hao Ying's tone turned sharp as she queried, "Really?" To which Hao Chen resolutely answered, "Indeed." Hao Ying chose not to press further. Standing in contemplation, with her silence, Hao Chen too remained still, unsure of what to do next, and thus accompanied her in silence. After a brief interval, Hao Ying seemed to arrive at a realization, looking up at Hao Chen and declaring, "Tomorrow, I need you to disguise yourself as a member of the Baiming family for the contest." "What?" Hao Chen was startled. Ignoring his reaction, Hao Ying continued, "I do not care whether you are pretending or if you have your own reasons. Do not claim that the swordsmanship you practice is not the Gingjin sword technique. This technique is the ancestral art of the Baiming family. Your ability to wield it signifies some connection, however tenuous, to the Baiming lineage." Then, with conviction, she stated, "I require that tomorrow, in the name of the Baiming family, you announce to all present that Hao Ying is the bride of the Baiming clan, and that none shall lay claim to her." At that moment, Hao Chen was bewildered, contemplating how they knew of the Gingjin sword technique in the Biming family. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The Biming family? It seems that there exists a predecessor named Biming Yijian, presumably a member of the esteemed Biming family. Indeed, the Biming clan appears to be quite renowned. After Hao Ying spoke, she turned her gaze towards Hao Chen, feeling a surge of trepidation within her heart. Her great-grandfather had expressly forbidden her from discussing matters pertaining to the Biming family with Hao Chen. Yet, in her moment of desperation, she divulged this information before him. What weighed heavily on her mind was whether Hao Chen would consent to assist her. Given her limited prior interactions with him, mostly consisting of training sessions or cold exchanges, she found herself at a loss. The atmosphere in the room shifted abruptly, enveloping them in a silence so profound that it felt as though they could hear each other's heartbeats. At that moment, Hao Chen broke the silence, inquiring, "What benefit would it be for me to assist you?" He did not outright reject Hao Ying's request, contemplating that if she believed herself to be connected to the Biming family, then let her hold on to that belief. There was no harm in it, as it might instill a sense of caution in her toward him. Upon hearing his demand for a benefit, Hao Ying's spirits lifted significantly. The fact that Hao Chen had not declined indicated the possibility of his willingness to help. Now, it was up to her to ascertain what price she could afford to pay. She replied, "What is it that you desire? As long as you can assist me, I will acquiesce to any request." Hao Chen smiled at her response and said, "The price I seek is not insurmountable. I have heard that the Hao family possesses a quota to enter the ancient battlefield of Huanhe." Hao Ying, uncertain of his intentions but recognizing her need for his assistance, nodded in affirmation. "Yes." Hao Chen continued, "I wish to gain access to the ancient battlefield of Huanhe. Is this something you can arrange?" Upon hearing his request, Hao Ying exhaled in relief and responded, "Absolutely." Yet, internally, she pondered, "Fortunately, he is not asking me to do anything disloyal to the Hao family. Were it otherwise, I would never agree, even at the cost of my life. Just to clarify, when we attend the martial arts competition tomorrow, you shall introduce yourself as the daughter-in-law of the Biming family. Whether others choose to believe it is beyond my concern," Hao Chen added. After a moment of contemplation, Hao Ying replied, "That works for me." Thus, the two of them forged a mutually beneficial agreement, following which they engaged in detailed discussions regarding the specifics of their plan.